In the 43rd year of Konoha, deep autumn arrived. The cold wind swept through the withered leaves, striking against the dilapidated wooden window, producing a rustling sound. Kikuki Gohuji, a name that exudes a sense of rugged masculinity, now lay curled up on a rigid wooden bed. His expression one of utter desolation. He had traversed time and space, landing in the perilous realm of Naruto. What was worse, he had become a marginal figure in the Kikuki family, his parents having perished during the Second Shinobi World War, leaving him with nothing but a long-abandoned farm in the northeast corner of the village. This beginning is akin to an infernal difficulty level, Gohuji sighed, sitting up from the bed. The room was stark and empty, containing only the bed and a table with a missing leg that creaked ominously in the wind, as if it might collapse at any moment. The memories of the original owner reveal that his scant few relatives included the head of the Kikuki clan, the renowned White Fang of Konoha Kikuki Sakumo. By lineage, he was to address Sakumo as uncle. However, this uncle was in a dire predicament, even worse than his own that a month prior, Kikuki Sakumo had abandoned and shrank mission to save his comrades, resulting in significant losses for Konoha. Upon returning to the village, he was met not with accolades of a hero, but with a deluge of accusations and scorn. Even those he had rescued whispered behind his back. This man, who stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, was now submerged beneath the tide of public opinion, hiding alone in his home, burdened by immense psychological pressure. Gohuji understood that in another month, the illustrious White Fang would succumb to the overwhelming weight of despair, opting to end his own life with the very short blade that had vanquished countless foes. His prodigious son, Kikuki Kakashi, would witness his father's demise at the tender age of 6, forever altering his personality, becoming a child who valued rules more than companionship. What could he do? A mere weakling. How could he approach White Fang and say, "Uncle, cheer up, don't commit suicide"? Surely, he would be met with a blade for his trouble. The more Gohuji pondered, the heavier his head felt, and at an inopportune moment, his stomach audibly grumbled. He scoured the entire house, discovering only half a moldy rice ball in the corner of the kitchen. Despair enveloped him, profound despair. Just as he was about to discard the moldy portion and swallow the remainder with tears, a clear electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting the host's strong desire to survive, the farming story system has been officially activated. The beginner's gift pack has been distributed. Please check. Gohuji was taken aback that a system, a golden finger, my cheat has finally arrived. He nearly tossed the rice ball in excitement, quickly focusing as a semi-transparent blue panel appeared before him. The panel was simplistic, reminiscent of a pixelated farming game he had played prior to his transmigration. That in the top left corner was his personal information. Name, Kikuki Gohuji. Age, 16. Physique, weak due to chronic malnutrition. Skills, none. Items, beginners. Gift pack X1. To the right lay a gray area, featuring options such as farm, pasture, bonding, and Pokédex, all in a locked state. Open the beginner's gift pack. Gohuji silently commanded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a bag of ordinary quality potato seeds, X1. A rusty hoe X1. A rusty watering can X1. A system instruction manual X1. While the items were few, to Gohuji, who was bereft of resources, this was akin to a lifeline. He eagerly opened the virtual manual. Core gameplay of the farming story system. 1. Crop cultivation. Any crops planted by the host will contain a faint natural energy. Consuming them will yield various permanent enhancements. 2. Cooking and processing. Cooking harvested crops can amplify their effects exponentially and generate powerful temporary buffs. The tastier the dish, the stronger the effect. 3. Bond unlocking. Establish profound emotional bonds with characters in this world, increasing affinity. Once the affinity reaches a certain level, there will be an opportunity to unlock the other party's exclusive skills or abilities. Gohuji's eyes sparkled instantly. Farming could make him stronger. Cooking could grant buffs. Cultivating relationships could yield skills for free. Was this not tailor-made for him? He glanced at the bonding section, opening it to find only 2 solitary names. Kikuki Sakumo, relationship distant relative, affinity, 10 sympathy from share blood. Kikuki Kakashi, relationship distant cousin, affinity, 5 has heard the name. Gohuji's mouth twitched. The affinity was pitifully low, yet the manual's mention of unlocking the other party's exclusive skills ignited a fervor within him. What could Kikuki Sakumo offer? The title of White Fang of Konoha and the unparalleled Kikuki swordsmanship. If he could unlock that, Gohuji envisioned himself wielding the White Fang short blade, navigating the ninja world with unparalleled charisma. No, calm down. Gohuji inhaled deeply, forcing himself to steady, one step at a time. First, I must fill my stomach, then save that man on the brink of despair. Rescuing Kikuki Sakumo was not merely about unlocking skills, but also about altering Kakashi's tragic fate and finding a protective shield in this cruel world. And the starting point for all of this lay in the barren land beneath his feet. He pushed open the creaking wooden door, the autumn sun bathing his face, the gentle warmth coaxing his eyes to squint. Beyond the door lay an expanse of wild grass and scattered stones, with only a small patch near the house appearing somewhat level. Gohuji tightened his grip on the rusty hoe, a fiery determination igniting within him, the most melodramatic flame since his arrival in this world. I, Kikuki Gohuji, shall commence my farming journey in the ninja realm today, using the most rudimentary methods. First, let's set a modest goal, to plant 100 acres of potatoes. He hefted the hoe and approached the slightly leveled patch of land, inhaling deeply before swinging down with all his might. Clang! The hoe struck the ground, turning over only a small patch of soil, sending a jolt through his hands. Gazing at his feeble frame, Gohuji's expression darkened. Ah, I forgot that I'm currently a weakling. It seemed that becoming a competent farmer was not as simple as it appeared. He rubbed his numb hands, gritting his teeth, and lifted the hoe once more. Once, twice, thrice. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking into the dry earth, leaving behind small imprints, unbeknownst to him. As he labored on this land, not far from the farm, in a dimly lit residence, a man sat, repeatedly polishing the short blade in his hand, the cold gleam of the blade reflecting in his lifeless eyes. Clearing uncultivated land is undoubtedly a laborious task, particularly for Gouenshi, who has long suffered from malnutrition and, in his previous life, was a mere cog in the machine. The difficulty of this endeavor is akin to scaling the highest peaks. After wielding the hoe for less than 10 minutes, he felt as if his very limbs were on the verge of disassembly. His arms ached, his back refused to straighten, and he panted heavily, resembling a decrepit bellows. His physique was undeniably frail. Gouenshi sank onto the ground, gazing at the minuscule patch of soil he had managed to turn over, tears of despair welling up in his eyes. In such a limited space, he could hardly cultivate even a single bag of potato seeds, let alone 100 acres. Ding! The system has detected that the host is engaged in land clearing. The farming functionality has been unlocked. The system's notification chimed once more, and a virtual progress bar materialized before Gouenshi's eyes. Land clearing progress. 1. Note: cultivating land grants experience points, elevating the farmer's level, and unlocking further functionalities. Experience points? A flicker of hope ignited within Gouenshi, and he felt a renewed vigor coursing through his body. The prospect of tangible feedback was invigorating. The most disheartening scenario was laboring tirelessly without a glimmer of hope. Gritting his teeth, he rose from the ground and continued to wrestle with the obstinate earth. Sweat soaked through his tattered garments, and the rough handle of the hoe had rubbed blisters into his palms that throbbed painfully upon contact. Yet, Gouenshi pressed on. He was acutely aware of his precarious situation, without strength or allies, in a world where lives are as disposable as weeds. He could fall victim to an unforeseen accident or a sudden war at any moment. The system was his sole beacon of hope, and farming was the only lifeline he could grasp. He had to persevere. Time slipped by, and as the sun began its descent, Gouenshi finally cleared a plot of land approximately 2 square meters in size. Ding! Land clearing progress. 100. Congratulations to the host for cultivating the first plot of arable land. You have earned 10 experience points. Farmer level elevated to LV1. Stamina ceiling slightly increased. A warm current surged through his body, and the aches and fatigue that had plagued him began to dissipate significantly. Gouenshi was elated to discover that his breathing had steadied, and his arms felt stronger. An upgrade could even restore stamina? This system was remarkably considerate. Excitedly, he opened the system panel, and indeed, the vitality section had shifted from weak to slightly weak. Though this change was minuscule, it served as a tremendous source of encouragement for him. He dared not linger, hastily tearing open the bag of potato seeds and carefully burying each plump tuber into the loose soil. Ding! Successfully sowed ordinary quality potatoes. Estimated maturation time, 3 days. Task issued, the first harvest. Task content, successfully harvest the first batch of crops. Task reward, unlock cooking functionality, random recipe X1. Gazing at the countdown on the system panel, Gouenshi's heart brimmed with anticipation. In just 3 days, he would savor the fruits of his own labor, the potatoes he had sown with his own hands. He grasped the rusted watering can and hurried to a nearby brook, filling it with the crystal-clear water and meticulously watered the freshly planted potatoes. Having completed all of this, the sky had descended into complete darkness. The evening breeze swept away the last remnants of twilight, and Gouenshi, feeling the rumblings of his empty stomach, resolved to first address his hunger. He certainly did not wish to perish before his crops reached maturity. His thoughts turned to Kakashi Hatake. As a member of the Hatake family, it seemed rather reasonable for him to seek a meal at the family home, did it not? Moreover, he could observe the current state of the esteemed White Fang up close. With this determination, Gouenshi dragged his weary body toward the direction of the Hatake household as recalled from memory. The Hatake residence. An oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily in the air. The 6-year-old Kakashi knelt rigidly at the dining table, his small frame perfectly upright and silent. Upon the table lay 2 simple dishes, now somewhat cold. Across from him sat his father, Kakashi Hatake, holding a bowl of rice, yet he made no move to lift his chopsticks. Kakashi had lost considerable weight. The once fierce gaze, reminiscent of a lion, had dimmed to a lifeless shadow, enveloping him in a shroud of desolation. He merely sat there, as if a soulless statue. Kakashi gazed at his father, a mix of anxiety and fear swirling within him. He could not comprehend why the adults were so quick to condemn his father. To him, his father would always be the towering hero. What had he done wrong in his quest to save his comrades? Kakashi longed to ask, yet he dared not utter a word, choosing instead to convey his steadfastness and companionship through silence. At that moment, a gentle knocking resonated from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Kakashi's father remained unresponsive, lost in his own world. However, Kakashi raised his head with caution, his youthful face brimming with vigilance. Who could it be at this hour? Was it the villagers come to chastise his father? Or perhaps those insincere colleagues? He stood, approached the door, and tiptoed to peer through the peephole. Outside stood an unfamiliar boy, appearing considerably older than Kakashi, clad in worn, faded garments. With tousled hair and dirt smudged across his face, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Who are you? Kakashi inquired coldly from behind the door. Gouenshi was taken aback to find a mere child at the door. After a moment of surprise, he quickly realized this must be the young Kakashi. What a cool little kid. Greetings, I am Gouenshi Hatake, a distant nephew of your father. I recently moved to a farm in the northeast corner of the village and came to pay a visit to Uncle Sakumo. Gouenshi Hatake? Kakashi searched his mind for the name, recognizing it as a long marginalized branch of the family. My father does not wish to see visitors. Please leave, Kakashi replied, his tone still icy, showing no inclination to open the door. Rejected. Gouenshi was not surprised by this response. He sighed and spoke softly to the door. I mean no disturbance. I have just arrived. I possess no money, and I cannot find anything to eat. I am truly famished, and was hoping to beg for a morsel. As he spoke, he felt a slight flush of embarrassment. As a time traveler, it is indeed a disgrace to rely on beggary to make a living. The room fell into silence. Just as Hate thought he would be utterly rejected and prepared to take his leave, a deep, gravelly, yet magnetic voice emerged from within. Let him in, Kakashi. It was Sakumo Hatake. Kakashi paused momentarily, reluctantly opening the door. Upon entering the room, Hayate's gaze was immediately drawn to the man seated at the dining table. With his long white hair and forlorn silhouette, he exuded an undeniable aura of strength, even in quietude. Yet, this aura was intertwined with an overwhelming sense of despondency and stillness. Uncle Sakumo, Hate addressed him respectfully. Sakumo slowly turned his head, his once formidable eyes, which had instilled fear in countless foes, now resembled a still pond, devoid of any ripples. He appraised Hate with a measured gaze and remarked, Hate, I remember you. Please, sit down and join me for a meal. His voice was soft and deliberate, as if speaking were a tremendous exertion. Hate expressed his gratitude and cautiously took a seat beside Kakashi, who immediately shifted away, his expression clearly conveying a desire for distance. Unfazed, Hayate's attention was entirely captivated by the modest meal laid before them: a bowl of white rice, a plate of cold spinach, and a bowl of miso soup. Simple, bland, and perhaps even rudimentary. Was this truly the dinner of a pinnacle warrior within the ninja realm? Hayate picked up his chopsticks and took a mouthful of rice. It was hard and somewhat cold. Nevertheless, he devoured it ravenously, overwhelmed by hunger. The meal concluded amidst an atmosphere thick with silence and repression. Throughout, Sakumo uttered not a single word, mechanically finishing his bowl before rising to retreat to his chamber. Watching his desolate figure, Hayate felt a weight in his heart. The situation was far worse than he had anticipated. This man had one foot firmly planted in the abyss. Words alone would not save him. He must be shown a glimmer of hope, a renewed sense of purpose for living. And that hope resided within his own farm. In 3 days, once my potatoes are ready, everything will change, Hayate silently vowed. After finishing his meal and preparing to take his leave, he noticed Kakashi regarding him with a complex expression. "Did you truly come just to eat?" Kakashi whispered. "What else would it be?" Hayate countered. "I thought you were like the others, here to mock my father." Kakashi's voice lowered further, tinged with an imperceptible hint of grievance. Hayate's heart softened. He reached out, attempting to pat Kakashi's head like an adult, only to have the young boy nimbly evade him. Embarrassed, he withdrew his hand and spoke earnestly. "Kakashi, remember, your father is a hero, now and forever. The criticisms are merely born of envy towards a hero's brilliance." With that, he turned and departed. Kakashi stood frozen, staring blankly at Hayate's retreating figure. Hero. He repeatedly savored this word, and within his dim eyes, a glimmer of starlight began to emerge. Having just exited the Hatake residence, Gouenshi suddenly heard the system's notification chime in his mind. Ding. Hatake Kakashi's affinity for you is 5, current affinity, 10, an intriguing fellow. Gouenshi paused for a moment, then chuckled. It seemed that his earlier words had resonated within the young boy's heart. This marked a promising beginning. For the next 3 days, Gouenshi lived a life akin to that of an ascetic. During the day, he swung a hoe on the farm, relentlessly cultivating the barren land. When hunger struck, he would visit the Hatake family for a meal. Each time, Kakashi would answer the door, wearing a stern expression, yet ultimately allowing him entry. Meanwhile, Hatake Sakumo continued to exhibit his half-alive demeanor, sitting at the dining table like an emotionless automaton, consuming his food before retreating to the darkness of his room. Gouenshi refrained from saying much. He understood that words were futile at this juncture. He simply came, ate quietly, and departed in silence. However, before leaving each time, he would offer Kakashi a few words of encouragement. Your father's blade was forged to protect Konoha, not to adhere to rigid rules. A truly formidable ninja safeguards their comrades, not mere mission scrolls. These words were like small pebbles cast into the seemingly tranquil, yet tumultuous lake of Kakashi's heart, creating ripples of thought. Kakashi's attitude gradually transformed from initial wariness and rejection to a reluctant acceptance and familiarity. His affinity score rose from 10 to 20. Hatake Kakashi. Affinity. 20, a peculiar yet seemingly benign individual. Furthermore, through Gouenshi's relentless efforts, his farmer level ascended to LV2. Name, Hatake Gouenshi. Farmer level, LV2, experience points, 25200. Physique, slightly frail, skills, none. His stamina improved, and his efficiency in land cultivation increased significantly. The small plot of farmland had expanded to 10 square meters. Everything appeared to be progressing positively. At last, on the 3rd day's twilight, the delightful notification sound from the system resonated once more. Ding. Ordinary quality potatoes have matured. Please harvest them promptly. Gouenshi discarded his hoe and dashed into the field. There, amidst the once flat terrain, vibrant green vines burst forth, full of life. He eagerly rubbed his hands together, crouched down, and carefully began to excavate the soil. Soon, round, golden potatoes emerged from the earth. They were not large, but their smooth surfaces suggested they would be quite delectable. Ding. Harvested ordinary quality potatoes x10. Gained 10 experience points. Ding. Task. First harvest completed. Task reward. Unlock cooking feature, random recipe, sour and spicy shredded potatoes x1. With the system's notification, a new piece of information instantly appeared in Gouenshi's mind. From the meticulous art of julienning potatoes to the exquisite balance of various flavors, sour, spicy, salty, and savory. Every step unfolds with unparalleled clarity, as though he has performed this task 1,000 times. Is this a recipe bestowed by the system, etched directly into his DNA? Hao Yanji is filled with a mix of surprise and delight. He gazes at the hefty potatoes in his hands, as the system panel conveniently provides an annotation. Ordinary quality potato, a special crop containing a faint natural energy. Consuming it raw grants a permanent increase of 0.01 points to stamina. Note, the effect is negligible. It is recommended to cook before consumption. A permanent increase of 0.01 points in stamina. Hao Yanji smacks his lips. Although the number seems trivial, the allure of permanent is irresistible. If consumed daily, wouldn't he eventually become a human-shaped tailed beast over time? Suppressing his excitement, he clutches 10 potatoes and joyfully sprints back to his humble abode. In the kitchen, apart from a rusty iron pot and a knife so dull it could double as a garlic masher, there is nothing else. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Hao Yanji sighs, realizing he must procure a set of kitchen utensils and seasonings from the village. He selects the 2 smallest potatoes, tucking them into his pocket to sell at the grocery store for some money. The remaining 8 will serve as his secret weapon for the evening. Half an hour later, Hao Yanji returns to the farm, humming a cheerful tune, with a small bag of salt, a bottle of vinegar, and a tiny packet of dried chili peppers. The 2 potatoes fetched him 50 coins, just enough to purchase these essential seasonings. He scrubs the iron pot 3 times, and after grinding the knife on a stone for what feels like an eternity, it finally resembles something usable. He picks up a potato, takes a deep breath, and the recipe for spicy shredded potatoes automatically materializes in his mind. In the next moment, his hands spring into action. The once dull knife seems to come alive in his grasp, glinting as it dances through the air, producing a rapid succession of crisp sounds. In mere seconds, a plump potato transforms into a pile of uniformly thin, delicate shreds. Hao Yanji is momentarily mesmerized. When did my knife skills become so exceptional? This must be the muscle memory gifted by the system's recipe. Excitedly, he soaks the potato shreds in fresh water to remove excess starch, then heats the oil in the pot. Once the oil is hot, he adds the dried chilies and minced garlic, unleashing a fragrant aroma. With a sizzle, a wave of spicy scent fills the air. He swiftly tosses in the drained potato shreds, stirring them vigorously. The iron pot clinks against the spatula, producing a crisp sound as the potato shreds leap and twirl, each one evenly coated in oil. As the cooking reaches its pinnacle, he drizzles in the fragrant vinegar and sprinkles salt. The vinegar's tang and the chili's heat meld together in a bold and enticing flavor that dances into his nostrils. Hao Yanji cannot help but swallow. Just as he prepares to serve the dish, a miraculous scene unfolds. The potato shreds in the pot emit a faint, soft white glow. Though subtle, it stands out vividly in the dim kitchen. What on earth? A luminous dish? Is this a scene from a cooking show? Hao Yanji's eyes widen in astonishment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully preparing their first dish, exquisite sour and spicy shredded potatoes. A virtual plate materialized before him, adorned with golden strands of potatoes, still exuding wisps of steam. Exquisite sour and spicy shredded potatoes, a tantalizing home-cooked dish. Consuming it results in a slight enhancement of mental fortitude within 30 minutes and a significant reduction in fatigue. Note, as this is the host's first heartfelt culinary creation, infused with hopeful emotions, its quality has been elevated. Gazing at the description on the system panel, Hao Yan's heart raced with excitement. It worked. This seemingly unremarkable plate of shredded potatoes was his greatest reliance in rescuing Sakumo Hatake and altering the course of this tragic narrative. He fetched a relatively clean plate, carefully arranged the glowing potatoes upon it, covered it with a wooden lid, and gingerly made his way back to the Hatake residence. This time, he was not merely seeking a meal. He approached as a challenger, ready to confront the abyss known as despair. Under the night sky, the silhouette of the young man stretched long, the dish in his hands resembling a faint yet resolute light, destined to illuminate a room shrouded in darkness for far too long. The Hatake residence still bore that familiar oppressive atmosphere. Kakashi knelt at the dining table, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Tonight's dinner was even simpler than in previous days, consisting solely of a bowl of plain rice, devoid of any side dishes. His father had locked himself in his room all day, neglecting to join for dinner. Kakashi had knocked on the door, but there was no response from within. A wave of profound fear enveloped him, He dreaded the thought of opening the door, fearing the sight he might encounter. Just as he sat there, restless, a knock echoed through the silence. It was Haoyan. Kakashi instantly recognized that familiar rhythm. He rushed to open the door and found Haoyan holding a covered plate, an intriguing aroma wafting through the gap, enticing him to inhale deeply. "What brings you here?" Kakashi inquired warily, though his eyes betrayed him, glancing eagerly at the plate. "I prepared a little dish and wanted Uncle Sakumo to try it," Haoyan replied with a smile, stepping inside. He glanced around, noticing Sakumo's absence, and inquired, "Where is Uncle?" "Father is in his room." Kakashi's voice was tinged with melancholy. Haoyan nodded understandingly, refraining from further questions, and placed the plate on the dining table. "Well then, you should join me for a bite," he said, lifting the wooden lid. With a soft hum, a gentle white light burst forth from the plate, illuminating the dim dining area instantaneously. An indescribable aroma then surged forth like a torrent, flooding the air, sour, spicy, fresh, and fragrant. The four flavors were distinctly layered, yet perfectly intertwined, creating an overwhelming impact that fervently stimulated the olfactory senses. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, as he stared in awe at the radiant dish before him. Golden strands of shredded potatoes stood out distinctly, adorned with vibrant red dried chilies and verdant green scallions. Under the radiant light, they resembled a masterpiece. In his 6 years of life, he had never encountered a dish that glimmered, nor had he ever inhaled such an enticing aroma. Kakashi's stomach audibly protested, and his cheeks flushed crimson, observing his adorable demeanor. Gouenshi could not suppress a chuckle as he offered a pair of chopsticks. "Care to taste?" Kakashi hesitated momentarily. His rational mind cautioned him against consuming something of unknown origin. Yet, his body's instinct clamored fervently for a taste. At that very moment of internal conflict, the tightly shut door behind him creaked open. Shikaku slowly emerged, maintaining his usual dazed expression, yet his gaze was firmly fixed on the luminous plate of shredded potatoes on the table. For the first time, astonishment flickered across his face. As a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the ninja world, his perceptive abilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals. The moment the fragrance erupted, he sensed an unusual energy wave. This energy, though faint, brimmed with vitality, akin to a warm ray of sunlight dispelling the pervasive chill and silence from his room. He found himself drawn uncontrollably towards it and beheld a sight he had never witnessed in his life. A dish that glowed? "Uncle Shikaku, I've learned a new recipe. Would you care to try?" Gouenshi greeted him enthusiastically upon his arrival. Shikaku remained silent, taking deliberate steps towards the dining table before seating himself. His eyes never strayed from the plate of shredded potatoes. He could distinctly perceive that the gentle white light and the enticing aroma emanated from this seemingly ordinary home-cooked dish. What could this be? A unique ninjutsu? Or perhaps an illusion? It didn't seem so. Shikaku felt no chakra fluctuations. It appeared to be the food itself radiating this essence. Kakashi watched his father with concern. Shikaku waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. He picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table and delicately lifted a small handful of the shredded potatoes. The strands were translucent, glimmering under the light as though they were not of this world. After a moment's hesitation, he placed them into his mouth. In the next instant, Shikaku's body jolted, his lifeless eyes suddenly widening. Boom! An indescribable storm of flavors erupted in his mouth. The crispness of the potatoes, the piquancy of the chilies, the tanginess of the vinegar, and a hint of perfectly balanced saltiness. An array of tastes crashed upon his taste buds like tumultuous waves. This was not merely delicious. More importantly, as he swallowed that morsel of shredded potatoes, a warm current surged down his esophagus into his stomach, swiftly radiating throughout his limbs. The weariness, gloom, and despair that had long weighed upon his heart seemed to dissipate with this warmth. The once taut nerves found a long-awaited relaxation in that moment. The entire being seemed to be imbued with a touch of buoyancy. What could possibly account for this? Inside Shuan Mao's heart, tumultuous waves surged. He was certain this was no mere illusion. This sensation surpassed even the most sophisticated medical ninjutsu in its capacity for healing. It was profoundly soothing, striking directly at the soul. He lifted his gaze, casting an incredulous look towards Haoyan. What had this forgotten boy from the family accomplished? In Haoyan's mind, a system notification resonated. Ding! Chimu Shuan Mao has consumed a high-quality spicy and sour shredded potato dish, resulting in a slight enhancement of mental strength and a significant reduction in fatigue. Chimu Shuo Mao's affinity for you has increased by 10. Current affinity, 20, filled with puzzled curiosity. Chimu Shuo Mao is in a state of shock, attempting to analyze your culinary skills, but the analysis has failed. Chimu Shuo Mao's sense of mystery towards you has increased by 10. Success. A wave of elation surged through Hao Yanji's heart. He knew his gamble had paid off. For someone like Shuo Mao, whose spirit and body teetered on the brink of collapse, any intangible comfort paled in comparison to this tangible healing. Father? Kakashi cautiously called out, observing the rare look of astonishment on his father's face. Shuo Mao did not respond. Instead, he again reached for his chopsticks, devouring another generous mouthful of shredded potatoes. The sensation persisted. Warmth and comfort enveloped him, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. His tightly furrowed brow began to unfurl involuntarily. His pace of eating quickened, a whirlwind consuming the dish. In less than a minute, he had polished off an entire plate of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, leaving not a drop of sauce behind. After finishing, he exhaled a long, deep sigh. Though the heavy stone in his heart remained, it felt considerably lighter. He sensed a flicker of life rekindling within him. Leaning back in his chair, Shuo Mao closed his eyes and fell into a contemplative silence. He could distinctly feel a miraculous transformation occurring within his body. The fatigue that had long been entrenched deep within him was beginning to melt away, akin to snow under the scorching sun. While the mental strain lingered, the suffocating sensation akin to drowning had considerably eased. It had been an eternity since he had felt this light. This was simply astonishing. How could a single dish yield such extraordinary effects? Slowly, he opened his eyes, his gaze piercing and unwavering, aimed directly at Hao Yanji. Where did you learn to prepare this dish? His voice remained raspy, but bore a newfound strength compared to before. Hao Yanji had already prepared his response, answering calmly. It is a recipe passed down through my family. I recently discovered it while sorting through some heirlooms. It was my first attempt at cooking it, and I was pleasantly surprised by the taste. A family recipe? Shuo Mao's brows knitted slightly. When did the Chimu family possess such a healing recipe? He had never heard of it before. He was acutely aware that Hamura's parents were merely ordinary ninjas, incapable of possessing such near-mystical abilities. This boy harbored secrets. However, Sakumo chose not to pursue the matter further. Everyone has their own secrets, especially in this world of ninjas. He merely cast a deep glance at Hamura, burying his curiosity within. Delicious, he remarked with an undeniable sense of affirmation. Thank you. It was the first time in several days that Hamura heard those two words from him. I'm glad you liked it, Hamura smiled. I still have plenty of potatoes at my farm. I'll prepare some for you tomorrow. Sakumo nodded, not declining the offer. At this moment, he truly needed the sensation of being alive. Meanwhile, Kakashi stood by, utterly bewildered. Initially astonished by the glowing dish, he was further shocked by his father's ravenous appetite, and ultimately taken aback by the fact that his father had engaged in such extensive conversation with someone else. In recent days, his father had seemed like a living corpse, indifferent to everything. Yet now, he had regained his vitality, all thanks to a plate of shredded potatoes. Kakashi's mind struggled to comprehend this transformation. He gazed at the now empty plate, unable to resist licking his lips. What an enticing aroma. What could possibly evoke such a strong reaction from his father? He longed to taste it. Hamura noticed the yearning spark in Kakashi's eyes and silently chuckled. Still trying to play it cool, are we? In the presence of exquisite cuisine, all beings are equal. He deliberately addressed Kakashi. Kakashi, I'm afraid I didn't prepare enough potatoes today. There won't be any for you. Tomorrow, I'll plant more. I promise you'll have your fill. Kakashi's face stiffened, quickly turning away as he retorted stubbornly. Who wants any? I don't care. Oh, is that so? Hamura feigned surprise. I would have thought the aroma had you drooling. I'm not. Kakashi vehemently protested, but his flushed ears betrayed him. Observing his son's adorably conflicted demeanor, a faint smile flickered in Sakumo's otherwise vacant gaze. Although it was fleeting, Hamura managed to catch it. It worked. Cuisine not only heals the body, but also alleviates the tense atmosphere within this household. Hamura felt a surge of confidence. He rose to take his leave. Uncle Sakumo, Kakashi, I will be heading back now. I'll bring more ingredients tomorrow. Wait, Sakumo called out to him. He retrieved a small pouch from his robe and handed it over. This contains 1,000 ryo, meant to cover the cost of your ingredients. From now on, you will prepare our meals daily. Procure whatever you need. Sakumo's tone brooked no argument. Though he had fallen on hard times, the savings from his father, White Fang, remained. He understood well that the value of this dish transcended monetary measures. It was akin to a life-giving elixir. The 1000 Rio merely signified his intent. Hamura was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Sakumo's straightforwardness. He had initially contemplated how to seamlessly deliver meals to them in the future, but unexpectedly, the other party directly sent him a long-term meal ticket. How delightful. He was not pretentious and graciously accepted the purse of money. All right, Uncle Sakumo. I shall procure some fresh ingredients tomorrow to vary your palate. With the initial capital in hand, his culinary ambitions could officially commence. After bidding farewell to the Hatake father and son, Hate strolled joyfully back to the farm, the heavy purse nestled in his grasp. In his mind, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Sakumo Hatake's favorability towards you has increased by 5. Current favorability, 25. A trustworthy chef? Ding. Your relationship with the Hatake family has entered a stable meal provision phase. Bond strength slightly enhanced. System mission issued. Expansion of the ranch. Mission content. Cultivate 10 plots of land and successfully plant 2 different crops. Mission reward. Unlock livestock functionality. Chicken coop construction blueprint X1. A new task had arrived. A chicken coop? Does that imply the prospect of eggs in the future? Tomato and scrambled eggs, seaweed, and egg drop soup. Eggs. Hate could hardly contain his drool. He felt invigorated, yearning to rush back to the farm and cultivate the remaining land. Meanwhile, after his departure, the atmosphere at the Hatake residence underwent a subtle shift. Kakashi observed his father's relaxed brow, hesitated for a long while, and finally mustered the courage to softly inquire, "Father, are you feeling better?" Sakumo fell silent for a moment, extending his large hand to gently rest upon Kakashi's head. This was the first time in a month he had actively touched his son. He uttered a single syllable, yet Kakashi's eyes brightened instantly. He could feel the warmth radiating from his father's palm, reminiscent of days gone by. That omnipotent father seemed truly on the verge of returning. Unable to restrain himself, he buried his face in his father's embrace, speaking softly with a quaver in his voice. "Father, you are not a traitor. You are a hero." Sakumo's body stiffened slightly as he held the small, warm figure in his arms, gazing at the cool moonlight outside with a complex expression. A hero, perhaps, but at this moment, he longed to be an ordinary father who could share a warm meal with his son. The turning point for all of this stemmed from the young man named Hate and that incredible plate of shredded potatoes. Hate. Sakumo silently repeated the name in his mind. A glimmer of determination in his eyes. This young man must remain by his side. Early the next morning, before dawn had broken, Hate climbed out of bed. The benefits of his elevated farmer level were unmistakable. After just a few hours of sleep, he felt invigorated, and the soreness from yesterday's land cultivation had vanished without a trace. He first tended to his precious potato field, watering it diligently. Then, with the substantial sum given by Sakumo, he headed straight for the commercial street of Konoha. The early morning streets of Konoha were tranquil, with only a smattering of pedestrians and early-rising shopkeepers. Hate had a clear objective: the cookware shop and the general store. He spent a substantial sum to acquire a brand new set of kitchenware, which included a well-crafted iron wok, a sharp chef's knife, and an assortment of pots and utensils. Subsequently, he visited the grocery store to procure essential condiments such as oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, along with ginger, garlic, and green onions. After completing these purchases, his once bulging purse of 1,000 taels was reduced to less than half. The expenditure was indeed staggering. How Yenji weighed his considerably lighter purse, feeling a pang of regret. However, this was a necessary investment. To create more delectable and effective dishes, quality tools, and a comprehensive array of seasonings were indispensable. Upon returning to the farm, he meticulously arranged his newly acquired kitchenware, transforming the previously barren kitchen into a lively space filled with the warmth of culinary endeavors. He nodded in satisfaction before shouldering his hoe and embarking on another day of toil. His objective: to complete the system task and unlock the chicken coop. With this new goal, how Yenji was filled with vigor. He swung his hoe with fervor, beads of sweat pouring down his brow, yet his heart brimmed with hope. Each strike of the hoe brought him closer to the fragrant promise of fresh eggs. As the sun reached its zenith, he finally paused, breathless. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully cultivating the 3rd plot of land, earning 10 experience points. Overnight, the number of cultivated plots had tripled from 1 to 3. Though he was still a distance away from the task goal of 10 plots, this progress was already remarkable. After a brief respite, it was time to prepare a meal. Hao Yanji wiped his brow and entered the refreshed kitchen. For lunch, he planned to cook 2 dishes. First, the life-sustaining dish of sour and spicy shredded potatoes, specifically requested by Shuan Mao, and second, a beloved comfort food, tomato scrambled eggs, intended for the capricious little one. The potatoes were ready, but he still needed to purchase tomatoes and eggs. He made another trip to the commercial street, spending money on 2 vibrant, fresh tomatoes and several free-range eggs. Eggs in this world were quite expensive, yet for the sake of winning over the proud little one, Hao Yanji was willing to splurge. Back in the kitchen, he slipped seamlessly into the role of a culinary master. His movements while slicing the potatoes were fluid, and he cracked the eggs with remarkable skill, tossing them in the pan with a flair that exuded confidence. Soon, 2 aromatic home-cooked dishes emerged from the stove. The sour and spicy shredded potatoes retained their superior quality, emitting a faint white glow. The plate of tomato scrambled eggs was nothing short of extraordinary. Perfect quality tomato scrambled eggs, a dish brimming with the essence of home. Upon consumption, for 1 hour, chakra recovery speed is slightly enhanced, and a happiness buff is granted, increasing mood by 20. The golden scrambled eggs were fluffy and tender, while the bright red tomatoes offered a sweet and tangy juiciness, their colors intermingling enticingly, topped with a sprinkle of vibrant green scallions. Most crucially, the dish radiated a light even brighter than the potatoes. It exuded a warm orange glow. Perfect quality. Hao Yanji's eyes widened in astonishment. It appeared that the simpler the dish, the more it could evoke emotions and yield high-quality culinary creations. He carefully packed both dishes into containers, filled with anticipation as he made his way to the Hatake residence. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated, and Kakashi opened the door almost instantaneously. Upon catching sight of the food box in Hao Yanji's hands, his nose twitched incessantly, and his youthful visage radiated anticipation. What delectable dish had been prepared today? He blurted out, only to realize afterward that his eagerness might have been a tad excessive. Quickly, he composed himself and added, I was merely inquiring on behalf of my father. Hao Yanji, observing his somewhat transparent demeanor, nearly chuckled aloud. He entered the room, where Shuan Mao was already seated at the dining table, awaiting the meal. Today, Shuan Mao appeared to be in slightly better spirits than yesterday, although still reticent. There was a newfound vibrancy in his gaze, no longer the hollow void of silence. Uncle Shuan Mao, Kakashi, dinner is ready, Hao Yanji announced as he placed 2 dishes upon the table. The moment the food box was opened, 2 distinct aromas intertwined, swiftly enveloping the entire room, tangy and spicy, sweet and inviting. Shuan Mao's eyes immediately fell upon the plate of shredded potatoes, and without hesitation, he reached for his chopsticks. Meanwhile, Kakashi was captivated by the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shimmering with a warm orange hue. The vivid red and yellow colors, along with the tantalizing sweet and sour fragrance, challenged his young heart. His stomach grumbled audibly. Clearing his throat, Hao Yanji deliberately remarked, Kakashi, this plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was specially prepared for you. If you don't eat it, I might. Before he could finish his sentence, Kakashi, with remarkable speed, seized his chopsticks and scooped a generous piece of golden egg into his mouth. The swiftness of his actions left Hao Yanji in awe. Truly, he was destined to be the future copy ninja, exhibiting unparalleled quickness. As the egg entered his mouth, Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Heavens, what is this? How can it be so delicious? The eggs were fragrant and tender, imbued with a hint of sweetness, while the tomato's juices balanced the richness of the egg with their tangy sweetness. These flavors melded in his mouth, creating an indescribable sensation of bliss. A warm wave surged from his stomach, coursing through his body, making him feel enveloped in warmth, akin to being cradled in his mother's embrace. The fears, grievances, and anxieties that had accumulated in his heart over the past days seemed to dissolve in the warmth of this exquisite taste. It was simply divine. It was pure happiness. Kakashi's eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. Memories of his mother flooded back to him. She had often prepared scrambled eggs with tomatoes for him, yet none had ever tasted this heavenly. No longer concerned with maintaining a cool demeanor, he buried his head in his plate, eagerly devouring mouthfuls of rice and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. His eating habits surpassed even those of Shuan Mao from the previous day. Observing his son's voracious appetite, Shuo Mao paused in his own pursuit of the shredded potatoes, a complex tenderness shining in his eyes. He picked up a piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and tasted it. Indeed, it is truly delicious. Unlike the shredded potatoes he was accustomed to, this dish offered a softer, warmer flavor, imbued with the essence of home. He cast a glance at his son, who was devouring his meal with fervor, then turned to the grinning Huyanzi beside him. A certain hardened corner of his heart seemed to soften slightly. Ding! Hatake Kakashi has entered a state of delightful appreciation. Increasing your favorability by 20. Current favorability, 40, a culinary virtuoso who is simply irresistible. Ding! Hatake Sakumo, moved by the improved family atmosphere, feels a surge of affection. Increasing your favorability by 5. Current favorability, 30, a chef who brings warmth. As Huyanzi listened to the continuous chimes echoing in his mind, his grin widened almost to his ears. Success. Achieved. There is no pride that a plate of tomato scrambled eggs cannot dissolve. If there is, then 2 plates will suffice. Since being utterly conquered by a plate of tomato scrambled eggs, Kakashi's attitude towards Huyanzi had undergone a complete transformation. From his previous indifference and vigilance, he had now become inseparable. Each day, when Huyanzi brought meals, Kakashi would be the first to rush forward to greet him, eagerly watching the food box like a puppy awaiting its feeding. After finishing his meal, he no longer hurried to send Huyanzi away, but instead sought out topics to discuss. Inquiring about the farm. Brother Huyanzi, why are the potatoes you grow so delicious? What dish do you plan to prepare tomorrow? Will there be more tomato scrambled eggs? Aren't you afraid being alone on the farm? He called him Brother Huyanzi with such fondness. Seeing this child, who had shed all defenses and returned to his innocent nature, Huyanzi felt a wave of emotion. After all, Kakashi was merely a 6-year-old child. The upheaval in his father's life had forced him to mature prematurely, arming himself with indifference and rules. Yet now, the healing power of food and the gradually warming family atmosphere allowed his taut nerves to finally relax. That afternoon, after school, instead of heading directly home, Kakashi unexpectedly made his way to Huyanzi's farm. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was utterly astonished. The once barren land had been transformed into 5 or 6 neatly cultivated plots, brimming with vibrant green crops, full of life. Beside the fields, Huyanzi was bare-chested, vigorously wielding a hoe, cultivating new land with each swing. Sweat trickled down his well-defined muscles, glistening like gold in the glow of the setting sun. This sight was imbued with power and vitality. Kakashi had never imagined that an ordinary farmer could possess such exhilarating moments. Brother Huyanzi, he couldn't help but call out. Huyanzi paused, turned around, and upon seeing Kakashi, wiped the sweat from his brow with a smile. What brings you here? I finished school and thought I'd stop by. Kakashi stammered, his cheeks slightly flushed. He approached the edge of the field, curiously observing the unfamiliar crops. What is this? He asked, pointing to a patch where tender sprouts had just begun to emerge. Oh, that's a turnip, also known as a large-headed vegetable, Huyanzi explained. In a few days, it will be ready to eat, and I'll make you turnip and pork soup. And what about this? Kakashi pointed to another section. This is a tomato. The very essence of the tomato and egg dish you enjoy. Kakashi's eyes instantly sparkled with interest. He leaned closer, carefully observing the delicate tomato seedlings, as if he could already sense the enticing aroma of the dish wafting from them. At that moment, a tall figure appeared at the entrance of the farm, Kakashi's father, Sakumo. Unbeknownst to him, he had followed along, quietly standing there, gazing at the flourishing farm before him with a complex expression. In recent days, thanks to the special meals provided by Gouenshi, his physical and mental state had swiftly improved. Though external criticisms still persisted, he had learned to confront them with calmness. No longer did he confine himself within the walls of his room. Instead, he ventured out to converse with Kakashi, even imparting a few basic techniques of taijutsu. His visit here was fueled by curiosity to witness the extraordinary culinary talent of the young boy and to understand the environment in which he lived. Moreover, it was prompted by Kakashi's constant mentions of his elder brother, Gouenshi, and his farm. The scene before him filled him with profound astonishment. He could distinctly perceive a pure and abundant natural energy flowing through this land. This energy nourished the soil and the crops, infusing them with vitality. It was no wonder that the dishes crafted here held such miraculous effects. The origin was right here. Father, Kakashi exclaimed in delight upon noticing him. Sakumo approached, nodding to Gouenshi as a form of greeting. He squatted before a patch of freshly turned earth, scooping up a handful of soil. The earth was loose and moist, exuding a refreshing scent of greenery, imbued with the comforting essence of natural energy. What excellent soil, he marveled sincerely. Uncle Sakumo, what brings you here? Gouenshi inquired, somewhat surprised. Just taking a look around, Sakumo replied, rising to his feet. His eyes scanned Gouenshi's calloused and blistered hands, a testament to hard work, before shifting to the expanse of untamed land nearby. After a moment of silence, he suddenly remarked, "You're moving too slowly on your own." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and strode toward the barren land. Before Gouenshi could react, Sakumo effortlessly picked up a large boulder nearly as tall as himself and, as if discarding refuse, tossed it several meters away with ease. The thunderous crash of the rock hitting the ground left both Gouenshi and Kakashi in stunned silence. Is this the strength of the leaf's White Fang? The greatest obstacle to cultivating this land lay in the colossal boulders buried beneath the surface, which Gouenshi had to laboriously chip away at with a hoe. Yet, in Sakumo's hands, it appeared as child's play. Without pausing, he continued, resembling an indefatigable human excavator, employing both hands to lift, move, and toss. In mere minutes, he had cleared a vast area of all the boulders and roots, leaving it immaculate. The efficiency displayed was remarkably superior, surpassing even the efforts of Gouenshi working tirelessly throughout the day. Once all tasks were completed, Sakujo dusted off his hands, glanced back at the astonished Gouenshi, and remarked nonchalantly, "The rest is up to you." With that, he turned to depart. "Father, you are truly amazing," Kakashi exclaimed, filled with admiration as he followed closely behind. Gouenshi, gazing at the suddenly cleared area, turned his attention to Sakujo's retreating figure, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves of astonishment. He was aware of Sakujo's strength, yet he had not anticipated such prowess. This was no mere ninja. This was akin to a towering giant of unparalleled might. Ding. Hatake Sakujo has developed a sense of appreciation for your agricultural endeavors and has taken the initiative to assist. Hatake Sakujo's affinity level, 10. Current affinity, 40. A worthy investment in both a junior and a cook. Thanks to Hatake Sakujo's assistance, the efficiency of farm cultivation has significantly increased. The system has detected the addition of labor, activating assistance mode. You may invite characters with a sufficient affinity level to assist you in farm work. Gouenshi was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. This was indeed serendipity at its finest. With Sakujo, the ultimate excavator, the completion of his tasks and the unlocking of the chicken coop were seemingly within reach. He could already envision chickens roaming freely across the hills and an endless supply of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. "Lord Kiba, I shall entrust my land to you henceforth," Gouenshi silently declared as he watched Sakujo's silhouette fade away. With the inclusion of the humanoid giant Sakujo, Gouenshi's farming aspirations felt as if they were propelled by an unseen force. Each afternoon, Sakujo would arrive punctually at the farm with Kakashi in tow. He undertook the most formidable task of clearing the stubborn boulders and roots with sheer force. Meanwhile, Gouenshi followed closely behind, employing a hoe for meticulous soil turning. As for Kakashi, this 6-year-old tyke diligently wielded a small bucket, tasked with watering the newly cultivated land. The trio, one adult, one child, and a youth, worked in harmony, their roles clearly defined, crafting a picturesque and harmonious pastoral scene beneath the setting sun. In just 3 short days, Gouenshi had far exceeded the system's expectations. A total of 15 plots of standard arable land had been cultivated, arranged neatly in a manner that suggested considerable scale. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of expanding the ranch. Task reward: unlocking livestock functionality, chicken coop construction blueprint X1, ordinary chick X2. Livestock functionality has been activated. The host may view details on the system panel. With exhilaration, Gouenshi opened the system panel, and indeed, the icon for ranch had illuminated. Upon clicking, a miniature farm map materialized before him. Adjacent to the cultivated land was an empty plot designated for construction. Without hesitation, he selected the chicken coop construction blueprint. Please select a construction location. Gouenshi tapped on the map. In the next moment, a radiant white light enveloped the empty plot in the real world. As the light dissipated, a brand new, exquisite wooden chicken coop emerged, rising majestically from the ground. Wow! Kakashi's mouth fell agape in astonishment as he rubbed his eyes, convinced he must have misjudged the scene before him. Just moments ago, this place was an expanse of emptiness, and now, In the blink of an eye, a house had materialized. What sort of ninjutsu was this? Was it earth release or wood release? Shuo Mao's pupils narrowed slightly, astonished by this spontaneous creation. Such a technique was beyond his comprehension. Even the legendary first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, required a growth process for his wood release secrets. Yet, this manifestation by Hyanji was utterly without precedent, appearing as if conjured from thin air. The secrets harbored by this youth surpassed Shuo Mao's imagination, and his gaze towards Hyanji deepened with intrigue. Hyanji, however, was oblivious to the astonishment of the two. His attention was entirely captivated by the two fluffy little creatures at the entrance of the chicken coop. They were newborn chicks, adorned in soft yellow down, their curious black eyes exploring this unfamiliar world as they chirped inquisitively. Ordinary chicks require 7 days to mature into hens and thereafter produce 1 egg daily. Please ensure timely feeding, the system chimed in. Chicks, live chicks. Hyanji rushed forward, carefully cradling the 2 chicks in his hands. The soft, warm sensation nearly melted the heart of someone who had never raised a pet in 2 lifetimes. They were utterly adorable. Kakashi approached, extending his small hand to curiously poke at the chick's wing. The chick stumbled, flapping its wings and emitting a plaintive chirp. Kakashi, don't bully them, Hyanji said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He placed the chicks into the spacious, well-lit coop, where the system had thoughtfully prepared a feeding trough and a water trough. He fetched some crushed grains from inside and filled the trough. The 2 chicks immediately flocked over, lowering their heads to peck joyfully at their meal. Witnessing this scene filled Hyanji's heart with a sense of accomplishment. His farm finally housed living creatures. This signified a monumental transition in his pastoral life, evolving from mere cultivation to an era of integrated farming. What are their names, Hyanji and I? Kakashi inquired curiously, leaning over the coop's railing. Names. Hyanji paused, having never considered this question. Observing the 2 chicks, one a deeper shade of yellow and the other a lighter hue, an idea struck him, and he exclaimed, "Let us call them red braised and white cut." Red braised? White cut? Kakashi tilted his head in confusion, puzzled by such peculiar names. Nearby, Shuo Mao's lips twitched subtly. He felt he might never comprehend the workings of this young man's mind. Ding! You have successfully named the ordinary chicks red braised and white cut, earning a favorability score of 5. Hyanji nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Even the favorability of chickens could be increased. This system was truly remarkable. With the chicken coop established, Hyanji planted several newly cultivated plots with turnips and tomatoes. He eagerly anticipated the delightful life that awaited him, with 2 fresh eggs to collect each day in just 7 days' time. At that moment, the prospect of endless tomato and egg stir-fry filled the air. While Hyanji immersed himself in delightful dreams of the future, Shuo suddenly spoke up. Hyanji, what is it, Uncle Shuo? Shuo looked at him with an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. In these past few days, while you've been preoccupied with farming and cooking, have you neglected your own training? Training? Hyanji was taken aback, then he let out a bitter laugh. He had no training to speak of. The original owner was just a talentless individual with a chakra-sensing ability akin to zero, someone who had never even attended a ninja academy. I lack talent and cannot practice ninjutsu, he admitted candidly. Shuo shook his head. The path of a ninja is not solely defined by ninjutsu. Your body, through this period of labor and nourishment, has become significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person. He paused before continuing. Your hands are steady. Whether wielding a hoe or a kitchen knife, they possess considerable strength. However, mere strength is insufficient. Suddenly, Shuo gaze sharpened, akin to a blade unsheathed. In this world, without power, you cannot even protect your humble farm. Starting tomorrow, in addition to your work, I will teach you how to wield a knife. Teach me how to wield a knife? Hyanji's heart skipped a beat. The legendary Konoha White Fang would personally instruct him in the art of swordsmanship? What an extraordinary opportunity. He had been troubled by his lack of self-defense despite his formidable logistical skills, and now Shuo had proposed this. His voice trembled with excitement. Really? Really? Uncle Shuo, I never jest, Shuo replied in a calm tone, but his eyes bore an undeniable authority. He had his own considerations in this. The secrets Hyanji held were far too numerous and significant. This power, capable of healing hearts, if exposed, would undoubtedly attract countless covetous gazes, especially from those lurking in the shadows of the village. Shuo knew that given his current circumstances, He could not be by Huyanji's side at all times. It was better to give someone the means to sustain themselves than merely to provide for them. Empowering him with the strength for self-defense was the most fundamental solution. Huyanji gazed into Shuaomo's earnest eyes and nodded firmly. I will learn. The following morning, as dawn broke, Huyanji arrived early at a vacant area of the farm. As per Shuaomo's request, Shuaomo was already there, not dressed in the dark attire that represented the glory of Konoha White Fang, but in a practical black outfit that allowed for ease of movement. His white hair was secured with a headband, and he appeared more resolute and less disheveled. In his hands, he held 2 wooden swords. He then tossed one of the swords to Huyanji. Huyanji fumbled to catch it. The wooden sword felt heavy in his grasp, much more so than he had anticipated. You should have learned how to grip a sword before, right? Shuaomo inquired. Huyanji nodded. In the memories of the original owner, there were indeed some foundational techniques of the Kikumoto family regarding sword grip. He mimicked the stance he recalled, holding the sword with both hands, striking what he believed to be a standard pose. Shuomo merely cast a glance and shook his head in disapproval. Incorrect. He approached Honji, extending his hand to adjust his posture. The wrist should be relaxed, yet firm. Sink your center of gravity, steady your feet. Keep your gaze fixed ahead, for your adversary lies eternally before you. Shuomo's voice, though soft, struck Honji's heart with the force of a hammer, each word resonating deeply. His broad and powerful palm rested lightly upon Honji's arm and shoulder, and Honji felt as though an invisible force had anchored his entire being, aligning every joint and muscle to the optimum position for exertion. Remember the sensation. Shuomo withdrew his hand and took 2 steps back. Now, swing your sword. The simplest downward strike, 100 times. Yes. Honji inhaled deeply, gripping the wooden sword tightly, channeling all his strength into a downward slash. Whoosh. The wooden sword sliced through the air, yet it was feeble and lacked power. Too slow, too scattered, Shuomo criticized without mercy. Your strength is not concentrated on the blade. Again. Yes. Honji gritted his teeth and swung the sword once more. Once, twice, 10 times. Soon, his arm began to ache, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet Shuomo stood beside him like the most exacting instructor, relentlessly pointing out his mistakes. Your waist is not engaging. The trajectory of your strike is askew. Your gaze. Where are you looking? Honji felt on the verge of collapse. He believed that, after his training, his physical condition was commendable, yet before a true master, he felt like an undeniable novice. Nevertheless, he did not surrender. He recognized this as a rare opportunity. Clenching his jaw, he focused all his attention on the wooden sword, repetitively executing the monotonous motion. Sweat blurred his vision, which he wiped away with the back of his hand. His arm ached to the point of immobility, so he supported himself with the other hand. Gradually, he forgot his fatigue, lost track of time. The entire world seemed to consist solely of him and the sword in his grasp. He began to slowly grasp the sensation Shuomo had described. The power, how it surged from the soles of his feet, transmitted through the twist of his torso, into his arms, culminating in an explosion at the tip of the blade. Uncertain of how long it had been, when he executed the 99th strike, whoosh. This cut was unlike all the previous ones. He felt the entirety of his strength harmoniously coalesce, released unreservedly along the trajectory of the wooden sword. The blade cleaved through the air, producing a sharp whistle. Although the force remained modest, the feeling was right. Ding. Under the personal guidance of Kitamura Shuomo, you have grasped the essence of the downward strike. Kitamura sword technique proficiency, 10. Kitamura Shuomo's favorability towards you, 5. Current favorability, 45. A promising talent with perseverance. Honji halted, breathless, a look of surprise illuminating his face. Even Shuomo's countenance bore a rare hint of approval. Not bad. You are beginning to show promise. He nodded, indicating that they would conclude for today and continue tomorrow. After speaking, he turned to leave. Wait, Uncle Shuomo. Ho Yanji called out to him. Breakfast. I made your favorite spicy and sour shredded potatoes, along with a new dish. Upon hearing the words new dish, Shuomo halted in his tracks. He turned back to see Ho Yanji emerging from the house with a large food box. Today's breakfast was exceptionally sumptuous. In addition to the standard spicy and sour shredded potatoes, there was a plate of golden scallion oil noodles and a steaming pot of winter melon and pork rib soup. Excellent quality scallion oil noodles. Consuming them enhances stamina recovery speed slightly within 1 hour. Perfect quality winter melon and pork rib soup. Consuming it enhances bone strength marginally and grants a nourishment buff, slightly accelerating injury recovery within 2 hours. These 2 dishes were the result of Ho Yenji's meticulous efforts the previous night, especially the pot of winter melon and pork rib soup, which he had prepared with great expense, procuring the freshest bone-in ribs from the butcher. The warm and nourishing aroma instantly dispelled the morning chill. Shuo Mao's throat involuntarily swallowed. He quietly took a seat at the table and picked up his chopsticks. Beside him, Kakashi was already wholly captivated by the plate of scallion oil noodles. Burying his head in the dish, his mouth smeared with oil, cheeks puffed up like a little hamster, Ho Yenji served Shuo Mao a bowl of rib soup. The broth was milky white, the ribs tender and falling off the bone, while the winter melon was crystal clear and melted in the mouth. Shuo Mao took a sip. A warm, rich flow surged into his stomach, spreading to every corner of his being. He could distinctly feel the stamina he had expended while guiding Ho Yenji swiftly replenishing. More remarkably, the warmth seemed to gently soothe some lingering injuries from years of battle, bringing waves of comforting tingles. What a delightful soup! Shuo Mao's eye sparkled. The effect of this soup surpassed that of the plate of shredded potatoes. He finished the entire bowl of soup in one go and devoured a large plate of scallion oil noodles, feeling invigorated. He gazed at Ho Yenji, his expression growing more intricate. This young man consistently brought him surprises, be it the endless array of extraordinary dishes or his remarkable resilience. It seemed he had truly found new hope in this desolate farm. At that moment, a series of urgent system notification sounds suddenly resonated in Ho Yenji's mind. Beep, beep, beep. Detected that the bond power between the host and Shuo Mao has reached a critical point. The host has gained Shuo Mao's high recognition through personal effort. Unlock conditions have been met. Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the skill Kikuchi Swordsmanship Beginner. An icon for the skill illuminated on Ho Yenji's system panel. Simultaneously, a torrent of information surged into his mind. With the blade in hand, he drew it forth and executed swift, slicing, stabbing, and thrusting motions. The essence of the Konoha family's swordsmanship, honed over centuries, manifested at that moment as an instinctual prowess, profoundly etched into his very soul. Although he could not yet fully wield this mastery, understanding had dawned upon him. He comprehended how to deliver the fastest, most ferocious, and lethal strike. Honji trembled with excitement, exclaiming to himself, "It is done." The coveted Konoha swordsmanship had finally become his own, though merely at the introductory level. For him, it represented a monumental leap in skill. From this day forth, he would no longer be just a feeble farmer. He was now a farmer who could wield a blade. As Honji reveled in his newfound abilities, he remained oblivious to the cold, predatory gaze that had settled upon his modest farm. In the depths of the Konoha root base, within a shadowy, damp basement illuminated only by a few flickering oil lamps, the menacing shadows of grotesque masks danced upon the walls. Shimura Danzo sat at the head of the table, his right eye bandaged, revealing a stern and unyielding face. Before him knelt a root ninja, adorned with a raccoon mask. "You mean to say that Hatake Sakumo's condition has shown improvement?" Danzo's voice rasped low, akin to a serpent lurking in the dark. "Indeed," replied the root ninja. "Our surveillance reports indicate that Hatake Sakumo has not confined himself to his room for 5 consecutive days. He ventures out daily to an abandoned farm in the northeastern corner of the village, where he has begun instructing a young boy in swordsmanship." "Oh," Danzo raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest igniting in his murky left eye. "And who is this boy?" "He is named Honji, a distant relative of the Hatake clan. Orphaned at a young age, he has lived in obscurity until recently relocating to that farm. A nameless youth, capable of rekindling hope in the heart of the despondent Konoha White Fang." The corners of Danzo's withered mouth twisted into a smirk, reminiscent of a dragon king. Intriguing. He harbored no illusions that familial bonds could sway the heart. A transformation of such magnitude in a man standing atop the ninja world must surely be rooted in something deeper. "Continue," he commanded. "Yes," the root ninja continued. "Our operatives have observed that this boy, Honji, delivers meals to the Hatake father and son daily. Each time, the food emanates a peculiar energy fluctuation." "Energy fluctuation?" Danzo leaned forward slightly. "Yes, Lord Danzo. The energy is faint yet remarkably pure, seemingly capable of nourishing the body and restoring vitality. We suspect that the improvement in Hatake Sakumo's condition is directly related to these meals." Danzo tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, producing a rhythmic sound. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Was it a form of specialized medical ninjutsu, perhaps akin to the Akimichi clan's secret remedies? Or could it be an entirely new bloodline limit? Regardless of which it might be, each held immense value. Just imagine the implications. If such techniques could be mass-produced and utilized in warfare, his root ninja could execute missions tirelessly without rest. The soldiers of Konoha will possess a sustained combat capability far surpassing that of other ninja villages. By that time, the coveted position of Hokage will be within his grasp. Will it not? In Danzo's eyes, a greedy and fervent light ignited. Is there anything unusual about that farm? He inquired. Indeed, replied the root ninja. Our operatives observed that 3 days ago, a wooden house inexplicably appeared on the farm, its construction shrouded in mystery. Moreover, the crops are growing at an extraordinary rate, far exceeding normal parameters. An inexplicable creation? Accelerated growth? Danzo's breath quickened. He was certain that the boy named Hatake Guy, or rather the farm that supported him, harbored an enormous secret. This secret he must obtain. Send someone. Danzo's voice turned resolute. Bring me that boy, along with all his recipes and everything from the farm. Understood. The root ninja acknowledged the command and was about to depart. Wait, Danzo called him back. Do not alert Hatake Sakumo. Though he may be downcast, he is still Konoha's White Fang. Even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. Look for an opportunity to act when he is absent. Understood. The root ninja vanished into the shadows. The basement fell silent once more. Leaning back in his chair, Danzo licked his cracked lips with his tongue, his eyes glimmering with determination. Hatake Guy? Merely a powerless orphan. Even if he possesses some fortuitous events, what of it? In this world, treasures without the strength to protect them will ultimately become the possessions of the powerful. And he, Shimura Danzo, is that powerful entity. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the serene farm. Brother, is this how to nail it? Kakashi asked, wielding a small hammer as he struggled to secure a wooden plank onto a somewhat damaged wall. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, his cheeks flushed, and silver hair speckled with wood shavings. No, Kakashi, look, the nail should be hammered in vertically. If you do it at an angle, the plank will easily crack. Guy approached and took his small hand, guiding him through the process. The warm sunlight enveloped them, casting a cozy golden hue over the remote farm. Sakumo sat not far away under the eaves, quietly polishing his White Fang short blade, his gaze occasionally drifting toward them, revealing a softness he himself was unaware of. This tranquil and warm lifestyle entranced Guy. In his previous life, he was an ordinary corporate worker, toiling tirelessly each day, returning home utterly exhausted, devoid of the pastoral life of rising with the sun and resting at dusk. Were it not for the knowledge that this world was fraught with peril, he would relish the thought of being a farmer for eternity. Brother, it's fixed, Kakashi exclaimed with excitement, pointing to the plank he had just secured, his face beaming with a desire for praise. Well done, Guy said, smiling as he tousled Kakashi's hair. Now, we need to feed the roasted and boiled chickens. They must be starving. Okay. Kakashi immediately dropped the hammer and dashed toward the chicken coop, since discovering that these chickens could lay delectable eggs. Kakashi's fondness for the two fowls has steadily escalated. Honji, trailing behind, observed Kakashi skillfully scattering grains as the two chicks affectionately pecked around him, filling his heart with tranquility. At that moment, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Host's life has stabilized, the farm is on track, and the bonds are strong. System task issued, prelude to a new chapter. Task details. Within 14 days, harvest 100 eggs of ordinary quality or above. Task reward. Unlock mysterious braising sauce recipe X1. A surge of joy enveloped Honji. The system had finally issued a new task. Moreover, the reward was a recipe. What he needed most at present was precisely a recipe. Relying solely on his own research proved to be exceedingly inefficient. The previous night spent concocting scallion oil noodles and winter melon pork rib soup had consumed an entire evening. The mysterious braising sauce recipe? It sounded promising. However, 14 days to gather 100 eggs? Honji immediately began calculating in his mind. He currently possessed 2 adult hens, yielding 2 eggs daily. Over the course of 14 days, that would amount to a mere 28 eggs. Far from sufficient. Wait, the system had mentioned that eggs could be incubated. Honji's eyes lit up as he recalled the incubator included with the chicken coop. Eggs can be placed in the incubator. After 3 days, new chicks will hatch. His mind raced with possibilities. On day 1, The hens Hong Xiao and Bai Chia began laying eggs, resulting in 2 eggs, which he promptly placed in the incubator. By day 3, 2 new chicks would hatch. This multiplication would yield exponential growth. Forget 100 eggs. Even 1,000 would seem attainable. But there was still a dilemma. Hongji quickly realized the limitation. Chicks require 7 days to mature into adult hens. The timeline was too tight. In 14 days, to complete the harvesting, incubation, growth, and harvesting cycle, it would be impossible to amass 100 eggs. Unless Hongji's gaze fell upon another line in the system description. Increasing affection with animals can influence output efficiency and quality. When affection reaches trust, they will produce double the quantity of products. Double. This was the crux. If Hong Xiao and Bai Chia reached maximum affection, they could lay 4 eggs daily. In 14 days, that would yield 56 eggs. Hongji scratched his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Wait, what if I maximize the affection of all the chickens? He recalculated. With 4 eggs daily, hatching immediately, and the hens laying eggs from the day they matured, by day 10, 48 eggs. Day 11, 68 eggs. Day 12, 88 eggs. By day 14, the task would be far exceeded. Feasible. A fierce determination ignited within Hongji. Although the idea of boosting affection for dozens of chickens seemed somewhat absurd, it was worth it for the mysterious braising sauce recipe. He couldn't possibly name every chicken after playful monikers like Cola Chicken or Beggar's Chicken. It would be too cumbersome. Except for the uniquely significant Hong Xiao and Bai Chia. Brother, what are you thinking? You look rather peculiar while smiling. Kakashi's voice jolted him back from his reverie. It's nothing, Hongji replied with a smile. I was just thinking that we'll soon be able to enjoy eggs every day. Really? Kakashi's eyes sparkled with excitement, as he had been longing for Hongji's tomato scrambled eggs. Absolutely. Just then, Hongji caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow at the end of the distant path out of the corner of his eye. He furrowed his brow. Was it an illusion? Lately, he had felt a presence lingering nearby. At first, he dismissed it. After all, although the farm was secluded, it wasn't a forbidden place. It was not unusual for lost villagers or wandering ninjas in search of herbs to pass by. However, today marked the 3rd occurrence, and each time it was from the same spot, vanishing in an instant. This was indeed peculiar. Kakashi, have you noticed that there seem to be quite a few people around our farm lately? Hongji inquired nonchalantly. Kakashi, being a prodigy from the ninja academy, possessed a heightened sense of perception that surpassed Hongji's own. Upon hearing the question, Kakashi's brows knitted together, and he cautiously scanned the surroundings before lowering his voice. Yes, I sense it too. There are 2 faint presences lingering in the distance, not approaching. It was indeed no mere illusion. A wave of unease washed over Hongji. 2 presences? Remaining at a distance? This could only imply surveillance. Who could it be? In an instant, a name flashed through his mind. Shimura Danzo. Who else would take such an interest in a humble farm? Surely, it was his culinary creations and the sudden appearance of the chicken coop that had piqued his curiosity. Damn, he just wouldn't let it go. A strong sense of crisis surged within Hongji. Although he had recently acquired basic skills in the Konoha swordsmanship, facing a professional assassin from the root organization would likely spell disaster for him. His only support was Shoma, but Shoma couldn't possibly remain on the farm 24/7. He needed to devise a plan to swiftly enhance his strength and find a new ally. He glanced at the system task bar displaying the mysterious braised sauce recipe, then looked at the innocent-faced Kakashi beside him, determination gradually settling in his gaze. This task was one he had to complete, beautifully at that. He cast his eyes down at the grains at his feet, and then towards the newly cultivated land in the distance. What could he achieve with just eggs? Hongji muttered to himself, a flurry of dish names racing through his mind. Tea eggs? Scrambled eggs? Egg custard? Those ideas were too narrow. His gaze ultimately landed on the word braise. Braised eggs. A dish that could serve as both a snack and a meal, with the added benefit of being long-lasting. If he could create a robust version of braised eggs, their value would far surpass that of mere stir-fried dishes served at the dining table. With this thought, clarity dawned upon him. Wait a moment. There's a clan in Konoha that has an insatiable appetite for food. Hongji grinned widely. The Akimichi clan. If only he could align the culinary arts with the elusive line of the pig-deer butterfly, his situation in Konoha would undoubtedly become far more secure. This game, it could thrive. Kakashi Hatake found himself in a state of vexation, convinced that his younger brother had completely lost his mind. With the aroma of braised delicacies wafting through the air, He mused that perhaps today, with the wind's restless whispers, they ought to indulge in some millet to calm their nerves, hoping to procure a double-yolked egg for his brother. The chicken coop was alive with the presence of Gouenshi, who sat on the ground, murmuring incantations. He extended 2 fingers with an air of expertise, beginning his ministrations from the comb, gliding down the neck, to the roots of the wings, and finally applying gentle pressure to the chicken's feet. The precision, the rhythm, the intensity of his focus led Kakashi, eavesdropping at the door, to seriously question whether Gouenshi had once served as a massage therapist for the elite in a past life. The time he devoted to pampering the chickens far exceeded the hours spent training Kakashi with shurikens. Under such remarkably obsessive care, the fondness between the 2 chickens soared like a rocket. The reward came the following morning when the coop revealed 4 smooth, warm eggs. Ding! Harvested 4 high-quality eggs. A double yield. The plan was a success. Gouenshi was nearly elated enough to lift the roof off the chicken coop. Consequently, Kakashi's distress deepened. As he gazed upon the ever-growing pile of eggs in the incubator, Gouenshi wore a paternal smile of satisfaction. Finally, on the last day of the system's task deadline, a crisp notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the prologue to a new chapter. Task rewards being distributed. Legacy braising sauce, small barrel, X1. Perfect braised egg recipe, X1. Here it comes. Gouenshi's eyes sparkled as he delved into the moment. In his inventory lay a quaint, palm-sized wooden barrel and a scroll radiating a soft golden glow. Legacy braising sauce, small barrel, the soul's water infused with the essence of thyme and spices. Note, the longer it stews, the more fragrant it becomes, passed down through generations. Perfect braised egg recipe, from 0 to 1. This will teach you to create braised eggs that bring tears of joy. Learning. No sooner had the thought settled than a torrent of intricate, yet lucid information flooded his mind. The hierarchy of spices, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and grass fruit, along with the delicate control of heat and timing for soaking, all imprinted in his consciousness, as if he had practiced this art 1,000 times. Becoming a master of the craft. What a treasure! Gouenshi could hardly contain his excitement as he retrieved the barrel of legacy sauce. Was this not akin to the legendary broth found in martial arts novels, aged for 100 years? The moment he uncorked the wooden barrel, an overwhelmingly bold aroma erupted, instantly filling the entire kitchen. It was not the scent of any single spice, but rather a complex bouquet formed from the simmering, settling, and intertwining of dozens of spices throughout time, creating a rich, profound fragrance that penetrated the very soul. In the courtyard, Kakashi, engrossed in practicing his shuriken technique, was abruptly interrupted as his nose twitched twice. His intense focus shattered, the shuriken thudded against a tree trunk, far removed from the target. Curiosity etched on his face. He glanced towards the kitchen. Even the figure by the attic window, who meticulously polished a short blade day after day, paused momentarily. Let us get started. Hiroenji inhaled deeply and immediately set to work. Boiling water, cooking eggs, peeling shells. His movements were fluid and seamless, devoid of any hesitation. As each glistening egg was gently placed into the pot, the amber-hued marinade was poured in slowly. The bubbling sound seemed to resonate with enchantment. The aroma grew increasingly assertive, seeping through the cracks of the doors and windows, transforming into invisible hands that tantalized everyone's taste buds. Unable to resist any longer, Kakashi abandoned his weapons and approached the kitchen door on tiptoe, like a curious kitten drawn in by the scent of dried fish. What are you making, big brother? It smells wonderful. I'm preparing a delicious dish, Hiroenji replied without turning, his gaze fixed intently on the transformation occurring in the pot. The eggs shifted in color from pure white to golden yellow, then deepened to a rich, soy-red hue, as if undergoing a splendid metamorphosis. Once the last trace of marinade seeped into the egg yolk, he turned off the heat. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully creating a perfect quality secret marinated egg. It's done. Hiroenji exclaimed, lifting one egg, its surface gleaming with an oily sheen, the soy-red exterior radiating a halo of flavor. The intoxicating aroma of the marinade intertwined with the egg's intrinsic richness, a sensory delight beyond compare. Perfect quality secret marinated egg, ultimate satisfaction. Within 2 hours, stamina recovery speed increases by 20, and a fullness buff is acquired, greatly enhancing happiness. Kakashi, come here and taste my new culinary skill. Hiroenji beckoned to the little figure at the door, who was nearly transformed into a stone of longing. Kakashi swallowed hard and stepped inside, but upon seeing the dark-colored egg, his face instantly reflected resistance and disdain. Big brother, why is it black? Is it spoiled? In his 6 years of life, he had learned that food of such color was, for all intents and purposes, inedible. Nonsense. This is called marinated, a highly sophisticated cooking technique. Don't speak if you don't understand, Hiroenji admonished seriously. I'm giving you a chance to taste it. If you refuse, there will be no more tomato scrambled eggs for you in the future. The threat of tomato scrambled eggs felt like forbidden magic. Kakashi's face paled. After a moment of struggle, he resignedly accepted the marinated egg. He closed his eyes, cautiously opened his mouth, and took a delicate bite. In the next instant, his eyes widened to the size of saucers. An indescribable savory explosion erupted in his mouth. The egg white was elastic and firm, saturated with rich marinade. With each chew, deeper layers of flavor were released. Meanwhile, the yolk nestled within had been marinated to a sandy, tender consistency, melting in his mouth, where the rich egg flavor harmonized perfectly with the assertive marinade, sending waves of delight through him. Even more wondrous was the sensation that enveloped Kakashi as he consumed the marinated egg. A wave of warm and pure energy surged through him, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing in contentment. An unprecedented feeling of bliss and satiety arose from the deepest recesses of his heart. Kakashi became utterly frozen, gazing blankly at the half-eaten marinated egg in his hand, then shifting his gaze to the smug expression of Hoji, who seemed to revel in his anticipated reaction. For a considerable time, he could only stammer out a phrase that nearly caused Hoji to faint. Brother, did you hatch this? In his view, such an ethereal-tasting egg could not possibly be produced by the clucking hens outside. The only plausible explanation was that it had emerged from the enigmatic brother known as Hoji. Hoji, visibly irritated, smacked Kakashi on the head. It's from a chicken. What on earth are you thinking? He picked up another marinated egg, tossing it lightly in his hand, a glint of calculation flickering in his eyes. But this is not for us to eat. It's bait for catching something bigger. Kakashi, cradling the marinated egg, wore a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend the situation. Without further explanation, Hoji carefully placed an entire pot of marinated eggs into a large food basket and covered it. The following day, at the break of dawn, Hoji rose early to prepare a winter melon and pork rib soup for the two of them, leaving a note reminding Kakashi to eat well. He then shouldered the heavy food basket and set off alone towards the village of Konohagakure. Shortly after his figure vanished from sight, two shadowy figures lurking near the farm silently followed him like phantoms. Meanwhile, in the damp and dark root base, a root ninja knelt on one knee. Reporting to the shadow seated upon the throne, Danzo-sama, the target has left the farm and is heading alone towards the village center. Excellent. Danzo's raspy voice echoed in the basement. Send word down. When he returns, strike on the road he must take. Remember, I want him alive and unharmed. His hands and mind will belong to Root from this day forth. Yes. The shadow flashed and melted back into the darkness. Danzo leaned back in his stone chair, licking his dry lips with his tongue, a glimmer of ominous light flickering in his solitary eye. He had grown impatient with this farm that could conjure miracles out of thin air. In the bustling commercial street of Konohagakure, life thrived. Shops lined the streets, teeming with people as the sounds of vendors calling out and haggling filled the air. Hoji navigated through the crowded throngs, finally finding an empty spot beside a shop named Grill Q. This was a popular barbecue establishment frequented by the Akimichi clan, renowned for its high foot traffic and prime location. He retrieved a small folding wooden table from the food basket, along with a sign that read Secret Recipe Marinated Egg. 100 ryo each, one per person, and arranged the fragrant marinated eggs before him. Unlike other vendors who shouted loudly to attract customers, he sat quietly, like a hunter patiently waiting for his prey to bite. Initially, few paid attention to this unassuming stall. 100 ryo for an egg? Are they mad? The eggs available in the market weigh only a few taels each, yet their price exceeds that of a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Each bowl of Ichiraku ramen is priced at 6,090 taels, as per the menu featured in Naruto, Shippuden. When Irika indulges in ramen, most passers-by merely glanced at the price on the wooden sign, curling their lips in disdain before walking away. Some even murmuring about how outrageous the prices had become. However, Hao Yanji remained utterly indifferent, He silently lifted the cloth covering the marinated eggs. A rich and fragrant aroma wafted from the basket, instantly captivating the senses. What an enticing scent. Could it be emanating from that egg stall? Surely not. Can an egg possess such an alluring fragrance? Curiosity piqued. The previously indifferent onlookers were drawn in like moths to a flame, unconsciously gathering around. They craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the marinated eggs on the wooden table, which at first glance appeared somewhat dark, yet glistened with a tempting, reddish sheen, causing their throats to instinctively swallow. How much are these eggs? Finally, someone could no longer contain their curiosity. The sign states it clearly. Hao Yanji replied succinctly. 100 taels. Why don't you just rob a bank? Exclaimed the individual in disbelief. Hao Yanji, unbothered by the remark, merely responded coolly, you get what you pay for. Buy if you wish. His aloof demeanor only deepened the intrigue of the crowd. Just as the onlookers wavered in indecision, 3 uniquely dressed youths approached, chatting and laughing amongst themselves. Riku, you rascal. You always claim it's troublesome, yet you win every time, complained a round-faced boy with red hair adorned with a swirling red mark on his cheeks. It's your own impulsiveness, Dingzhua, yawned a boy with a pineapple hairstyle. His gaze languid. Playing chess is akin to commanding in battle. One cannot rely solely on brute force. Indeed, Dingzhua, you ought to learn from Riku's cleverness. Chimed in a handsome boy with golden hair, his tone lighthearted. They were none other than the future trio of Inoshikacho, Akimichi Dingzhua, Nara Riku, and Yamanaka Hai. Hao Yanji's eyes sparkled. The main characters had arrived. At that moment, Dingzhua halted abruptly. His usually cheerful face transformed into an expression of utmost seriousness, his nose sniffing the air like a hound. What is that scent? Riku and Hai exchanged glances, puzzled by Dingzhua's sudden change. What's wrong, Dingzhua? Have you caught a whiff of roasted meat? We haven't even reached the restaurant yet, Riku asked lazily. No, it's not roasted meat. Dingzhua's eyes widened in astonishment, fixating intently on the small stall surrounded by the crowd not far off. It's a fragrance I have never encountered before. Before he could finish his sentence, he charged through the crowd like a human tank, pushing his way forward. Make way. Clear a path. The crowd stirred as he squeezed through, but upon recognizing his distinctive stature and the emblem of the Akimichi clan, they wisely kept their mouths shut. Dingzhua reached the front and immediately spotted the marinated eggs that had captured his every thought. Gulp. He swallowed hard, his eyes wide with desire. Boss, how much for these eggs? His voice trembled with excitement. Hao Yanji lifted his eyelids and pointed to the wooden sign beside him. Dingzhua glanced at the price without a hint of hesitation, pulling a substantial amount of money from his pocket and slamming it on the table. I'll take 10. Each person is limited to 1, Hao Yanji replied calmly. What? Dingzhua was taken aback. Why? I have plenty of money. It's the rule. Dingzhua's face flushed with anger. It was the first time he had encountered a situation where wealth could not secure him a meal. Dingzhua calmed down. Lujio urged, placing a hand on his shoulder. He glanced at Hao Yanji and then at the pot of marinated eggs, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. The boy selling the eggs appeared ordinary, yet he remained unfazed before Dingzhua, setting such peculiar rules. A bit interesting indeed. Boss, we'll take 3, Lujio said, retrieving his pouch and handing over 300 taels. Hao Yanji accepted the money, wrapping 3 marinated eggs in oil paper and handing them over. Dingzhua snatched his egg, ignoring the heat, and stuffed it into his mouth. He even hesitated to chew, merely pressing it gently against the roof of his mouth with his tongue. The next moment, he froze entirely. The firm, bouncy egg white, the creamy, rich yolk, and the complex, robust flavors of the marinade overwhelmed his senses like a tsunami. A surge of energy comparable to the secret elixirs of the autumn path surged from his stomach, coursing through his limbs, causing every cell in his body to tremble with bliss and exultation. Oh my goodness! Dingzhua's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Feeling as if he had glimpsed the Six Paths sage, Lu Jiao and Hai Yi, nearby, were taken aback by his reaction. Is it really that exaggerated? Hai Yi skeptically bit into his own marinated egg. He too froze in astonishment. Lu Jiao observed his 2 companions, who seemed as if they had been immobilized, and shook his head in resignation, leisurely taking his own egg and eating it. His response was not as dramatic as Dingzhua's or Hai Yi's. Yet within his perpetually languid eyes, a tempest was brewing. Delicious. This was beyond mere deliciousness. More importantly, the pure energy contained within the egg, though scant, Its quality was exceptional, gently nourishing the body and swiftly replenishing stamina. If utilized on the battlefield, Lugio's mind raced through countless possibilities. This is incredibly delicious. Dingzwa finally returned to reality from the exquisite flavor, seizing Yenji's shoulder, exclaiming excitedly, "How many more of these eggs do you have? I want them all." "No, just taking the eggs isn't enough. You must come home with me. My father must taste this flavor." Caught in a grip as strong as a bear's paw, Yenji felt like a radish trapped in an iron claw. A pained expression of mild difficulty emerged on his face, but internally, he was elated. He had taken the bait. No, this was not merely taking the bait. It was as if the fish had jumped into the pot, bringing along the ginger and garlic. "Could you please loosen your grip?" Yenji spoke gently, making a token effort to free himself, but his arm remained steadfast. "No, you must come with me today." The strength of Akimichi Dingza had noticeably increased, as drool nearly escaped the corners of his mouth. His gaze was one of sheer anxiety, as if he feared that the braised eggs in the pot would suddenly vanish in a puff of smoke. At that moment, a languid hand rested upon Dingza's shoulder. "Dingza, please restrain your insatiable appetite for delicious food. It is rather impolite." Nara Shikahisa stepped forward, his eyes, seemingly perpetually drowsy, sparkled with an astute glimmer. He offered a sheepish smile to Honji. "My friend here is solely preoccupied with food. He bears no ill intent. However, we genuinely wish to invite you to our home, as my father has a keen interest in the type of energy-infused delicacies you possess. By the way, I have yet to inquire your name." Shikahisa casually posed the question. Honji's silver hair glimmered in the sunlight, and he met the probing gaze with calm assurance, responding slowly, "Kikuchi, Honji." The air fell silent for a brief moment. "Kikuchi?" Dingza and Yamano Kaichi exclaimed almost in unison, their expressions vividly animated. Shikahisa's smile remained unchanged, yet his eyes deepened with gravity. "The Kikuchi of Konoha White Fang." "Kikuchi Sakumo?" Honji nodded, offering no further explanation, instead directly asking, "Is that surname troublesome?" "Troublesome," Shikahisa answered without hesitation, then elongated his tone, feigning disdain. "It is exceedingly bothersome. Yet compared to the prospect of my friend's strength increasing, such trivialities are bearable." He cast a knowing glance at Honji, his eyes revealing an understanding of profound insight. "Rumors and gossip are matters of the weak. We, the pig-deer butterfly, only concern ourselves with value." In just a few words, he conveyed more weight than lengthy discourse. Honji regarded this seemingly languid youth with newfound respect. Indeed, Shikahisa speaks the truth. Yamano Kaichi cheerfully thumped his chest, introducing himself. "I am Yamano Kaichi. And this is Akimichi Dingza. Should you require anything in the village, do not hesitate to seek us out." "Oh dear, enough chatter. Let us hurry, lest the aroma dissipates," Dingza exclaimed, his impatience palpable, as the temptation of the braised egg gnawed at him. Honji packed away his stall and, amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the surrounding crowd, was half-dragged, half-escorted into the Akimichi clan's residence by Dingza. The Akimichi estate was expansive, yet not extravagant, suffused with the rich scents of food mingled with herbs, and the yard was scattered with drying meats and sun-dried herbs. In the living room, Honji was introduced to the current head of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Dingji, a man of considerable stature, yet whose gaze was as steady as a mountain. Shikahisa approached and whispered a few words into the head's ear. The previously calm gaze of the clan leader sharpened instantly. "Father, please, do taste this." Dingza presented the last treasured braised egg he had been carefully protecting. The clan leader accepted the deep-hued egg, but did not immediately take a bite. First, he brought it to his nose for a delicate sniff, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. Then, he gently rubbed the shell with his fingers, appreciating its smooth texture. Finally, he took a small bite. Just one bite. The formidable figure of the head of the Chiodao family trembled violently, his eyes widening in disbelief. His chewing came to an abrupt halt, an expression of incredulity etched upon his face. Dingzwa and Hai stood frozen, having never witnessed their patriarch so utterly taken aback. Swiftly, the head of the Chiodao family stuffed the remaining half of the marinated egg into his mouth, closing his eyes as he savored what seemed to be an extraordinary treasure. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled a heated breath, the air imbued with the rich aroma of the food. What a remarkable delicacy. He opened his eyes, his gaze fervently fixed on Haoyan Temple, the previous composure entirely dissipated, replaced by sheer astonishment and yearning. Young man, you call this a marinated egg? This is no mere sustenance. It is evidently a concentrated elixir of natural energy. Its potency surpasses that of our Chiu Dao clan's finest secret medicine, the Qi by an astounding tenfold. Moreover, I can sense that it imposes no burden upon the body, no adverse effects whatsoever. Truly, as the leader of a clan, he had articulated the essence of the matter. Haoyin Temple, internally impressed, maintained a facade of modesty. You flatter me, esteemed elder. It is merely a skill passed down through generations. Skill? The head of the Chiu Dao family shook his head, his tone imbued with an undeniable finality. Such a remarkable creation can hardly be described as mere skill. Young man, name your price. We, the Chiu Dao clan, desire this marinated egg in its entirety. He paused, his tone growing ever more solemn. Should you be willing to part with the formula, our clan is prepared to pay any price. Haoyin Temple understood well. A product of the system is guaranteed to be of the highest quality. This formula constituted his foundation and could never be sold. After a moment of contemplation, he replied slowly, Elder, the formula is a legacy from my master, and it cannot be sold. However, due to the laborious nature of its production, I can supply a maximum of 50 pieces daily. To maximize benefits, one must employ the tactic of feigned concession. 50 pieces? The head of the Chiu Dao family furrowed his brow, then gradually relaxed. He comprehended that such a miraculous item could not be mass-produced like cabbages. 50 pieces already exceeded his expectations. Very well. He slapped his thigh decisively, stating, the price shall be 150 taels each. It is settled. From now on, you need only deliver the marinated eggs to our clan daily. The price was even higher than Haoyin Temple had anticipated. Beep. Long-term trade agreement established with the Chiu Dao clan. Chiu Dao clan favorability increased by 20. Current favorability, 30. Trustworthy business partner. Due to interactions with the heirs of the Zhu, Liu, and Dai families, a new bond relationship has been unlocked. Zhu, Liu, Dai, initial acquaintance. The system notification echoed in his mind, and a deeper smile crept onto Haoyin Temple's lips. With the matters settled, he rose to take his leave. Dingzhou warmly escorted him to the entrance, repeatedly imploring, Brother, tomorrow. You must come tomorrow. With the initial cooperation established, Haoyin Temple felt elated as he carried his basket of food, humming an off-key tune as he made his way toward the farm. His collaboration with the Chiu Dao family might just provide a precious safety net for his fragile farm. He entered the familiar grove outside the village. The sound of his footsteps resonated in the woods, strikingly clear. Too clear, indeed. In times past, at this hour, the forest would be alive with the rustling of leaves, the songs of birds, and the chirping of insects. Yet now, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings, as lifeless as death itself. The footsteps of Hongji came to a gradual halt. The night was as dark as ink. Two shadowy figures, akin to phantoms, silently descended upon him from both flanks, severing all avenues of escape. There were no words, no warnings, only the emotionless eyes hidden behind masks and the palpable aura of impending doom. Root. A jolt of fear surged through Hongji, his scalp prickling as the blood in his veins seemed to congeal. Instinctively, he yearned to resist, but the movements of the Chunin were swifter, delivering a precise strike to the nape of his neck. Agonizing pain engulfed him, and darkness clouded his vision as he collapsed to the ground like a broken doll. Take him away, rasped one of the root Chunin. Just as a hand reached for Hongji's collar, a youthful voice cleaved through the night air. Let him go. A shuriken sliced through the air, propelled by a fierce gust, aimed directly at the wrist of the root ninja. Without turning, the ninja deftly flicked his wrist, sending a kunai to intercept the shuriken, producing a sharp clang. He slowly pivoted, directing his gaze toward the source of the voice. Emerging from the shadows of the trees was a silver-haired boy, Kakashi Hatake. Beside him stood a spirited youth with a watermelon-shaped head and prominent eyebrows, poised in a fighting stance, fervently shouting, My companion, Kakashi, is also my ally Might Dai. Evil fiends, feel the iron fist of youth. Kakashi's expression was grave. He had no time to attend to the exuberance of his companion. His focus remained fixed on the two root Chunin. Their standard masks suggested affiliation with the Umbu. Yet the chilling aura they exuded bore no resemblance to any Umbu he had encountered before. Guy, they are Chunin, and elite ones at that, Kakashi murmured. And what of it? This is the very essence of youth that must be ignited. Might Dai bellowed, charging forward. In an instant, combat erupted. Guy's martial arts were bold and vigorous, brimming with strength and fervor, yet against the seasoned root ninjas, it resembled the antics of a mere child. They effortlessly evaded and blocked his attacks with concise movements, countering with sharp angles and precision strikes. With a resounding thud, Guy was sent hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground like a ragdoll, rolling several times. Konoha whirlwind. Kakashi's figure vanished only to reappear behind one of the root ninjas, executing a vicious kick aimed at the vital points of his head. However, the ninja seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, twisting his body at an impossible angle to evade, while simultaneously driving an elbow into Kakashi's abdomen. Kakashi's pupils dilated. He barely managed to execute a substitution jutsu, landing on a nearby tree trunk, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. His chakra was rapidly depleting, yet he had not even grazed the enemy's clothing. Is this the might of elite Chunin? It was an utter obliteration. Meanwhile, the fallen Honji slowly opened his eyes. The excruciating pain at the nape of his neck nearly rendered him unconscious, yet his enhanced physique, bolstered by the system and the potato, allowed him to endure against all odds. What he witnessed was the scene of Kakashi and Guy being mercilessly beaten. Two mere 6-year-olds, covered in injuries, yet still gritting their teeth, refusing to yield. An uncontrollable rage surged from the depths of his heart, a fury that seemed to pierce the heavens. Those were the children he had painstakingly nurtured. The Chunin who had sent Guy flying appeared to have lost his patience, swiftly forming hand seals. Water style, water severing wave. An opportunity. The mind of Huinji went blank. Propelled by instinct, he erupted from the ground. He possessed no chakra, no ninjutsu, and held no weapon. Yet what he retained was an almost monstrous strength and stamina amassed from daily potato consumption. The root Chunin sensed movement behind him, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. His hand seal formation unwavering. What could a worthless being without chakra possibly do? Yet, he heard a furious roar behind him, experienced the ancestral secret technique of the Hatake clan. Ultimate technique, 1,000 years of pain. The Chunin, deeply engrossed in forming seals, momentarily faltered. What was this? He felt a terrifying gust of wind surging from beneath, where his defense was weakest. Huinji's leg muscles tensed, channeling all his strength into a single point, his hands coming together, fingers forming an odd and shameful tiger seal. Then, with all his might, he thrust towards the blooming flower of that vulnerable place. A muffled thud echoed, indescribable in its resonance. Time seemed to freeze. The root Chunin's body suddenly stiffened, his hands losing their formed seals, his eyes bulging beneath the mask, bloodshot and wide with shock. An indescribable, soul-piercing agony surged from his tailbone to the cerebral cortex. Ah! A shriek, so piercing it seemed to alter the very air, echoed through the night sky. Might Dai stood frozen in disbelief. Kakashi's shock lasted but a fleeting second. The genius of battle instinctively seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one that Huinji had bought with his dignity and moral integrity. With a shout, he channeled all his chakra into his short blade, a flash of white light illuminating the air as he transformed into a silver streak, darting past the neck of the wailing Chunin. A spurt of warm blood splattered across Huinji's face. However, another Chunin's attack swiftly followed. Without a moment's hesitation, a powerful fist struck Kakashi's chest. Thud! Kakashi flew backward like a kite severed from its string, his chest visibly caving in, blood gushing forth as he lost consciousness midair. Kakashi! Huinji's eyes widened in fury. The remaining root ninja glanced coldly at his fallen comrade, then at the unconscious Kakashi and the gravely injured Guy, finally locking his gaze onto Huinji. His target still lived. He approached step by step, each footfall feeling as though it crushed Huinji's heart. It was over. Huinji felt utterly drained, unable to even stand. Despair engulfed him like a relentless tide. Just as the root ninja's hand was about to make contact with Huinji, a flash of white light descended without warning. That speed transcended the limits of visual perception. Huinji could only perceive a blinding white expanse, unable to discern anything clearly. When his vision returned, he beheld the body of the root ninja frozen in place, a thin line of blood appearing upon his neck. The ninja incredulously turned his head, seemingly attempting to glimpse the figure behind him, yet his head fell away first, his body subsequently cleaving in two, crashing to the ground. Silence reclaimed the forest. Huinji struggled to lift his head and caught sight of a silhouette both familiar and foreign. Silver hair, a Hokage half-sleeve stained with moonlight and blood, and a short blade, White Fang, that quivered the very air simply by being held. Kakashi Hatake slowly turned around. His gaze was devoid of any confusion or despondency. Instead, it burned with an intense fury. He glanced at Kakashi, sprawled in a pool of blood, and then at the battered Houyenji. I have arrived too late. His voice was hoarse, yet it contained the latent energy of a volcano ready to erupt. He cautiously lifted Kakashi, supporting Might Dai with one hand, and spoke to Houyenji in a low tone. We must return. I will personally seek an explanation from the third Hokage. Houyenji felt as though his mind were a muddled mass. The agonizing pain in his neck and the sticky blood on his face blurred the line between reality and nightmare. The man, who had previously been engulfed in self-doubt and despair, now resembled a blade unsheathed, sharp enough to be unapproachable. This was Konoha's White Fang. A multitude of feelings surged within Houyenji: fear, anger, but above all, an unprecedented sense of security. So this is what it feels like to be protected. Upon returning to the farmhouse, the light dispelled the darkness of the woods. Shikamaru gently placed the two children upon the bed, his movements starkly contrasting the terrifying speed he had displayed moments before. Kakashi's sternum was crushed, at least 3 ribs broken, with signs of internal injury. Shikamaru's voice remained steady, as though recounting events detached from himself, yet Houyenji could sense the impending eruption beneath that calm. Guy's injuries are primarily external and from impact. He is not in life-threatening danger. He turned to Houyenji. Are you all right? Houyenji shook his head, touching the swollen lump at the back of his neck, wincing at the pain. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. Shikamaru's gaze fell upon his blood-streaked face, and after a moment of silence, he produced a small scroll from his pocket and handed it over. This contains the emergency procedures for medical ninjutsu. Take a look. I will return shortly. With that, he turned and departed without hesitation. Where are you going? Houyenji instinctively inquired. Shikamaru halted his steps, not looking back, leaving only a brief reply, to seek an explanation. The wooden door creaked shut, leaving Houyenji alone with the 2 unconscious children. He unfurled the scroll, which contained concise language and illustrations detailing various emergency treatments for both external and internal injuries. Though he could not comprehend the intricate diagrams depicting the flow of chakra, he grasped certain physical methodologies. Fortunately, this was the world of Naruto, where the resilience of a ninja's life was remarkably strong. Had it been in his past life, such injuries would have meant teetering on the brink of death. He cast a glance at Kakashi, whose chest was sunken as he lay on the bed, a pang of anguish gripping his heart. Justice? Who was Shimo to seek justice from? The third Hokage? Yet, it was Danzo's root who had instigated the violence. Would the third Hokage truly impose severe punishment on Danzo for their sake? Houyenji felt uncertain. He understood that politics often involved a muddled compromise. Shimo was currently consumed by rage, but once he regained his composure and faced the Hokage's pressure, would he still stand firm? No. He could not place all his hopes in others. Houyenji's gaze grew resolute. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hurried into the kitchen. On the stove, a pot still contained a warm portion of winter melon and pork rib soup, prepared by him out of concern for their late return. Perfect quality winter melon and pork rib soup. Within 2 hours, bone density slightly increases, granting a nourishing buff that accelerates recovery. A warmth flooded his heart. The two had intentionally left some for him. It appeared they had just warmed it up and, noticing his prolonged absence, had ventured out to find him. This was it. He carefully ladled some warm broth, gently prying open Kakashi and Guy's lips with a spoon, feeding them the nourishing liquid. The warmth cascaded down their throats and spread throughout their bodies. Kakashi's previously pained expression gradually eased, and his breathing stabilized, indicating the soup was indeed effective. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed in Houyenji's mind. Ding. Host detected to have experienced a life-and-death crisis, generating a profound protective will. Bonded character Hatake Kakashi has fallen into a state of near death due to his efforts to protect the host. The bond has been severely impacted. Hatake Kakashi's affection for you is 15. Current affection, 55. A family he wishes to protect. Family. The hand holding the spoon trembled slightly. These 2 words weighed more than any reward, yet also filled him with warmth. Before he could fully process this emotion, another notification appeared. Ding. Bonded character Hatake Shomo awakened his will due to the host and Kakashi encountering danger, breaking free from his inner demons. The bond has been elevated. Hatake Sakumo's affection for you is 20. Current affection, 65. A family he must protect. Ding. Through shared combat with bonded character Might Dai, a new bond has been unlocked. Might Dai, recognized companion. Current affection, 30. The cascade of notifications left Huyanji momentarily dazed, yet mostly filled with a sense of relief after surviving a calamity. Once he finished feeding them the soup, he set the bowl aside and gazed at the two children, their breathing gradually stabilizing, and a heavy weight finally lifted from his heart. Huyanji slumped into a chair, exhaustion washing over him like a tide. He looked out into the pitch-black night, his thoughts a chaotic whirl. The events of today had sounded a clarion call for him. The so-called protection offered by the Akimichi clan is nothing more than an unfulfilled promise, akin to an uncashed check. Distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. In the face of absolute violence, all commercial alliances and interpersonal connections crumble like fragile glass. Ultimately, it comes down to one's own inadequacy. An ordinary individual devoid of chakra in a world where lives are as expendable as grass feels akin to an ant, easily crushed beneath a foot. One must grow stronger. One must possess true power for self-protection. He clenched his fist, the image of Shikamaru's lightning-fast strike echoing in his mind. That is true strength. In Konoha village, within the Hokage's office, the room was ablaze with light. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, sifted through mountains of paperwork. As the second great ninja war drew to a close, the village was in dire need of revival, and the Hokage found himself overwhelmed with duties. Suddenly, the heavy wooden door of the office was flung open with tremendous force. The two Ombu guards stationed at the entrance were momentarily paralyzed by an overwhelming aura of menace. A figure, cloaked in bloodlust, strode into the office. Hiruzen's gaze darted upward, his pupils contracting in shock. The intruder was none other than Hatake Sakumo, dressed in his Hokage short-sleeved shirt and standard vest. He resembled a fearsome blade drawn from its sheath, his palpable killing intent causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Sakumo? Hiruzen began, but was swiftly interrupted. Sakumo approached the Hokage's desk and slammed two items down with force. They were two distinctive white masks from the Root organization, one intact and the other shattered in half. Hokage-sama. Sakumo's voice was hoarse. I demand an explanation. Hiruzen's gaze shifted from the masks to Sakumo, noting the still fresh bloodstains on his attire, evidence of another's lifeblood. He fell silent. As Hokage, he recognized the insignia immediately. They attacked my son, Kakashi, Sakumo spoke slowly. And another child from the Hatake clan, Gouenshi. He possesses no chakra. Merely an ordinary villager tending to the fields. Kakashi's sternum was fractured. Had I not arrived in time, he would be a corpse by now. Hokage-sama. Within the confines of Konoha, my 6-year-old son was ruthlessly targeted by our own Ombu. Please, enlighten me as to why this occurred. Hiruzen removed his pipe, the lines on his face deepening with concern. He was acutely aware of Sakumo's recent struggles. The public outcry following the White Fang incident had nearly crushed this hero. He had anticipated that Sakumo would retreat into silence, yet here he stood, confronting him with such fervor. This was not the self-doubting Hatake Sakumo. This was the fearsome White Fang of Konoha, instilling dread in the hearts of enemies. A dragon has its reverse scales, and to touch them is to invite death. Kakashi is Sakumo's only reverse scale. Sakumo, please remain calm, Hiruzen urged. I am perfectly calm, Sakumo interjected. I am merely stating the facts. Two Chunin from Root have laid their hands on my defenseless juniors. If I do not act today, will it be my turn tomorrow? This statement has transcended mere inquiry and has become a blatant interrogation. The chill in the voice seems capable of freezing the very air. The atmosphere in the office has reached an unbearable tension. Sarutobi Hiruzen understands that if he cannot provide Shikamaru with a satisfactory explanation today, the consequences will be dire. A hero whose spirit is extinguished is lamentable, but a hero driven to fury is terrifying. Konoha cannot afford the cost of an elite shinobi turning against them, especially at such a critical juncture. He slowly rises and approaches the window, gazing out at the brightly illuminated village of Konoha. After a considerable pause, he turns around, his eyes regaining the authority and determination befitting the Hokage. I shall personally address this matter, he declares to the guards outside, issuing a command. Relay my orders for Shimura Danzo to meet me at once. In the dimly lit, damp corridors of the Root base, Shimura Danzo leans on his cane, listening to his subordinate's report. The mission has failed. The two Chunin dispatched have perished, and the target, Hatake Kakashi, remains unharmed. Incompetence, he utters, his tone devoid of discernible emotion, yet the air around him feels as though it has solidified. Who was responsible? Based on the traces left at the scene, it appears to be Hatake Shikamaru. Oh, Danzo's eyes narrow slightly, his initial surprise transitioning into a profound disdain and mockery. That toothless dog dares to bite back. The weight of public scrutiny, the disdain of the villagers, the betrayal of comrades, such pressures could crush any hero. He had presumed Shikamaru to be finished, hiding away on a farm awaiting his demise. This attack was intended to be a perfect probe, a test of the farm's defenses and a measure of this once great hero's final limits. It seems that the boy, Kakashi, holds significant importance to him. Danzo murmurs to himself, his eyes glinting with cunning calculation. This is advantageous. Having a weakness makes it easier to manipulate. As he contemplates how to tighten the noose, a root ninja suddenly appears before him, kneeling on one knee. Lord Danzo, the Hokage urgently summons you. Danzo furrows his brow. What could Hiruzen want at such a late hour? A sense of alarm rises within him, but his expression remains as perpetually somber as ever. Understood. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Danzo's heart sinks. On the desk lie two blood-stained white masks from Root, one intact, the other shattered, silent accusations in their presence. Sarutobi Hiruzen sits behind the desk, the flickering light of his pipe obscured by swirling smoke, concealing his expression. Hatake Shikamaru stands like a statue beside him, clad in the Hokage's half-sleeve garment that incites his envy, an unmistakable aura of murderous intent firmly directed at him. Danzo, Hiruzen's voice is flat. Explain yourself. Danzo's gaze sweeps over Shikamaru, and understanding dawns within him. He had not anticipated Shikamaru's reaction to be so swift and direct. Hiruzen, are you interrogating me? Danzo opts for a facade of toughness to mask his unease, attempting to seize the initiative. I merely wish to understand why your subordinates would resort to violence against Konoha civilians and a 6-year-old child near the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen struck his pipe heavily against the ashtray, his tone abruptly turning cold. Humph, the commoners of Konoha? Danzo sneered, his cane thudding against the ground with a dull sound. That brat from the Hatake clan, named Honji, possesses extraordinary abilities and can create things out of thin air. The food he produces rivals that of secret elixirs. I suspect he is a spy sent from another village, and it is my duty to bring him back to the Root for interrogation. He spoke with righteous indignation, elevating his actions to the defense of Konoha's safety. Interrogation? Shikako finally spoke, each word laced with an icy chill. Does interrogation necessitate lethal force? Kakashi was merely trying to intervene and ended up with a shattered rib. If that is your duty, he paused, articulating each word deliberately, then if I were to kill you now, would it not also be considered a means to eliminate a rogue abusing his power for the sake of Konoha? You. Danzo was left speechless. A wave of murderous intent radiating from Shikaku that caused his heart to race. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table, the imposing aura of a Hokage erupting, instantly quelling the tense atmosphere within the office. Danzo, you have overstepped your bounds. Without my permission, you cannot mobilize Root against the villagers of Konoha. You have severely injured Kakashi. You must provide Shikaku with an explanation. Hiruzen's stance was unequivocal. He intended to protect Shikaku. An explanation? Danzo laughed in rage. As a venerable elder of Konoha, do I owe anyone an explanation for eradicating threats to the village? Everything I do is for Konoha. He slammed his cane onto the ground once more. Bang! The sound seemed to signal an explosion. A blinding flash erupted unexpectedly in the office under the lighting. Too fast. Hiruzen's pupils constricted. Uffed. Blood splattered as an arm, along with half a sleeve, soared high, tracing a crimson arc through the air. Thud. The arm fell to the ground with a dull thud. The metallic scent of blood pervaded the air, reminiscent of rust, invading their nostrils. Shimura Danzo let out a scream, stumbling backward, incredulously gazing at his empty right shoulder, as searing pain and horror washed over his perpetually grim face. Shikaku's silhouette appeared behind him, a short blade glistening with a droplet of blood slowly sliding down its edge. The blade pointed menacingly at Danzo's back. Shikaku, you've lost your mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed, rising to his feet, a black long staff known as the kanabo appearing in his grasp. Lost my mind. Shikaku didn't turn around, his voice carrying a sense of liberation and madness. I should have gone mad long ago. From the moment I abandoned my mission to save my comrades, only to be betrayed by them. From the moment the villagers looked at me as if I were refuse, while you, the Hokage, chose to turn a blind eye. Today, I will show you my madness. He pressed the short blade toward Danzo's heart. Enough. The kanabo instantly elongated, crashing down toward Shikaku with immense force. Clang. The tremendous impact sent him staggering back several steps, his palms numbing from the shock. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood protectively in front of Danzo, his face pale as he regarded Shikaku with a steely glare. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Within the confines of the Hokage's office, an assault on the elders of Konoha. Do you intend to betray the village? Danzo glared venomously at Shomo from behind, gritting his teeth as he implored Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, he has lost his mind. Eliminate him. Otherwise, you shall regret it. Hiruzen did not turn back. He coldly retorted, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Those words silenced Danzo's outcry, leaving him speechless. The audacity of calling oneself Hokage. Danzo clenched his jaw, aware that Hiruzen would not permit his demise, yet he would not allow Shomo to escape unscathed. He picked up a severed limb from the ground, casting a scornful glance at Shomo before turning to depart, his back radiating resentment. Within the office, only the two adversaries remained. Hiruzen regarded Shomo, a tumult of pity, caution, and anger swirling in his gaze, ultimately crystallizing into indifference. Kiki Shomo, your actions tonight have grossly transgressed boundaries. He pronounced his judgment in an irrefutable tone. From this day forth, your candidacy for Hokage is revoked, and all your positions within the Umbu are terminated. Return home and fulfill your duties as a father. Upon hearing those 5 words, Shomo was utterly taken aback. His assault on the elders had led to such a punishment. The realization dawned upon him, why he faced scorn from so many, why even those he had rescued turned against him, and why the third Hokage had perpetually condoned such matters. It was not due to a failure in his mission, but rather because his reputation as the White Fang of Konoha loomed too large, posing a threat to the Hokage's position. How absurd. How laughable indeed. He bore the weight of infamy and endured suffering for the sake of this village, only to find himself a mere pawn in another game. Shomo gazed down at his blood-stained Hokage half-sleeve, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of bitter irony. He extended 2 fingers, gripped his collar, and tore it forcefully. The sound of fabric ripping echoed through the air. What once symbolized honor and promise was now a mere rag, carelessly discarded upon the ground. As you wish, he proclaimed, turning his back without casting another glance at Hiruzen, taking deliberate steps toward the exit. At the threshold, he paused, refraining from looking back, and whispered, from this day forth, Konoha shall know no more of the White Fang. I am but a farmer. As dawn broke, the farmhouse remained shrouded in gloom. Honji opened his bloodshot eyes. Having endured a sleepless night, he wrung out a warm towel, gently wiping the faces of the 2 children in bed, the air tinged with the faint scent of blood and herbs. Thankfully, the bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup had yielded extraordinary results. The children's breaths were now steady and strong. In the corner, Shomo's figure appeared desolate. He had shed his iconic vest, donning only a plain black undershirt. Resembling a blade forcibly sheathed, its edge dulled. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Within the chicken coop, the plump chickens began to crow, urging their dedicated masseuse and caretaker to commence their duties. Honji inhaled deeply, preparing to rise, when suddenly, Kakashi on the bed emitted a faint groan. Brother, Hyanji quickly leaned down. Are you awake? How do you feel? Kakashi struggled to open his eyes, his lips parched. Water, please. Hyanji hurriedly poured a cup of warm water and carefully fed it to him. After drinking, Kakashi's gaze became somewhat clearer. He glanced at the still sleeping Might Dai beside him, and then turned to Hyanji, his eyes filled with fear and guilt. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. Foolish boy, what are you saying? Hyanji gently ruffled his silver-white spiky hair, his voice soothing. I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you and Guy, I would have truly been captured yesterday. At that moment, Shua Mo quietly approached, examining Kakashi's wounds. A flicker of barely perceptible shock crossed his single eye as he noted the remarkable healing of Kakashi's chest, which had nearly returned to normal. The speed of recovery was astonishing. He glanced at the pot beside them, still steaming with winter melon and pork rib soup, deep in thought. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the farm. Shua Mo's expression instantly sharpened, and he swiftly positioned himself at the door, coldly inquiring, "Who goes there?" A cheerful yet somewhat anxious voice responded from outside. Hyanji, are you home? We're here to see you. It was Akadu Dingswa. Huyanji's heart sank. These gluttons were visiting so early in the morning? He stepped out of the small house and indeed saw Dingswa, Lujin, and Hai standing by the farm's fence. Dingswa wore his characteristic goofy smile, but his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Is the marinated egg ready? I waited all night. I even dreamed of its flavor. I simply couldn't resist. Lujin yawned lazily, yet his gaze swept across Huyanji and the small house behind him, finally landing on Huyanji's somewhat haggard face. You look like something's happened. A glimmer of astuteness flashed in his sleepy eyes. Come inside, let's talk. Huyanji stepped aside to allow them entry. As the three entered the room and saw the two children lying on the bed, their expressions instantly shifted. What happened? Hai asked, frowning, keenly detecting the lingering scent of blood and medicine in the air. Dingswa's usually cheerful face darkened. Who did this? Last night, on the way back. We encountered 2 root ninjas, Huyanji succinctly explained. Root. Dingswa, Lujin, and Hai exclaimed in unison, their faces grave. Lujin's expression darkened considerably. That old man Danzo has his fingers in too many pies. Huyanji, you can rest assured. We, the Inoshikicho, will not turn a blind eye to this. Dingswa declared, angrily slamming his fist into his palm. Lujin rubbed his temples and then looked at the 2 still unconscious children. How are their injuries? Do we need to find a medical ninja? My father has good relations with several medical ninjas. I can ask them to come. Dingswa immediately offered. Thank you for your kindness. Huyanji felt warmth in his heart. It was the first time he had sensed goodwill from those outside his family since arriving in this world. However, their injuries have stabilized for the time being, so there is no immediate need. That cannot be. We must have a professional examine them. Dingswa insisted. Wait here. I shall return with help. Before he finished speaking, he charged out like a human cannonball. Sighing, Hai shook his head helplessly. Let him go. It's better than just watching. Lugio, appearing indifferent, approached Shuangmao and offered a slight bow. Senior Shuangmao. Shuangmao, who was making his way to the adjacent room, slowly lifted his head, glanced at him, and nodded in acknowledgement. Lugio's gaze fell upon Shuangmao's vest, torn and discarded to the side, his eyes flickering but saying nothing. Wise individuals need not speak excessively. Observing the somewhat stagnant atmosphere, Haoyan Temple decided to take action to alleviate it. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Perfect timing. I'll prepare something to express my gratitude. In order to entertain these future family leaders and show appreciation for their kindness, Haoyan Temple resolved to showcase his culinary prowess. He retrieved a piece of exquisite pork belly, marbled with fat and lean meat, from the system's warehouse. Braised pork. This dish is an ingrained culinary heritage of Huaxia. He was certain it would captivate these ninjas from another world. Blanching, cutting into pieces, and heating oil, the rock sugar melted in the hot oil, transitioning from large bubbles to fine, delicate ones, changing from white to yellow, and finally to an enticing reddish-brown hue. With a sizzle, the meat chunks were introduced to the pan, colliding with the bubbling syrup to create a symphony of sounds. Soon, an incredibly rich aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen, filling the entire small room. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully cooking and creating exquisite braised pork. Exquisite braised pork, a homely dish infused with rich life energy. After consumption, physical recovery speed is significantly increased by 30 within 1 hour, promotes the healing of minor injuries, and permanently enhances physique by 0.05 points. Note, the taste of home is a remedy for all ailments. The aroma, sweet yet savory and brimming with freshness, was an ultimate assault on the olfactory senses. How fragrant! Hai involuntarily swallowed. Oh no, my stomach just growled, Lugio said, pressing his belly with a look of resignation. Even Shuangmao, who had remained silent in the corner, couldn't he help but twitch his nose a couple of times. Kakashi, struggling to rise from the bed, and Might Dai, awakened by the vibrant scent, slowly opened his eyes. Wow, it smells amazing. What is this? Akadu Dingswa returned with a female ninja carrying a medical kit. The moment he stepped through the door, he seemed frozen in place, his nose going wild with the aroma. Disregarding the introduction of his companion and lunging toward the dining table, he picked up a piece of glistening, quivering braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth. Instantly, he froze, his face reflecting the ecstatic expression reminiscent of someone tasting a braised egg for the first time. The fat melted on his tongue, while the tender lean meat dispersed between his teeth, the perfect fusion of sweet and salty transforming into a wave of overwhelming happiness. Meat can taste this good. Ding! In a state of culinary ecstasy, Akimichi Dingzu's fondness for you reached a delightful 15. Current affection level, 25. A friend who yearns to share meals daily. Upon witnessing this, both Rikuju and Hai couldn't resist indulging in a morsel. Hai's eyes sparkled, and his composed demeanor nearly faltered. How troublesome. It's so delectable that it renders one immobile. Rikuju closed his eyes, savoring every bite. Ding. Nara Rikuju, captivated by the extraordinary, developed a heightened interest, increasing his fondness by 10. Current affection level, 20. An intriguing figure shrouded in mystery. Ding. Yamanaka Hai recognized your guardianship of companions, raising his fondness by 10. Current affection level, 20. A trustworthy and reliable individual. Kakashi, struggling on the bed, cast a longing glance at Gouenshi. His lips were tightly pressed, resolutely refraining from uttering that title in front of everyone, instead conveying his intense desire through his gaze. Gouenshi understood his little display of pride and couldn't help but smile. You two little ones needn't rush. Let this medical ninja examine him first. The female ninja brought along was the young Yakushi Nanoyu, who, upon hearing this, discreetly swallowed her saliva, remembering her purpose, and reluctantly averted her gaze. All right, I shall begin immediately. She opened her medical kit, approached the bedside, and inquired, "Which of you is the patient?" "Both," Gouenshi indicated. Nanoyu nodded, placing her palm over Kakashi's chest, and a green chakra aura illuminated the air. A second later, her expression shifted. After 2 seconds, her eyes brimmed with confusion. 3 seconds later, her face was etched with sheer disbelief. "How is this possible?" Nanoyu exclaimed in astonishment. The 16-year-old medical ninja, Yakushi Nanoyu, felt her understanding of the world crumbling. She had diligently studied medical ninjutsu for years and honed her skills on the brutal battlefield. Yet, this little patient completely overturned her medical knowledge. It was the first time she had encountered such an unusual patient. Beneath her hand, the fractured bones were visibly healing at an astonishing rate, their vitality surpassing even the most potent of healing techniques. This was not something mere herbal bandaging could achieve. Even more astonishingly, despite sustaining such severe damage, the internal organs remained unscathed, as if enveloped in a gentle, protective energy. She discreetly withdrew her glowing chakra, her fingertips trembling slightly. No wonder Lord Danzo placed such importance on this farm. No, this man named Hatake Gouenshi was a profound enigma. Yakushi Nanoyu. Is there something wrong with their injuries? Dingzu, who had just stuffed his mouth with a large piece of meat, mumbled with concern. Gouenshi felt a jolt in his heart. Yakushi Nanoyu? Wasn't she the head of the orphanage, a tool in Danzo's hands? Goodness, this infiltration is swift. Sensing Gouenshi's piercing gaze, Nanoyu lowered her eyelids, perfectly concealing any emotional turbulence. When she lifted her head again, her face bore a gentle and professional smile. "No, Mr. Akimichi, you are worrying needlessly. The child's recovery has been remarkably swift, surpassing all expectations. My treatment merely serves to expedite the healing process." As she spoke, she placed her hand on Might Dai, and the green chakra glowed once more. The scrutinizing gaze from the adjacent room rendered her motionless. Upon hearing this, Dingzwa chuckled heartily. "Ha ha ha, that's a relief. Come, Yena. You've worked hard too. Let us feast on some meat later." Over here, Riku and Heya, noticing Dingzwa had picked up his chopsticks, could no longer restrain themselves. Riku seized a piece of braised meat. The moment it touched his palate, his usually languid eyes sparkled with an alarming intensity. His chewing slowed, as if he were meticulously analyzing the composition of the flavor. What a delightful trouble this is, he mused. Soon, a fierce competition for the chopsticks ensued at the dining table. Taking advantage of his long reach, Dingzwa attempted to commandeer the entire platter for himself. "Dingzwa, leave some for me." Heia's chopsticks darted like lightning, intercepting with precision. Riku appeared to move slowly, yet in an unnoticed corner, his shadow shifted subtly, his fingers curling ever so slightly. A perfect slice of pork belly detached from gravity, tracing an arc as it landed squarely in his bowl. "Hey, Riku, you're cheating," Dingzwa exclaimed in exasperation. "All's fair in love and war," Riku replied nonchalantly as he savored the meat, wearing an expression of entitlement. At that moment, Gouenshi brought over a pot of soup. "What is that aroma?" Dingzwa inquired, intrigued by the richness and freshness, accompanied by a hint of herbal fragrance. "Oh, that's the winter melon and pork rib soup I made for Kakashi and the others to nourish them," came the reply. "Winter melon and pork rib soup?" Dingzhuo's mouth watered instantly. Would it be too much trouble for us to have a taste? Not at all. Gouenshi, eager to strengthen their bond, promptly served 3 bowls of soup. As a steaming bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup was placed before Dingzhuo, the warmth of the ceramic was palpable against his rough palm, exuding a comforting homeliness. The soup, a milky white, was adorned with glistening droplets of oil, yet it showed no signs of greasiness. The winter melon pieces resembled water-soaked jade, translucent with a hint of pale green, while the ribs, a light brown, were coated in a delicate layer of broth, appearing delectably chewy. This soup, Dingzhuo exclaimed, his excitement rendering his words jumbled. He lifted the bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup, inhaling deeply. The fragrant broth mingled with the sweet essence of the winter melon filled his nostrils. He drank heartily, the sweet broth enveloping the tender ribs and the winter melon dissolving effortlessly. He gnawed the meat from the bones, savoring even the marrow until it flowed into his stomach, leaving him utterly satisfied. Riku, too, wore a look of astonishment. His usual languor had vanished, replaced by sheer amazement. He could distinctly feel his morning fatigue dissipating, replaced by a clarity akin to sunlight piercing through clouds after consuming the soup. Its effects were more potent than the invigorating pills crafted by his clan. Heya, in contrast, shut his eyes, attuning himself to the transformations within. As a sensory ninja, he perceived a gentle and pure energy nourishing his body and spirit, devoid of any adverse effects. Incredibly, he murmured to himself, this transcends the realm of mere sustenance. Honji, your culinary skills are simply extraordinary. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to articulate the exquisite and fulfilling sensation that enveloped him. At that moment, Kakashi and Might Dai had completed their examinations. Yanoyu indicated that both were free from serious ailments and merely required rest. She had exhausted her chakra, having truly poured her heart into preparing this meal. She affirmed that both were fundamentally well and would soon recover with proper care. Following the healing bestowed by the sage's techniques, Kakashi still needed to remain bedridden, while Might Dai was brimming with vitality, eagerly yearning for meat, leaving Kakashi in bed, teary-eyed. Ding! Might Dai has consumed a perfect quality winter melon and pork rib soup, receiving a nourishment buff that accelerates his recovery. Ding! Might Dai has eaten exquisite braised pork, increasing his affection for you by 10. Current affection level, 40, recognized companion. Honji smiled gently, expressing gratitude to Yanoyu and inviting her to join them at the table. He then ladled a bowl of soup and brought it to Kakashi's bedside, feeding him. Yanoyu, holding her own bowl of rib soup, inhaled its sweet aroma and savored each sip. As that warm energy tantalized her taste buds, she finally comprehended the fundamental reason behind Kakashi and the others' rapid recovery. Ding! Yanoyu has consumed a perfect quality winter melon and pork rib soup, increasing her affection for you by 5. Current affection level, 5, maintaining vigilance. The small cabin was filled with the delightful sense of food and the sounds of laughter, dispelling the previously oppressive atmosphere. Having satiated Kakashi, Honji smiled at the scene before him. He turned to the living room, noticing that Shomo had not joined them. Quietly, he entered the adjacent room and found Shomo seated by the window, listening to the merriment, his expression complex. There was envy, solitude, but above all, a vigilant protectiveness over this warmth. Honji understood that Shomo was like a wounded lone wolf, instinctively resisting any ties to the prominent families of Konoha, fearing the return of the Hokage's scrutiny. Saying nothing, he silently served a bowl of rice, heaping it with braised pork, and placed it before Shomo. Shomo glanced at him, accepted it, and began to eat quietly. Thank you, he eventually said in a low voice. We're family. There's no need for such words. Honji sat beside him, holding his own bowl, sharing the meal. As Shomo lifted a piece of braised pork, the enticing juices cascaded onto the rice, invigorating him. Without hesitation, he devoured it, shoveling rice into his mouth with his chopsticks until the bowl was nearly empty. He set down the bowl and exhaled deeply, as if releasing the last remnants of gloom from his heart. Turning to Honji, he regarded him intently, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through to his very essence. You've consumed quite a bit of your own cooking during this time, haven't you? Honji nodded. I can sense it. Within you lies a vast reservoir of energy. Although it is not chakra, it is pure and gentle, Shomo remarked slowly. Perhaps, after this stimulation, you might give it a try. The heart of Hoyin Temple jolted violently, his breath momentarily suspended. He nervously swallowed, pondering what he was to attempt. Sakumo rose and approached him, placing his broad palm upon Hoyen's shoulder. The warmth emanating from his hand bore an unprecedented gravity and resolve. Refine your chakra, Hoyen. You can attempt to refine your chakra now. Sakumo's words detonated in Hoyen's mind like an explosive incantation. Power. The most coveted essence in this brutal world. Can I truly do it? Hoyen's voice trembled slightly. The hand resting upon his shoulder was as steadfast as a mountain. Your body is quite unique. Although that energy is not chakra, it is purer than that of the vast majority of ninjas. The essence of chakra refinement is to extract bodily energy and mental energy from the cells. Then merge the two. Your bodily energy is already overflowing. Now, you must learn to perceive and harness your mental energy. What must I do? Hoyen inquired eagerly. Sit cross-legged. Close your eyes and empty your mind. Attempt to feel that warm energy within your body. Then draw forth a thread of mental power from the depths of your consciousness. Hoyen immediately complied, settling cross-legged upon the wooden floor. Outside, the sounds of laughter and play from Dingzhua and others continued, yet under Sakumo's guidance. His spirit gradually descended into darkness. Suddenly, he beheld. Within his body lay an intricate network of emerald rivers, woven from countless streams of energy, permeating every limb and sinew. This energy pulsed with the essence of life, flowing gently, nurturing each cell incessantly. Do you feel it? Yes. Excellent. Now, do not focus on them. Concentrate your will on your spirit. It resides in your mind, the core of thought, perception, and existence. Hoyen shifted his attention from the green energy sea to the ocean of consciousness. It was a realm of chaos, formless and intangible. He endeavored to concentrate, seeking to grasp something elusive, yet the mental power proved far more elusive than the bodily energy. Time slipped by, beads of sweat trickled from his brow, cascading down his cheek. Do not rush. Calm your mind. Sakumo's voice resonated once more. Envision a thread, drawn slowly from the deepest recesses of your consciousness. A spark of insight ignited within Hoyen's mind. He ceased his futile attempts to seize the chaos and instead imagined himself wielding an invisible pair of scissors, carefully snipping a strand from the edge of the abyss. Success! He witnessed a delicate thread of energy, emanating a soft blue glow, detached from his consciousness. It was slender and fragile, as though a mere breath could shatter it. Excellent. Maintain that. Now, guide this thread of mental energy to touch the bodily energy within you. Remember, just a thread will suffice. Hoyen held his breath, meticulously maneuvering the blue thread downward, gently probing the vast expanse of the green ocean. The moment the blue thread made contact with the green sea, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Host detected attempting to refine chakra. As the body energy, a pure and natural force, began to intertwine with the mental energy, a wave of ecstasy surged through Honji's heart. Yet, in the next instant, an unforeseen calamity struck. The originally tranquil green sea appeared to have been tainted by a drop of boiling oil, erupting into chaos. An unimaginable torrent of green energy surged forth like a breached dam, relentlessly pursuing the feeble blue thread. Honji's head felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, an excruciating pain coursing through him. The blue thread was instantly engulfed and obliterated by the overwhelming green energy. Fusion failed. Reason for failure. The body energy is excessively vast and pure, while the mental energy is too weak to achieve an effective ratio for fusion. Darkness enveloped Honji's vision as he toppled backward. However, a broad hand timely caught him, steadying his fall. Honji. Shakuji's voice resonated with a rare urgency. Honji shook his dazed head, struggling to regain focus. Uncle, don't speak. It was my impatience. Shakuji supported him against the wall, his expression grave. Your body energy is more formidable than I anticipated. It has fused with you, instinctively perceiving the mental energy as a foreign entity to be assimilated. To achieve fusion, your mental energy must be robust enough to contend with this immense body energy. Honji forced a wry smile. Isn't that an insurmountable challenge? The natural energy within me is amassed from a month of savoring delectable dishes, while my mental energy is merely at the level of an average traveler. Then does that mean I can never become a ninja? No. Shakuji's response was resolute. On the contrary, you possess the potential to become a top-tier powerhouse. However, your starting point is unlike that of anyone else. While others develop their body and mind in tandem, yours has advanced far beyond your mental capacity. What you must do is diligently bolster this deficiency in mental energy. How do I accomplish that? Honji inquired, feeling somewhat bewildered. Through training. Shikuji's gaze sharpened. You must train both your body and your will. Starting tomorrow, double your swordsmanship training. Additionally, before winter, cultivate all the arable land available on the farm. Extreme physical training will forge your will and strengthen your mind. This is the simplest yet most effective method. The energy within you is both the greatest treasure and the heaviest shackle. The moment your will can master it, you will kick open the door to the ninja world. As Honji gazed into Shikuji's earnest eyes, his previous despondency evaporated, replaced by a blazing determination. Indeed, what was there to feel disheartened about? Possessing a system was already a monumental advantage. The failure to refine chakra was merely a sign of insufficient effort. Wait, an advantage? Spicy and sour shredded potatoes. He vividly recalled that dish's effect of slightly enhancing mental energy for 30 minutes. If a temporary boost existed, did that not imply that, with enough diligence, he could cultivate special crops capable of permanently enhancing mental energy? Then it was time to grind. Wasn't it just about clearing land and practicing with a blade? As someone who had endured the rigors of a 996-work schedule, was he afraid of this? I understand now, uncle. I will strive with all my might. Seeing him regain his spirits, Shuamo's face broke into a smile of relief. Just then, footsteps echoed from the living room. Honji, Mr. Shuamo, we must take our leave, came the languid voice of Nara Shikaku. Shuamo patted Honji on the shoulder, signaling him to step outside. Honji, massaging his throbbing temples, exited the room while stealing a glance at his system panel. Name, Hshimug Honji, farmer level, LV2, 25200. Physique, average, improved by prolonged exposure to high concentrations of natural energy. Skill, Hshimug swordsmanship, beginner, chakra, none, extraction failed. A mere level 2 farmer. The road ahead is long. In the living room, the trio of Inoshikicho and the medical ninja, Yao Shi Yao Yu, had already risen. Dingswa patted his round belly, giving Honji a thumbs up, his voice booming. Honji, your culinary skills are extraordinary. I, Akimichi Dingswa, have never tasted such exquisite meat and broth in my life. From now on, you shall be my brother. Aichi nodded with a smile, yet his gaze remained serious. Your cooking contains a peculiar energy, which greatly benefits ninjas. This is a good thing, but it may also attract unnecessary trouble. You must exercise caution. Shikaku yawned, hands buried in his pockets, approaching Honji with an expression of mild annoyance. Hey, if you find yourself with too much free time and wish to learn shogi, you can come to the Nara household. I can enlighten you on how to handle certain troublesome matters. Honji nodded earnestly. Thank you for your concern. I will be careful. Lastly, there was Yao Shi Yao Yu. This bespectacled medical ninja wore a somewhat complex expression. Mr. Hshimu, thank you for your hospitality. Your culinary creations are remarkable. Kakashi and Guy's injuries have healed much faster than I anticipated. I should be the one thanking you, Miss Yao Yu. Had it not been for your timely treatment, they would have endured far greater suffering. Yao Yu adjusted her glasses, refraining from saying more. She had come today on Tozo's orders to investigate. However, the outcome left her with more profound questions about this seemingly ordinary farm. After bidding farewell to their guests, tranquility returned to the farmstead. Honji pondered deeply. Yao Yu was the director of an orphanage as well as a medical ninja. If only he could entice her to the farm, he coughed, vowing to the heavens that it was certainly not for her beauty, nor did he aspire to be the father of two, shaking off such distractions. Honji's gaze regained its resolve. In this world, strength ultimately spoke the loudest. Time to cultivate. Hone his swordsmanship. Level up. This winter would be bustling with activity. Before dawn, the autumn chill sliced through the skin like a blade. In front of the farmhouse at Guachin Ranch, two figures stood facing each other in the morning mist. Grip the knife a little tighter. Shuamo's voice was devoid of warmth, as cold as the short blade in his hand. Honji gritted his teeth, his hands firmly clutching the standard short knife bestowed upon him by Shuamo, the rough hilt grinding painfully against his palms. His arms, numb and trembling from maintaining a single position for an extended period, glistened with beads of sweat that dripped onto the earth beneath him. The day after his unsuccessful attempt to refine his chakra, the grueling training commenced. Your body is a treasure trove, yet your will is the cowardly guardian of that treasure. Shaku's words were unrelenting. Each swing of the blade must be executed with utmost strength. Not merely physical power, but also your spirit and will, all infused into the act. Yes. Honji roared in response, summoning every ounce of strength as he struck fiercely at the wooden post before him. Thud! The blade met the wood, leaving only a faint white mark. The tremendous recoil sent pain coursing through his arm, nearly causing his fingers to lose grip on the hilt. Weak and feeble, Shaku approached his side. Within your blade, there exists nothing. It is merely a piece of iron, not an extension of your arm, nor a manifestation of your will. Without any demonstration, he lightly tapped Honji's back with the scabbard. A surge of murderous intent instantly penetrated him. Honji's body bristled with goosebumps, his mind blank, as the icy dread of death cascaded over him. Instinctively, he sought to flee, yet his body remained rigid, unable to move. The killing intent arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Do you feel it? This is the essence. Before you possess chakra, this is your soul means to intimidate your adversary. Infuse this sensation into every strike you make. Honji gasped for breath, his heart racing. He finally comprehended that what Shaku was imparting was not merely the fundamentals of swordsmanship, but the true art of warfare. Continue. 1,000 downward strikes, no breakfast until completed. Once Shaku finished speaking, he crossed his arms and stood aside, unconsciously imposing upon Honji a weight akin to a mountain. Honji voiced no complaints. He merely adjusted his breathing in silence, recalling the near-death terror he had just experienced, then raised his blade and struck once more. As the sun rose, Kakashi and Might Dai emerged from the small cabin. Their injuries, nourished by winter melon rib soup and braised pork, had largely healed. Kakashi said nothing, simply grasping a smaller wooden sword and positioning himself a short distance away. He mimicked Honji's movements, practicing with meticulous precision. His actions were so textbook perfect that every ounce of force was employed with impeccable timing, revealing his innate genius. Conversely, Might Dai embodied an entirely different spirit. Burn. Youth. 1,000 push-ups, commence now. Guy dropped to the ground, his hands flying to support his weight, fervently shouting words of passion that infused the farm with an odd vitality. Shaku observed these three youths before him, one striving, one imitating, and one ablaze with fervor. In his lifeless eyes, it seemed as though something was quietly awakening. By the time Honji concluded his 1,000 strikes, he stood only by sheer force of will. He felt as though his arms were no longer his own, each lift accompanied by a searing pain. Yet he did not rest. He sheathed his short sword, grasped a rusted hoe from the corner, and strode toward the vast, untamed land. The training of the body is, likewise, a cultivation of the will. The act of clearing the land became his second form of cultivation. The hoe struck the hard earth, sending clods of soil flying. How Yenji mechanically repeated the motions of digging and turning the soil. The fatigue and soreness in his body only heightened his mental focus. He gazed at the slowly pulsating numbers on the system panel. Land cultivation progress, 26. Land cultivation progress, 27. Sweat dripped from his chin, soaking the fabric of his shirt. In his world, only the sound of the hoe clashing with the earth remained. Lunchtime was the sole respite amidst this grueling training. For individuals gathered around a wooden table missing a leg, where a large bowl of aromatic beef stew with potatoes and a plate of stir-fried vegetables lay. The exhaustion had affected how Yenji's culinary skills. Today's dish lacked brilliance and was of mediocre quality. The beef, after prolonged simmering, became incredibly tender, melting in the mouth with a rich flavor. The potatoes absorbed the essence of the beef and seasonings, presenting a sandy texture that was both sweet and delightful. Carrots and onions had also thoroughly soaked in the broth's flavor, pairing perfectly with the beef and potatoes. The dish was rich in texture and robust in taste. The vegetables were simply stir-fried with garlic. The fragrant garlic was the soul of the dish, bearing a slightly charred aroma without bitterness. In stark contrast to the sweetness of the leafy greens, the initial taste was the pungency of garlic, followed by the freshness of the vegetables themselves. Even though the quality was merely ordinary, devoid of any extraordinary effects, it was enough to stimulate the appetites of the weary. This beef, delicious. Kai devoured his portion ravenously, mouth stuffed to the brim, while giving Yenji a thumbs up. Kakashi maintained his aloof demeanor. In the presence of others, he discreetly concealed his childlike innocence. Silently, he devoured his food at lightning speed, then deftly used his chopsticks to snatch the last piece of beef from the bowl. Hey, Kakashi, that piece is mine, Kai exclaimed, urgency in his voice. There's no mention of your name at this table, Kakashi replied succinctly, swiftly stuffing his prize into his mouth, his cheeks bulging. Shwomo observed the playful banter between the two boys, a look of relief appearing on his face. Silently, he picked up a chopstick full of his favorite potatoes, reaching across half the table to place them in Hao Yenji's bowl, a silent affirmation. Hao Yenji paused in his rice digging. He looked at the steaming potato in his bowl. Feeling the warmth of this hard-won kindness, the fatigue deep within him seemed to dissipate considerably. This was home, something worth safeguarding with all his might. If only Shlomo had offered him meat. Days like this passed one after another. Hao Yenji operated like an unflagging machine, alternating daily between wielding a knife and a hoe. His skin had turned a healthy shade of wheat, and his physique visibly grew stronger. His previously ordinary constitution underwent a dramatic transformation, enhanced by rigorous training and energy-rich meals. His swordsmanship evolved from its initial feebleness to exhibit a hint of sharpness. Behind the skill, Kikuki's swordsmanship, beginner, an unfamiliar proficiency bar had appeared, gradually rising. 1 week later, at dusk, as Hayashi exhausted his final ounce of strength to cultivate a new plot of land, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Land cultivation progress has reached 50. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your farmer level has risen to LV3. Experience points, 0,500. Level reward, significant increase in stamina capacity. Endurance boosted by 30. Cultivation efficiency enhanced by 30. A wave of warmth surged through his entire being, sweeping away the fatigue accumulated throughout the day. Every cell in his body rejoiced, infused with an unprecedented sense of vigor. Unable to contain his excitement, he eagerly opened his personal panel. Name, Kikuki Hayashi. Farmer level, LV3, 0,500. Physique, robust, improved by long-term exposure to high concentrations of natural energy. Skill, Kikuki swordsmanship, beginner, 15,100. Chakra, none. Extraction failed. Before he could fully relish his joy, a new notification emerged. Ding. Significant enhancement in host's willpower detected, triggering task conditions. New task issued. Task name, the Winter Trial of Will. Task content, before the first snowfall in Konoha, fully cultivate all arable land in Guachin Ranch. Cultivation progress reaches 100. Task reward, 1 special seed bag, winter limited. X1, to unlock new skill meditation, beginner. Hayashi's breath caught in his throat. His gaze was firmly fixed on the words unlocking the new skill, meditation, beginner. Meditation. Was this not the key to resolving his shortcomings in mental fortitude? Shoma had urged him to refine his will through extreme training. The system, however, had provided a direct shortcut to the finish line. The only requirement was to complete this seemingly impossible task. He lifted his gaze. Under the moonlight, nearly half of the barren land lay quietly, awaiting conquest. Winter in Konoha could arrive at any moment. Time was of the essence, and the task was daunting. Yet, an unprecedented fervor ignited within Hayashi's chest. He gripped the hoe tightly, feeling the power surging through him after the level increase. Was it not merely a matter of perseverance? He murmured softly, a battle-hungry smile stretching across his face. In the next moment, he raised the hoe once more and struck down fiercely upon the barren land before him. The days of hellish training and relentless cultivation were monotonous and arduous. The only solace came from the daily lunches and dinners. For Hayashi, cooking was a means of relaxation after the tension. For Shoma, Kakashi, and Guy, mealtime was akin to paradise. I'm starting. Guy's voice boomed the loudest. Always the first to grasp the chopsticks, then devouring his food like a whirlwind. Tonight's dinner consisted of shredded pork in garlic sauce and mapo tofu. 2 classic dishes that paired perfectly with rice. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully cooked a dish of perfect quality shredded pork in garlic sauce. Perfectly crafted fish-flavored shredded pork, a harmonious blend of sweet, sour, salty, and spicy notes, with an intense fish aroma. Within an hour of consumption, cognitive response speed is enhanced by 10, and agility experiences a slight boost. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully preparing an excellent quality mapo tofu. Excellent quality mapo tofu. A fiery and bubbling dish with a tender texture. Within 30 minutes of consumption, it dispels coldness, accelerates blood flow, and promotes circulation. The glistening, rosy shreds of meat are enveloped in a rich sauce, complemented by crisp wood-ear mushrooms and carrot shreds. The array of flavors, sour, sweet, salty, spicy, fresh, and fragrant, merges flawlessly within the palate, exploding and tantalizing every taste bud. Upon the first bite, Kai felt a rush in his mind, as if the entire world had sharpened into focus. This dish was so delectable that it inspired a desire to dash around the village 50 times. As he devoured the meal, he mumbled incoherent praises. He felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his body, with his nerve endings electrified, almost yearning to leap into 100 frog jumps. Though Kakashi remained silent, his chopsticks moved toward the plate with a distinctly swifter pace than usual. He could clearly sense that this dish differed from the previous braised pork and rib soup. It offered not the warm, heavy energy of those dishes, but a light, agile vitality that sharpened his thoughts. If this energy could be harnessed in battle, Kakashi's eyes flickered momentarily, and his pace picked up even further. The Mappo tofu presented a different, yet equally exquisite experience. The pristine white tofu cubes soaked in a vibrant red broth were topped with a sprinkle of green scallions and fragrant minced meat. Upon taking a spoonful, the numbing sensation from the peppercorns immediately enveloped his tongue. This was swiftly followed by the fiery heat of the chilies, culminating in the smoothness of the tofu and the savory essence of fermented black beans. The dish was both numbing and spicy, causing beads of sweat to form on one's forehead, yet one could not resist spooning more. Ah, refreshing. Honji eagerly dug into his rice, feeling the chill and dampness accumulated from the day's training and labor dissipate under the wave of heat from the dish. This Mappo tofu seemed custom-tailored for those engaged in high-intensity physical work. At the dining table, the only sounds were the clinking of chopsticks against bowls and the trio's hurried consumption of their meals. Suamao's movements remained steady, but the frequency with which he picked up food betrayed his inner turmoil. As a battle-hardened shadow-level powerhouse, he understood better than anyone what a 10 increase in neural response speed could signify. In the ever-shifting landscape of battle, those fleeting seconds could mean the difference between life and death. Honji's culinary creations had transcended mere deliciousness, entering the realm of strategic resources, of the highest caliber capable of influencing the tide of battle. He cast a glance at Honji, who was intently focused on his meal, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Just how many secrets did this young man harbor? As the meal drew to a close amid the subtle tensions among the three parties, the atmosphere became palpable when only the last sauce-coated shred of meat remained on the plate. In that moment, the air thickened. 3 pairs of chopsticks reached toward the center of the plate from 3 distinct directions simultaneously. Kai's chopsticks moved with great vigor and determination, embodying an indomitable spirit. In contrast, Kakashi's chopsticks were swift and precise, akin to 1,000 needles, deftly targeting their mark. However, the third pair of chopsticks, belonging to the usually reticent Shikomu, left both Kai and Kakashi momentarily astounded. Shikomu, unfazed, wielded his chopsticks with both steadiness and accuracy, arriving at the target just before Kai and Kakashi's chopsticks could make contact with the tender meat. With a gentle flick and a deft lift, the morsel gracefully arced through the air, landing perfectly in his bowl. Kai exclaimed, "Eh?" Kakashi looked on in disbelief, while Honji erupted in laughter, spraying rice across Kai's face. "Goodness, Uncle, you two have joined the ranks of traitors? What happened to your aloof persona? What happened to the composure befitting a shadow-level warrior? Are you truly competing for food, even against your son and nephew?" Shikomu calmly savored the meat, chewing thoughtfully before meeting the astonished gazes of the three. He replied nonchalantly, "One should not speak while eating, nor converse while resting." Kakashi silently retracted his chopsticks, adjusting his mask to bury his face in his bowl, though the tips of his ears betrayed his embarrassment. His father, too, was vying for food. Kai, with rice scattered across his face, was taken aback yet invigorated. Truly, the legendary White Fang of Konoha. Even in the art of dining, he excels. Next time, I shall not be defeated. Honji stifled a laugh. This raucous dining table truly felt like a home. He glanced at his system panel. Ding. Shikomu has gained 5 affection points for experiencing warmth and competition within the family. Current affection level, 70, an irreplaceable family member. Ding. Kakashi has gained 5 affection points for witnessing a side of his father unknown to him. Current affection level, 60, an occasionally bothersome but very important brother. Ding. Might Dai has gained 5 affection points. Current affection level, 45, a rival deserving of respect for his culinary skills and perseverance. A meal that boosted affection by 15 points was quite the profitable endeavor. Shikomu's affection had reached 70, and his relationship description had evolved from a family member needing protection to an irreplaceable family member. This signified that his standing in Shikomu's heart had nearly reached parity with Kakashi's. After the meal, Kai eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes. Let my youth burn bright. I shall wash these dishes with utmost enthusiasm. If I do not finish in 3 minutes, I shall run 100 laps around the farm. Amid the clattering sounds emanating from the kitchen, Honji pondered whether there would be any intact dishes left for use the following day. He approached Kakashi, who was practicing his swings with a wooden sword in the yard. Kakashi, how did you find the fish-flavored shredded pork we had today? Kakashi paused, glancing at him. It was acceptable. Just acceptable? Honji teased, leaning in with a smirk. I distinctly heard your fervent enthusiasm while eating. Your appetite surpassed everyone else's. Kakashi's face stiffened beneath his mask. Annoying. Honji chuckled. The effect of this dish is to enhance reaction speed. Surely, you must have felt it? This will greatly aid your training, particularly in practical applications. Kakashi fell silent, acutely aware of the truth in those words. As he practiced with the blade, he felt his movements becoming remarkably more fluid and agile than usual. This enhancement was tangible. What exactly is your cooking, Honji? He finally inquired, voicing the question that lingered in his mind. It is the taste of home, Honji replied, sidestepping the question while ruffling his silver hair. As long as we remain a family, sharing meals together, you shall always have it. The taste of home? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at Honji's gentle smile, unsure of how to respond. Since experiencing life and death, he had matured, yet his understanding of home remained rather nebulous. At that moment, Shomo emerged from the house, holding 2 blades. One was the standard short sword Honji had been using, while the other was slightly shorter, its scabbard antiquated, with a deep blue fabric wrapped around the hilt, suggesting it had seen better days. He presented the smaller blade to Honji. Starting tomorrow, use this. Honji accepted the sword, feeling that it was somewhat heavier than the standard short sword. However, its overall balance was extraordinarily comfortable, as if it had been custom-made for his hand. Uncle, this was my weapon in the past, Shomo replied in a matter-of-fact tone. The standard short sword is too light and ill-suited for you now. This blade offers better balance, allowing you to better perceive the transmission of power. Honji's heart trembled. Could this be considered a family heirloom? He cautiously drew the short sword an inch from its sheath, revealing a glimmer like autumn waters. Though short, its edge was undeniably sharp. Ding. Host has acquired the item. Old short sword of White Fang. Excellent. Old short sword of White Fang. Excellent, a short sword used by Hatake Shomo in his youth. Crafted by a master artisan with superior materials and perfect balance. When wielding this sword for Hatake swordsmanship training, the proficiency acquisition speed is increased by 10. Such fortune was unexpected. Honji felt an overwhelming joy, as if he had found a pillow while in need of rest. He promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, uncle. Shomo merely nodded and turned to Kakashi. Your foundation is already solid. Starting tomorrow, in addition to basic blade training, we shall incorporate combat practice. Kakashi's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Eager to inquire, with whom? Shomo directed his gaze toward Honji. Huh. Honji responded, bewildered. Me? Are you jesting? My rudimentary sword skills would have Kakashi easily overpowering me. It seemed as though Shomo could see through his thoughts as he stated, you will practice against him. You shall focus on defense while he takes on the role of the attacker, until you are able to withstand 3 minutes without being struck in a vital area. Honji felt a twinge of unease. Do not worry, Shomo reassured. I will be watching. Kakashi, no ninjutsu, only sword techniques. Kakashi nodded, and in his gaze towards Honji, a flicker of eager combativeness ignited. Honji, looking at the heirloom in his hand, and then at the 6-year-old prodigy before him, felt the weight of pressure bearing down. It appears that tomorrow's rigorous training will be upgraded. In the newly cultivated land of Guichin Ranch, 2 figures danced in a flurry, their short blades clashing with a crisp sound. Kakashi Hatake moved with agility, his blade carving sharp arcs aimed directly at Honji's lower body. His movements were precise and lethal, each strike executed with the accuracy befitting a chunin. On the other side, Honji appeared somewhat clumsy, wielding a short knife once used by Shomo in his youth, methodically repeating the fundamental actions of slashing and blocking. His motions, though simple, had gained a certain steadiness after more than a week's hellish training, imbued with a vigorous momentum akin to an unwavering mountain. Honji, your defense is too weak. Kakashi called out in a teasing tone, yet his blade showed no mercy. With a swift twist, it lunged like a venomous serpent toward Honji's ribs. I know, Honji replied, his words not quite matching his body's desperate sidestep. His short knife rising from below. Clang. Kakashi's assault was deflected. Shomo stood a short distance away, arms crossed, observing the duel with a focused and serene gaze. Kakashi's swordsmanship had developed its own flair, sharp, swift, reminiscent of his own prowess in days gone by. Although Honji's foundation was weak, his tenacity and remarkable physical strength allowed him to endure Kakashi's tempestuous onslaught with resilience. "What a thrilling clash between men. Truly invigorating," exclaimed Might Dai, who was upside down performing push-ups, sweat trickling down his dark cheeks. "Kakashi, Honji, your sweat is the finest testament to youth." Honji's lips twitched. This life was becoming increasingly exasperating. Rising before dawn each day to train for an hour with Shomo, followed by endless toil in the fields with barely a crop to show for it. Now that Kakashi and Guy had recovered, they had joined the extravagant package of sparring and training. Were it not for the system's task reward of meditation, he would have long since thrown in the towel. Task name: Winter Trial of Will. Task content: complete the cultivation of all arable land at Gouenshi Ranch before the first snow falls in Konoha. Current progress: 85. Task rewards: 1 special seed bag, winter exclusive, X1. 2 unlock new skill meditation, beginner. Just 15 left. Almost there. Honji took a deep breath, his focus returning. He could feel his mental fortitude solidifying under this extreme pressure. However, just as he prepared to meet Kakashi's next attack, an unusual commotion erupted from the nearby chicken coop. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The sound was no longer the leisurely crowing of the usual morning. It was filled with agitation and fury, as if hundreds of hens were collectively voicing their displeasure. Shomo furrowed his brow, glancing toward the chicken coop. Kakashi and Honji also ceased their movements, curiously looking in that direction. Only Kai continued to exert himself, resolutely performing push-ups while vociferously counting 501, 502. I shall not be disturbed by any sound. Suddenly, a piercing and high-pitched crowing of a rooster rang out, akin to the sounding of a battle horn. In the next moment, the already flimsy wooden door of the chicken coop was forcefully flung open by an overwhelming force. Boom! Out surged a riotous flock of vividly colored hens, rushing forth like a flood breaching its banks. Their eyes glowed a fierce red, feathers bristling, exuding an air of unbridled ferocity. Leading the charge were the hens aptly named by Hirazenji, braised and white cut. "What in the world?" Hirazenji exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. "Is the chicken flock rebelling?" Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the furious hens had already stormed into the vegetable garden he had painstakingly cultivated. They relentlessly clawed at the earth with their sharp talons, pecking at the tender sprouts of vegetables that had just begun to emerge. Turnips, cabbages, and a few precious tomato seedlings. Everything, except the potatoes buried underground, were swiftly ravaged. "My vegetables!" Hirazenji cried out in despair. Those were his prized ingredients for a new dish. "What is happening?" Kakashi was equally stunned. He had never witnessed such ferocious fowls. Truly, they were the chickens of the Hatake household. Kai finally ceased his push-ups, eyes gleaming with excitement as he beheld the chaos unfolding. Even a rebellion could be so full of vitality. Shuma's figure flickered, appearing in front of the flock, emanating an imposing aura. However, the enraged hens, blinded by their fury, completely disregarded him, leaping over his head. Thud! A splat of greenish chicken droppings landed squarely on Shuma's wooden clogs, the warm, sticky sensation causing the veins at his temples to throb violently. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted from him, causing his black robe to rustle fiercely. "Calm down, calm down," Hirazenji exclaimed, hastily embracing Shoma. He feared that in a fit of rage, Shoma would turn those golden egg-laying treasures into mere chicken sashimi. The hens seemed momentarily startled by this overwhelming presence, regaining a semblance of clarity, yet they remained undeterred. They circumvented Shoma, continuing their wanton destruction in the fields. "Stop! Cease your claws! Cease your beaks! You ungrateful creatures!" Hirazenji shouted in desperation, brandishing a short knife as he charged toward the flock, attempting to drive them back into the coop. But these hens, accustomed to being fed grains infused with natural energy, were robust and agile, far beyond the control of a novice swordsman like him. "Braised! White cut! Stop this instant!" Hirazenji yelled after the 2 leading hens. Cluck! Braised turned back to cackle at him, her eyes brimming with disdain, before digging up a young cabbage sprout that had just unfurled for leaves. No! Hirazenji's heart bled at the sight. Kakashi and Kai joined the fray, and the scene grew increasingly chaotic. Kakashi attempted to intercept with his body flicker technique, but time and again, he found himself grasping at air, nearly tumbling headfirst into the churned-up mud. Kai endeavored to sway the flock of chickens with his impassioned rhetoric, only to find himself pursued and pecked at by a formidable rooster, emitting cries of distress. Shuo Mao observed this chaotic scene unfold, a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his amusement. He watched his genius son being outwitted by the chickens, the fervent youth dashing about while clutching his rear, and then glanced at his usually composed and capable nephew, who appeared utterly exasperated. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself. Turning away with a slight shake of his shoulders, he laughed. Since departing from the upper echelons of Konoha, he had not experienced such genuine laughter in a long time. As Gao Yinji floundered in a near state of collapse, a sudden notification resonated in his mind. Ding! A large-scale upheaval has been detected in the ranch. With livestock affection levels plummeting, emergency mission issued. Calm the flock. Mission details. Identify the cause of the chicken uprising and restore all hens' affection to a level above friendly. Mission reward. Unlock pet feature. Random breed of guardian dog, X1. Gao Yinji stumbled, barely maintaining his balance. Another task? An urgent one at that? Gazing at the disarrayed vegetable garden before him, then at the system panel displaying the unfinished winter trials, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. I need manpower, he thought. Whether for clearing land or soothing the now-spirited hens, assistance was crucial. The order for Choji's boiled eggs awaited his delivery, and with the flock in such disarray, it was doubtful they would lay eggs, let alone spare him. Kakashi, that troublesome lad, had initially shown enthusiasm for caring for the chicks, but as their numbers grew, his disdain for the odor became apparent. Kai had school to attend and deliveries to make, leaving him with little time to spare. The problems laid bare before him like an open book. The clucking of the chickens echoed in his ears, mocking his helplessness. Gao Yinji looked to the heavens in despair, wondering if a proud transmigrator like himself was truly to be thwarted by a mere flock of chickens. Just as he lamented the state of the ravaged vegetable garden, a vibrant voice rang out from the entrance of the ranch. Kai, I can feel it. Your fiery passion burns like an inferno. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, and there stood a man clad in a snug green suit, his thick eyebrows and watermelon hairstyle strikingly prominent. He posed dramatically, one hand on his hip, the other giving a thumbs up, his bright smile gleaming in the sunlight. It was Might Dai. Ah, father. Upon seeing the newcomer, Might Kai immediately ceased his struggle with the chickens and dashed toward him, eyes filled with admiration. Father, you've returned from completing a D-rank mission. Indeed. Might Dai responded with a vigorous nod, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic ranch and the hens chasing after Kai. Rather than confusion, a more fervent flame ignited in his eyes. What a vibrant spectacle this is. Even the hens are fighting for their will. This is youth. Honji, Kakashi, Shomo. Indeed. The thought processes of this father-son duo seem to originate from the same mold. It has been a while, Lord Shomo. Might Guy materialized before Shomo with a burst of energy, extending his hand with fervor. Shomo momentarily hesitated but eventually grasped his hand. Guy, I am merely a farmer now. A farmer, you say? Might Guy vigorously shook Shomo's hand, moving it up and down with enthusiasm. Cultivating the land with sweat and reaping its fruits is indeed a noble pursuit. Shomo's expression grew somewhat peculiar, as he appeared unaccustomed to such exuberance. Honji covered his face, feeling a wave of second-hand embarrassment wash over him. Father, Honji's brother is in trouble, Kai exclaimed, pointing towards a flock of chickens frolicking in the fields. Oh. Might Guy released Shomo's hand and fixed his piercing gaze on the flock of formidable hens. Rather than retreating, he positioned himself in a standard taijutsu stance, brimming with fighting spirit. Leave it to me. Assisting comrades is an integral part of vibrant youth. Witness as I employ my fervent taijutsu to enlighten these wayward lambs. Oh no. I mean hens. 8 gates. First gate. Open. With the words barely spoken, Might Guy transformed into a streak of green lightning, charging headlong into the midst of the chickens. The ensuing spectacle left Honji utterly astounded. Might Guy did not harm a single hen. Rather, he expertly navigated through the flock with unmatched speed and agility. At times, he executed a leaf whirlwind, creating a gentle current that lifted several chickens into the air, which he deftly caught and gently set aside. At other moments, he performed a sliding tackle, precisely positioning himself in the path of the advancing hens, compelling them to alter their course. Each of his movements exuded strength, yet was executed with perfect control. In less than 5 minutes, he had safely escorted every last one of the frenzied hens back to their coop, securing the entrance with a large stone. The entire process flowed seamlessly, infused with an indescribable humor. All done. Might Dai dusted off his hands, raised his thumb once more, and flashed a brilliant smile. With unwavering resolve, no task is insurmountable. Honji gazed at this overly passionate eternal genin with profound respect swelling within him. This fellow is truly remarkable. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Guy. Honji expressed his heartfelt gratitude. I would have been at a loss without your help. No need for thanks. We are comrades, after all. Might Dai replied with a hearty laugh. To show my appreciation and to resolve the current predicament, a bold idea began to take shape in Honji's mind. He glanced at the blocked chicken coop and then at the task in the system requiring him to uncover the cause of the chicken uproar, steeling himself for a decision. Everyone, for lunch today, I shall treat you all to chicken stew with mushrooms. Honji declared. Chicken stew with mushrooms? Kakashi and Kai were momentarily taken aback. Shomo's eyes also flickered with surprise. Indeed, Honji's gaze sharpened as he approached the chicken coop. Peering through the crack of the door, he coldly addressed the clucking flock within. There are always some who indulge in my bounty, yet remain disobedient, thinking I would not dare to take action against them. Today, I shall make an example of the chickens. He needed to ascertain the underlying cause, and the most direct method was to capture a representative specimen for interrogation. No, rather for communication, to discern the source of their discontent. Moreover, this would serve to intimidate the other chickens, establishing who truly held authority. Kill the chickens? Kai's face turned pale as he rushed to Honji's side, tears brimming in his eyes, tugging at his sleeve. Honji, please. They are merely too lively. They are innocent. Honji gently ruffled Kai's head and sighed. Kai, sometimes, without rules, there can be no order. They have ravaged our vegetable garden, and that is a fact. He retrieved a sharp kitchen knife from the system's warehouse and approached the coop. Watching Honji's resolute figure retreat, Kai's tears flowed freely, his cries echoing with despair. No, the little chicks are so adorable. Why must we eat them? Might Dai stepped forward, firmly grasping Kai's shoulder and speaking gravely. Kai, a man does not shed tears lightly. You are a ninja and will inevitably face the battlefield. This is a trial you must learn to confront. Half an hour later, a large pot was set up in the open area of the ranch. Within it, a rich chicken broth bubbled vigorously. With tender pieces of chicken and rehydrated mushrooms floating amidst the fragrant steam, a delightful aroma infused with spices enveloping the entire ranch. Honji selected the hen that had been the ringleader in pecking at Kai and dispatched it swiftly. Upon inspection, it was revealed that the chicken's body harbored an excess of energy, with faint green glimmers of energy visible between its muscle fibers, indicating a lack of timely release and expenditure. Coupled with the recent drop in temperature and drafts in the coop, their discomfort had led to a collective uprising. With the cause identified, a solution presented itself: massage. Repair the coop and increase their activity to dissipate their surplus energy. This pot of chicken and mushrooms represented the first step of the plan. Oh, I am so sorry, braised and boiled. Kai wept as he fixated on the meat in the pot, saliva betraying him as it trickled down his chin. Might Dai sat beside him, heartily sipping the chicken soup and relishing the meat, mumbling his approval. Delicious. Truly exquisite. Honji, your culinary skills are the finest I have ever encountered. Ding. Might Dai has consumed a high-quality chicken and mushroom stew, significantly reducing fatigue. Might Dai's affection for you has increased by 20. Current affection. 20. A young man whose culinary talent and character are trustworthy. Shomo and Kakashi also found it impossible to stop eating. The chicken was succulent and juicy. The mushrooms absorbed the essence of the broth, and with each bite, warmth radiated from their stomachs, dispelling the chill of late autumn. Kai, stop crying and have a taste. Honji placed the largest chicken leg into Kai's bowl. Kai choked back tears as he gazed at the gleaming golden chicken leg in the bowl, unable to resist. He picked it up and took a hearty bite. In the next moment, his tears flowed even more profusely. Oh wow, this is absolutely delicious, he cried, chewing eagerly. How can chicken taste this good? I'm so sorry, dear hen. The sight of Kai, both weeping and devouring his meal, elicited laughter from everyone around. It seemed that the farce was concluding on a joyful note. Hoyin Temple glanced at the system taskbar, where the progress for calming the flock updated to cause identified, and felt a sense of relief. As long as he repaired the chicken coop and provided some tender care to the flock, this urgent task would be considered complete. Yet, beneath Hoyin Temple's smile lay a trace of concern. He opened the ranch management panel, and a glaring red notification sent a chill through him. Ding! Due to the host's use of violent suppression, the flock's affection level is 20, current affection level, 10, fear. Warning, livestock in a state of fear will see a significant decrease in productivity. As anticipated, egg production plummeted. The order from the Akadu family posed a considerable dilemma. In the ensuing days, Gouenshi Ranch found itself enveloped in an unprecedented frenzy of activity. Hoyin Temple, Kakashi, and Kai, in addition to their unwavering swordsmanship and physical training, now had the added task of repairing the chicken coop and soothing the flock. After enjoying a meal of chicken stew with mushrooms, Might Dai set off on a new mission the very next day, leaving the village with a promise to help Hoyin Temple renovate the entire ranch upon his return. Hoyin Temple could only smile wryly as he worked alongside the two youngsters. Kakashi, the board is crooked over there. Kai, stop shouting at the hens. You're scaring them into not laying eggs. Kai swung the hammer with fervor, emitting unintelligible shrieks. Hey Kakashi, let us see who can hammer in 100 nails first. The loser has to run 100 laps around the ranch. Idiot. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Muttering beneath his mask, Hoyin Temple found himself overwhelmed. He realized that calming this flock of sentient hens was far more exhausting than clearing 100 acres of land. Ever since that day of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, the flock's affection level had plummeted to an all-time low. Daily egg production had dwindled from nearly 100 to single digits, and the eggs were noticeably smaller. In order to fulfill the task of soothing the flock and to meet the Akadu family's order for marinated eggs, Hoyin Temple had to exhaust all his efforts. Following the system's guidance, he, along with Kakashi and Kai, meticulously repaired the chicken coop with the timber they had harvested, ensuring it was secure and warm by laying down a thick layer of straw inside. Furthermore, he personally fed the flock a specially formulated grain rich in natural energy, even going so far as to chop up some high-quality vegetables to enhance their diet. The most challenging aspect, however, was the emotional reassurance. He dedicated an hour each day to pampering the more temperamental hens, gently grooming them from head to tail, offering soft words of comfort. Look at your feathers, so beautiful. Do not be angry, for anger diminishes one's beauty. Would you like to hear a tale today? Once upon a time, there stood a mountain, and within its embrace lay a temple. At such moments, Kakashi and Guy would crouch nearby, gazing at him with expressions that suggested he was a fool. However, Hamura could only choose to disregard them. Alas, for the sake of that guardian dog-esque reward, he endured. Thankfully, diligence bore fruit. After several days of meticulous care, the affection of the chickens gradually improved, and their egg production began to recover, albeit slightly. Meanwhile, the winter trial of willpower had finally entered its final sprint phase. Thanks to everyone's collective effort, as night descended and the chill intensified, the entire ranch was left in solitude, with only Hamura toiling in the fields. The others, exhausted, had already succumbed to slumber. Hamura gasped for breath, his sweat rising as mist, only to be quickly condensed by the cold air. Every muscle quivered slightly, yet the hoe in his hands showed no sign of pausing. Winter trial of willpower, current progress. 99, just a little more to go. He could sense the increasing humidity in the air and the plummeting temperature. The first snow of Konoha could fall at any moment. Open up. Hamura's eyes burned crimson as he let out a suppressed roar, driving the hoe fiercely into the last stubborn patch of earth. Crack. The soil turned, revealing its damp interior. In that instant, the system notification resonated in his mind like a celestial melody. Ding. Congratulations, host, for having cultivated all arable land in the dust-to-dust ranch before the first snow falls in Konoha. System task winter trial of willpower has been completed. Task rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have received special seed bag, winter limited, X1. Congratulations, host, you have gained a new skill, meditation beginner. With a huff, Hamura discarded the hoe and collapsed into the mud, gasping for air. He had triumphed. He looked at his hands, calloused and bearing numerous small wounds. Yet he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. Struggling to sit up, he opened the system panel to examine his newly acquired skill. Meditation, beginner, a fundamental method of mental cultivation. By regulating breath and emptying the mind, one can gradually recover mental fatigue and permanently enhance the upper limit of mental capacity by a small margin. Proficiency, 0-100, this was it. the key to addressing his mental shortcomings. Despite his fatigue, Hamura persevered and sat cross-legged, eager to attempt this new skill. He closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing as described in the skill. Inhale, exhale. The world around him seemed to fall silent. He could hear his heartbeat and feel the blood coursing through his veins. The mental fatigue appeared to dissipate bit by bit. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the changes in his mental capacity, an untimely gurgle emanated from his stomach. He was hungry. From dinner until now, in the dead of night, it has been nothing but arduous labor, leaving him with an empty stomach. Hao Yinji, with a resigned sigh, opened his eyes and managed a wry smile. It seems that cultivation requires a well-fed belly. He rose to his feet, dusted off the dirt from his trousers, and prepared to return indoors to scrounge for something to eat. Just then, he stumbled upon a new predicament. Due to the chaotic antics of the chickens, his meticulously tended vegetable patch had been devastated, leaving almost all his hard-earned crops in ruin. Now, in the pasture, the only remnants were an abundance of uneaten potatoes and some immature turnips. Once winter set in, nothing could be cultivated besides the grass. Suddenly, he recalled the recently acquired special seed bag, winter exclusive. He hastily opened it. Ding! Obtained a bag of high-quality Irjing Tiao chili seeds. Irjing Tiao? Isn't that essential for a Sichuan hot pot base? The mere thought of hot pot rejuvenated Hao Yinji in an instant. He quickly sought out a plot of land, far from the chicken coop, and carefully buried the seeds, watering them lightly. Ding! Successfully sown high-quality Irjing Tiao chili seeds. Estimated maturity time, 3 days. The melodious notification from the system made Hao Yinji chuckle. Haha, in 3 days, he would have super spicy hot pot to enjoy. However, another task loomed ahead, the calming of the chicken flock, which had made some progress but was still far from completion. Calming the chicken flock, current progress, hence favorability, observing. The egg production remained unstable, and the order from the Akimichi family might face a disruption tomorrow. Just as one wave subsides, another rises. Hao Yinji rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed. The next morning, his worst fears materialized. He prepared the mere handful of eggs he had into marinated eggs, sending Kakashi and Guy to the Akimichi shop. Shortly after Kakashi returned, 3 familiar figures appeared at the entrance of the pasture. At the forefront was the rotund Akimichi Dingswa, flanked by the troubled Nara Shikaku and the gentle Yamashiro Kaido. Hao Yinji, Dingswa's booming voice preceded his arrival. Why are there so few marinated eggs today? I was just getting into it when they ran out. The creditor has come knocking. Faced with Dingswa's thunderous inquiry, Hao Yinji felt a throbbing in his temples. Here it was, as expected. He forced a somewhat stiff smile and approached. What brings you 3 here? What else but the allure of marinated eggs? Dingswa strode forward, his large hand thumping down on Hao Yinji's shoulder with considerable force. Hao Yinji, I'm not one to criticize, but these marinated eggs are simply too delicious. Yet today's portion is rather scant, don't you think? Coughing slightly, Hao Yinji stumbled under the impact, inwardly lamenting his plight. Nara Shikaku, yawning and appearing half asleep, scanned the pasture with his eyes, eventually landing on the newly repaired, yet eerily quiet chicken coop. Dingswa, lower your voice. Look at how frightened the chickens in the pasture have become. With his reminder, Dingswa and Hai-E also became aware of their surroundings. The entire chicken coop area was eerily silent, devoid of even a single cluck. Occasionally, a few hens would peek out from the door, but upon spotting the unfamiliar faces, they would swiftly retreat, as if they had encountered a ghost. Hai-E, with a gentle smile, spoke up. Hao Yinji, it appears your ranch is facing some troubles. The yield of eggs is closely tied to the condition of the flock, isn't it? True to his expertise in intelligence and psychology, he struck straight to the point. Hao Yinji sighed, deciding it was futile to hide the truth, as it was bound to come out eventually. With a grim expression, he recounted the recent incident of the flock's rebellion and his subsequent misguided attempt to discipline them by culling a few, which had gone awry. Naturally, he omitted details regarding the system and natural energy, simply stating that the chickens had been overly pampered, resulting in excess energy, compounded by the dilapidated state of the coop. So now, these ladies are throwing a tantrum. Forget about producing 50 marinated eggs a day. If I can manage a dozen, I would consider it a favor. Hao Yinji lamented, raising his hands in exasperation. Dingswa, upon hearing this, burst into unrestrained laughter. You, my friend, are using the chickens for a sacrificial ritual? Ha ha, how amusing. However, this poses a dilemma. I've boasted to my clan that we would have endless marinated eggs henceforth. Dingzhua, perhaps you should temper your words. Lu Jiao interjected with a glare before turning to Hao Yanji, his expression contemplative. So, what you're saying is that the supply disruption is temporary. Once the flock's spirits recover, production will resume? In theory, yes, but it will require time, Hao Yanji affirmed with a nod. Then that simplifies matters, Lu Jiao replied leisurely. As it happens, our visit today is not solely for the marinated eggs. The Akimichi clan requires your eggs, or rather, the unique energy contained within your dishes. Moreover, both the Nara and Yamanaka clans share a keen interest in this restorative food. He paused, raising 2 fingers. I have 2 suggestions for you. First, rarity enhances value. Rarity enhances value? Hao Yanji echoed, momentarily taken aback. Precisely, Lu Jiao explained. Given the exceptional quality of your marinated eggs, limiting the supply to 50 a day is far too generous for the Akimichi clan. You ought to raise the price significantly and reduce the quantity. I understand price promotions, but why raise the price and lower the supply? Hao Yanji was bewildered. Dingzhua, displeased, interjected. Hey, Lu Jiao, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I should pay exorbitantly yet still not be satisfied? You fail to grasp the essence of business, Lu Jiao retorted with a sidelong glance. Hao Yanji, consider this. If your marinated eggs became a rare delicacy, only accessible to a select few, what would their value become? At that point, those clamoring for your eggs would be practically breaking down the doors of your ranch. This transcends mere finances. It touches upon connections and status. In an instant, Hao Yanji experienced a revelation. Goodness, how did I not see this sooner? I've been treating this product like a simple tea egg, limiting my vision. In the world of Naruto, what does a quick replenishing, energy-boosting, side-effect-free delicacy like a marinated egg signify for a ninja? At a critical moment, it serves as a second life. Selling for merely 150 ryo each, it is an astonishing bargain. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Gao Yanji's eyes. The second suggestion, Lu Jin continued. Given that the current egg production cannot keep up, why not cease the sale of marinated eggs altogether? Surely you have other ingredients available? Gao Yanji glanced at the nearly devastated vegetable patch and then considered the mountains of potatoes piled in the storeroom, his lips twitching. Potatoes are abundant. How about I prepare some spicy and sour shredded potatoes for the 3 of you? Potatoes? Dingzhua's face fell. An idea flashed in Gao Yanji's mind as he recalled a simple yet irresistible snack from his past life, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Today, I shall treat you 3 to a unique delicacy, guaranteed to be something you've never tasted before. Disregarding Dingzhua's skeptical gaze, he turned and dashed into the kitchen. The trio of Zhu, Lu, and Dai exchanged curious glances, intrigued by Gao Yanji's so-called novel creation. The preparation of this so-called new delight was remarkably straightforward. He retrieved a bag of potatoes from the storeroom, washed and peeled them. After ensuring that Shuomo was not lurking nearby, he skillfully fashioned a wave-pattern knife from a piece of wood using the Chickage family's knife techniques, slicing the potatoes into thick, wavy strips. This was one of his favorite street snacks from his previous life, wolf-tooth potatoes. Heating oil in a wok, he fried the potato strips until they turned a golden hue, just cooked through, before removing them to drain excess oil. Then came the soul of seasoning. In a large bowl, Gao Yanji combined generous amounts of chili powder, Sichuan pepper, cumin, salt, sugar, and finely chopped garlic and green onions. With a sizzling sound, he poured the piping hot oil from the wok over the spices, unleashing an indescribably bold aroma that erupted into the air. Dingzhua's nostrils flared, his eyes widening in astonishment. What an enticing fragrance! With a grin, Gao Yanji tossed the fried potato strips into the bowl, quickly mixing them to ensure each piece was coated in the tantalizing seasoning. Finally, he sprinkled a handful of toasted sesame seeds on top. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully cooking perfect quality wolf-tooth potatoes. Perfect quality wolf-tooth potatoes, a popular street food from Sichuan. Consuming it reduces pain perception by 10 for 1 hour, heightens mental alertness, and significantly alleviates fatigue. Note, may be addictive. Reduced pain perception? Heightened alertness? Gao Yanji's eyes sparkled with excitement. This effect was tailor-made for ninjas. He proudly carried a large bowl of vibrant, aromatic wolf-tooth potatoes outside, placing it confidently on the stone table. Please indulge yourselves. I call this wolf-tooth potatoes. Dingzhua could hardly contain his eagerness. Seizing a piece without hesitation and popping it into his mouth, oblivious to the heat. In the next moment, Dingzu's eyes widened like saucers, his cheeks flushing at an observable rate, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Spicy, fragrant, numbing, delicious. Breathing heavily, he shouted indistinctly while his hands continued their relentless task, shoving one piece after another into his mouth. Both Rukyu and Hachi felt their appetites stirred, each taking a skewer to sample. After swallowing, Rukyu's typically languid expression stiffened. He chewed thoughtfully, savoring the intricate blend of spiciness, tingling numbness, and savory saltiness that erupted on his tongue, ultimately coalescing into a wave of warmth that surged to his crown. "This is troublesome. It's addictive," he murmured. Hachi closed his eyes, acutely aware of the transformations within his body. He could distinctly feel the fatigue of his spirit being dispelled by a powerful sensation, his thoughts becoming exceptionally clear and vibrant. "Honji, this is more than mere deliciousness." Hachi opened his eyes, gazing sharply at him. "Its stimulating effect on the mind surpasses your previous spicy potato shreds. And it's far more direct." "Just a little trick," Honji humbly replied. A bowl of wolf-toothed potatoes was swiftly devoured by the three, leaving no trace behind. Dingzu licked the red oil from his fingers, eyeing Honji eagerly. "Is there more?" "Alas, no more potatoes. We've run out of chili powder," Honji shrugged. Rukyu leaned back in his chair, contentedly sighing, then regarded Honji with newfound admiration. "I take back my earlier words. What you lack here is not eggs, but rather more wolf-toothed potatoes. Honji, I have decided that from this day forth, our Nara clan will order food from you. Our mountain clan will as well." Hachi quickly added, "What about the Akimichi clan?" Dingzu interjected anxiously. "You may continue to wait for your braised eggs," Rukyu replied leisurely. "Or for a higher price, reserve these wolf-toothed potatoes. Honji, remember, rarity breeds value. Your ranch has limitless potential, provided you learn to harness the treasures at your disposal." Upon finishing, Rukyu stood and patted Dingzu on the shoulder. "Let us go. Don't embarrass yourself here. Once Honji resolves the chicken issue, your braised eggs will be forthcoming." The trio arrived swiftly and departed just as hastily. Honji remained, gazing at the empty bowl, then at the direction Rukyu had departed, lost in contemplation. They didn't even mention how much they were willing to pay for the acquisition. A new, high-end business landscape for the future of Gouenshi Ranch slowly unfolded in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he turned towards the last piece of land he had cultivated the previous night. No matter how much wealth one accumulates, without strength, it cannot be preserved. It is time to attempt refining chakra. As night enveloped Gouenshi Ranch once more, Kakashi and Guy, after a full day of intense sword training and farm work, had retired early, their snores echoing in the stillness. The entire ranch lay quiet, save for the chilling winds sweeping across the fields. Honji sat cross-legged alone in the center of the barren land, freshly turned soil still exuding its earthy aroma from his late-night toil. He chose this place for its exceptionally pure and vibrant natural energy. Closing his eyes, he did not immediately commence the extraction of chakra. Instead, he first engaged in the skill of meditation that he had acquired earlier. Meditation, beginner, a fundamental method of mental cultivation. By regulating one's breath and clearing the mind, one can gradually alleviate mental fatigue and permanently enhance the upper limits of mental strength. Following the skill's description, he began to adjust his breathing. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. His breathing grew long and steady, as if it were in harmony with some cosmic rhythm. The surrounding world seemed to swiftly fade away, the sounds of wind, the chirping of insects, and even the beating of his own heart gradually became indistinct. His consciousness became more focused than ever before. The last attempt to extract chakra had ended in failure, and Uncle Xiaomao's diagnosis echoed in his ears. The physical energy was overwhelmingly abundant, while the spiritual energy was woefully inadequate, resulting in a severe imbalance between the two. The physical energy within him, a rich emerald green, had accumulated from long-term consumption of dishes infused with high concentrations of natural energy, pure and formidable. In contrast, his spiritual energy, which had traversed with him, manifested as a pale blue, a mere flicker compared to the vast reservoir of physical energy, akin to a firefly next to the full moon. What he needed to do was to amplify this pale blue spiritual energy, enabling it to command the emerald green ocean. Meditation was his only key at this moment. As he delved deeper into meditation, Ho Yenji perceived that the once dim blue light within his spiritual realm was gradually brightening and solidifying. Although this process was exceedingly slow, he could distinctly sense the transformation. Ding! Meditation, skill proficiency level 1. Ding. Meditation, skill proficiency level 1. In his mind, the system's notification echoed intermittently. An hour later, Gouenshi slowly opened his eyes. He felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind, the fatigue of the day evaporating entirely, and his mental state reaching an unparalleled peak. Now was the moment. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes once more, and, following Uncle Shua's teachings, began to guide the two currents of energy within him. This time, rather than recklessly driving the abundant physical energy to assault the spiritual energy as he had before, he chose a more prudent approach. Carefully, he extracted a fine thread from the pale blue spiritual energy and directed it toward the vast emerald green ocean, like a droplet of water willingly merging into the sea. The instant the blue thread made contact with the emerald energy, Gouenshi's heart leapt to his throat. Contrary to his expectations, there was no backlash of energy, nor any violent repulsion. The emerald energy ocean appeared to sense the guidance and became docile. A similarly delicate strand of emerald energy separated from the ocean, intertwining slowly with the blue thread. The intertwining of blue and green light began to rotate and gradually merge. Success. The first step had been accomplished. Ecstasy surged within Gouenshi, yet he dared not allow himself to be distracted. He remained wholly concentrated on controlling the fusion of the two energies. This process resembles a delicate tightrope walk, necessitating utmost focus and equilibrium. The output of mental energy must neither exceed nor fall short. It must maintain a harmonious proportion with the physical energy being harnessed. A thread of blue and green amalgamation gradually coalesces from a mere speck of light at his dantian into a droplet the size of a water bead. This droplet radiates an unprecedented hue. It is neither purely blue nor purely green, but rather a crystalline, vibrant, and life-infused azure. This is chakra. The first drop of chakra belonging to him, Hatake Gouenshi. At that very moment, a system notification echoed in his mind like celebratory cannon fire. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully refining your first strand of chakra. The system has detected a qualitative change in the host's internal energy composition and is updating data. Name, Hatake Gouenshi. Farmer level, LV3, experience, 0500. Physique, robust, initially integrated after prolonged exposure to high concentrations of natural energy. Chakra, genin level, beginner. Skills, Hatake, sword technique, novice. Meditation, novice. I did it. I am finally a ninja. Gouenshi abruptly opened his eyes, nearly leaping up in excitement. He spread his palm, and with a thought, attempted to guide that azure chakra from his dantian to his hand. A gentle halo of azure light materialized in his palm, emanating a soft glow and warmth. Though faint, the power within it provided him with a profound sense of security and strength. He exhaled a long breath, the tension and exhilaration from earlier leaving him drenched in sweat. At that moment, he felt a cool sensation on his cheek. A crystalline hexagon, cold and light, drifted down onto his face and melted instantly. Instinctively, he looked up towards the sky. Unbeknownst to him, countless white sprites began to flutter down from the pitch-black night, cascading like snowflakes. 1, 2, more and more. Denser and denser. It's snowing, Gouenshi murmured. This marked the first snowfall of the 43rd year of Konoha. It arrived so quietly yet so perfectly, as if to witness this most significant moment in his life. The chill enveloped him, yet Gouenshi felt no trace of cold. Instead, his heart burned with fervor. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the pasture gradually blanketed in snow, a surge of ambition swelling within him. Clearing land, tilling soil, raising chickens. Practicing swordsmanship, every hardship and drop of sweat endured since his arrival now transformed into the sweetest of fruits. A rumble from his stomach interrupted the moment, reminding him of his hunger after the considerable exertion of refining chakra. Gouenshi chuckled softly, shaking his head. It seems that no matter the occasion, satisfying one's hunger remains the foremost priority. He brushed off the snow from his clothes and turned towards the cabin. A moment so worthy of celebration demands a splendid meal. What shall he eat? In the biting cold and swirling snow, a thought crystallized with remarkable clarity in his mind. Hot pot. It must be hot pot. Although the newly planted Irjing Tiao chili peppers had yet to mature, rendering the spicy hot pot unfeasible, he could prepare a Japanese-style sukiyaki instead. He hastened into the kitchen, deftly retrieving the ingredients from the pantry. A fine piece of kombu, several dried shiitake mushrooms. These were essential for the broth. A generous slab of exquisite pork belly, obtained from Aki's family, was sliced into thin pieces. A few blocks of tofu, salvaged from the refrigerator, were diced into smaller cubes. Additionally, he gathered the few surviving heads of Chinese cabbage and turnips from his garden. Finally, he borrowed 2 freshly laid eggs from the chicken coop, still warm, to whip up a dipping sauce. Soon, a clay pot was set over the flames. The kombu and mushrooms unfurled slowly in the water, releasing their savory essence. While steam wafted upward, the milky broth bubbled enticingly, exuding an irresistible aroma. He filled the pot to the brim with the sliced pork, cabbage, tofu, and turnips. "What smells so delightful?" came a sleepy voice from the doorway. He turned to see Kakashi and Guy, both rubbing their eyes and sniffing the air like 2 kittens lured by an enticing fragrance, standing at the kitchen entrance. "Awakened, are you?" He chuckled, beckoning them over. "Come, just in time. We're celebrating with sukiyaki today." Sukiyaki. The eyes of the 2 little ones sparkled with delight. They gathered around the fire, staring hungrily at the bubbling pot of food, nearly drooling. Outside, the snow fell thickly, blanketing the world in shimmering white. Inside, the roaring fire cast a warm orange glow, illuminating 3 youthful faces. A steaming pot of food dispelled all traces of cold and fatigue. He picked up a slice of tender pork, rolled it in the golden egg mixture, and brought it to his mouth. The succulent meat, the silky egg, and the rich broth harmonized beautifully, sending a warm wave from his stomach to his heart. How wonderful it was, watching Kakashi and Guy devour their food and glancing outside at the snow-laden land. A genuine smile spread across his face. He had a home, companions, a steaming hot pot, and the strength to protect it all. This winter did not seem so harsh after all. Eventually, the aroma of sukiyaki lured Shikamaru, who had claimed not to be hungry, into the kitchen. He appeared silently behind the younger ones, bowl in hand. Kakashi, fully focused, expertly scooped a piece of exquisite pork from the bubbling pot with his chopsticks, ready to savor it. Just at that moment, whoosh, a fleeting shadow darted past, and the pork vanished from his chopsticks. Kakashi stood frozen, his silver hair bristled, eyes wide with confusion. He rubbed them in disbelief. "Where's my meat? That large piece of meat? Could it be that he inadvertently slipped and fell back into the pot?" He fished around in the pot for a while, and this time he managed to scoop up a piece of tofu, soaked in the delectable broth. The scalding temperature could not deter him from the allure of the delicacy, and he eagerly opened his mouth to devour it. Whoosh! The tofu vanished once again. This time, he clearly saw a pair of remarkably swift chopsticks emerge from behind him, expertly snatching away his treasure. Kakashi abruptly turned his head. Before him stood the impassive face of Hatake Sakumo, his gaze indifferent, as if to say that this matter was of no concern to him. Kakashi's lips twitched in frustration. Ever since his father had been rejuvenated by the culinary delights of the Honji, he had become increasingly eccentric. With a resigned sigh, he silently rose and vacated his seat. Sakumo nodded in satisfaction, unceremoniously taking a seat and commencing his own feast. Upon learning that Honji had successfully extracted chakra, Sakumo's relief was palpable, and his solemn encouragement allowed Honji to experience the joy of familial validation. The warmth of the shabu-shabu still lingered in his stomach, while outside, the snow continued to fall with increasing intensity, covering the entire pasture in a thick, silvery blanket overnight. The next morning, Honji was roused from his slumber by the biting cold. The frigid wind sliced through the gaps in the cabin's window like a knife. He shivered, rising from his bed, and the first thing he did was add a few logs to the stove in the corner. The flames reignited, dispelling some of the chill. Kakashi and Guy, the 2 little ones, were sleeping soundly, wrapped tightly in their blankets. One revealed only a silver head, while the other sported his signature watermelon hairstyle, each sleeping posture more unrestrained than the last. It was indeed a frigid day. Honji rubbed his hands together. He pushed open the wooden door, and a gust of wind laced with snowflakes rushed in, instantly banishing his drowsiness. As he gazed out, the world appeared shrouded in white. The nearby fields, the distant woods, and even the roof of the chicken coop were all blanketed in heavy snow. He cautiously stepped forward, and with a crunch, the snow quickly engulfed his calves. A harbinger of abundant harvest, Honji murmured, though his mood was far from lighthearted. With such a heavy snowfall, it was clear that any work in the fields was utterly impossible. Furthermore, he was concerned about how his peppers were faring under such conditions. Just as he prepared to return indoors to make breakfast, a flicker of movement in the distance caught his eye, several small black figures struggling through the snow. "Huh," Honji squinted, peering closer. The figures drew nearer, leading one wobbly silhouette, carefully making its way toward the pasture, followed by a string of little ones of varying heights. Sakumo had appeared at his side, his black robe standing out starkly against the white backdrop. His gaze pierced through the snowstorm, clearer and more far-reaching than Honji's own. It was the medicine master Yano-yu. Sakumo's voice was calm, but his brow furrowed slightly. Miss Yano? Honji's heart skipped a beat. In such heavy snow. What was she doing bringing a group of children to the pasture? Had something happened at the orphanage? A dreadful thought flickered through his mind as he approached the group of figures. Upon drawing near, Hiroenji was profoundly shaken by the sight before him. The face of Nanao Yaoishi was etched with exhaustion and despair. Her black nun's attire was splattered with mud and snow, and her golden hair, concealed beneath a white headscarf, was tousled by the biting wind, with several strands frozen together, adorned with delicate frost. Cradled in her arms was a child, followed by a dozen more, hand in hand. The eldest scarcely 7 or 8, and the youngest merely 3 or 4. Each one shivered, their lips turning purple and their small faces flushed, as their thin garments offered little defense against the harsh cold. Several of the smaller children cried as they walked, their voices tinged with sobs. Nanao-san. Hiroenji hurried forward, catching her just before she stumbled into the snow. Hiroenji-san. Upon seeing him, Yaoishi's taut nerves seemed to unravel, her eyes welling with tears, her voice trembling uncontrollably. I have no way out. Let us get inside. We can discuss it later. Without pausing for further inquiry, Hiroenji turned to Sakumo, who had followed closely behind. Uncle, please assist in bringing the children inside. We cannot let them freeze out here. Sakumo said nothing, merely nodding before approaching the children. The usually expressionless countenance of his softened upon seeing the shivering youngsters. He bent down, effortlessly scooping up the 2 smallest ones as if they were kittens, and turned towards the small cabin. The other children, frightened, shrank back slightly. Do not be afraid. That is Uncle Sakumo. He is a good person. Yaoishi managed a strained smile to reassure them. At that moment, the awakened Kakashi and Guy emerged. What is happening? Kakashi inquired, surveying the unfamiliar children with a puzzled expression. Wow, so many of them. This is quite lively. Guy's focus was perpetually different from others. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded the new faces. Stop dawdling and come help. Hiroenji called out to them. Take the children inside. It's warm by the stove. Though Kakashi found it bothersome, he silently approached, grasping the hand of a little girl who was half a head shorter than him. Guy was even more enthusiastic, swiftly tucking 2 children under his arms and dashing towards the cabin. After a flurry of activity, all the children were settled into the cozy little house, which quickly became overcrowded. They huddled around the fire, sniffling as they greedily absorbed the precious warmth. Kakashi, with a kettle of hot water, poured it into bowls, while Guy promptly placed the steaming cups into the small, frost-bitten hands of the children. Hiroenji poured a cup of hot water for Yaoishi, urging her to warm herself. What exactly transpired? He asked in a low, serious tone. Cradling the warm cup, Yaoishi's icy fingers finally regained some sensation. Taking a deep breath, she replied slowly. The orphanage collapsed. Collapsed? A jolt of shock coursed through Hiroenji. Yes. Tears cascaded down Yano-yu's cheeks. The snowfall last night was exceptionally heavy. And given the dilapidated state of our house, one of the beams broke under the weight, causing half of the roof to collapse. Fortunately, the children were in another room at the time, and no one was injured, but the house is no longer habitable. What about the village leaders? Sakumo interjected coldly. Yano-yu bitterly shook her head. I went to look for them. They said they would report it promptly, but the allocation of supplies and personnel will take time. The heavy snow has blocked the roads, and many ninjas have been dispatched for snow removal and rescue missions, leaving us unattended for the time being. They merely suggested we find a temporary place to settle on our own. Find a way on our own? Honji's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. He was almost certain that this was Danzo's scheme. It was not a natural disaster, but a man-made calamity. No matter what, Konoha could not possibly fail to provide assistance for a few damaged houses. The deliberate delay and withholding of aid were calculated to force Yano-yu and these children into a corner, pushing them towards him. A clever tactic indeed. Honji understood that if he took in these children today, the meager food reserves of the ranch would be depleted at an alarming rate. Inevitably, he would have to make large purchases in the village for sustenance. And as soon as he left the ranch, Danzo would have the opportunity to send someone to investigate or even abduct him along the way. A truly cunning adversary. Honji cursed Danzo in his heart 1,000 times. Yet looking at the children before him, what could he do? This was no longer a matter of mere compassion. If he sent the children away and word spread to the village, how could he continue collaborating with the Inuzuka clan? Who would wish to befriend a cold-hearted individual? Danzo's blatant scheme struck directly at his vulnerable core. Each child appeared gaunt and frail, their eyes filled with fear and unease. They were the war orphans, the most innocent victims of this village. To cast them out into the frigid wilderness to fend for themselves? He could not, nor would he. Before his journey to this world, he was an ordinary person with no grand ambitions. Yet after arriving, with Sakumo, Kakashi, and Guy, he gradually understood the significance of home and companionship. Everything he did now was to safeguard this hard-won warmth. And these children before him merely sought a shelter to shield them from the storm. I know this is presumptuous. The voice of the medic Yano quivered with tears and plea, nearly bringing her to her knees. I am truly at my wit's end. The nearest place is only here with you. Honji-san, I beg you, as long as the children have a place to stay and are not left to freeze. I am willing to do anything. I can help you work, and the children can assist too. They are all quite sensible. Honji gazed at her, and then at the timid eyes within the room, sighing deeply. Very well. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water arrives, we shall cover it. If Danzo wishes to play, then I shall indulge him. After all, it is merely a few more mouths to feed. I am but a mere farmer. How could I ever succumb to the perils of sustenance? Enough said. The voice of Honji, though not loud, decisively interrupted her. In an instant, Yano's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. It was over. However, the next statement rendered her as if she had heard celestial music. From this day forth, you shall reside here. Yano abruptly lifted her head, incredulous of her own ears. Honji regarded her, articulating each word with clarity. However, I do not accommodate idlers. You and these children must contribute. Those who can cook shall cook, those who can clean shall clean, and those who can tend to the chickens shall tend to them. In short, everyone has a role, and only through diligence shall we have meals. Do you comprehend? Yaoyu was momentarily stunned. Subsequently, immense joy and gratitude surged over her like a tidal wave, and she nodded fervently, tears streaming down her face. Thank you, Mr. Honji. Honji averted his gaze, scanning the crowded little dwelling, his mind swiftly devising a plan. With so many people, this small room would surely prove insufficient. An expansion was imperative. He turned to Shuomo and said, Uncle, it appears we have our work cut out for us today. Shuomo nodded, his deep-set eyes casting a meaningful glance at Yano, refraining from further inquiries. What do you need me to do? Repair the house, expand the guest quarters, and... Honji hesitated. We must also renovate the chicken coop. Last night's snowfall has damaged the roof there. At that moment, Kakashi approached quietly, stating, Brother Honji, something seems amiss with the chicken coop. What do you mean? Honji inquired. The chickens aren't coming out. Kakashi's small face bore a serious expression. I just checked. And they're all huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. Honji's heart raced. Could it be that the storm from last night had frightened the flock? Ding. Emergency alert. Detected that the emotional state of the flock has plunged into terror. Current flock favorability. Observing with fear. Warning, if not promptly soothed. The flock may trigger a stress response, cease egg production, or even attempt a mass escape. Indeed, it appears that misfortune has compounded. Honji rubbed his temples, feeling as though his head might explode. At that moment, Kai approached, brimming with enthusiasm. Brother Honji, do you need my assistance? My strength is longing to be unleashed. Honji surveyed the diverse assembly within the room, and then gazed out at the gradually clearing sky, formulating a swift plan. All right, everyone, let us collaborate. Uncle and I will focus on repairing the house and reinforcing the timber. Kakashi, I entrust lunch to you. Steam a large pot of potatoes and slice the cured meat from the storeroom to steam as well. Kakashi pointed to himself, wearing an expression of disbelief. Is steaming something not a trivial task for you, a genius? Honji chuckled, instinctively reaching to tousle Kakashi's fluffy silver hair. The texture was delightful. It was rather enjoyable. I must admit. Smack. Kakashi swatted his hand away, rolling his eyes in annoyance, but nevertheless turned to head towards the kitchen. As Gao Yenji chuckled, he noted how his younger brother had matured, awakening his tsundere traits and beginning to exhibit a temper. Miss Yano, you shall be responsible for the younger children. Ensure they do not succumb to the cold. Kai. Once the children have rested, take the older ones to comfort the chickens. Yoshi. Comforting the chickens. This is the trial of youth. I am ignited with fervor. Kai's loud exclamation startled the children gathered by the hearth. Calm down, calm down. Gao Yinji reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. It's merely a matter of playing with them, ensuring they are not frightened, and giving them a little massage. Upon hearing that they would be visiting the chicks, the children's eyes sparkled with renewed excitement. A little girl with twin ponytails timidly inquired, Big brother, do chicks bite? Not at all, little Aoi. Yano gently stroked her head. Chicks are quite gentle. Wow, then I want to touch their feathers, exclaimed a boy named Hayato, jumping with enthusiasm. Witnessing the children's smiles return, Gao Yinji felt a sense of relief wash over him. With their roles assigned, the great survival operation at the ranch officially commenced. Gao Yinji and Shumo embarked on the arduous task of repairing the house. The frigid weather rendered the timber unyieldingly hard. Swinging his axe with all his might, Gao Yinji struck the wooden posts several times, sending vibrations through his hands and leaving behind white imprints. I should have prepared more wood beforehand, he lamented. Meanwhile, Shumo quietly planed the boards beside him, his planer seeming more an extension of his body than a mere tool. Each push and pull was precise and efficient, wood shavings flying as the smooth boards took shape under his expert hands. The control of a shadow-level master, whether in combat or carpentry, exuded an effortless superiority. Uncle, are you curious why I chose to take them in? Gao Yinji panted as he worked. Shumo paused briefly, glancing at him. Everyone has their own choices. I harbor no curiosity. Gao Yinji chuckled knowingly. I am aware you support me in spirit. Otherwise, you wouldn't work so diligently. Shumo offered no denial, merely continuing his focused labor. Time sped by in their busyness, and after enjoying a minimalist lunch prepared by Chef Kakashi, the children eagerly joined the efforts. From the direction of the chicken coop, the sounds of their laughter echoed. Wow, this chick is so soft. Sister Chizuru, come feel this one. It's not afraid of me. Be careful, don't frighten them. Gao Yinji set down his tools and wiped the sweat from his brow. The sounds were promising. It seemed the children were bonding well with the flock. He resolved to check on the situation and assess the damage to the coop's roof, as it served as one of his most vital sources of income and could not afford any negligence. Before he reached the coop, a burst of laughter, carried by the biting wind, reached his ears. The laughter was clear and sweet, akin to ice clinking in a glass. Gao Yinji instinctively softened his steps, maneuvering around a thicket bent low under the weight of snow. The scene before him loosened the tension that had gripped him throughout the day, and a subtle smile crept onto his lips. A dozen children sat obediently in a circle, resembling a cluster of mushrooms that had just emerged from the snow, their breaths releasing puffs of white vapor that ascended gently into the frigid air. At the center of the circle were several hens that had been let loose, particularly the braised and boiled ones, which were surrounded by the little ones like stars around the moon, proudly lifting their heads and basking in the near-reverential gazes of the children. The children extended their cold, rosy hands, moving slowly and gently, cautiously reaching out to touch the warm, soft feathers of the hens. Brother Haoyan Temple. A little girl named Qianhe was the first to spot him, her small face brimming with uncontainable joy. They're so well-behaved, not scared at all. Exactly, exclaimed a boy named Hayato, raising his hand excitedly. I just fed them some grains. It pecked my palm, tickling. Kakashi stood coolly to the side with his hands shoved into his pockets, a slight smirk escaping his lips before he quickly suppressed it, muttering under his breath, so childish. And then there was Kai, always the most conspicuous in the crowd. He was actually hunched over, perfectly mimicking a rooster's crow. Oh. One little girl was so amused that she nearly sat down in the snow. Just then, a crisp system notification chimed in Haoyan Temple's mind. Ding. Detected rapid restoration of the chicken flock's mood. Current chicken flock affinity. Fearful, observing, friendly. Emergency mission of calming the flock has been completed. Rewards. 1 unlock pet feature. 2 random breed, guardian dog. X1. Before Haoyan Temple could fully comprehend this, the air above the snow suddenly rippled, as if a stone had been thrown into water. A soft glow enveloped the area, fleeting like an illusion. As the light dissipated, a small black and white creature appeared out of nowhere on the snow. The little one tilted its head, curiously surveying this unfamiliar world with its dark, moist eyes, one ear flopping adorably. It was a puppy. After a brief silence, the children erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers, swiftly encircling the puppy. The little creature seemed innately bold, unafraid, wagging its short tail and eagerly nudging its furry head against the children's icy palms. "It's so cute." A girl named Xiaokue laughed as the puppy licked her. Brother Haoyin Temple, Kakashi approached at some point, his face tense, his eyes filled with analysis and scrutiny. Is this a summoning beast? The sudden appearance of such a creature transcended his understanding. Haoyin Temple scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Ahem, perhaps it was drawn here by the good feng shui? Just luck, pure luck. Who would believe that? Kakashi glanced at him, giving a look that suggested he should continue his fabrication but wisely refrained from pressing further. He knew that the secrets his older brother possessed were more numerous than all the ninjutsu scrolls he had ever encountered combined. Kai crouched before the puppy, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Could it assist in watching over the flock of chickens? I have heard that some dogs possess remarkable intelligence. Surely, it must be capable. Honji observed the puppy frolicking with the children, deep in thought. However, it is still too young. It must first grow up. At that moment, Yeno came over, lifting one of the children and gently brushing the snowflakes from her pants. As she gazed at the puppy surrounded by the children, a flicker of indescribable complexity crossed her gentle eyes. She began to introduce the children to Honji. This is Toki, an 8-year-old brave little girl. When I found her, she was huddled beside a trash bin, being bullied by a group of children, yet she did not shed a single tear. And this is Hayato, 6 years old, the most vivacious and energetic of them all. Her voice was soft, like a feather brushing against one's heart, imbued with maternal warmth, as if she were introducing her most treasured possessions. Honji listened intently, matching each name to the various expressions on the children's faces. Oh, we must give this little fellow a name. Honji pointed at the puppy. Let us call it Xiaobai. No, that won't do. It's black and white. So it should be called Huahua. I think Xiaowai sounds more appealing. The children began to chatter excitedly, each voicing their opinions. Ultimately, it was Chizuru's suggestion of Kamu that garnered unanimous approval. Kamu, like the little shepherd of the pasture. She explained earnestly. Kamut, Kamut. The children chorused in unison. The puppy seemed to understand, barking joyfully and wagging its tail as it spun in place. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Honji slapped his forehead. He almost forgot the pressing matter at hand. With suddenly a dozen more mouths to feed, the consumption of provisions would be a significant concern. He turned toward the storage room, needing to take stock of their supplies. Inside the storage, potatoes and carrots piled into small hills, while numerous pieces of dried, cured meat hung in the corner. While inventorying the supplies, Honji's gaze was drawn to a nondescript bag of mung beans tucked away in the corner. Just as he reached out to touch the bag, a system notification chimed once more. Ding! Crop mung beans detected for potential cultivation. Notice, the host has refined chakra. You may attempt to resonate your energy with the natural energy within the crops to achieve off-season cultivation. Cultivation? Honji felt a surge of inspiration as he grasped a handful of the cool mung beans. He recalled the warm, life-infused sensation from his initial chakra refinement the previous night. Closing his eyes, he mimicked the process from last night, guiding the nascent chakra within him to flow down his arm and gradually infuse the mung beans cradled in his palm. Suddenly, a scorched aroma wafted up, and the few mung beans in his palm shriveled and darkened instantly. Goodness, I overcooked them. Honji quickly retracted his energy, shaking his hand in discomfort from the heat. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to be more prudent this time, meticulously controlling the chakra output to the utmost degree. Like the gentlest spring breeze caressing the mung beans in his palm, a wondrous resonance emerged. He felt as though he could hear the subtle sounds of life awakening within the seedling. The dormant seeds gently stirred from their slumber. His palm gradually grew warm and nurturing, as if the mung beans had developed a heartbeat of their own. In but a moment, mere seconds ticked away, and after half a minute, slender, tender sprouts eagerly emerged from their pods, exuding a refreshing aroma. Success! Honji's eyes widened with excitement, nearly propelling him into the air. These were no ordinary bean sprouts. He could distinctly sense that each sprout contained a natural energy tenfold that of the mung bean itself. This was akin to a rudimentary form of wood release. How did you achieve this? A deep, astonished voice resonated from the doorway of the storeroom. Honji spun around abruptly to find Kakashi Hatake standing there, his gaze fixated on the sprouts cradled in Honji's palm. I used chakra to stimulate their growth. Honji replied nonchalantly. I'm not quite sure why it worked. Perhaps it was merely luck. Kakashi approached slowly, his pupils narrowing, yet his focus remained unwavering on the sprouts. He extended his fingertip, hovering just an inch away, absorbing the essence of that pure energy. No, this is beyond the capabilities of ordinary chakra, Kakashi stated gravely. Could it be related to Lord Hashirama? His words trailed off, but the astonishment and confusion in his eyes deepened. Is this truly a manifestation of the Hatake clan's bloodline? What about Lord Hashirama? Honji's heart raced as he feigned curiosity. Kakashi regarded him intently before shaking his head, opting not to elaborate. The house is nearly finished, he said, redirecting the conversation stiffly. How do you plan to prepare these vegetables? Honji exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, thankful that Kakashi had not pressed further. He raised the sprouts in his hand and smiled, saying, Naturally, I'll prepare a meal for the children. These are pure, pollution-free, off-season vegetables that you simply cannot purchase outside. Upon returning to the cozy little house, the children were still frolicking with Sho. Yano sat by the hearth, quietly knitting a sweater, her serene profile illuminated by the flickering flames, resembling a beautiful painting. Children, Honji called out as he approached. What would you like to eat tonight? The boisterous atmosphere fell silent in an instant. The children exchanged glances, uncertainty and trepidation flickering in their eyes, as if even contemplating their desires was a luxury they could hardly afford. Allow me to take care of it. I've already troubled you enough. Yano quickly rose and said softly, No. Honji waved his hand dismissively, asserting jovially, You are a guest. It's only right that I handle this. As fortune would have it, I'm in a splendid mood today and will showcase my culinary skills. He cleared his throat and declared with an enticing tone, Tonight, we shall feast on sweet and sour ribs, accompanied by stir-fried bean sprouts. What do you think? Sweet and sour ribs? Hayato was the first to react, his eyes lighting up like bulbs. Are they sweet? I adore sugar. His words ignited the children's anticipation, and their little faces blossomed with renewed eagerness. Yano looked at the children, a genuine smile gracing her lips. Then I shall trouble you, she said, pausing briefly to add earnestly. I believe that everything you prepare is delicious. In that fleeting moment of tenderness, a flicker of surprise crossed Hoyenji's heart. If he were unaware of the woman's true identity, he would genuinely think that having a mistress in the ranch would not be such a bad idea. Splendid. He clapped his hands, banishing any stray thoughts from his mind, and declared with great enthusiasm, Tonight, we shall host a feast to celebrate the addition of our new members to the ranch, and to honor the arrival of Xiaomu. Woof. Xiaomu seemed to understand, joyfully barking and wagging its tail as it raced towards Hoyenji. He crouched down, solemnly patting its head. From now on, you two are a part of this family. Outside, delicate snowflakes began to fall like goose feathers. Inside, the flickering fire cast a warm glow on every face. In the kitchen, steam filled the air. The chopping board echoed with the steady, rhythmic sound of cleaving meat. Hoyenji was meticulously preparing the ribs, each cut precisely separating the meat from the bone, slicing them into bite-sized pieces. Mr. Hoyenji, do you need any help? A gentle voice resonated at the door. Yanao had quietly stood there, unbeknownst to him. She watched him skillfully handle the ingredients, her eyes reflecting admiration and curiosity. This man seemed to possess an uncanny ability to conjure delightful things, even in dire straits. No need, just keep an eye on the children, Hoyenji replied without looking up, his voice cutting through the steam as his knife fell with steady precision. Tonight's feast is a celebration, and I shall be the chef. His tone shifted, imbued with a hint of mirth. Go tell them to wash their hands and prepare for dinner. All right. Yanao's lips curved into a gentle smile, not insisting further. She understood that this man was resolute, exuding a comforting strength. Returning to the small cabin, the fire blazed brightly, and the children clustered around it like a flock of quails, chattering excitedly. What do you think sweet and sour ribs taste like? Hayato licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with wonder. My mother used to make me candy. It was sweet and absolutely delicious. Chizuru softly shared her vague memories, but when she mentioned her mother, her gaze dimmed. It must be really tasty. A little boy named Kinta nodded vigorously. Anything made with sugar is bound to be delicious. Yanao watched them, her heart aching with a mixture of sorrow and tenderness. These unfortunate children had not anticipated a meal with such pure excitement in far too long. She approached the fire, tucking in a little girl's blanket, and softly said, Dinner will be ready soon. Mr. Hoyenji said everyone must wash their hands. Okay. The children chorused, their voices brimming with joy. In the kitchen, Hoyenji had begun his culinary performance. Blanching the ribs, he skimmed off the foam and drained them. Then, heating oil in the pan until it reached a sizzling temperature. He carefully placed the ribs in one by one, frying them until their surfaces turned golden and crispy. The sound of sizzling meat meeting hot oil, accompanied by the rich aroma, instantly filled the entire house. Even the aroma wafted through the chimney and out into the open air, prompting the little dog rolling in the snow to bark twice. Inside the quaint cottage, the children stretched their necks, their small noses sniffing eagerly, their throats emitting soft swallowing sounds. How delightful! Little Kue lay on the table, nearly drooling. Kakashi sat in the corner, maintaining his usual cool demeanor. Yet his eyes betrayed him as they darted toward the kitchen door uncontrollably. Honji paid no mind to the commotion outside. His entire focus was immersed in the art of cooking. The ribs sizzled to a golden brown before being lifted out. He left a base of oil in the pan, adding rock sugar and gently caramelizing it over low heat. This delicate process demanded precise timing. Too soon would render it bitter, while too late would lack the desired brilliance. His hands were as steady as a rock, his concentration unwavering. When the sugar reached a perfect, deep red hue, he poured in water, fragrant vinegar, soy sauce, and cooking wine without hesitation. The sharp, sweet steam erupted suddenly, colliding fiercely with the earlier meaty aroma, merging to create an intoxicating bouquet. Honji returned the crispy ribs to the pot, tossing them to ensure each piece was evenly coated with the glossy sweet and sour sauce. Then covered the pot and reduced the heat for a slow simmer. At that moment, a timely notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Cooking sweet and sour ribs. Due to the host's perfect control of the heat, the quality of the dish is improving. Excellent. Honji's lips curled into a slight smile. He intended to conquer the appetites of these little ones with this dish, making them truly feel at home. During the simmering, he set another pot on the stove. Hot oil was added, followed by minced garlic to release its fragrance. Then he swiftly tossed in the bean sprouts, stir-frying them over high heat. These sprouts embodied pure natural energy, and as they hit the hot oil, a refreshing bean aroma filled the air. A simple seasoning of salt and a dash of soy sauce resulted in a plate of crisp, delectable stir-fried bean sprouts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the cooking, producing high-quality stir-fried bean sprouts. High-quality stir-fried bean sprouts, special bean sprouts infused with natural energy, offering a crisp texture. Consuming them slightly enhances digestive ability and alleviates gastrointestinal discomfort within 30 minutes. Truly a remarkable effect, born from chakra. Honji nodded in satisfaction as he plated the bean sprouts. At that moment, the sauce for the sweet and sour ribs had thickened beautifully. He lifted the pot lid, turned the heat to high to reduce the sauce, and continuously stirred with a spatula, ensuring each rib glistened with the sauce. Dinner was served. As Honji emerged from the kitchen, holding a large basin of brilliantly colored, aromatic sweet and sour ribs, the entire cottage erupted in excitement. Wow! The children exclaimed in awe, their eyes fixated on the basin of ribs as if gazing upon a rare treasure. The ribs shimmered with a glossy sheen, their vibrant color appearing particularly enticing in the flickering firelight. The sweet and sour fragrance seemed to reach out, tickling everyone's senses. Patience, everyone shall have their share. With a smile, Honji placed a large bowl at the center of the table, followed by a steaming pot of stir-fried bean sprouts and fluffy potato rice prepared by Kakashi for lunch. Can I really eat this? A timid little girl inquired, hardly daring to dream that she would one day savor such delicacies. Of course you can. Yano gently patted her head and served her a bowl of rice. Eat up, or it will get cold. Hayato was the first to succumb to temptation, grabbing a steaming piece of rib with his hands and shoving it into his mouth. So delicious, he exclaimed indistinctly, his eyes widening in delight, dancing with happiness. The ribs were so tender they nearly melted in the mouth. A mere touch of teeth caused the meat to fall from the bone. A rich sweetness burst on the tongue, soon followed by a perfectly balanced tang that exquisitely countered the sweetness, whetting the appetite. The savory sauce seeped into every fiber of the meat, growing more enticing with each chew. With the first one taking the lead, the other children eagerly joined in. They ate with grease on their lips, their little faces glowing with an unprecedented joy and contentment. It's sweet, truly sweet. This meat is so tender, I don't even have to chew hard. It's amazing. One little girl, lost in her meal, suddenly let tears roll down her cheeks. Koki, what's wrong? Yano quickly squatted down, her concern evident. It's just so delicious, Koki sobbed, stuffing her mouth with meat. I've never eaten anything this good. Honji felt a gentle tug at his heart. He approached, wiping the traces of tears and grease from Koki's face with a handkerchief, his voice softer than ever. If you like it, I'll make it for you often. Now eat up, no more crying. Koki nodded vigorously, her tear-streaked face breaking into a radiant smile. Ding. Koki's affection for you has increased by 10. Current affection level, 20, a gentle older brother who cooks delicious food. Ding. Hayato's affection for you has increased by 15. Current affection level, 25, the greatest chef brother in the world. Ding. Chizuru's affection for you has increased by 10. A series of system notifications chimed in Honji's mind, akin to a melodious symphony. He gazed at the group of children devouring their food, then glanced at Kai, who wore a similarly satisfied expression, Kakashi, who was elegant in his movements yet quick with his chopsticks, and Somu, sitting nearby with his cheeks stuffed. Finally, his attention settled on Yano-yu, who quietly served the children. She hardly touched her own chopsticks, savoring her rice in small bites. Her gaze towards the children, so tender it could melt the snow. Honji picked up the largest rib, crossing half the table to place it steadily in her bowl. You should eat too, don't just watch them. Yano-yu paused, looking up to meet Honji's gentle gaze. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she softly murmured, "Thank you." She picked up the rib and took a small bite, her eyes instantly sparkling with the brilliance of being awestruck by flavor. Ding. Pharmacist Yano-yu indulged in the exquisite sweet and sour ribs, finding relief from mental fatigue and experiencing a surge of joy. The sweet and sour ribs, a culinary masterpiece of home cooking, enhanced bone resilience slightly within an hour of consumption, inducing a state of comfort. Its unparalleled tangy sweetness deeply soothed the frayed nerves. Ding. Yano-yu's favorability towards you is 10, current favorability, 25, a powerful, reliable, and gentle man. Seeing the notification on the system panel, Gouenshi smiled. This meal was worth it. The fire blazed brightly, the aroma of meat wafted through the air, and a group of people gathered together, sharing food and warmth. Despite the raging wind and snow outside, they were enveloped in a cozy haven filled with sustenance and warmth. In this moment, all anxiety and exhaustion seemed to dissipate, swept away by the rich atmosphere of conviviality. The sweet and sour ribs on the table were devoured by the children, who mixed the sauce with their rice until nothing remained. The large bowl of stir-fried bean sprouts was soon emptied as well. Each child sported a round, satisfied belly, their faces aglow with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, resembling a bunch of well-fed kittens languidly sprawled on their chairs. Burp. Hayato let out a satisfied belch, patting his belly with a blissful expression. I have never eaten so much. Neither have I, Chika chimed in softly. She felt a warm glow enveloping her, as her previously frozen hands and feet in the snow were now toasty. Was this the effect of being in a state of comfort? Gouenshi observed the rosy cheeks of the children and nodded inwardly. The effects of this perfect quality cuisine were indeed remarkable. After dinner, a new dilemma presented itself: sleeping arrangements. The small room was barely adequate for Gouenshi, Shumo, and Kakashi to reside in. Now, with the unexpected addition of Yano-yu and over a dozen children, plus Guy, totaling 17 individuals, finding space to sleep became a significant challenge. Mr. Gouenshi, I can sleep on the floor with the children. There's no need to trouble yourself. Yano-yu offered, already feeling she had burdened Gouenshi enough. That won't do, Gouenshi immediately countered. The floor is too cold. One night there, and you'll surely fall ill. He surveyed the cramped space and made a swift decision. For tonight, we shall make do by sleeping around the fireplace. I will fetch the blankets from home. With that, he headed to his room and returned with 2 thick comforters. I will go and get more, Shumo said quietly, rising and putting on his outer coat as he stepped outside. Uncle, where are you going? To the old house, was Shumo's succinct reply. There are some unused blankets there. Shumo's figure vanished into the snowstorm, a man of cold exterior yet warm heart, always expressing his support through action. Gouenshi promptly moved the wooden boards he had cut earlier for constructing guest beds into the room. Guy and Kakashi worked in harmony to arrange the chairs, carefully stacking the boards and checking for stability. Soon, Shumo returned, not only bringing back 7 or 8 blankets, but also a few pillows. On a bed fashioned from stools and wooden planks, a thick layer of bedding lay spread out, resembling a vast communal sleeping area. The flames in the fireplace crackled vigorously, radiating warmth that enveloped the entire room like the embrace of spring. The children removed their damp, chilly shoes, and under the guidance of Yenayu, several gathered together to take turns soaking their feet in warm water before lying down side by side. They resembled a flock of fledgling birds returning to their nest. Huddled closely together, their previous fears and anxieties replaced by a sense of security and wonder. Ah, how warm it is. We are all sleeping together, like one big family. Kai volunteered to sleep on the outer edge, using his sturdy frame to shield against the cold drafts seeping in through the door. He confidently proclaimed, "With me here, we have the strongest line of defense. No chill shall dare approach." Kakashi, cradling Shomu, found a spot neither too close nor too far from the fireplace. And soon the two of them had curled up into a cozy ball. Shomu seemed quite fond of him, nuzzling his fluffy head against Kakashi's chin, emitting a soothing purr from his throat. Once Yenayu had settled all the children, ensuring they were properly tucked under their blankets. She lay down in the last available space. Turning onto her side, she gazed at the children's peaceful faces illuminated by the flickering firelight, her expression radiating tenderness. Honji did not lie down. Instead, he added a few logs to the fireplace and then moved to the window, observing the relentless snowfall outside, which showed no signs of abating. The word food weighed heavily upon his chest like a massive stone. The evening meal had nearly depleted the ranch's last reserves of meat. Though there were still some potatoes and carrots in the storage, they would scarcely last a few days for the dozen or so mouths to feed. Moreover, the children were growing and in need of nourishment. Once the food ran out, he would have no choice but to venture into the village to procure supplies. And that was precisely what Danzo wished to see. Honji cursed the old schemer once more in his heart. Danzo's insidious machinations aimed to force him out of the ranch, leaving his shell behind. Once he stepped out, heaven knows how many root ninjas would be lurking in wait for him. Being captured would be fortunate. What if they chose to strike him down on the spot? Although he had begun to refine his chakra and made some progress in his swordsmanship, he remained merely a low-ranked genin, and facing the ruthless assassins of Root would be akin to being served as a meal. No, he could not remain idle. A myriad of plans flickered through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Sending someone out? His gaze inadvertently fell upon Shomu, who was leaning against the wall, seemingly in repose. Though Honji knew that at the slightest sign of trouble, this Leaf Village White Fang would instantly transform into the sharpest blade. Could he send Shomu? No, that was not an option. Shomu was now the stabilizing anchor of the ranch. If he were gone for too long, what would happen if Danzo's men crept in? Sighing silently, Honji felt as though his mind was nearing a tangle. "Are you worried about the food situation?" A gentle voice sounded from behind him. Honji turned to find Yenayu, who had awakened at some point, sitting up and watching him through the dim glow of the firelight. Indeed, Honji admitted without reservation. The multitude of people has rendered food consumption a significant dilemma. The snow shows no signs of relenting. "My sincerest apologies for the trouble we have caused you," said Yenayu, her tone suffused with remorse. "Do not utter such words." Gouenshi waved his hand dismissively. "Since I have taken you in, I have no intention of allowing you to go hungry. There are always more solutions than obstacles." He observed Yena유's somewhat pallid face illuminated by the firelight, and the depth of stories concealed within her eyes ignited a sudden thought. "Miss Yenayu," he began cautiously, "in your village, do you have any connections? Or perhaps someone you trust who could assist in procuring some food from the village?" Yena유's body subtly stiffened. Her gaze flickered, avoiding Gouenshi's eyes as she replied in a hushed tone, "I am merely the director of an orphanage, rarely engaging with outsiders. I possess no significant connections." "Is that so?" Gouenshi regarded her without pressing further. He sensed that this woman harbored secrets. Her ties to Danzo resembled a ticking time bomb. "It's all right. I will contemplate alternative strategies." Gouenshi smiled, attempting to lighten the mood. "Mr. Gouenshi," Yenayu suddenly lifted her head, her expression earnest. "Thank you, not just for this evening's meal, but for providing us with a place where we can sleep soundly." She paused, her voice trembling slightly. "You know, this has been the most peaceful sleep the children have enjoyed in months." Gouenshi felt as though his heart had been gently touched. As he gazed upon the serene faces of the sleeping children, the weight in his heart seemed to lighten. Responsibility, at times, serves as a source of motivation. "Rest now," he spoke softly. "Tomorrow, everything will be better." Yenayu nodded and lay back down. Yet this time, she did not turn away but instead watched Gouenshi's silhouette by the window, her eyes filled with confusion. Gouenshi redirected his gaze to the window. The wind and snow persisted. as if intent on engulfing the entire world. He needed to devise a foolproof plan that could address the food shortage without endangering himself or those at the ranch. His eyes traversed the darkness, landing on the direction of the warehouse. Potatoes, a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. As dawn's first light began to grace the horizon, Gouenshi awoke. The night's furious storm had abated, leaving the world enveloped in serene silence, punctuated only by the sound of his heartbeat. The window was adorned with thick frost, filtering the light into a soft, hazy glow. The snow had smothered every edge and sound, a thick blanket of over half a meter enveloping the entire ranch. Inside, the warmth of the hearth persisted, and the children remained lost in sweet slumber, their breathing steady. Gouenshi stepped quietly out of the small house, the crisp air filling his lungs, banishing the heaviness within. He first ventured to the chicken coop. Pushing open the gate, a wave of warmth, infused with hay and chicken droppings, greeted him. The hens clucked energetically in the cozy enclosure. After the children's affectionate interactions yesterday, they no longer feared humans and even approached them willingly, resulting in a noticeable increase in egg production. He collected a dozen warm eggs, which reassured him. Upon returning to the kitchen, he commenced preparations for breakfast. Considering the number of people and the demanding tasks ahead, he resolved to prepare dishes that would quickly replenish energy and dispel the chill. Spicy potato strips paired with fried eggs. He retrieved a portion of potatoes from the storeroom, swiftly peeling and cutting them into thick, wavy strips. The seasonings remained unchanged: chili powder, cumin, and chopped green onions, all drizzled with scalding hot oil. Sizzle. The aroma instantaneously enveloped the kitchen, as if it could penetrate the wooden walls and awaken the slumbering. He then set a frying pan on the heat, frying the eggs until both sides were golden and fragrant. The yolks quivered slightly within their white encasements, achieving that alluring, runny consistency. As he brought 2 large bowls of spicy potatoes and a generous platter of fried eggs into the small room, the children gradually began to awaken. What a delightful smell! Potatoes and eggs. The fragrance dispelled their drowsiness in an instant, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they formed an orderly line to wash up before gathering around the table, eager for the feast. Today, everyone will be well fed. Enjoy yourselves. Gouenshi smiled as he distributed 1 fried egg and a large spoonful of spicy potatoes to each child. Thank you, Brother Gouenshi. The children chorused their gratitude before eagerly diving into their meals. The enticing, spicy flavor of the potatoes quickly warmed their bodies. The outer layer of the potatoes was fried to a slight crisp, while the insides remained tender and starchy, infused with the flavors of the spices, tantalizing their taste buds. A bite of the golden fried egg, with its crispy white and flowing yolk, created a rich sensation that made each child squint their eyes in bliss. Gouenshi noticed that Chizuru, who had appeared somewhat pale, developed a healthy flush after a few bites of potatoes, her eyes brightening and fatigue fading away. Meanwhile, the ever-active Hayato felt invigorated, as if the exhaustion from the previous day had vanished. The immediate transformation brought about by this food was more soothing than any words could convey. After breakfast, Gouenshi called Shomo aside to assign the day's tasks. Uncle, today we must put in extra effort to get the framework of the guest room set up. Shomo nodded, grabbing an axe from the corner and approaching the pile of lumber. With casual swings, the blade of the axe seamlessly embedded itself into the wooden post. With a slight twist of his wrist, a uniformly thick plank was smoothly separated, the cut clean and devoid of any splinters. This exemplified the pinnacle of a shinobi's mastery over strength. Miss Nanoyu, Gouenshi addressed her next. Please take the children and clear the snow from the path in front of the house to make it easier to walk. All right, leave it to us. Nanoyu readily agreed. Peeking out from behind the door curtain before stepping out, her clothing brushing against the grass debris on the door frame, she began organizing the children to take small shovels and wooden boards, eagerly getting to work. At last, Gouenshi summoned Kakashi and Kai to his side. You two have an important mission today. His expression turned grave. Is it a trial of youth? Kai immediately struck his iconic pose, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Kakashi, on the other hand, crossed his arms, wearing a knowing expression that suggested he anticipated no good news. Gouenshi retrieved a cloth-wrapped food box from the kitchen and handed it to them. Inside are 20 marinated eggs. Your task is to deliver them to the Akimichi family in Kanahagakure. Is that it? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. So simple? This is merely task 1, Gouenshi replied, looking directly at him, each word deliberate. Task 2, which is of utmost importance, follows. Once you have delivered the eggs, proceed immediately to the Nara residence and find Nara Shikaku. That lazy uncle? Kai inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Gouenshi's gaze sharpened. You must inform him that we have taken in 12 people and are running low on food supplies. See if he can send a batch over on credit. Kakashi's visible eyes, exposed beyond his mask, instantly grew serious as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Furthermore, Gouenshi continued, inform him that we can officially supply Wolf Fang potatoes. The price is 500 ryo per portion, limited to 10 portions each day. Ask him if he is interested. 500 ryo per portion. Both Kakashi and Kai gasped in disbelief. Is this not extortion? How could he possibly agree? Kakashi expressed doubt. He will, Gouenshi asserted confidently. You merely need to convey the message. Remember, when you meet Mr. Shikaku, adopt a humble demeanor. We are seeking his assistance. He patted Kakashi on the shoulder and turned to Kai. Kai, for this mission, you must follow Kakashi's lead without deviation, understood? Rest assured, Brother Gouenshi, this is an S-rank mission concerning the survival of our ranch. I will not falter, Kai declared, thumping his chest vigorously in assurance. Gouenshi nodded, offering a final caution. The snow outside is heavy. Be careful on your journey. Complete your tasks promptly and return without lingering in the village. He refrained from mentioning the matter of Danzo, wishing not to burden the two young ones with additional psychological strain. Yet, he knew Kakashi's intellect was more than sufficient to navigate most situations. Understood. Kakashi secured the food box behind him, adjusted his scarf to reveal only his dark, steady eyes, embodying the calm of a seasoned ninja. Let us set off, Kai shouted exuberantly, plunging into the snow with reckless abandon. That fool, Kakashi sighed, shaking his head in exasperation as he followed suit, adopting a more efficient pace. Gouenshi stood at the doorway, observing the diminutive figures of the two boys as they vanished into the vast, white expanse, until they were no longer visible. He turned, grasping another axe, his expression resolutely determined. Each individual has their battlefield. Kakashi and Kai's battlefield lies in Kanahagakure, while his battlefield remains on this very land. Let the work commence. With a thunderous roar, he swung the axe in his hand, delivering a heavy blow to a frost-covered wooden post. A night of heavy snowfall had blanketed the entirety of Konoha village. The once bustling streets now lay silent, save for the whisper of the wind, while thick, terrifying layers of snow draped over the eaves and treetops, resembling a heavy quilt. This tranquility was soon shattered by the boisterous shouts of two children. Hey, Kakashi, let us race to the Akimichi household. The loser must do 100 somersaults around Konoha. Might Dai, panting like an indefatigable little wild boar, exuded clouds of white steam. Though not tall, his strength was astonishing, as he forged a path through the snow that barely reached his knees. Be quiet, you overzealous fool, Kakashi retorted from behind, each step feeling as though he were mired in muck. Snow seeped into his shoes, the frigid, damp sensation crawling up from the soles of his feet, leaving his calves aching. His face, flushed from the cold, revealed only a pair of eyes filled with impatience. Honestly, why must I embark on missions with this fervent idiot? He muttered under his breath, cursing the name of his instructor 100 times in his mind. The two first arrived at the Akimichi clan's residence, delivering their food boxes to Akimichi Choza. Upon seeing the familiar braised egg, Choza's eyes crinkled with delight, and his large palm clapped Kakashi on the shoulder, enthusiastically insisting they join him for a barbecue. Next time, certainly, Kakashi replied with a tone of maturity that belied his years, managing to extricate himself from the invitation. Exiting the Akimichi residence, he felt as if his legs were nearing numbness. All right, now to find the languid Uncle Shikaku. Kakashi exhaled a puff of white vapor, his voice slightly ethereal. The Nara clan's dwelling lay deep within a tranquil forest, where the snow was even thicker, crunching beneath their feet with each step. As Kakashi and Guy approached the entrance of the Nara household, the expressions of the two guards were unmistakably marked with surprise. Is that the kid from the Hatake family? And the one from the Might family? We have urgent business. We seek Lord Shikaku, Kakashi stated succinctly, the cold wind rendering him reluctant to utter more. The guards exchanged glances, one of them nodded. Lord Shikaku is in the backyard, follow me. Navigating through several corridors adorned with icicles, the scene of the backyard unfolded before them. There lay Nara Shikaku, clad in thin loungewear, sprawled on a recliner. A half-read book covered his face, suggesting he was in a deep slumber. On a nearby table, An unfinished game of shogi lay, with pieces scattered outside the board. Lord Shikaku, the boys from the Hatake and Might families are here. The guard's voice was soft. The figure on the recliner emitted a muffled sound, lazily removing the book from his face, squinting through bleary eyes. Oh, it's you two rascals, he yawned widely, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. What brings you here on such a snowy day? Speak up, what is it? Kakashi stepped forward, his body slightly leaning, and recounted Gouenshi's words verbatim. He endeavored to maintain a calm tone, yet when he uttered the phrase regarding the food shortage, a hint of urgency crept into his voice. Kai beside him clenched his fists in tension, even forgetting to breathe. Nara Shikaku listened quietly, his face wearing a lazily infuriating expression, yet something flickered in his half-closed eyes. Particularly, when he heard that Gouenshi had taken in a dozen war orphans, the slightest movement was discernible at the corner of his brow. Once Kakashi finished speaking, the courtyard fell into silence, save for the sound of snow being blown off the branches by the wind. Shikaku did not respond immediately. Instead, he extended a finger to pick up a piece from the shogi board, leisurely rotating it at his fingertip. Time seemed to freeze. Kakashi felt as though countless ants were crawling on the top of his feet. Despite it being winter, he was overwhelmed by an inexplicable heat. 500 ryo for a portion of potatoes. He felt his face flush at the thought. How could this seemingly drowsy old man possibly agree to such a price? What does 500 ryo even signify? A bowl of ramen barely costs 100 ryo. After an indeterminate period, Shikaku suddenly chuckled softly, breaking the silence. How intriguing. Truly intriguing. He finally sat up straighter, gazing at Kakashi, his eyes now devoid of any drowsiness. Your brother is even more resourceful than I had anticipated. Taking in orphans is indeed a noble act, Shikaku began slowly, a hint of amusement in his voice. Yet, it also presents a colossal headache. With one misstep, one could even lose their life. Kakashi's body jolted, instinctively tightening his fists. Lose one's life? Could there be ninjas among the orphans? TSK, what a lowly tactic. Shikaku grimaced in disdain. This is compelling your brother to emerge from his shell. He shifted his gaze back to Kakashi, changing the subject. As for the food matter, that is easily resolved. Tomorrow morning, I shall have someone deliver enough for 20 people to last half a month. Money is no rush. We can discuss it whenever your brother remembers. Kakashi and Kai both sighed in relief. As for the Wolf Fang potatoes, Shikaku intentionally elongated his tone, a sly smile emerging. 500 ryo for a portion, 10 portions daily, correct? Yes, Kakashi's heart raced again. Too cheap. Shikaku shook his head. Huh. Both Kakashi and Kai stared in disbelief. Cheap. Surely, they hadn't misheard? Such a remarkable item that could restore a ninja's stamina in an instant, even suppressing pain, sold for merely 500 ryo? Shikaku clicked his tongue. Your brother's business acumen is truly troublesome. He pointed a finger in the air. Return and inform him, 1,000 ryo for a portion. I shall take the entire daily quantity. Whatever quantity is available in the future, I shall take. The money will be sent alongside the food tomorrow. 1,000 ryo. Kakashi felt his head buzzing. What? Is that too little? Lugio gazed at him, his expression frozen in astonishment, and then chuckled. No. Kakashi quickly shook his head. All right. It's settled then. Lugio reclined once more, covering his face with the book, adopting a posture that clearly conveyed his desire to continue sleeping and for them to leave. You should head back. The road is slippery, so be cautious. It seemed he recalled something, as his muffled voice emerged from beneath the book. Oh, and when you return, inform that brother of yours to be wary of those children. Additionally, some ancient roots lurking in the dark corners tend to emerge during winter and bite. Kakashi's expression grew serious. Yes. Thank you, Lord Lugio. He bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Lugio. Kai shouted, his voice echoing. Enough noise. Lugio waved his hand impatiently. The two dared not linger any longer and turned to leave the Nara family's residence. As they walked back along the snowy path, Kai was as exuberant as a monkey, leaping and bouncing. This is amazing. Kakashi, we did it. We have both food and money. Brother Gaen will surely commend us. However, Kakashi remained silent. He lowered his head, quietly stepping in the footprints left by Kai, his mind echoing Lugio's final words. The ancient roots undoubtedly referred to Shimura Danzo. It turned out that the peril facing the ranch was far more severe than what Brother Gaen had conveyed. He clenched his small hand tucked in his pocket, the knuckles turning white. He realized he was still too weak. If only he possessed the strength of his father. I must become stronger. Kakashi's gaze sharpened amidst the snow and wind. Just as he was engulfed in his thoughts, a boisterous voice suddenly echoed from around the street corner. Lin, wait for me. It's all that old lady's fault. She insisted I help her carry things to the 3rd floor, causing me to be late. Kakashi abruptly lifted his head in the direction of the sound. The voice was exuberant and brimming with youthful energy, tinged with a hint of perennial urgency. Kakashi's body reacted before his mind could catch up. He raised his head sharply, his once listless eyes widening in surprise. It was as if the snowstorm parted at that moment. At the corner, 2 familiar figures were struggling through the snow, one trailing behind the other. The girl in front had short brown hair, donned in a pink quilted jacket, and the 2 purple stripes on her cheeks stood out vividly against her frostbitten skin. She was not running fast, frequently glancing back with a gentle yet exasperated smile. Obito, slow down. The snow is so deep, don't fall. I won't fall. The boy behind retorted loudly, wearing wind goggles, with snowflakes dusting his black hair like a comical little old man. It's that old lady's fault for holding me up with her endless chatter. Otherwise, I would have arrived before you. It was Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin, once classmates and companions who used to see each other daily. Kakashi found his feet rooted to the spot. He observed them frolicking in the snow, their carefree chatter echoing in his ears, and for a moment, he felt a disorienting sense of detachment. It was as if an imperceptible, heavy glass barrier separated him from them. On his side of the glass lay the tempest, the treachery, and the imminent threat of death. On the other side resided the kindness of aiding an elderly woman, the excuses for tardiness, and the pure playfulness shared among the youth. 2 utterly distinct realms. Hey, Kakashi, why are you just standing there? Kai asked, perplexed, following Kakashi's gaze. Oh, it's Obito and Rin. Should we go over and say hello? Kai's voice rang out loudly, instantly capturing the attention of the 2 figures in the distance. Is that Kakashi and Kai? Rin exclaimed with delight, rushing over with concern etched on her face. What are you doing here? With such a heavy snowfall, are you on a mission? Obito joined her, removing his fogged goggles, and was momentarily taken aback by Kakashi's pitiful appearance before instinctively adopting a haughty demeanor. So it's you 2. Given how disheveled you look, I assume you've gotten lost. You straggler. Who are you calling a straggler? Kai retorted vehemently, puffing out his chest and pointing a thumb at himself. I, the proud azure beast of Konoha, would never lose my way. Huh, azure beast? More like a clumsy snow pig. Obito shot back, undeterred, witnessing the familiar banter unfold before him. Kakashi found no amusement in the exchange. His mind remained preoccupied with the words of Rikuju, the warning about those children, the caution that in a moment of carelessness, one could even lose their life. How could he convey such burdensome secrets to these 2 naive souls? He could not. To utter them would be to ensnare them in the treacherous quagmire of danger. The crisis on the ranch was the concern of his family, of Gouenshi, and it was also his own burden. He could no longer act like a child, dragging his friends into peril and turmoil. With this thought, Kakashi's already pallid face grew colder. We have matters to attend to. We must be going. He uttered this chilling statement without sparing them a glance. Striding past them with legs that had begun to stiffen, the air thickened in an instant. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Obito erupted first, stepping in front of Kakashi with arms outstretched to block his path. We were just trying to greet you. What does this mean? Do you look down on us? Kakashi halted, lifting his gaze, his dark eyes devoid of warmth. I have no time to play house with you. Obito's face flushed with anger, his fists clenching audibly. You arrogant fool. Kakashi, what's wrong? Rin noticed the tension, her brow furrowed with concern as she looked at him. Have you encountered some trouble? If there's anything we can assist with, please let us know. Aren't we comrades? The term companion pricked Kakashi's heart like a needle. It was precisely because they were companions that he could not allow them to be embroiled in this. His lips moved, yet the words that teetered on the edge of his tongue were swallowed back, replaced by a facade of indifference. There's no need. He sidestepped Obito and continued onward. Your abilities will only hinder us. This statement struck Obito's heart like a dagger. Kakashi Hatake. Obito's voice was laced with uncontainable anger and grievance. Stop right there. Clarify your words. Who would be a burden? Guy, flitting his gaze between the 2, anxiously tugged at his hair. Although he was bewildered by the situation, he instinctively sided with Kakashi. Obito, that's not what Kakashi means. Shut up, you thick-browed fool. This is none of your business. Obito barked at Guy before redirecting his ire toward Kakashi's retreating figure. You genius. You always act so superior. Do you think you're so remarkable? I swear. One day I will surpass you. I will become Hokage. Then you will see. Kakashi's steps faltered for just a moment, but he did not turn around. His voice was colder than the biting wind and snow. Let us speak again when you can manage not to be late. With that, he quickened his pace, his silhouette swiftly vanishing into the blizzard-laden street. Kakashi, Guy, realizing the gravity of the situation, called out to the two. I'm sorry, but we truly have urgent matters. He then took off after Kakashi. Left behind were Obito and Rin. Obito trembled with rage, slamming his fist into a nearby snowbank, scattering flakes in all directions. Damn it. Damn you, Kakashi. You infuriate me. Obito, please don't be angry. Rin approached him, softly offering comfort. I feel that Kakashi isn't quite himself. Although he has always been cool, he wouldn't utter such hurtful words before. Look at his face. It's turned pale from the cold, and Guy too. They must have a pressing mission. A mission? What significance does that hold? Obito muttered, his ire beginning to wane. He gazed in the direction Kakashi had vanished, his expression complex. For some reason, he felt that Kakashi appeared rather lonely just moments before. On the way back, Guy attempted to speak multiple times, but upon seeing the cold, unapproachable expression on Kakashi's face, he held his tongue. It wasn't until they neared the village's exit that he could no longer restrain himself, catching up to Kakashi and walking alongside him. Kakashi, the words you directed at Obito earlier seemed rather harsh. Kakashi's gaze remained fixed ahead, silent. I understand that we face a formidable enemy, as Lord Danzo has stated, and there may be peril to our lives. Guy scratched his head, struggling to articulate his thoughts with his simplistic mind. However, precisely because of this, we need the strength of our companions even more. Youth is meant to blaze more fiercely through mutual support. Kakashi's pace began to slow. He turned his head to gaze at the fervent fool beside him. Guy? Do you believe that what we are doing right now is justified? Kakashi's voice was soft, as if he were inquiring of Guy, or perhaps questioning himself. Of course it is. Guy responded without hesitation, his voice booming. Protecting family, safeguarding the ranch, and looking after those homeless children. Is that not the most profound embodiment of the will of fire? Brother Hamura is doing the right thing, and by assisting him, we too are acting rightly. Kakashi fell silent. Indeed, it was the right thing. Yet, precisely because it was the right thing, it posed greater danger. He did not wish to share this peril with more individuals. Let us go. Brother Hamura and father are still waiting for us. Kakashi averted his gaze and resumed his stride. By the time they returned to the ranch, their steps alternating between deep and shallow, the sky had darkened. In the distance, the chimney of the wooden cabin emitted wisps of smoke, and warm orange light streamed from the windows, resembling a lighthouse guiding through the storm. As Kakashi and Guy pushed open the door, a warm gust enveloped them, infused with the aroma of burning wood and food. Inside, Hamura was busily tying on an apron near the hearth, while Shoma sat at the table, meticulously whittling a piece of wood with a small knife. Yano, accompanied by several older children, was organizing the clutter cleared out that day. Upon hearing the door swing open, everyone paused in their tasks and turned in unison. You're back, Hamura exclaimed, turning with a gentle smile. How did it go? Was everything smooth? Brother, Guy dashed over excitedly, akin to a puppy eager for praise. We succeeded. A resounding success. Kakashi quietly closed the door, shutting out the wind and snow. He approached the table, removing his damp scarf and gloves, exhaling a cloud of vapor before raising his gaze to Hamura and Shoma. The food issue has been resolved. His voice, slightly hoarse from the cold and fatigue, remained remarkably clear. The financial issue has also been addressed. He paused, inhaling deeply, and relayed Lord Deku's final warning verbatim. However, Lord Deku cautioned that taking in these children could be a monumental hassle. He mentioned that some old roots, entrenched in dark corners, relished the winter to emerge and bite. As Kakashi uttered the words, old roots, the warm and lively atmosphere of the cabin seemed abruptly stifled by an unseen hand. The air grew heavy and thick in that moment. Guy's excited smile froze, his gaze darting between Kakashi and Hamura, clearly struggling to comprehend the implications behind the veiled message. Meanwhile, Yano, who had been sorting through the clutter, imperceptibly shuddered, instinctively pulling the two children beside her closer, her downcast eyes betraying a flicker of undeniable fear and turmoil. Old roots. Shoma halted his whittling, gently placing the kunai on the table, producing a soft clink. The sound reverberated harshly within the silent room. He lifted his gaze, and within those eyes, once shrouded in gloom, there now resided an icy chill. As a former elite of the Dark Department, the White Fang of Konoha, he understood better than anyone else the implications of the term Old Tree Root within the undercurrents of Konoha's power. It referred to Shimura Danzo, a man who would spare no effort and sacrifice everything for the so-called roots of Konoha. He truly could not remain still. Sakumo's voice was low, laced with a hint of predictable mockery. Honji remained silent. He merely untied his apron and walked slowly to the table, where he poured himself and the recently returned Kakashi and Guy each a cup of hot tea. He grasped the teacup, feeling the warmth radiate into his palms, his gaze unwavering as he directed it towards Kakashi, urging him to recount every detail of his encounter with Nara Shikaku, leaving not a single word unspoken. Kakashi nodded, cradling the warm teacup to thaw his numbed fingers. Gathering his thoughts, he began, recounting the dialogue with Nara Shikaku from the moment he and Guy stepped through the threshold of the Nara household. He detailed Shikaku's languid demeanor, the subtle reaction upon hearing the term war orphans, his assessment of the price of the Wolf Fang potatoes, and finally, those two ominous warnings. As Kakashi's narrative unfolded, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. When he revealed that Shikaku not only agreed to extend credit for the provision of food, but also doubled the price of the Wolf Fang potatoes, securing the entire supply, Guy could not contain his excitement once more. I told you, Lord Shikaku is truly a good man. This means we will have funds, plenty of funds. 1,000 Ryo per portion, 10 portions a day. That totals to 10,000 Ryo. By the end of the month, that amounts to 300,000 Ryo. This sum is more than sufficient to support these children, even if we were to double it. However, neither Honji nor Shikumo's expressions revealed any semblance of joy. This is not benevolence. It is investment, Honji proclaimed, elucidating the truth. His gaze swept across all present, finally resting upon Shikumo's face. Shikaku is a clever man, astute enough to avoid any endeavor that lacks reciprocity. His willingness to extend credit for our food is a gesture of goodwill, and also a nod to your past, Uncle Shikumo. Yet, his decision to purchase all the potatoes at a high price signifies that he, or rather the Nara clan, has confidence in our future and has chosen to place their bet on us. Shikumo nodded in agreement. The three clans of Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi shared a profound bond. Once Shikaku made his choice, neither Hayashi nor Dozo would oppose it. This investment represented the collective stance of the three clans. Investment? Guy scratched his head, still somewhat perplexed. What are they investing in? In our Wolf Fang potatoes, in the combat prowess of you, Uncle Shikumo, a formidable shadow-level warrior. Honji paused, his tone growing significantly more profound, and in a burgeoning force capable of opposing Old Tree Root. At this revelation, even Kakashi gasped in astonishment. Oppose Danzo? With their modest ranch? Such a notion seemed utterly fantastical. That fellow Riku is always like this. He speaks of trouble, yet calculates everything with precision. Honji reclined against the back of his chair, his fingers gently tapping on the table. He provides funds and resources, sending us a clear message. The Kiki family may proceed without hesitation. The Inazuka will stand as our economic and material support. Yet, simultaneously, he issued a warning. Honji's gaze sharpened. Beware of those children. Old roots have a penchant for biting. These two statements are, in essence, one and the same. His eyes subtly drifted towards the distant figure of Yano. Yano's body tensed further, her complexion pale, lips pressed tightly together. Taking in the orphans was a decision we made, voluntarily accepting a hot potato from Danzo. To Riku, this act signified a declaration of war against Danzo, and Danzo's retaliation would likely be concealed among the unfortunate children. This was the most insidious and unpredictable of tactics. Despicable indeed. Kakashi forced out a few words through clenched teeth, his small fists tightly balled beneath the table. This is Danzo. Shimo's voice brimmed with disdain. To achieve his objectives, he would exploit anything, including human emotions and kindness. The room once again descended into silence. The relief previously felt from resolving the issues of food and finances had vanished, replaced by an even heavier, more imminent sense of crisis. The enemy had bared its fangs. They were no longer lurking in the shadows like starving wolves, but had extended their claws into the seemingly warm confines of the ranch. A faint, quivering sob broke the silence. It was Yano, the woman who had been coerced by Danzo into being a spy for years, threatened through the children. Finally, unable to bear the immense pressure, tears streamed down her cheeks. She rose and deeply bowed to Honji and Shimo. It is all my fault. I have brought trouble upon you. If you find this burdensome, I will take the children and leave. Leave? Where can you take them? Honji's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable strength. Back to the village? To that dilapidated orphanage that could collapse under heavy snow at any moment? Or should I return them to Danzo's grasp? Yano's body trembled violently, rendered speechless. Miss Yano, listen. Honji stood, approaching her, his gaze fixed intently upon her. From the moment you stepped into the ranch with these children, you ceased to be a burden, you became family. Family? Yano lifted her tear-filled eyes, unable to believe him. Yes, family. Honji's voice was resolute. My decision to shelter you was not a fleeting act of benevolence. I am fully prepared to bear the consequences of this choice. He turned to face everyone, his gaze piercing. Previously, I only wished to protect this ranch, to cultivate the land, prepare meals, and live a stable life with Shumo and Kakashi. I believed that as long as we remained within this shell, the storms outside would not concern us. Yet, it appears I was mistaken. The claws of the enemy have already reached out, and we have nowhere left to retreat. Endless forbearance and evasion will only embolden him further. Since he wishes to play, let us accompany him to the very end. Honji took a deep breath, his voice resonating throughout the wooden cabin. The provisions sent by Rokuisa were not merely food and money. They were the capital for our counterattack. From this day forth, Gouenshi Ranch shall no longer be a turtle shell at the mercy of others. We shall not only enjoy the warmth of the hearth and the delight of good meals, but also possess claws and fangs capable of tearing apart our foes. This home shall be defended by us. His words ignited a flame, instantly stirring the fervor in the hearts of everyone present. In Shomo's eyes, the brilliance known as White Fang reignited. Kakashi's gaze grew resolutely firm. Kai trembled with excitement, his fists clenched tightly, tears shimmering in his eyes. Honji, this is what youth truly is. Even Yano, who had been weeping, dried her tears, her once gentle gaze now tinged with determination. Honji, observing their reactions, nodded in satisfaction. The morale is palpable. He is no saint. These children will be the cornerstone of the future ranch. All right. Honji clapped his hands, breaking the fervent atmosphere, and tied on his apron once more. The meal is nearly ready. Everyone should wash their hands. No matter how significant the matter. It can wait until our bellies are full. Tonight, we shall feast on stir-fried bean sprouts with dried pickled meat. Honji's voice echoed within the small wooden cabin, each word like a piece of glowing coal tossed into the icy hearts of the assembly, igniting a blazing fire. Shomo gazed at Honji, and in his once lifeless eyes reflected the light of the hearth, along with a long-lost essence known as hope. He was no longer the defeated soul crushed by rumors. He was the elder safeguarding this home. He was Hatake Shomo. Kakashi clenched his small fists tighter, but not out of anger. Rather, it was from exhilaration. His brother was right. This home must be protected by us. He yearned to grow stronger, stronger than anyone else. Strong enough to be a pillar for his brother and father. Kai's tears flowed uncontrollably, yet he managed to force a smile that was more grotesque than laughter. Honji, this is the burning youth. He choked, his voice brimming with strength. Even Yano, who had been steeped in fear and self-reproach, lifted her head at this moment. She looked at Honji's not-so-tall figure and felt as though that silhouette could uphold the entire sky. The word family was both familiar and foreign to her. Familiar, for she had tirelessly endeavored to provide the children with a home. Foreign, for she herself had long been devoid of the warmth of a home. All right. Honji's voice shattered the surge of emotion. He turned around, donning once again the gentle demeanor of a chef. As if the one who had just spoken of equipping the ranch with fangs was not him at all. He clapped his hands and tied the slightly worn apron back in place. What are you all standing there for? Go wash your hands and prepare for dinner. He cast a glance around, pausing momentarily on each face. Even the gravest matters must wait until one's hunger is sated. An empty stomach cannot yield strong teeth. This whimsical remark swiftly alleviated the somber atmosphere. Kai hastily wiped away his tears and exclaimed, "Yes, Brother Huyanzi." With that, he grasped the still-dazed Kakashi and rushed towards the basin. The children, shaken from their previous tension, were captivated by the notion of filling their bellies. They obediently followed Yenayu, forming a line to wash their frostbitten little hands. In the kitchen, Huyanzi moved with fluid grace. The dried cured meat, procured from Konoha before winter set in, had been hung beneath the eaves, its texture firmed by the chill winds of the season, and its fat exuding a distinctive aroma. This was a reserve for winter, seldom touched. Yet today, he needed its essence to dispel the chill in everyone's hearts. He began by soaking the cured meat in warm water for a brief moment, washing away the surface dust and softening its overly dry texture while diminishing some of its excess saltiness. He then sliced the meat into thin pieces, each a harmonious blend of fat and lean, with clear marbling that glistened enticingly under the light. On the other side, freshly sprouted mung bean sprouts had just been cultivated this afternoon with chakra. These sprouts, plump and white, crowned with two tender yellow leaves, radiated vitality. With a sizzle, a dash of oil was poured into a hot pan, and as the temperature rose, Huyanzi tossed in minced ginger and garlic, releasing a sharp, aromatic fragrance that made the children, who had just washed their hands, involuntarily sniff the air. Soon after, the slices of cured meat were added to the pan. The fatty portions immediately contracted upon contact with the scorching surface, releasing a generous amount of oil. The mingling scents of meat and fat boldly enveloped the entire wooden cabin, evoking a primal hunger. With a flick of his wrist, the iron pan arced gracefully through the air, ensuring all the meat pieces were evenly flipped. He sautéed the cured meat until it curled slightly and developed a golden hue before adding the prepared bean sprouts. With a flourish, the sprouts entered the pan, steam rising in clouds. Huyanzi refrained from excessive stirring, opting instead for a quick toss over high heat, ensuring each sprout was uniformly coated with the savory essence of the cured meat while preserving their inherent crunchiness. In just a minute or two, a fragrant dish of stir-fried bean sprouts with cured meat was ready to serve. Chopped green onions adorned the vibrant mixture, the tender sprouts intertwined with the aromatic meat, making it a feast for the eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully preparing a dish of excellent quality, stir-fried bean sprouts with dried cured meat. Excellent quality stir-fried bean sprouts with dried cured meat, a warming, home-style dish. Consumption leads to a notable increase in warmth within 40 minutes, slightly enhancing cold resistance. Provides a satisfying fullness, rapidly alleviating the weakness brought on by hunger. The savory essence of cured meat harmonizes with the refreshing crispness of the bean sprouts, stimulating appetite. Ideal for cold environments or post-exertion. Honji gazed at the prompts on the system panel, nodding in satisfaction. Dinner is served. He brought a large platter of dishes to the table, while Sakumo had quietly served rice to everyone. The rice was plain white rice, but at this moment, the mere act of enjoying a steaming bowl was a form of bliss. The children could hardly contain their excitement, their eyes eagerly fixed on the spread before them. Go ahead and eat, Honji said with a smile. With his permission granted, the children immediately grabbed their chopsticks. Hayato was the first to snatch a piece of marinated meat and pop it into his mouth, gasping from the heat, yet unwilling to spit it out. The meat was perfectly stir-fried, the fatty parts crispy and fragrant, while the lean portions were firm and chewy, becoming increasingly flavorful with each bite. The savory taste exploded in his mouth, making his eyes squint with delight. Aoi cautiously picked up a portion of bean sprouts. The sprouts were sweet and crunchy, infused with a hint of the marinated meat's rich flavor, delivering an exquisite taste. Delicious, Hayato mumbled. This meat is even better than the ribs last time. And the bean sprouts are so crunchy. Aoi chimed in. The children chattered joyfully, their earlier heavy mood dissipating entirely in the presence of such delightful cuisine. Kakashi also took a bite, finding the saltiness of the marinated meat perfectly balanced, a sublime pairing with the white rice. He enjoyed the meal heartily, his cheeks bulging with food. Sakumo ate slowly, yet his chopsticks never paused. He observed the lively scene before him, watching Kakashi and Guy bicker over a piece of fatty meat, and the satisfied smiles of the orphans as the icy walls around his heart began to thaw. This is what home is, a sanctuary that he must protect with his very life. Yano ate sparingly, taking small bites of rice. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the children. Seeing their joy brought a gentle smile to her face, and the fear and struggle in her eyes seemed to dissolve in the warmth of the moment. The meal was savored to the fullest. The large platter of stir-fried bean sprouts and dried marinated meat was devoured completely. Even the remnants of oil were wiped clean with rice. After the meal, Honji prepared a large pot of hot water for everyone to wash up and soak their feet, as they all nestled into their warm blankets. The wind and snow outside felt less daunting. Honji did not retire to bed immediately. Instead, he sat by the fireplace, adding a few logs to the flames. The fire danced, casting elongated shadows around the room. Sakumo approached and sat beside him. What do you plan to do about Danzo? He asked, his voice low, breaking the tranquility of the room. We will meet any challenge that comes our way, Honji replied calmly, gazing into the flickering flames. With the resources and provisions provided by Rikuju, we have been granted time and confidence. What we must do now is not to strike first, but to transform the ranch into a true bastion. A bastion? Indeed, Honji nodded. A place where we can cultivate the land, sustain ourselves, and fend off any adversaries. We find ourselves in dire need of more dwellings, robust walls, traps, and even weaponry. His gaze shifted toward Shoma. Uncle, it is upon you to take charge of these matters. Shoma remained silent for a moment before solemnly nodding. The promise made by Konoha's White Fang weighed heavily. Furthermore, Haonzi paused, then continued, Kakashi and Guy can no longer afford to train foolishly as they once did. They require genuine combat experience. They must learn the art of killing. As these words were uttered, the atmosphere chilled perceptibly. Shoma's expression grew complex as he glanced at the slumbering Kakashi, whispering, he is still but a child. He has already taken a life, having slain a root ninja. In the realm of shinobi, the term child holds no significance. Haonzi's tone was frigid. Danzo will show no mercy simply because he is young. Today serves as a warning. Next time, it may result in assassination. We must prepare for the worst. Shoma offered no further rebuttal, fully aware that Haonzi spoke the truth. He himself had already been drenched in the blood of battle at Kakashi's age. Starting tomorrow, I shall personally instruct them in ninjutsu, Shoma decided. Indeed, Haonzi acknowledged, rising to his feet. Rest well, Uncle Shoma. Tomorrow, we have much work to accomplish. With that, he returned to his bedding and closed his eyes. The room fell silent once more, save for the crackling of the firewood and the howling of the wind and snow outside. Yet, all were cognizant that from this night onward, the Gouenshi ranch would be irrevocably transformed. At the break of dawn the following day, before daylight had fully emerged, Haonzi awakened. He rose quietly and first ventured into the kitchen to inspect the green beans left to sprout overnight, pleased to discover fresh shoots emerging. Nodding in satisfaction, he then commenced preparing breakfast. Today's meal was simple, a steaming bowl of rice porridge accompanied by a few refreshing side dishes. Once breakfast was ready, the others began to awaken in succession. After the hearty meal and a good night's rest, everyone appeared significantly revitalized, particularly the children, who were no longer timid as when they first arrived, their faces now adorned with color and smiles. After breakfast, the new day's labors commenced. According to the plan devised the previous evening, Shoma was tasked with the design and construction of new wooden cabins and the ranch's defensive structures. As a former member of the Umbu, he possessed profound knowledge of trap setting and architectural design, making him the most suitable candidate for the task. Yano took charge of the older children, responsible for tidying up the house and organizing clutter, while the younger ones played indoors. Meanwhile, Haonzi, Kakashi, and Guy undertook the most strenuous task of constructing guest rooms. Heave! Guy shouted with enthusiasm as he hoisted a timber and delivered it to Kakashi, who was balancing on the rafters. Shoma employed the shadow clone technique, wielding his hammer with remarkable speed, deftly securing the wooden planks. Observing them, Haonzi pondered deeply. The ranch now housed over a dozen individuals, and managing food supplies would pose a significant challenge. Merely relying on the meager supplies delivered by Riku would not sustain them for long. In winter, aside from pasture, conventional crops cannot be cultivated unless a greenhouse is constructed. Furthermore, fortifications must be prioritized without delay. No one could predict when Danzo might strike again. While several individuals were engrossed in their tasks, a creaking sound emanated from the direction of the ranch entrance. They instinctively paused and cast wary glances in that direction. Before them trudged a massive ox cart, laboring through snow that nearly reached their knees. At the reins was a middle-aged man clad in the distinctive vest of the Nara family, his face etched with a blend of resignation and fatigue. Kakashi, with his keen eye, promptly recognized the individual as one of their own. Honji breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that Riku had dispatched someone with provisions. The trio approached and assisted the weary man in maneuvering the cart to the front of the wooden cabin. "Thank you for your hard work," Honji offered, handing him a cup of hot tea. The man accepted the tea and gulped it down in one go, exhaling deeply. "What a hassle this has been. Lord Riku insisted that I deliver these today, and in this dreadful weather, the path is nearly invisible." Despite his complaints, he directed the unloading of the cart. Upon lifting the tarpaulin, everyone present was taken aback. The cart was brimming not only with food, but a veritable bounty. Bags of rice and flour stacked high like small mountains, alongside substantial parcels of pork, and cured meat wrapped in oil paper, and bundles of radishes and cabbages, vegetables with a long shelf life. In addition to the food, there were several rolls of thick cotton fabric, ample enough to craft new winter garments for all the children. There were even shovels, axes, saws, and an abundance of iron nails and ropes. "Is this truly all?" Kai exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The middle-aged man retorted curtly, "This is merely a portion. Lord Riku mentioned that these are just the initial supplies, with more to follow in batches. Furthermore, this is the potato fund for this month, totaling 300,000 ryo. Please count it." He produced a heavy pouch of coins from his pocket and handed it to Honji. Honji took the pouch, weighed it in his hands, and felt a profound shock wash over him. He had thought that Riku's investments were merely verbal, perhaps intended only to address their immediate food crisis. To his astonishment, Riku had gone above and beyond, providing an entire winter's worth of supplies. Food, clothing, tools. Riku had anticipated all their current needs. The magnitude of this kindness was overwhelming. "Please convey my gratitude to Lord Riku," Honji stated earnestly. "Understood, understood." The middle-aged man waved dismissively, eager to conclude his task. "The supplies are delivered. I must return swiftly. It's been quite the ordeal." With that, he urged the now empty cart away, creaking back into the distance. Observing the bounty piled in the snow, the inhabitants of the wooden cabin emerged, their faces alight with surprise and disbelief. "Brother Haoyan, we have struck gold," Kai exclaimed excitedly, clutching a bag of rice. Nearly leaping with joy, the children gathered around the supplies, curiously touching everything. To them, such an abundance of food and new fabric was a dream once thought unattainable. Yano looked on, her eyes brimming with tears. She approached Haoyan and bowed deeply. "Mr. Haoyan, I truly cannot thank you enough." She understood that all of this was thanks to him. Were it not for his efforts, these children might still be enduring hunger and cold in that dilapidated orphanage. "You need not thank me. Your gratitude should be directed to Riku," Haoyan replied, helping her up with a smile. "All right, let us not linger. We must quickly move these supplies indoors. With so much food left outside, it would be troublesome if it snowed again." "Understood." Everyone immediately sprang into action, fervently transporting the supplies to the warehouse. With these provisions, Haoyan felt a profound sense of relief. He even found himself contemplating another matter. "The chili peppers are ripe," he mused, stroking his chin. In this bitter cold and swirling snow, what could warm the heart more than a steaming hot pot? Moreover, he had previously prepared a pot of carrot stew with cured meat, which would serve perfectly as hot pot accompaniments. With this thought, an idea struck him. "Everyone, let us put in some extra effort. Tonight, we shall enjoy something special," Haoyan announced loudly. "Oh!" The children erupted in cheers. Even Shuamao, usually composed, displayed a flicker of excitement upon hearing the word special. Inspired by the promise of a delightful meal, everyone's productivity soared. Before long, all the supplies were securely stored away in the warehouse. Looking at the fully stocked space, a sense of security enveloped everyone. This winter, they need not fear hunger or cold. Shua Mao and the others completed the guest room just in time before the snow began to fall, and they busied themselves with cleaning. Time flew, and soon evening descended. The fireplace in the wooden cabin crackled warmly, and a large low table was set in the center of the room, around which everyone gathered. At the heart of the table sat a massive clay pot, bubbling with a vibrant red broth, releasing a bold and spicy aroma that filled the air. This was the hot pot base that Haoyan had crafted using the freshly harvested chili peppers and various spices. The table overflowed with an array of ingredients: thinly sliced pork, cabbage, radishes, tofu, mushrooms, and a large pot of carrot stew with cured meat prepared earlier that day. "What is this?" Kai inquired, gazing at the simmering red oil with curiosity. "It's hot pot," Haoyan explained with a smile. "You simply dip your favorite ingredients into this pot, and once they're cooked, they're ready to eat." As he spoke, he picked up a slice of pork and swirled it in the boiling broth. The meat transformed instantaneously, enveloped in a tempting layer of red oil. He dipped the meat into a bowl of garlic-infused oil and brought it to his mouth. Succulent slices of meat, paired with a spicy broth and rich dipping sauce, create an exquisite flavor that is simply unparalleled. "Come, everyone, give it a try," called out Honji. The group, somewhat skeptical, mimicked his actions and began to immerse their ingredients into the hot pot. Cough, cough, cough. So spicy. Kai was the first to be overwhelmed. His face flushed with heat, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Yet, he did not cease his efforts. alternating between gulping water and shoving more food into his mouth. "Delicious," Hayato exclaimed, his cheeks reddened by the spice, but his excitement palpable. Kakashi, on the other hand, remained composed, carefully blowing on his cooked meat before taking slow, deliberate bites. Though his lips also turned red from the heat, his eyes sparkled with delight. This was an utterly new and unparalleled gustatory experience, spicy, searing, yet irresistibly enticing. Shoma and Nono soon joined the fray, and everyone gathered around, sharing a pot of food, engaging in light-hearted conversation, laughter, and jovial banter. Outside, the wind and snow howled fiercely, but they could not penetrate the cozy little house filled with warmth and merriment. Ding! Collective hot pot activity detected among ranch members, significantly elevating happiness levels. Hatake Shoma's affection for you increases by 5. Current affection level, 75, irreplaceable family. Hatake Kakashi's affection for you increases by 5. Current affection level, 65, most reliable brother. Might Dai's affection for you increases by 5. Current affection level, 50, a brother worth following with youth. Akimichi Nono's affection for you increases by 10. Current affection level, 35, benefactor who has given hope and warmth. Koki, Hayato, and other orphans collectively increase their affection for you by 10. Current average affection level, 35, most fond of brother Honji. Hearing the series of system notifications echoing in his mind, Honji's face broke into a genuine smile. What he sought to protect was precisely this scene before him. The lively atmosphere of the hot pot feast lingered for several days. The spicy and warm aroma seemingly embedded in every corner of the wooden cabin. Everyone appeared invigorated by the meal, their spirits lifted for work. Supplies sent by the Nara family filled the warehouse, and while Honji gazed at the mountain of rice and flour, he felt no relief in his heart. Brother Rokahisa had indeed come to their aid in their time of need, but what about next time? They could not always rely on others for support. With over 20 mouths to feed at the ranch, the daily consumption alone was astronomical. Though this stockpile seemed plentiful, it would not last long. Ultimately, self-sufficiency was vital. "We must devise a way to cultivate crops even during the winter," Honji stated plainly one evening after the children had gone to bed, summoning Shoma, Kakashi, and Kai to the fireplace. Kakashi, engrossed in an old book he had stumbled upon, barely lifted his gaze at Honji's words. "Cultivating crops in winter? You don't mean to use chakra to hasten their growth, do you? That is something only the first Hokage could accomplish, and even then, the cost is exorbitant, making it not worth the effort." "I am well aware of that," Honji replied with a glance of exasperation. "What I mean is, we need to create an environment conducive to crop growth during winter. A greenhouse." Kai slapped his thigh, suddenly enlightened. "I recall my father mentioning that some affluent aristocrats cultivate flowers in transparent houses during winter. Indeed, it is a greenhouse." Hiroenji nodded in agreement. "With a greenhouse, we can grow our own vegetables, ensuring at least a steady supply. If all goes well, we might even attempt to cultivate some short-cycle staple crops." Shuo Mao had been silently listening, and only then did he speak up, his voice deep. "The idea is splendid. However, constructing a greenhouse requires quite a bit of material, especially transparent materials. There may be some in Konoha, but they are rather expensive and highly conspicuous. This poses a genuine dilemma." They were most keen to avoid drawing the attention of the village's higher-ups. Hiroenji furrowed his brow. This matter indeed seemed quite challenging. Presently, he possessed 300,000 ryo given by Shika, which was neither an insignificant sum nor a large one. Yet, procuring such a substantial quantity of specialized materials would undoubtedly leave traces. Just as he found himself at a loss, the long-forgotten system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Detecting the host's strong desire for development, the ranch enters the long-term planning phase. Long-term construction task issued. Vitality in winter. Task content. Within the ranch, construct a fully functional, cold-resistant greenhouse. The greenhouse must possess 3 fundamental functions: insulation, lighting, and ventilation, covering an area of no less than 2 acres. Task rewards. Unlock new function, cattle raising for the ranch. Reward. Cattle shed blueprint, X1. Holy cattle, X2. Hiroenji's eyes instantly sparkled. Raising cattle and holy cattle. This reward was precisely what he yearned for. Milk, butter, and cheese are all high-energy, nutritious sustenance for the growing children and those like Kakashi who require intensive training. There could be no better nourishment. Moreover, the The system task provided a clear definition and requirements for the greenhouse without imposing restrictions on the source of materials. This meant he could utilize whatever resources were available. I shall devise a solution for the material concerns. Hiroenji was suddenly filled with confidence, addressing the group. Starting tomorrow, our ranch survival operation will enter the third phase, the greenhouse endeavor. Oh, Kai was always the first to respond, raising his fist, brimming with enthusiasm. Kakashi closed his book. Though he said nothing, a glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes. For him, the process of building something from nothing was far more intriguing than mere ninja tasks. Early the next morning, Hiroenji shared the greenhouse plan with Yano and the children, igniting their passion for this grand vision. The prospect of enjoying fresh vegetables they had cultivated themselves during winter was something they had scarcely dared to dream. They resolved to take action. Hiroenji assumed the role of the overall commander, while the greenhouse design fell to an unexpected individual, Shuo Mao. Hiroenji had initially thought that as a ninja, Shuo Mao would be utterly ignorant of architectural matters. To his surprise, Shuo Mao merely sketched in the snow with a branch for a while, and then devised a remarkable plan that left Hiroenji in awe. We can construct the main body of the greenhouse underground, Shumo elucidated while pointing at the sketch on the ground. By excavating a sufficiently deep pit, we can harness geothermal energy for insulation. The walls can be fortified with a mixture of stone and earth, effectively minimizing heat loss. A wooden framework will support the roof, which will be covered with translucent materials. This semi-subterranean structure not only boasts excellent thermal retention, but also appears diminutive from a distance, rendering it inconspicuous. The entrance can be designed as a camouflage trapdoor, with several emergency evacuation routes discreetly incorporated within. Hyanji was taken aback. This was no mere greenhouse. It was evidently an underground fortress. Truly, the elite from the Dark Division had tactical thinking ingrained in their very bones. With the design plan established, everyone's roles became clearly defined. The physically demanding task of digging the foundation naturally fell to the primary laborers, Hyanji, Kakashi, and Guy. Shumo would oversee technical guidance and framework construction, while Yena and the children would be responsible for clearing the excavated soil and preparing logistics. Amidst their fervent efforts, a new member of the ranch, the guardian dog Xiaomu, began to reveal its unique qualities. This black and white pup was a reward from the recent task of calming the chickens. Since its arrival, it had been remarkably quiet, appearing no different from an ordinary mutt. Yet today, it seemed eager to contribute to the greenhouse construction. Guy accidentally flung his shovel, and before he could rush to retrieve it, Xiaomu dashed forth like a streak of black and white lightning, grasping the shovel handle in its mouth and swiftly returning it to lay it at Guy's feet. The entire process was seamless, astonishingly swift. Wow, Xiaomu is incredible, Guy exclaimed, joyfully lifting the pup and affectionately ruffling its fur. While Xiaomu relished the affection, it did not bark like an ordinary dog. Instead, it tilted its head back and emitted a long, mournful howl that eerily resembled a wolf-esque cry. Everyone paused in their tasks, staring at it in bewilderment. Hyanji, is your dog of a peculiar breed? Guy inquired with curiosity. Hyanji was equally perplexed. He recalled the system's description stated it was a randomly assigned guardian dog, but did not specify it was a husky, as it clearly resembled a shepherd dog. Kakashi, arms crossed, observed Xiaomu with keen interest. Suddenly, he retrieved a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled it towards a distant tree. Before the shuriken had traveled halfway, Xiaomu sprang into action. It propelled itself with its hind legs, tracing an astonishing arc in midair, and accurately caught the spinning shuriken in its mouth before landing gracefully on the ground. It then dropped the shuriken at Kakashi's feet, tilting its head as if to inquire if there were more. At this moment, even Shumo's expression shifted. The speed and coordination exhibited were far beyond that of an ordinary beast. Shumo spoke with a grave tone. Kakashi and Guy exchanged glances, excitement reflected in their eyes. They seemed to have discovered a new toy, promptly taking Xiaomu aside to begin a ninja-style obstacle training session. Setting traps, throwing shuriken, and moving swiftly left everyone utterly astonished. Not only could Xiaomu effortlessly evade all attacks, but it could even anticipate their movements, darting behind them to tap their legs with its tiny paws. Its speed was astonishingly on par with these two prodigies. This, Kai stammered, pointing at Xiaomu. It is certainly no ordinary dog. Gao Yenji observed Xiaomu frolicking and bounding around the field, delighting in its antics. while his heart churned with tumultuous emotions. He had long sensed that the gift from the system was extraordinary, yet he had never anticipated it would be this outrageous. This was no mere guardian dog. It was nothing short of an elite ninja, cloaked in canine form. The excavation work for the greenhouse, under the watchful eye and playful spirit of Xiaomo, had become significantly more enjoyable. The children loved to gather around it during breaks, while Kakashi and Kai regarded it as a new training adversary. As the night deepened, exhaustion enveloped everyone, lulling them into a deep slumber. However, Gouenshi, lying on the makeshift bed, found it impossible to sleep. He gazed out the window, where the moonlight shimmered upon the snow, blindingly bright. Not far away, Xiaomu lay at the entrance of the newly constructed wooden cabin, vigilantly surveying its surroundings. It seemed less like it was sleeping and more like it was standing guard. A profound question arose in Gouenshi's mind. Was this dog bestowed upon him by the system truly just a dog? What was its true nature? The excavation of the greenhouse was progressing vigorously. Each morning, the entire ranch was awakened by the rhythmic clang of hammers and Kai's spirited shouts. Observing the deepening pit day by day, Gouenshi felt a sense of reassurance. Yet, he was acutely aware that mere logistical support was insufficient. The ranch needed to develop fangs, and Kakashi and Kai were the sharpest teeth in his plan. Uncle Shumo, it's time to prioritize training. That evening, Gouenshi approached Shumo, who was busy polishing a short blade. Shumo paused, lifting his gaze with deep-set eyes fixed on Gouenshi. Have you made up your mind? My training is not akin to the childish play at the Ninja Academy. I wish for it to be distinctly different. Gouenshi replied resolutely. The threat from Danzo loomed overhead like a sword ready to drop at any moment. I need them to acquire self-defense and even offensive capabilities swiftly. Shumo remained silent for a moment before nodding. Understood. Tomorrow morning, have them wait for me at the back mountain. The following day, before dawn broke, Gouenshi roused Kakashi and Kai from their cozy beds. What is going on, brother Gouenshi? It's still dark outside. Kai rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned, while Kakashi wore a disgruntled expression, burying his head under the covers, clearly suffering from serious morning grumpiness. Uncle Shumo will be providing you with special training at the back mountain. If you don't get up now, there will be no breakfast for you. Gouenshi unleashed his trump card. At the mention of special training and breakfast, the two boys immediately perked up. They quickly donned their clothes, braving the cold wind as they dashed toward the back mountain. At the clearing behind the mountain, Shumo was already waiting for them. Today, he did not don his usual casual attire, but instead wore a form-fitting black outfit that allowed for ease of movement. The short blade known as White Fang hung at his back, and he exuded a formidable aura. Father, Kakashi called out with a respectful tone. Mr. Shumo, Kai exclaimed, waving his hand excitedly. Shumo's gaze swept over the two, and he spoke in a measured tone. From today onwards, I shall be your practical combat instructor. In my class, you must forget that you are geniuses and cast aside the flamboyant ninjutsu. There is only one thing you need to remember. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and a powerful presence emanated from him, pressing down on the two children, nearly suffocating them. On the battlefield, there are no geniuses, only the living and the dead. What you must learn is not how to defeat your enemy, but how to ensure he never rises again. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shumo's figure vanished from sight. Alarm bells rang in Kakashi and Kai's minds as they immediately positioned themselves back to back, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Too slow, a voice whispered in Kakashi's ear. He barely had time to turn around before he felt a chill at his throat. A kunai glimmering ominously was pressed against it. It was Shumo's shadow clone. Almost simultaneously, another shadow clone appeared behind Kai, similarly restraining him with a kunai. In a true battle, you have already died twice. Shumo's true form emerged slowly from behind a tree, his tone devoid of any emotion. Kai's face was filled with indignation and shock, while Kakashi's pride as a genius lay trampled beneath the weight of humiliation. Throughout his life, whether in school or on missions, he had always been the most outstanding, never having faced such disgrace. Again, Kakashi gritted his teeth and declared, "As you wish." The following morning was nothing short of a hellish nightmare for Kakashi and Kai. Shumo's training imparted no fixed techniques. Instead, he taught 3 fundamental lessons: how to use the surrounding environment to conceal oneself, how to suppress one's killing intent, and how to strike at the enemy's most vulnerable points in the shortest time possible. The 2 shadow clones appeared relentlessly from unexpected angles, pressing kunai against their throats, hearts, and temples. Each encounter made them acutely aware of the threat of death. Though Kai was repeatedly knocked down, his indomitable spirit only grew stronger. He shouted youthful slogans and rose time and again to fight anew. Kakashi, on the other hand, relinquished his self-proclaimed genius status with each failure. For the first time, he clearly recognized the chasm between himself and his father, a seemingly insurmountable divide. His once proud speed and reflexes appeared laughable and juvenile in the face of his father's instinctual combat prowess. While the hellish training unfolded in the back mountains, a different scene played out in the wooden cabin of the ranch. The kitchen was warm and inviting. As Gouenshi patiently taught Yano and several older children how to prepare ingredients. Behold, this radish must be peeled and then cut into irregular chunks, allowing it to absorb flavors more readily. Shinha, please trim the ends of these green beans. Yes, just like that, splendidly done. The warm and harmonious atmosphere stands in stark contrast to the hellish aura radiating from the mountain behind. As dusk fell, Kakashi and Guy finally limped back to the wooden cabin, their bodies battered and caked in dirt. Pain coursed through them, and their spirits were utterly exhausted. Yet, upon pushing open the door and inhaling the rich aroma of the dishes wafting from the kitchen, their stomachs audibly protested in hunger. On the dining table, several steaming home-cooked dishes awaited. Braised pork, stir-fried green peppers with shredded meat, and a large bowl of fragrant winter melon and spare rib soup. The two youngsters, momentarily forgetting their aches, rushed over to devour the meal with fervor. Kakashi observed the graceful figure of Hiroyama bustling in the kitchen, effortlessly flipping the ingredients in the pan with a flair born of experience. An unexpected surge of defiance welled up within him. Why should he be bested? It was one thing to be outmatched by his father in combat, but to be overshadowed in the culinary realm? Brother Hiroyama, Kakashi declared after finishing a bowl of rice and wiping his mouth, cooking does not seem so difficult. I too can master it. Just as Hiroyama emerged from the kitchen with the last dish, he chuckled upon hearing this. Oh, is that so? Then I shall entrust you with the task of making tomato scrambled eggs for tomorrow morning. It's a deal, Kakashi replied without a moment's hesitation. The following morning, the prodigious ninja, Kakashi Hatake, faced yet another monumental defeat in his culinary endeavors. With confidence, he entered the kitchen, emulating Hiroyama's technique, and cracked the eggs. However, he applied too much force, resulting in half the shell remaining in the bowl. He fumbled for an eternity to extricate the remnants of shell. Next was the task of slicing tomatoes. Armed with a knife, he envisioned himself honing his blade skills, yet he either cut them too thick or too thin, leaving the tomatoes on the cutting board resembling something a dog had gnawed upon, an abysmal sight. The most disastrous moment came when he attempted to fry the eggs. He poured oil into the pan, and when it heated, he added the eggs. With a sizzle, hot oil splattered, causing him to yelp in pain. By the time he managed to finish cooking the eggs, half had turned to char. Ultimately, he combined the tomatoes with the burnt eggs and, relying on instinct, added a generous handful of salt. When he presented the dark, oddly shaped dish, blackened with patches of red and yellow, at the dining table, silence enveloped the room. What is this? Guy inquired, his eyes wide with apprehension. Kakashi, lifting his chin defiantly, retorted, tomato scrambled eggs. He took a bite, and in the next instant, his face contorted in distaste. The flavor was an unbearable amalgamation of saltiness, bitterness, and a charred essence, utterly indescribable. Hiroyama stifled a laugh. The original Kakashi was said to possess culinary skills, yet it appeared that this was merely a facade. Amidst the stifled laughter of those around him, Kakashi silently slid the dish in front of himself. Concealing it behind his back, his face flushed with embarrassment. He resolved silently to prove himself. Just wait and see. I, Hatake Kakashi, am determined not only to surpass my father in strength, but also to ensure that my culinary skills do not pale in comparison to that of the notorious Gouenshi. The infamous incident involving Kakashi's disastrous cooking ultimately concluded with Gouenshi hastily preparing a large pot of fragrant scallion oil noodles late into the night. The following morning, the prodigious ninja found himself hiding in his room, obstinately refusing to emerge for breakfast, until Gouenshi personally delivered a bowl of noodles, which he reluctantly accepted. This amusing episode soon became a source of laughter among the ranch's inhabitants during their meals. The excavation work in the greenhouse persisted, and with the ample tools provided by the Nara family, efficiency saw a notable improvement. Although the children were still quite young, under the guidance of Yano, They were tasked with transporting the excavated soil and stones to designated locations, proving to be a significant force. However, the continuous physical labor took a considerable toll on these growing children. That afternoon, as Gouenshi was in the kitchen preparing ingredients for dinner, he noticed several children taking advantage of a break, swaying wearily with fatigue etched on their little faces. "Gouenshi and I'm so hungry," Hayato called out weakly. "How much longer until dinner is ready?" Soon. Today, we're having stew with meat. It will be hearty," Gouenshi replied with a smile. Yet, as he observed the children, his mind was preoccupied with another matter. Mere sustenance was insufficient. After intense physical exertion, one often craves something more, especially for a group of children. The allure of snacks was irresistible. With the ranch now in better condition, it would be a shame to let their childhood be devoid of delightful treats. But what kind of snacks could he make? The variety of snacks in this world was rather uninspiring, limited to 3-color dumplings and overly sweet yokon. Neither were particularly satisfying, nor did they provide much nourishment. As Gouenshi scanned the kitchen, his gaze fell upon a large wooden barrel in the corner, filled with the leftover soy pulp from the morning's tofu making. This pulp was originally intended for fermentation to create fertilizer. Upon seeing it, a name long buried in the recesses of his office worker memories sprang to mind: spicy strips. Yes, spicy strips. The delightful snack that accompanied countless childhoods. Crafted from the simplest of ingredients to create an unparalleled taste experience. Utilizing soy products, combined with chili and various spices, the flavor was absolutely tantalizing. The more Gouenshi contemplated, the brighter his eyes became. This snack was inexpensive to produce, straightforward to make, and its spicy, invigorating flavor would undoubtedly awaken the taste buds, uplift spirits, and dispel fatigue. Truly a strategic resource tailored for these little laborers. Without further ado, he moved the barrel of soy pulp closer, took a whiff, and found it still quite fresh. He scooped out a substantial portion, added some flour from a sack, poured in water, and began to knead the mixture. "Gouenshi and what delicious creation are you concocting?" A girl named Aoi curiously approached. "I'm making something delightful, a treat you've never tasted before," Gouenshi replied with a mysterious smile. "Go, call Chizuru and Hayato over to assist me." Soon, several of the older children gathered around, their curiosity piqued by Gouenshi's culinary endeavors. How Yenji combined the soybean residue and flour into a firm dough, then tore off a piece and rolled it into long strips, each the thickness of a finger. "Come, just like this, shape them all in this manner," he instructed, assigning tasks to the children. The youngsters, intrigued and delighted, eagerly joined in, and soon, the countertop was adorned with an array of soil-colored sticks of varying lengths. Next came the steaming process. How Yenji placed these soybean strips into a steamer and subjected them to high heat for 20 minutes. The moment he lifted the lid, a wholesome aroma, characteristic of soybean products, wafted through the air. The steamed strips became more resilient. Allowing them to cool, he then picked up a kitchen knife. Watch closely, for this is the crucial step. With a swift motion, he sliced the long strips into small segments, each resembling the length of a pinky finger. The final step, the most essential one, was seasoning and frying. He set a large pot on the stove and filled it with ample oil. While waiting for the oil to heat, he retrieved a large basin and began pouring in various spices. The supplies sent by the Nara family were abundant in spices: chili powder, Sichuan pepper, cumin, and several unnamed seasonings, all of which he generously added, finishing with a substantial amount of salt and a pinch of sugar to enhance the flavor. As the oil reached the desired temperature, How Yenji added the cut soybean segments in batches. A sizzling sound erupted as the segments tumbled rapidly in the oil, their color transitioning from earthy yellow to golden brown. A rich, toasted aroma began to fill the kitchen, eliciting the children's eager anticipation. Once all the segments were fried to a crisp perfection, he used a slotted spoon to retrieve them, draining the excess oil, and promptly dumped them into the basin filled with spices. Shinha, grab the long chopsticks and stir vigorously, he commanded. All right. With Shinha's energetic mixing, the vibrant red chili powder and earthy brown spice dust enveloped each golden soybean segment. The initially mild fragrance transformed into an overwhelming assault on the senses. A fierce amalgamation of spiciness, saltiness, and toasted aroma that invaded the air. At that moment, a notification sounded in Hao Yenji's mind. Ding. Host detected creating a new dish. Recipe analysis in progress. Raw materials, soybean residue, flour, various spices. Process, mixing, steaming, frying, seasoning. Creation successful. Congratulations. The host has successfully created a new dish. Secret spicy strips. Quality. Perfect. Perfect quality secret spicy strips. A soul awakening snack for the masses. Consumption results in a 5-point reduction in pain perception and a 10-point increase in mental vigor within 1 hour, effectively dispelling fatigue and negative emotions. Note: caution. This dish may be addictive. It was done. How Yenji gazed at the shiny, spice-coated morsels in the basin, a satisfied smile gracing his face. All right, come and taste. He waved his hand. The children, unable to contain their excitement, eagerly reached out to grasp a still warm spicy strip, examining it with curiosity. Hayato, the boldest among them, was the first to pop it into his mouth. After a couple of chews, his eyes widened in astonishment. An indescribable expression crossed his face. A blend of pain and pleasure. Wow, it's so spicy. He exhaled heavily, his hands and feet dancing with excitement. But it's absolutely delicious, he exclaimed, quickly pinching a piece and shoving it into his mouth. With the first brave soul to taste the spicy snack, the other children eagerly followed suit, stuffing their mouths with the tantalizing treat. In an instant, the kitchen was filled with a chorus of hissing breaths and muffled exclamations of delight. So delicious. It's both numbing and spicy, with a hint of sweetness. I feel like I could dig up 2 more loads of dirt. The magic of the spicy strips was on full display at that moment, as its bold flavor instantly captivated the children's taste buds, invigorating them like a shot of adrenaline, sweeping away their fatigue from the afternoon. As dusk fell, Kakashi and Guy, having endured a grueling training session, returned to the cabin, their bodies aching and weary. Upon entering, they were greeted by an unprecedented, tantalizing aroma that set their senses alight. They found a group of children gathered around a large basin, their faces smeared with grease, each holding a vibrant red piece of the snack, their cheeks flushed and foreheads glistening with sweat, yet all wore expressions of blissful contentment. "What are you eating?" Guy inquired curiously. "Kakashi, come and try this," shouted Cookie, holding up a spicy strip enthusiastically. Without hesitation, Guy snatched one and popped it into his mouth. In the next moment, he mirrored the same expression of sheer delight as Hayato. Oh my, is this the taste of youth? It explodes on the tip of my tongue." Tears nearly sprang from his eyes due to the spiciness, yet he continued to exclaim joyfully. Kakashi frowned slightly, feeling averse to such seemingly unhealthy food. However, under Guy's fervent encouragement and the children's eager glances, he hesitantly picked up a piece, cautiously biting down on it. Instantly, a powerful medley of salty, savory, and spicy flavors, intermingled with various spices, erupted in his mouth. The intense sensation made him cough twice. Yet, almost immediately, a peculiar pleasure spread from his tongue, prompting him to take a second and then a third bite. By the time he finished the first piece, he felt the fatigue and soreness of the day begin to dissipate, his spirits lifted. Delicious, Kakashi silently assessed, then discreetly reached for another piece. The entire ranch was enveloped in the joy brought forth by the spicy strips. However, amidst the laughter and merriment, one boy appeared somewhat out of place. His name was Subaru, a silent orphan who rarely engaged with others. He too had received a portion of the spicy strips and was eating alongside the others. Yet his eyes held a glimmer of gloom and inner turmoil that starkly contrasted with the surrounding joy. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the cabin, everyone fell asleep. Subaru quietly crawled out from under the covers, using the moonlight to navigate to a secluded corner outside. He removed his shoes and carefully extracted a small note wrapped tightly in oil paper from the soul's hidden compartment. The note was diminutive, inscribed with a line of text written in a special ink that rendered it nearly invisible without proper treatment. This was a command from the root. He took a deep breath and unfolded the note. Under the gentle illumination of the moonlight, the words gradually came into focus. A report on the current situation at the base was due, particularly concerning the state of Shikamaru and the latest personnel updates. Subaru's breath quickened slightly as images from earlier in the day surfaced in his mind. Everyone gathered, sharing spicy snacks. Hayato had snatched one from him, only to be playfully swatted by Aoi before returning it with a cheeky grin. Sister Nono had chuckled, advising him to take his time and not choke. And then there was Brother Honji, who, noticing his fondness for the treats, had gone out of his way to offer him an extra handful, affectionately ruffling his hair and saying, "If you like it, take more. If you finish, I'll make more for you." The warmth of that hand seemed to linger on his head. Yet, juxtaposed against these memories was the cold, piercing gaze of Danzo, and the suffocating brutality of the training within the organization. Emotions were deemed superfluous. Ninjas were mere instruments. A failure in a mission signified death. Those words felt etched into his very bones, sending chills coursing through him. Subaru's hands trembled slightly. How was he to write this report? Should he convey the truth? To state that Shikamaru was training 2 children with methods that were exceedingly harsh yet effective? To reveal that the hearts of the people at the ranch were united under the man named Honji? To disclose that they were constructing a vast underground greenhouse? No, such revelations could not be penned. If he did so, Danzo would undoubtedly intensify his scrutiny here, and the next envoy might not come with mere intent to test. Subaru's heart was torn, pulled by invisible hands, one side dictated by commands and fears from the past, the other by newfound warmth and belonging. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he procured a small charcoal pencil from within his garment. He knelt upon the ground, utilizing the faint moonlight to inscribe a radically different set of information on a fresh slip of paper. Once completed, he carefully folded the note and tucked it into a crevice of a nearby tree. This was the designated communication point with the organization. After concluding this task, he leaned against the trunk, breathless, as if drained of energy. Progress on the greenhouse had surpassed the halfway mark. The enormous pit had begun to take shape through the combined efforts of all involved. Shikamaru had also commenced setting up basic defensive traps around the ranch with Kakashi and Guy. Everything seemed to be moving in a favorable direction. Yet, a lingering shadow hovered over Shikamaru's heart. His intuition, honed over years within the Umbu, warned him that unseen eyes were watching this place. Danzo would not simply relent. This thought was confirmed one moonless night, under a shroud of darkness. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the ranch. As its inhabitants succumbed to sleep after a day of toil, a shadowy figure materialized, ghost-like, at the edge of the surrounding woods. Clad in the distinctive black attire of the organization, his face concealed behind a plain white mask, he swiftly formed hand seals, pressing them against the ground. Earth release, hiding in the earth technique. His body gradually sank into the earth, soundlessly, as if a drop of water merging with the ocean. Soon, he traversed the underground, deftly evading all the traps laid by Shimoku on the surface, successfully infiltrating the confines of the ranch. His task was straightforward: to collect soil samples from the cultivated land and meticulously survey the ranch's defensive arrangements. Lord Danzo had set his sights firmly on this land capable of yielding miraculous crops. He emerged cautiously from the soil beside a small vegetable plot, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. The wooden cabin was enveloped in darkness, interrupted only by the sound of a few steady breaths. Safe. He retrieved a specially crafted small jar from his ninja tool pouch, preparing to collect the soil. At that moment, however, he suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck, a suffocating presence of extreme peril enveloping him. Alarmed, he attempted to form a hand seal to employ the substitution technique, but it was too late. A shadow, alternating between black and white, sprang forth from the grass beside him with lightning speed, too swift for his eyes to capture. It was that dog. The thought barely crossed his mind before an overwhelming force collided with him. In the next instant, excruciating pain surged through his wrists and ankles. Crack! The sharp sound of bone fracturing pierced the stillness of the night, echoing painfully. He did not have a moment to scream before he was rendered unconscious by a single paw from the dog. The entire sequence, from ambush to conclusion, transpired in no more than 3 seconds. Aside from the sound of the fracture and the muted thud of his body hitting the ground, there was scarcely any extraneous noise. Yet, this slight disturbance was sufficient to rouse the 2 lightest sleepers within the cabin. Shimoku and Honji opened their eyes almost simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, hastily donning their clothes, and rushed out of the cabin, one after the other. Upon arriving at the scene, they were struck dumb by the sight before them. The infiltrating root ninja lay sprawled on the ground like a heap of mud, his limbs twisted at unnatural angles, evidently rendered incapacitated. The culprit was none other than the seemingly harmless guardian dog, Komo. At that moment, Komu stood with one front paw on the back of the root ninja, baring its teeth and emitting a low growl. It bore no injuries, not even a disheveled fur. Honji stared at the scene, momentarily at a loss for words. Shimoku, however, immediately approached, first checking on the root ninja, discovering that he was merely unconscious, with no threat to his life, but his limbs were broken, having lost all combat effectiveness. He then crouched down to examine Komu closely. He pried open Komu's mouth, inspecting its teeth, and felt the claw marks left from the attack. Finally, his gaze fell upon a barely discernible red mark resembling a flame totem beneath the dark fur on Koma's forehead. Shimoku's expression shifted to one of grave concern, even gasping in disbelief. "What is it, Uncle Shimoku?" Honji asked anxiously, noticing his unusual demeanor. "Honji," Shimoku lifted his head, his voice laced with incredulity. "Tell me, where on earth did you acquire this dog?" "The system's cough was merely a gift from a friend," Honji replied ambiguously. "A friend?" Sakumo rose, his gaze fixed intently on Kamaki. "This is no ordinary dog. It cannot even be classified as a typical ninja hound." He pointed to Kamaki's teeth and claws, explaining, "Observe its canines, longer and sharper than those of a regular ninja dog. Furthermore, its attack method, just now, it spun its body, utilizing centrifugal force to unleash a powerful impact and biting force. This is clearly the rudimentary form of the Inuzuka clan's secret technique, canine bite." "The Inuzuka clan?" Honji was taken aback. "Isn't that the family renowned in Konoha for breeding and training ninja dogs?" "Indeed," Sakumo affirmed, his tone growing more resolute. "Especially the mark on its forehead. Although faint, I would not mistake it. This is the fire seal, a symbol that only the purest-blooded elite ninja dogs of the Inuzuka clan possess. Such a ninja dog is a rare find, each one a beacon of hope for the Inuzuka clan's future. How could it possibly be lost?" Honji was left utterly dumbfounded. He gazed at Kamaki, who innocently wagged its tail as if seeking praise, feeling as though his worldview had been upended once more. After all this commotion, the guardian dog casually rewarded by the system turned out to be the heir of the illustrious Inuzuka clan? What a colossal jest. He finally comprehended why Kamaki occasionally let out howls and understood why its speed and reflexes left even Kakashi and Guy in the dust. This creature existed on an entirely different plane. What shall we do now? Honji observed the unconscious root ninja and the noble canine heir on the ground, feeling overwhelmed. Sakumo contemplated for a moment before stating, "First, let us bind this root ninja and confine him in the storage. As for this dog, the Inuzuka clan must be frantic over the loss of such a significant descendant. It won't be long before they come looking for it." How to deal with the captured root ninja became a formidable dilemma. To kill him would enrage Danzo completely, provoking even more vicious retaliation. To release him would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains, exposing the ranch's strength. Sakumo suggested confinement for the time being. He had ways to extract information from the root ninja's lips. As the two deliberated, a cacophony of ferocious barking echoed from a distance, shattering the tranquility of the morning. Woof, woof. The sound was rife with wildness and aggression, unmistakably signaling danger. Following this, a powerful and imposing presence approached the ranch unabashedly. Sakumo's expression shifted. He quickly positioned Honji behind him and murmured, "It's a formidable opponent, at least of Jonin rank." No sooner had he spoken than a figure materialized at the entrance of the ranch. It was a woman, seemingly in her 30s, tall and athletic, with the Inuzuka clan's signature red inverted triangle markings adorning her face. Her long brown hair flowed freely, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Accompanying her were two massive ninja hounds, their size rivaling that of calves, baring their teeth and growling threateningly. "Inuzukitsum." Sakumo whispered the name of the newcomer. Note: due to the confusion of the information, it is impossible to ascertain who the leader of the Inuzuka clan was during this period. So I will temporarily refer to Inuzuka. Inuzuka, the current head of the Inuzuka clan, is a formidable jonin. Her gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept across the pasture and eventually settled on the timid figure of Komaki, who was peeking from behind Honji. The moment her eyes fell upon Komaki, her expression transformed, infusing her fierce demeanor with a hint of excitement and urgency. "Hibara," she called out, her voice resounding with strength. Upon hearing this name, Komaki visibly stiffened, yet instead of advancing, it shrank even closer to Honji's side. Inuzuka strode forward decisively, stating plainly, "Hatake Sakumo. I am not here to cause trouble. A remarkably gifted pup from our clan has gone missing recently, and I have traced its scent all the way to this place." Her gaze fixated upon Komaki. "Hibara is a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Inuzuka clan. It must return with me." As she spoke, she moved to seize Komaki. Suddenly, Komaki darted out from behind Honji, letting out a low growl filled with defiance, even arching its back in an offensive posture. This unexpected display caused Inuzuka's expression to darken instantly. What is going on? She glared at Honji. What have you done to it? Why does it resist me? In her view, a ninja dog's loyalty to its master was absolute. The fact that Hibara was now baring its teeth at her, an outsider, was utterly inconceivable. She instinctively believed that Honji had employed some trick to confuse the young pup. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with a palpable hostility. The two large dogs beside Inuzuka's, sensing their master's fury, began to emit increasingly menacing growls. A powerful aura, characteristic of a jonin, bore down upon everyone like a tempest. Both Kakashi and Guy felt the immense pressure, instinctively tightening their grips on their kunai. Sakumo stepped forward, also releasing his own aura to stand against Inuzuka's. The clash of their formidable presences stirred the air, creating invisible ripples. Inuzuka's, let us speak calmly. This dog came to our pasture of its own accord. We have not employed any means to force it, Sakumo stated coldly. I do not care. Inuzuka's temperament was evidently volatile. Today, I must take it with me. It appeared a fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. Just then, an utterly incongruous and irresistibly rich aroma wafted from the kitchen of the wooden cabin. The scent was overwhelming, infused with the unique savory fragrance of cured meat and the sweet aroma of carrots stewed to perfection, merging flawlessly to create a lethal temptation capable of shattering any psychological defenses. Not only did it captivate humans, but even the two agitated ninja dogs beside Inuzuka's seemed to have hit a pause button, abruptly ceasing their growls. They sniffed eagerly at the air, their nostrils flaring, and even a suspicious droplet began to form at the corners of their mouths. Inuzuka Tsubasa was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wrinkling her nose as her throat involuntarily rolled. What was this aroma? It was simply exquisite. Emerging from the kitchen with an air of calm was Huenji, carrying a massive earthen pot. He lifted the lid, and a more intense fragrance, accompanied by a billowing wave of steam, erupted forth. Inside the pot lay tenderly stewed carrots and cured meat, the rich broth shimmering a vibrant red, enough to make anyone's mouth water. This is naturally Inuzuka's nindog, Huenji said, placing the pot on the stone table in the courtyard with a smile. However, it is also now a member of my household. I see this matter cannot be resolved immediately. Would you care to have a meal first? This unexpected gesture left everyone speechless. They had come to confront him, and he was inviting them to dine? Inuzuka Tsubasa stared at Huenji in disbelief. In all her years, she had never encountered such a situation. The aroma from that pot of meat was undeniably enticing. She hesitated, her rational mind urging her to address the pressing matter at hand. Yet, the insatiable appetite within her clamored insistently. Fine, I shall indulge. I am curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Ultimately, her desire for food triumphed over reason. Tsubasa boldly seated herself at the stone table. With a grin, Huenji served her a generous bowl and filled 2 large dishes for the dogs. Tentatively, Tsubasa picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth. The cured meat, having been slow-cooked for an extended period, had lost its tough texture, now yielding a tender, melt-in-your-mouth experience. The rich, savory flavor harmonized beautifully with the sweetness of the carrots, exploding in her mouth, while the sumptuous taste flowed down her throat like a warm current, instantly warming her entire stomach. Tsubasa's eyes widened in astonishment. Within seconds, her expression transformed from fierce to shocked, and then to pure ecstasy. This is absolutely delicious. She cast aside any semblance of her dignified demeanor and began to eat heartily. The 2 nindogs were even more dramatic, burying their heads in their bowls, wagging their tails, and emitting satisfied grunts. Before long, the pot was emptied. After indulging to her heart's content, Tsubasa let out a contented belch, and much of her fierce demeanor dissipated. As she glanced at Huenji, any previous hostility had vanished from her gaze. Clearing her throat, she attempted to reclaim a semblance of authority. This meat is indeed well prepared. She noted that Kuro, the black dog, was thriving here, its coat glossy and its spirit vibrant. It was evident that the dog genuinely wished to remain with Huenji. A reluctant agreement bears no sweetness, Tsubasa resolved inwardly. Very well, she declared, slapping the table. This nindog may temporarily stay here. However, she pivoted, pointing at the now empty earthen pot. You must provide our Inuzuka clan with 3 large pots of such stewed meat every week. Deal. Huenji agreed without a second thought. However, the meat must be provided by you. By exchanging several pots of meat, one can obtain the nurturing rights of an elite ninja dog. simultaneously resolving a conflict. This transaction is undeniably profitable. Yes, Inazukazuka seemed to have developed a taste for it and added, in the future, should your ranch encounter insurmountable troubles or require intelligence, feel free to send someone to our Inazuka household. Remember, the secret code is to trade with meat. With that, she whistled, lifting the root ninja effortlessly, and departed contentedly with 2 well-fed ninja dogs. A potential enemy unexpectedly transformed into an ally over a single meal. Gao Yenji watched as Inazukazuka's figure faded into the distance, stroking his chin. It appears that handling captives now includes a new option, selling them to the Inazuka family in exchange for meat. After bidding farewell to the uninvited guest, the ranch returned to its tranquil routine. With the verbal assurance from the Inazuka family, though its effectiveness remained uncertain, at least the ranch's safety now possessed an additional layer of assurance. In the following days, everyone's efforts were directed towards the final construction of the greenhouse. Under the guidance of Shuan Mao, the humanoid engineering machine, the wooden framework and glass roof of the greenhouse were swiftly erected. The children took charge of leveling the internal land and excavating channels for irrigation. Each individual worked with fervor, fully aware that this greenhouse was crucial for everyone on the ranch, ensuring a supply of fresh vegetables during the impending long winter. Finally, on a sunny afternoon, as the last piece of glass was installed, the 2-acre, semi-underground, cold-resistant greenhouse that harmoniously fused ninjutsu and architecture was officially completed. Sunlight streamed through the vast glass dome, illuminating the well-prepared soil within the greenhouse, warm and brimming with hope. "We did it!" Kai exclaimed, raising his arms in jubilation. And the children followed suit, cheering and leaping with joy. Every face radiated genuine smiles, a testament to their collective sweat and labor. Such a sense of accomplishment was irreplaceable. At the moment of the greenhouse's completion, a long-anticipated system notification echoed in Gao Yenji's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the long-term construction task, Vitality in Winter. The system has detected that the greenhouse's concealment, insulation, and lighting far exceed design standards. Task completion rating: excellent. Task rewards are now being distributed. New feature, cattle raising for ranch, has been unlocked. Acquired barn construction blueprint, X1. Received special rewards, sacred cows, X2. Now placed in the designated area of the ranch. Here it comes. Gao Yenji felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly led a group of curious little ones towards the western side of the ranch, as indicated by the system. Upon arriving at the previously vacant grassy area, they discovered a brand new barn had mysteriously appeared. Beside the barn, within the enclosure, 2 exceptionally handsome cows were leisurely grazing. Both pure white without a trace of blemish. Their fur shimmered under the sunlight, exuding a delicate halo. Most remarkable of all, at the very crown of their heads, lay a tuft of golden whorls, resembling a diminutive crown. Wow, what beautiful cows! Xiao Kuei couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The other children were equally captivated by the extraordinary appearance of these 2 bovines. How Yenji promptly activated the system panel to examine the information of these new members. Divine Cow Bessie. Quality, special, status, healthy, cheerful, yield, sacred milk. Notes, a specially modified breed from a distant holy land, characterized by its haughty demeanor, and its milk infused with pure life energy. Divine Cow Mulan. Quality, special, status, healthy, cheerful, yield, sacred milk. Notes, same as above. Bessie and Mulan. How Yenji gazed at these down-to-earth names, then at the cow's divine appearance, and couldn't help but scoff internally. These names were utterly mismatched with their majestic essence. Could the system not put a little more thought into the naming? Despite his complaints, he excitedly fetched a large bundle of straw from the nearby chicken coop and placed it into the feeding trough of the barn. Come, newcomers, it's time to eat," he called, patting the barn's railing. However, what transpired next left him utterly dumbfounded. The 2 divine cows merely lifted their heads, casting a languid glance at the straw in the trough with their seemingly soulful eyes. Then, with an air of arrogance, they turned their heads away, showing no interest whatsoever. Their gaze seemed to convey, "Is this what you call food? Ah, quite the picky eaters, aren't they?" How Yenji thought, a bit incredulous. He then attempted to offer a different type of fodder, yet the result remained unchanged. The cows refused to touch any ordinary hay he presented. Just when he was at a loss, a line of text popped up on the system panel. Warm reminder, Divine cows only consume special crops infused with natural energy, known as spirit grass. How Yenji remarked, "Goodness, even their food requires the essence of nature. How lofty must they be?" It dawned on him that these two were not merely cows. They were bovine aristocrats, deserving of utmost care. Reluctantly, he moved to a clear patch of ground, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate, attempting to refine his meager chakra. Currently, his chakra was barely sufficient to reach the level of a genin, and his control was lamentably poor. Following the system's guidance, he carefully infused a trace of chakra into the earth beneath him. Soon, a small patch of grass at his feet began to grow at a visible rate, its color deepening to a vivid green, with a faint luminescence enveloping its leaves. This was the spirit grass. Upon sensing the aura brimming with natural energy, the two haughty bovine nobles finally reacted. They simultaneously raised their heads and emitted a joyful moo towards Hao Yenji, then gracefully approached, beginning to devour the spirit grass with great enthusiasm. Observing their satisfied demeanor, Huyanzi was drenched in sweat, with only one thought occupying his mind. I can no longer afford this. Who can sustain such demands? Merely coaxing these pastures into growth could deplete his meager chakra reserves. It appears that increasing his chakra capacity has become an urgent necessity. After much effort in tending to these two bovine lords, ensuring they were well-fed and hydrated, Huyanzi retrieved a clean wooden bucket. Eager to experiment with the newly unlocked milking function, mimicking the motions from his memory, he clumsily toiled for an extended period. At last, a stream of liquid, reminiscent of milk, flowed into the bucket. No, that was incorrect. It was not merely milky. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the milk within the bucket exuded a faint golden hue, akin to melted gold. An extraordinary fragrance wafted from the bucket, and merely inhaling this aroma invigorated him, alleviating much of the fatigue born from chakra expenditure. Huyanzi gazed at the bucket filled with golden milk, his heart racing with excitement. He had struck gold once more. This substance was a strategic resource. He licked his lips, his mind already concocting various dessert recipes: milk pudding, double-skim milk, fried milk, milk cupcakes. The more he pondered, the more delightful the prospects became, and with a broad grin, he carried the bucket towards the kitchen. With such a divine ingredient as holy milk in hand, Huyanzi's culinary spirit was instantly ignited. He resolved to create a dessert, a milk pudding, capable of healing the hearts of all at the ranch, especially those hardworking children. Returning to the kitchen with the bucket exuding its enchanting aroma, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. "Brother Huyanzi, what is this? It smells so good. Is it milk? Why is it golden?" The children clamored. Even the typically aloof Kakashi could not resist casting a curious glance. "This is a welcoming gift from our ranch's new members, Bessie and Mulan," Huyanzi replied with a smile. "Today, you shall all taste the delights crafted from this milk." He produced several eggs, carefully separating the yolks, then poured the golden milk into a pot, adding the yolks and a pinch of sugar, and began to simmer it over low heat. As the temperature rose, the peculiar fragrance intensified, enveloping the entire kitchen in a warm, sweet aroma, which seemed to possess a magical quality, soothing inner anxieties and fostering a sense of calm and joy. The children fell silent, their eyes fixated on the pot, occasionally swallowing in anticipation. As Huyanzi stirred gently with a spoon, he felt the pure and gentle life energy within the milk. He knew that this dessert would yield extraordinary results. Once the liquid reached a slightly viscous consistency, he extinguished the flame and poured it into individual small bowls, setting them in cold water to cool naturally. Before long, the liquid milk custard transformed into a silky pudding reminiscent of jelly. The pudding radiated an alluring pale golden hue, its surface as smooth as a mirror. A gentle shake would cause it to quiver delightfully, exuding an irresistible charm. Ding! Production complete. Miraculous milk pudding of perfect quality. Miraculous milk pudding of perfect quality. A dessert imbued with life energy, known for its healing properties. Upon consumption, it enhances mental fatigue recovery by 50 within 1 hour and gradually mends minor hidden injuries caused by exhaustion or training, while exerting a subtle stabilizing effect on chakra control. Note: this is not merely a dessert, it is a balm for the soul. Upon reading the system's annotations, Hoyin Temple was taken aback. Not only did it restore mental fatigue, but it could also heal physical injuries and stabilize chakra control. The effects were comparable to some fundamental medical ninjutsu. Moreover, It was devoid of side effects, entirely natural, and delectably delightful. All right, everyone, come and taste this. Hoyin Temple distributed bowls of pudding. The children, unable to contain their excitement, eagerly scooped out a portion with their little spoons and placed it in their mouths. The pudding melted instantly, its tender texture mingling with a rich, milky aroma and just the right amount of sweetness, bursting forth on their taste buds. A warm and gentle energy slid down their throats, coursing through their limbs. "It's so delicious," Xiao Kuei exclaimed, her eyes squinting in bliss. A warm sensation enveloped her body, bringing immense comfort, while Sunrin appeared utterly entranced. Each child's face radiated a joyful expression, a manifestation of pure happiness. Kakashi and Kai, both weary and sore after training, were also served a bowl. Kai swallowed a large portion in one go, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Wow, I can feel my aching muscles being healed by a mysterious force. Is this the sweetness of youth?" Kakashi, on the other hand, savored his pudding with measured grace, taking small bites. With each morsel, he could distinctly sense the fatigue and muscle soreness from his intense training being gently soothed and dispelled by a warm current. The sensation was even more comforting and effective than a soak in a hot bath. Even more astonishing was the realization that his chakra, which had felt sluggish from overuse, began to flow more freely. Is this effect truly as remarkable as it seems? Kakashi glanced at Hoyin Temple with a mix of complexity in his gaze. This brother of his always managed to present something that challenged his understanding. Amidst the chorus of joyful exclamations, the spy, Su, silently indulged in his bowl of pudding. As the pudding slipped down his throat, the warm energy coursed through him, causing his body to shudder slightly. He could feel the old wounds from his harsh training at the root beginning to tingle under the energy's nourishment, a sensation akin to healing. Yet, what truly astonished him was how that warm energy seemed to illuminate his heart, which had been shrouded in darkness and coldness. Memories of his days at the root flooded back. There, names were absent, only code names existed. Companions were non-existent, only tools remained. He recalled the expressionless visage of Lord Danzo and the incessantly instilled doctrine of sacrifice. Emotions were deemed superfluous, a weakness of the ninja. Your existence served merely as a foundation, supporting the great tree of Konoha amidst the darkness. For the sake of the mission, one could forsake everything, even oneself. Such words had once been his creed. He believed this was the essence of being a ninja. Yet now, as he beheld the heartwarming scene before him, Kakashi and Guy bickering over a pudding, Hayato and Aoi feeding each other, and Sister Nanoyu gently wiping the mouth of a little girl, his perspective began to shift. There stood Brother Gouenshi, watching everyone with a smile, his eyes brimming with contentment and kindness. Just this afternoon, he had remarked, desserts are the elixirs of the soul. No matter how weary the body or how bitter the heart, a taste of sweetness can mend it. On one side lay the belief that emotions were a weakness. On the other, that desserts could heal the spirit. One philosophy reduced them to mere tools, while the other embraced them as family. In stark contrast, for the first time, Subaru felt a profound disdain and aversion towards the former. That was not the foundation supporting Konoha. It was, in fact, a hell that twisted human nature. He savored the final spoonful of pudding, feeling an unprecedented sense of healing and redemption enveloping him, from his body to his very soul. At that moment, the loyal scales in his heart irrevocably tipped towards the side of the farm. In the dead of night, Subaru once again retrieved the note intended for transmitting false information. This time, he hesitated not at all. He not only inscribed the previously fabricated details, but also deliberately omitted any mention of the farm's newly acquired miraculous cows, whose milk could create extraordinary pudding. He resolved to protect this hard-won sweetness in his own manner. Anyone seeking to disrupt this sweetness would be his adversary, even if that person were the once dreaded Shimura Danzo. The winter wind howled through the valley, swirling among the bare treetops. The sky was a clear, lofty shade of gray-blue, and everything outside the farm lay under a delicate veil of frost, the air crisp and invigorating as it filled his lungs. Yet within the confines of the farm, a different scene unfolded. The newly constructed semi-subterranean greenhouse resembled a vast amber jewel, set against the gray-white earth. Sunlight streamed through the glass dome, infusing warmth within. The temperature inside maintained a spring-like pleasantness, while the soil, freshly turned, exuded a moist aroma. Hayato, dig that trench a bit deeper. The water needs to reach every corner. Gouenshi commanded, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he rolled up his sleeves. He directed the children, sowing the seeds of winter hope in this artificial spring. Nanoyu, accompanied by several girls, carefully buried rows of vibrant green spinach seeds into the furrows. Always be careful. First, dig a small hole, place the seeds inside, and then cover them with soil. Their movements were gentle, as if tending to precious treasures. In a secluded corner of the greenhouse, near the source of water, Pianji had carved out a small patch of land for himself. He sat cross-legged, entering a state of meditation, carefully guiding the scant chakra within him to flow gently into the earth beneath him. Threads of energy seeped from the tips of his fingers. Before his eyes, a few ordinary blades of grass began to flourish, their leaves turning increasingly verdant, with a faint sheen emerging along their edges. This endeavor was far from effortless. Pianji's complexion soon paled, and his breath grew labored. The demand for chakra to nurture these spirit-infused grasses required both considerable expenditure and control. He could barely manage to provide a hearty meal for the 2 oxen each day. Outside the greenhouse, in another expansive area, training was in full swing. Shuangmao stood tall with his arms crossed, resembling a silent pine tree. His gaze was fixed on the 2 figures entangled in combat in the center of the arena. Kai unleashed a fierce leaf whirlwind aimed at Kakashi's lower body, the gust of wind stirring up the dry grass beneath. Kakashi did not meet the attack head-on. Instead, he leaped backward, his feet briefly touching the air before twisting his body in an almost impossible maneuver. His kunai swept upward, targeting Kai's ribs with precision. Too slow. Shuangmao's voice resonated, devoid of any fluctuation. Before his words had fully dissipated, he vanished from his position. In the next instant, he appeared behind Kakashi, a wooden sword inexplicably in hand, the back of the blade lightly tapping Kakashi's wrist, causing the kunai to fly from his grip. Simultaneously, Shuangmao's other hand reached out, seizing Kai's sweeping leg, and with a swift tug, he sent him crashing into Kakashi, the 2 colliding in a tangle on the ground. In the realm of combat, any extraneous movement becomes a vulnerability. Shuangmao retracted the wooden sword, his tone remaining unperturbed. Your adversaries will not afford you the luxury of posing. Kakashi and Kai rose from the ground, their bodies smeared with dirt. They exchanged a glance, devoid of complaints, merely panting heavily, their eyes reigniting with determination. Meanwhile, at the other end of the ranch, the newly renovated chicken coop buzzed with lively energy. Cheep, cheep, cheep. Dozens of fluffy yellow chicks tumbled about like rolling dandelions, frolicking in the warm hay. The younger children, under the guidance of Akira and Chizuru, were carefully scattering handfuls of crushed corn on the ground. Don't scatter too much. They might overindulge. Akira's voice was soft yet clear. He no longer huddled in the corner as he had upon his arrival. A bold chick hopped onto the back of his hand, tilting its head curiously as it pecked at his fingers with its tiny beak. A tingling sensation coursed through him. Akira paused, observing the innocuous little creature on his hand. Hesitantly, he extended his other hand and gently touched the chick's head. Beside him, the little sunflower observed and let out a melodious giggle. Brother Subaru, it seems that it takes a liking to you. Subaru swiftly withdrew his hand, his ears tinged with a faint blush, turning his head to feign an inspection of the water in the trough. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays cascaded upon the rooftops of the ranch, and wisps of smoke gracefully ascended, merging with the mist of the distant mountains. After a day filled with toil and training, the villagers gradually returned to the wooden cabin. The flames in the fireplace crackled warmly, dispelling the chill of the outside world. Kai was animatedly recounting the day's training to Kakashi, who leaned against the wall with crossed arms, listening half-heartedly while his gaze occasionally drifted towards the kitchen. Kakashi, if you had been just a tad quicker today, you could have brushed against Lord Shikumo's hem. Let us train together tomorrow morning. We must strengthen ourselves as soon as possible. Did you hear me? The children gathered around a small table, chattering excitedly as they brainstormed names for the newly hatched chicks. Let us just call them chickies, Hayato suggested enthusiastically. No way, that sounds dreadful, pouted Sunflower. Maya sounds much prettier. Chizuru chimed in. Nanoyu sat quietly beside them, cradling a cup of hot tea, a gentle smile gracing her face as she listened to the children's innocent banter. Meanwhile, Shikumo sat alone by the fireplace, methodically polishing the long-sealed White Fang short blade with a soft cloth. The blade glinted in the firelight, a fleeting flash of cold brilliance. He paid no attention to anyone, yet it seemed he was acutely aware of every movement within the room. In the kitchen, Gouenshi was busily at work. He had just harvested the first batch of spinach from the greenhouse, droplets of water still clinging to the vibrant green leaves. He glanced at the smoked, dried meat hanging in the pantry, a gift from the Inuzuka family that day. In a nearby wooden barrel was the freshly squeezed golden milk. Wiping his hands, he leaned against the doorframe, taking in the warm and serene scene within. The crackling of the fire, the gleam of the blade, the sounds of debate and laughter intertwined, creating a vivid tableau. A smile involuntarily crept onto Gouenshi's face, which he quickly suppressed as he returned to the stove, scanning the ingredients before him. This winter would be long, but with the greenhouse and the dairy cows, life on the ranch would only improve. Everyone had worked hard today. It was time to prepare a grand meal as a reward. What should they eat? His fingers gently tapped on the cutting board. Spinach is available, meat is on hand, and tofu remains. Abundant ingredients are indeed a delightful dilemma. As he pondered the cold weather, an idea struck him, and he turned to fetch a large earthen pot that had not seen use for some time. Tomorrow, we shall have that. The morning sun of the following day, imbued with the unique subtle warmth of winter, streamed through the kitchen window, casting bright patches of light upon the wooden floor. The previous night, everyone had slept soundly, lulled into deep slumber by the satisfaction of a hearty meal and the fatigue from intense training. Gouenshi rose early. He donned his apron, standing in the spacious kitchen, savoring the lingering warmth left by the extinguished flames and the tranquil ambience that enveloped the air. Today's menu had already taken shape in his mind, a hearty dish to replenish energy and a sumptuous feast to reward everyone. He first retrieved a sizable piece of beef, wrapped in fat, a prime cut acquired during a recent trade with the Inuzuka family. He then pulled out a bag of potatoes, along with several plump onions and carrots. Without uttering a word, the kitchen soon came alive with rhythmic sounds, the gushing of the tap, the rustling of potatoes and carrots rolling beneath the peeler, and the faint crackle of onions being sliced. He briefly submerged the beef in boiling water, then extracted it to cut into uniform cubes. The potatoes and carrots were similarly chopped into comparable chunks. A hot pan awaited the melting of a small pat of butter. As the onions hit the pan, an explosion of rich aroma filled the air, transitioning from pungent to a caramel-like sweetness. The beef cubes followed suit, tightening their surface under high heat, sealing in the juices while emitting a delightful sizzle. Soy sauce was drizzled along the edge of the pan, creating a burst of steam, intertwining the savory scents of the beans and meat. He added enough clear water to cover the ingredients, along with a few bay leaves, and sealed the pot with its lid. What followed was the magic of time, as the rich meat fragrance began to waft through the gaps of the lid. Persistently infiltrating every corner, the dormant ranch began to awaken. How delightful! The first to be captivated by the aroma were always the energetic children. Hayato rubbed his eyes and followed the enticing scent into the kitchen. Kakashi and Guy, having finished their morning exercises, entered the cabin. Guy's stomach let out a loud growl, and he clutched his belly, eyes sparkling as he gazed at the simmering pot. This was the essence of youth. Kakashi remained silent, merely pulling out a chair to sit, though his gaze frequently drifted towards the kitchen. When Gouenshi added the potato and carrot chunks to the pot for the final simmering with the beef, the fragrance deepened, becoming more mellow. At last, he lifted the lid. A thick steam mingled with an irresistible aroma burst forth. Inside the pot, the reddish-brown broth bubbled invitingly. The beef tender and succulent, the potatoes soft, while the carrots added a vibrant splash of orange to the dish. This was a quintessential home-cooked meal. Ding! Dish completed. Beef stew with potatoes, quality, ordinary. Gouenshi paid no heed to the system's notification. He ladled generous portions into bowls for everyone, with the meat and vegetables piled high, then drizzled a ladleful of rich broth on top. The children cheered, eagerly grasping their spoons. A mouthful of tender beef melted effortlessly on their tongues, requiring hardly any chewing. The potatoes absorbed the succulent meat juices, their texture dense and melting upon entry. A warm sensation spread from their stomachs. Each person ate with unwavering focus, the only sounds being the crisp clinking of utensils and bowls, accompanied by the satisfying sounds of chewing. Delicious. They felt an invigorating surge of energy within. In a matter of moments, Kai devoured a bowl of food and hurriedly returned for a second serving. Shuan Mao, on the other hand, consumed his meal with a tranquil demeanor. His movements were unhurried, yet remarkably efficient, each morsel finding its way to his mouth with precision. He polished off an entire bowl, savoring every drop of broth, before placing his utensils aside and sitting quietly, observing the others with a serene gaze. This dish, devoid of any miraculous enhancements, offered a simple warmth and energy that was sufficient to soothe every hungry soul. However, this was merely the appetizer for the day. How Yenji washed his hands and brought forth a larger basin filled with the leftover rice from the previous day. He also retrieved eggs, the cured meat gifted by the Inuzuka clan, along with diced carrots, vibrant green peas, and golden corn kernels. He set up a massive iron wok, which was heated to a searing temperature, glistening with oil. The whisked eggs were poured into the pan, rapidly expanding and solidifying into golden scrambled eggs, which were swiftly removed. A touch more oil was added, followed by the cured meat and vegetable cubes, quickly stir-fried to release an enticing aroma once more. The pivotal moment arrived as how Yenji poured the entire basin of leftover rice into the wok. With a flick of his wrist, the iron pan seemed to lose its weight in his skilled hands. The rice was tossed repeatedly, colliding with the scorching walls of the wok. Clang, clang, clang. With each toss, the grains danced in the air, separating and evenly coating in oil, becoming distinct and separate. The once sticky clumps of rice appeared to come alive, joyfully leaping within the pan. Finally, the golden scrambled eggs and vibrant green scallions were added, followed by a final seasoning of light soy sauce and salt. A dish of colorful, aromatic fried rice was thus completed. Ding! Creation complete. Yangzhou fried rice. Quality: perfect. Effect description: fully replenishes carbohydrates, proteins, and vitamins within 15 hours. Filling buff, exceptional satiety, sustained energy supply, vitality boost of 20. When a large platter of fried rice, adorned with an array of colorful vegetables, was served at the table, even those who had just felt satisfied found their appetites rekindled. Each grain of rice was distinct, glistening with oil yet not greasy. With the first spoonful, the delightful aroma of rice was followed by the tender texture of eggs, the savory taste of cured meat, the subtle sweetness of carrots, and the refreshing sweetness of peas and corn, all perfectly harmonizing together. Kai's eyes widened once more, as if a new engine had ignited within him. The warmth and steady energy from the previous beef stew had transformed into a light, invigorating vitality with this fried rice. I feel like I could run 100 laps around the ranch, he exclaimed, excitedly pumping his fists in the air. Kakashi also took a bite, and his normally half-closed eyes widened fully. The weariness that had previously clouded his gaze vanished, replaced by clarity and brightness, as though he could see through anything. His pace of eating noticeably quickened. Even the children, who had been drowsy moments ago, have now become lively once more, even beginning to discuss what assistance they could offer in the greenhouse this afternoon. This is a true depiction of a vitality level of 20. A sumptuous lunch concludes with the satisfaction of all. Meanwhile, in a dim underground base of Konohagakure, the air is cold and damp, filled with the mingled scent of mildew and disinfectant. Shimura Danzo sits in his large chair, propping his chin with one hand, his single eye fixed intently on the nearly blank intelligence report before him. The periodic update from Subaru contains only a few sparse lines. Everything at Gouenshi Ranch appears normal. Kiki Sakumo is despondent, drowning his sorrows in drink, with no unusual activity. The remaining individuals are merely women and children, posing no concern. This stands in stark contrast to the reports he previously received from scouts. Furthermore, the routine he dispatched to collect soil samples has yet to return, as if he has vanished from existence. Danzo's fingers unconsciously tap on the table. Tap, tap, tap. Either Sakumo is hiding too deeply, deceiving even the elite of the roots, or there is an issue with the boy Subaru. Whichever the case, it indicates that Gouenshi Ranch is far more complex than he had anticipated. Should he send someone for a direct assault? With Sakumo present, the risk is too great. The infamous reputation of Konoha's White Fang is not to be underestimated. Even in his current state of despair, a cornered beast can still inflict considerable harm. Continue infiltrating? The fact that even Earth techniques for infiltration have gone missing indicates the enemy's vigilance is exceedingly high, perhaps even possessing a unique sensory barrier. His fingers tap increasingly faster, his agitation mounting. A useless man, a mere cook, a group of orphans. How could they render him a shadow lurking in the dark? Utterly powerless? This is nothing short of disgraceful. Suddenly, his tapping stops. A glimmer flashes in his single eye. Why does he always think of resolving issues through brute force? When dealing with a ninja, one can resort to assassination, traps, or superior strength. But how does one deal with a cook? Especially one capable of crafting dishes that sway hearts, silently connecting Kiki Sakumo, Inuzuka, and even the Yamanaka clan. The corners of Danzo's mouth slowly curl into a sinister smile. He has conceived an exquisite idea, one that could put that man, known as Honji, to the flames. The afternoon sun warmly bathes the snow, reflecting dazzling light. Gouenshi Ranch lacks the tranquility of a midday rest, and is instead more boisterous than the morning. The effects of a full belly far exceed expectations. The children tirelessly chase and frolic in the snow, their laughter echoing far and wide. Yakushi Nanoyu watches them from nearby, a long-missed gentle smile gracing her face as she helps weave grass ropes. In another area, the commotion is even greater. Konoha Hurricane. Gai's roar accompanies the howling wind, his speed surpassing that of his usual pace. Kakashi's figure transformed into a flurry of afterimages amidst the rapid exchange of taijutsu, his short blade flashing with a cold light that was both swift and precise. Standing nearby with his arms crossed, Shuo Miao quietly observed the battle. He watched as the two young warriors relentlessly engaged in combat for over half an hour, showing no signs of fatigue, which stirred a wave of emotions within him. This enhancement effect transcended the capabilities of ordinary soldier pills. It resembled a replenishment and stimulation drawn from the very essence of life. His gaze drifted toward the kitchen, pondering the myriad of secrets his young clan brother possessed. Honji leaned against the doorframe, contentedly watching the vibrant scene unfold. This was the pastoral life he envisioned, brimming with vitality and energy. He stretched lazily, preparing to loosen his own limbs, when a slight dizziness washed over him. His chakra reserves were alarmingly low. This morning, he had already used chakra to cultivate the spirit grass, feeding it to the two sacred cows. However, their appetite was substantial, and it was nearly time for their afternoon meal. Ding! Warning! Host's chakra level is below 10, insufficient for the next chakra cultivation. Please replenish promptly. Warning! Sacred cow, Bessie's mood value is declining, and Mulan is exhibiting signs of agitation. If spirit grass is not fed in a timely manner, milk yield and quality will diminish. The system's alerts echoed in succession. Honji sighed, caught in a sweet dilemma. He entered the warm wooden cabin, settling cross-legged by the fireplace to activate his meditation skill. A refreshing aura flowed through his mind, gradually dispelling the fatigue, while the depleted chakra in his dantian began to recover slowly. Yet, the pace was far too sluggish. The current level of meditation was merely elementary, and the amount restored was insufficient to match the consumption rate. He needed a way to rapidly augment his total chakra. Opening his eyes, he furrowed his brow slightly. Relying on meditation alone would be a slow and arduous process. Should he develop new culinary creations that could enhance chakra? However, advanced recipes required unlocking, which in turn necessitated completing tasks or enhancing bonds, both of which demanded time. Was he truly to pursue that path? Images of Might Dai and his son sprang to mind, along with the concept of the 8 gates. This forbidden technique unlocks the gates that bind chakra within the human body, granting immense power instantaneously, essentially pushing the body's energy to its limits. If he could learn even one or two of those gates, it might alleviate his pressing chakra shortage. The idea was promising. Yet that father-son duo was notoriously dedicated solely to youth and fervor. Acquiring knowledge from them would likely require more than just a single meal. Honji rose, resolved to first address the immediate issue. He fetched a bowl of miracle milk pudding from the kitchen, the last of his stock. As the pudding melted in his mouth, a warm energy radiated throughout him, sweeping away the mental fatigue and significantly accelerating the recovery of his chakra. He made his way back to the greenhouse, channeling the restored chakra into the soil beneath his feet. Lush green grass broke through the earth, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. Continuing down this path is not a viable solution. The breach in chakra has become the foremost bottleneck in the ranch's development. As he harvested the grass, a resolution began to form within him. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, the swirling haze rendering his wrinkled visage somewhat indistinct. Opposite him stood Shimura Danzo, upright and devoid of his usual sullen demeanor, instead wearing a facade of grave concern. Hiruzen, I believe we can no longer afford to delay this matter. Danzo's voice resonated with unwavering steadiness. The fall of Hatake Sakumo is a significant loss for the village. Now, an unidentified scion of the Hatake branch family has established a manor outside the village, not only sheltering Sakumo, but also maintaining close relations with the Inuzuka, Nara, and other clans. He paused, observing the expression of the third Hokage. More critically, according to my intelligence, the food he produces possesses extraordinary properties, capable of rapidly healing injuries and even temporarily enhancing a ninja's vitality. Hiruzen, consider the implications of this. Hiruzen took another drag from his cigarette, remaining silent. This is a strategic resource, uncontrollable by the village, that could significantly impact the tide of battle. Danzo emphasized. What is its source? What are the principles behind its creation? Are there any unknown side effects? We know nothing of these. Currently, it's just the Inuzuka and Nara. What if, in the future, this food falls into the hands of ninjas from other villages? What are you implying, Danzo? Hiruzen finally spoke, his voice hoarse. For the safety of Konoha, I propose that the Umbu conduct a thorough investigation of the Gouenshi ranch and bring that unique culinary technique under the village's management. Danzo revealed his true intentions. Hiruzen fell into silence, fully aware of Danzo's ulterior motives. Yet, his words struck at the heart of Hiruzen's concerns as Hokage. Any uncontrollable power poses a potential threat, especially when that power centers around Hatake Sakumo. The Umbu cannot be involved. Hiruzen slowly shook his head. Sakumo harbors deep mistrust towards the Umbu, particularly towards you. Sending them would only exacerbate tensions. Rising from his chair, he approached the window, gazing down at the thriving village below. I will send someone to handle it, but not under the guise of an investigation. Instead, it will be in the name of the Hokage, for the registration of a new type of ninja tool or secret technique. He turned to Danzo, his gaze sharpening. Until a conclusion is reached, I do not wish for Root to take any unnecessary actions. That is an order. Danzo lowered his head, a glint of coldness flashing in the eye concealed within the shadows. Yes, Lord Hokage. He turned, leaning on his cane, and departed from the office step by step. Stepping out of the Hokage building and bathing in sunlight, a calculating expression emerged on Danzo's face. Registration? That will suffice. There is no need for me to act personally. As long as the Hokage's will is officially conveyed to that small ranch, it is tantamount to placing that chef in the fire. A chef, faced with the choice to either surrender the secret recipe or oppose the entirety of Konoha, whichever path he chooses, he is destined to be scorched. Half an hour later, at Gouenshi Ranch, the construction of the barn has taken on a preliminary form, under the guidance of Yenayu. The children are laying bundles of dried straw upon the roof. Kakashi and Guy have also joined in, their physical prowess at its peak, efficiently transporting timber. Hao Yenji is inside the barn, planning the locations of the feeding troughs and partitions, creating a scene of bustling activity. At this moment, the guardian dog, Xiao Mu, suddenly ceases its playful antics, emitting a low growl directed towards the entrance of the pasture. The busy individuals momentarily halt their tasks. Xiao Mu's figure swiftly appears atop the wooden structure, following Xiao Mu's gaze. A silhouette clad in the standard Konoha vest stands outside the pasture's fence. He does not intrude recklessly but stands quietly. Yet, his uniform signifies his identity. Hao Yenji steps forward, exchanging a glance with Xiao Mu. Trouble has indeed arrived. He adjusts his attire and walks towards the fence. The individual appears to be around 30, an ordinary-looking ninja with a calm demeanor, a typical chunin of Konoha. Greetings. I am the owner of Gouenshi Ranch, Hatake Hao Yenji. May I inquire about your business? Hao Yenji speaks in a tranquil tone. The chunin bows slightly in response, his attitude respectful yet assertive. Hello, Mr. Hatake. I am Yamashiro Aoi, a ninja from the Hokage's direct unit. He pauses, lifting his gaze, looking beyond Hao Yenji to the vigilant figures behind him. I come bearing a message from the third Hokage. Yamashiro Aoi's voice, though soft, reaches every ear with clarity. The Hokage has learned that this place produces a particular food with special effects. To safeguard the interests and security of the village, effective immediately, all recipes, production processes, and external transactions of food products from Gouenshi Ranch must be meticulously filed with the Hokage's office. Until the filing is complete, all private transactions are prohibited. His words sweep through the pasture like a chilling wind, instantly dissipating the warmth of the surroundings. The sound of clanging halts. The laughter of children abruptly ceases. All eyes converge on the figure outside the fence, filled with wariness, confusion, and an uncontainable fury intertwining in the air. An invisible aura of menace emanates from the rooftop. Xiao Mu silently appears beside Hao Yenji, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. He says nothing, but his eyes, having witnessed countless life and death struggles, calmly observe Yamashiro Aoi. Instantly, Yamashiro Aoi's back tenses, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He is not facing an ordinary jonin, but the legendary Konoha White Fang. The sheer aura born of accumulated slaughter renders his breath labored. Mr. Shuomo, how Yenji speaks softly, placing a gentle hand on Shuomo's hand resting on the hilt. Shaking his head, the oppressive aura then recedes without a trace. Yamashiro Aoi finally exhales, casting a scrutinizing glance at Hao Yenji. The seemingly gentle and harmless chef managed to pacify the furious Byakuya with a single phrase. Mr. Yamashiro, I presume? Gouenshi wore a warm smile, his tone measured and unhurried. We have received the Hokage's decree. However, I have a few inquiries that I wish to address. Please go ahead. Yamashiro Aoi maintained an official demeanor. The Hokage requests that we register food products. This category seems rather broad. Does it encompass the potatoes I cultivate, the chickens I raise? Or does it solely pertain to the dishes I prepare? Gouenshi inquired with utmost seriousness. Moreover, must the recipes and production methods also be documented? My culinary skills rely heavily on experience and intuition. A minute too long in cooking or a pinch less of salt can result in a drastically different flavor. How does one transcribe such nuances onto paper for registration? He spread his hands, his expression tinged with helplessness, akin to a craftsman perplexed by the inquiries of an outsider. Does the Hokage also require us to suspend our normal transactions with the Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Inuzuka clans? We have long-standing supply agreements with the Akimichi family and commitments with the Inuzuka head. An abrupt cessation could prove difficult to explain. A barrage of questions ensued, each one reasonable, directly targeting the vague and overbearing nature of the decree. Yamashiro Aoi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He was merely a messenger, unprepared for such intricate details. Mr. Hatake, I shall report your concerns to the Hokage with complete fidelity, was his only response. I appreciate your assistance, Gouenshi nodded, his smile unwavering. I am but a humble chef, lacking knowledge of the village's grand principles. However, integrity is paramount in business, and the clans within the village are composed of prominent figures. If we could obtain an official document from the Hokage's office, delineating the specific items requiring registration and the scope of the transaction suspension, it would facilitate our compliance and provide clarity to our partners. Would you not agree? Yamashiro Aoi regarded him intently, understanding the underlying request for a justification, one that could be presented before the various clans. He bowed once more. I comprehend. I will relay your words to the Hokage verbatim. With that, he lingered no longer, his figure flickering out of sight at the edge of the snow. As he watched the messenger depart, the smile on Gouenshi's face gradually faded. Let us proceed inside. He turned, his voice low and solemn. Within the warm wooden cabin, the crackling flames of the fireplace filled the air, yet the atmosphere was distinctly heavy. All the children had been ushered by Yano Yu to another room, leaving only a few core members gathered here. Damn it, they are forcing us into a corner. Kai slammed his fist upon the table, his face flushed with anger. On what grounds do they act? These are all products that Brother Gouenshi has painstakingly cultivated and created. Kakashi remained silent, yet the veins on the back of his hand, gripping the short blade, bulged, betraying his inner turmoil. This does not fully reflect the Hokage's intentions, Yano Yu interjected, her voice soft yet effective in calming the agitated Kai. Such actions are far too crude and hasty. They lay all issues bare, only serving to incite opposition between us and the village. This bears a striking resemblance to Danzo's tactics. He employs the name of the Hokage to fulfill his own ambitions. That old fool. Shikaka spat out a few words through clenched teeth, his gaze brimming with unquenchable malice. The last time he failed to behead him, he crawled back out to bite again. Hamura, there is no need to engage in idle chatter with them. From this day forth, the ranch shall be under strict surveillance. Any who dare to trespass shall pay with their lives. His words echoed with the resolute spirit of White Fang. He had already sacrificed himself for the village once. Now, he would only fight to protect this home. Uncle, do not become agitated. Hamura poured a cup of hot tea for each person present. To confront them head-on would be the most unwise choice. We are on the land of Konoha, and opposing the Hokage's orders is tantamount to betraying the village. What Danzo wishes to see most is us becoming rogue ninjas. That would provide him with the justification to act against us. What then? Are we truly to surrender the formula? Kai asked, unwilling to accept such a fate. Surrender? How could we possibly do that? Hamura retorted. Shall I inform the Hokage that my dishes glow? Silence enveloped the room. Thus, We cannot respond to this matter from a mere yes or no perspective. Hamura's knuckles gently tapped the table, producing a rhythmic sound. If Danzo intends to label us as a threat for hoarding secret techniques, then we shall redefine him as the shadowy figure disrupting market order. He surveyed the room. Who are our allies? The Inuzuka, the Nara, and the Akimichi. When the Hokage's orders are issued, who suffers first? Their interests. The Akimichi family awaits our marinated eggs. The Nara clan is willing to pay 1,000 ryo for our Wolf Fang potatoes, and the Yamanaka family expresses interest in cooperation. The Inuzuka clan head eagerly anticipates those 3 large pots of stew each week. This order does not merely strike at my face. It strikes at the faces of these 4 clans. Hamura's words ignited a spark in the eyes of those in the room. The murderous aura around Shikaku gradually dissipated as he turned to Hamura, his gaze now imbued with approval. He excelled in combat, yet in this arena of subtlety, this young man surpassed him by leaps and bounds. Mr. Jiku had once remarked that this is an investment. Now, it is time to test our investors' keen judgment. Hamura rose to his feet. If Danzo intends to roast me over the fire, then I shall pull the leading figures of Konoha into the flames alongside me. He turned to Kakashi and Kai. You two have rested sufficiently. Tomorrow morning, with our sincere intentions in tow, we shall pay another visit to Konoha. To the Nara clan? Kakashi inquired. No. Hamura shook his head, revealing a knowing smile. We are going to the Inuzuka clan to seek out the head of the Inuzuka family. Why her? Kai questioned, puzzled. Isn't Mr. Nara more adept at devising plans? Because Mr. Jiku serves as a strategist. He weighs the pros and cons, and will choose the option most advantageous to himself. He will assist us, but there may be additional conditions. However, the Inuzuka clan head is different. She possesses a fiery temperament and values promises above all. If someone seeks to cut off a piece of her flesh, it would be more agonizing than killing her. She will be the first to leap forward and escalate the situation. Our task is simply to provide her with the most combustible fuel. He spoke as he made his way to the kitchen, retrieving 2 bottles of freshly squeezed, still warm sacred milk. This represents our sincerity. A notification chimed. You have triggered an urgent mission, the Hokage's goodwill. The mission description read, in the face of official pressure from the Hokage, you must cleverly defuse the crisis by utilizing your allies to shift the burden. Transform the official order into mere paper. The mission reward was the chakra cultivation secret technique, basic internal breathing method. Honji gazed at the system panel with fervent intensity. The chakra cultivation secret technique? Its arrival was most opportune. He glanced out the window. Dusk was settling in, and the glow of the hearth danced upon the faces of everyone present. This fire was merely beginning to ignite. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, wisps of smoke rose from the ranch, mingling with the rich aroma of soy milk and the enticing scent of toasted bread, dispelling the chill of winter. At the entrance of the wooden cabin, Kakashi and Guy stood prepared for departure. Both were clad in practical dark attire, their expressions devoid of their usual ease. Honji handed them a package, containing 2 bottles of sacred milk wrapped in thick cloth. Remember, our aim is not to lodge complaints, but to demonstrate our worth, Honji advised. His voice lowered. The Inuzuka clan head was straightforward, disliking any form of circumlocution. When you see her, state your purpose directly. Inform her that our ranch's meat supply may soon be interrupted. Kakashi nodded, carefully securing the package behind him. Her anger is inevitable. Once her temper flares, present this. Honji indicated the parcel. Do not allow her or her kin to consume it. Instead, find her most trusted and formidable ninja dog to sample it. Why? Guy inquired with curiosity. Humans may lie, but an animal's physiological reactions are the truest indicators, Honji replied, observing the 2. Upon witnessing the effects, she will understand that what she stands to lose transcends mere pots of stew. Understood, Kakashi affirmed succinctly. If she inquires about the source of the order, inform her that it came from the Hokage's office. As for the puppet masters behind it, let her ponder that herself. Honji patted both on the shoulder. Go now. The sooner you depart, the sooner you shall return. I shall have warm lunch waiting for you. Yes. Kakashi and Guy exchanged glances before swiftly vanishing down the path leading to Kanahagakure. The snow-covered ground bore only faint impressions of their footsteps, soon to be blanketed by fresh snowfall. Sakumo stood beside Honji, watching their departing figures with a furrowed brow. Is it not too risky to send them alone? Uncle, they must learn to grow. Honji offered a warm meat bun. The battles of ninjas extend beyond the battlefield. Such confrontations are lessons they must inevitably master. Sakumo accepted the bun, taking a bite as the rich juices burst forth within his mouth. He fell silent, though the worry in his eyes diminished slightly. The Inuzuka clan stronghold was situated on the outskirts of the village, lacking the ornate courtyards and stringent barriers characteristic of other prominent families. Everywhere, rugged wooden structures and expansive training grounds are present, infused with a wild essence mingled with the distinct scent of canines. Various breeds of ninja dogs can be seen throughout the encampment, some playfully chasing each other, while others rest languidly beneath the eaves. The cacophony of barking resonates vibrantly with life. The arrival of Kakashi and Guy immediately captures the attention of these ninja dogs, dozens of vigilant eyes turning towards them. Accompanied by low, rumbling whines, a tall member of the Inuzuka clan intercepts them. "Halt! Who are you?" "We are from the Guechin ranch. Here on urgent business to see the head of the Inuzuka clan," Kakashi replies with poise. Upon hearing the name of the ranch, the clan member's wariness noticeably lessens. "Wait here." He turns and swiftly enters the largest building. Moments later, a commanding woman strides out. With her striking deep brown hair and the distinctive red fang markings of the Inuzuka clan adorning her face, her gaze is piercing. She is none other than Inuzuka Tsum, the current head of the clan, accompanied by a massive black wolfhound, her ninja dog partner. "You from the ranch? What do you want?" Tsum's tone is impatient, clearly annoyed by the interruption. "Has the stew time been moved up?" Kakashi steps forward slightly, bowing respectfully. "We have come to inform you that, moving forward, our ranch may no longer be able to provide you with stew." Tsum's brows furrow instantly. "What did you say?" A powerful aura emanates from her, pressing down on the two. "Unable to provide? What does that mean? Is that brat Gouenshi trying to back out?" "It is not our desire to retract." Kakashi maintains his composure under the pressure, calmly explaining, "It is the village that has issued an order requiring our ranch to cease all external transactions. All products must be registered and submitted." "Bullshit!" Some exclaims vehemently. "Who issued that order? I expect those pots of meat every week. Which fool in the village dares to cut off my supply?" Her fury ignites like a powder keg, and the surrounding ninja dogs sense their master's agitation, beginning to growl restlessly. "Please, calm your anger, my lady," Guy interjects at an opportune moment, unstrapping a package from his back and carefully presenting it to her. Our master expresses his deepest apologies for being unable to fulfill the agreement. This is a small token he has prepared as compensation. Some regards the package with skepticism. "Compensation? What could possibly compare to my stew?" She tears open the wrapping, revealing two unassuming glass bottles inside. Within them is a milky liquid. "Milk?" Her expression turns even more dismissive. "You think 2 bottles of milk can placate me?" "My lady, you might allow your partner to sample it," Kakashi suggests. Tsum casts a sidelong glance at him, then at her quietly seated ninja dog. With a huff, she twists open one bottle and pours some into a nearby food bowl. A peculiar, enchanting fragrance wafts into the air instantaneously. The fragrance was faint yet possessed an allure that penetrated to the very marrow. All the ninja dogs in the vicinity fell silent, stretching their necks and fixating intently on the food bowl, their throats emitting desperate whimpers. Inuzuka Tsum's expression shifted slightly. Her ninja dog companion eagerly approached, swiftly licking the milk within the bowl. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The body of the ninja dog trembled violently, its once dull black fur visibly transforming into a glossy sheen. Its previously weary gaze instantaneously ignited with a radiant vigor, brimming with explosive energy. Most astonishingly, the old scars it bore from battles past began to fade rapidly. A howl erupted from the ninja dog, a sound that pierced the skies, resonating with the essence of a wolf's cry, infused with primal wildness and strength. The very ground of the Inuzuka compound trembled beneath the weight of that howl. Tsum's eyes widened in shock. She fixed her gaze on her companion, her hands trembling. She could distinctly sense that the vitality of the ninja dog was experiencing a remarkable resurgence and transcendence in that fleeting moment. This was not mere sustenance. It was a miraculous elixir capable of transforming the ninja dog entirely. Abruptly, she whirled around, seizing Kakashi by the collar, her eyes ablaze with fury. "What is this substance?" Her voice quivered with excitement. "This is a new product from our ranch, which Gouenshi calls sacred milk." Kakashi, despite being grasped by her, remained remarkably composed. "Unfortunately, according to the village's orders, such a substance is now categorized as contraband." Tsum's breath hitched sharply. Releasing Kakashi, her mind buzzed with realization. She had been enraged over the loss of Stu, but now she comprehended what she stood to lose. This was a strategic resource capable of propelling the entire Inuzuka clan to unprecedented heights of power. Whoever dared to sever her access to this was intent on uprooting the Inuzuka clan. A tempest of fury surged from her chest. "Who?" she roared, her voice reverberating so fiercely that the snow atop the eaves cascaded down. "Who issued the command?" The order originated from the Hokage's office. Kakashi calmly dropped the final straw. "However, we have heard that the initial suggestion came from advisor Danzo." "Danzo?" Some muttered the name, her eyes narrowing with palpable killing intent. Well, what a rootless leader. What a Hokage advisor. She violently kicked a nearby wooden post, which was as thick as a tree trunk, shattering it with ease. "Gather everyone," she bellowed within the compound. "Today, I will confront the Hokage and demand whether he believes the Inuzuka clan's fangs are only meant for guarding our home." Before her words had fully dissipated, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing toward the Hokage building. Behind her, the entire Inuzuka compound erupted in fervor. Countless members of the Inuzuka clan, accompanied by their ninja dogs, surged forth like a tidal wave, following their matriarch with fierce determination toward the heart of Konoha village. As he gazed upon the spectacular scene, Kai's mouth fell agape. Is this truly happening? Kakashi, on the other hand, looked into the distance and exhaled softly. Only now did he genuinely comprehend the meaning behind Honji's statement. This is no mere firewood. It is unmistakably a cannonball with a lit fuse. The loudest artillery that the entire Hidden Leaf village could hear. Inside the Hokage's office, the warmth was palpable. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a mountain of paperwork, leisurely puffing on his pipe. The swirling smoke obscured the expression on his face. He had just finished listening to Aoyama's report. That young man, Honji, possessed far more composure than he had anticipated. There was neither panic nor anger, merely a calm request for formal documentation. Such a meticulous response posed a challenge for him. Coupled with the nearly overflowing killing intent emanating from Kakashi, the situation had grown increasingly complex. Perhaps he had been somewhat hasty in heeding Danzo's counsel. Just as he pondered this, the office door was forcefully flung open. An Umbu member knelt on one knee, urgency in his voice. "Hokage-sama, it is dire. The Inuzuka clan. The Inuzuka clan is coming." "What about the Inuzuka clan?" Hiruzen's brow furrowed. "They are all charging towards the Hokage building. Head of the clan, Inuzuka Tsume, is leading the charge, looking fierce. Our people cannot hold them back." No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor, accompanied by the suppressed growls of numerous ninja dogs. Bang! The office door was kicked open with tremendous force, splintering wood flying. Inuzuka Tsume strode in, radiating an aura of cold fury. Following her were several core jonin of the Inuzuka clan, each wearing a menacing expression. "Inuzuka Tsume, what is the meaning of this?" Hiruzen sprang to his feet, slamming his pipe on the table, exuding the authority of the Hokage. "Are you staging a revolt?" "Revolt? I lack the courage for such a thing," Inuzuka Tsume replied, baring her white teeth in a smile that held no warmth. "I have merely come to inquire of Hokage-sama a question." She took a few steps forward, arms crossed over her chest. When did the policies of the Leaf Village become about undermining the loyal clans within it? Hiruzen's pupils constricted slightly. "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean?" Tsume's voice rose sharply. "Do not tell me you are unaware of the situation at Guechin Ranch. My Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs have just discovered a path to rapidly enhance their abilities, and with a single command from you, it has all been severed? Do you believe our clan's fangs are too sharp and wish to dull them?" Her barrage of questions struck the office like a hail of arrows. Hiruzen's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated such a swift and vehement backlash regarding this matter. Preposterous. This is merely a standard procedure for the village to regulate resource management. All special strategic materials must be recorded and registered. It is the rule. Rules? Some laughed heartily. Then why have I never heard of such a rule before? Why did this rule suddenly emerge just when something good was found on the ranch? She took a step closer, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Nick Han. Or perhaps this rule was custom-tailored for you by Danzo, the advisor? You. Nicken's beard quivered in fury. The atmosphere in the office plummeted to a freezing point. At that moment, a languid voice drifted in from the doorway. "Oh dear, how troublesome. It's so lively early in the morning." Narashikaku yawned and sauntered in leisurely. Behind him followed the serious-faced Yamanka Kahiai and the earnest Akimichi Choza. The future leaders of the Boar, Deer, and butterfly clans had gathered here. Nikon's heart sank heavily. "Shikaku, what brings you here?" "Hokage-sama, we have come to inquire about the new rule as well." Shikaku waved his hand dismissively, appearing still half asleep. "The ranch mentioned by the Inuzuka clan head is also a place where our Nara and Akimichi clans have partnerships." He gestured towards Choza beside him. "Choza orders 50 marinated eggs from the ranch daily, which effectively replenishes our clan members' consumption of the multiplication technique." Choza nodded vigorously, adding in his deep voice, "Those marinated eggs are delicious and energizing." Shikaku then pointed to himself. "Our Nara clan requires at least 10 portions of White Fang potatoes each day. Those help us refresh our minds, allowing for quicker tactical thinking." He sighed and looked at Nikon. "Your decree has cut off our supply, which will adversely affect the efficiency of our clan's mission execution. Truly a significant inconvenience." Nikon's temples throbbed. Before he could respond, Yamaka Kahii spoke up. His tone tinged with regret. "Hokage-sama, I was just about to represent the Yamaka clan to negotiate with that ranch. I've heard their food can enhance mental acuity. If we could provide similar specialized food for our intelligence and sensory units, it would greatly elevate our village's intelligence operations. Unfortunately, your order has prematurely ended this promising collaboration before it even began." Kahii's words were light, yet each felt like a needle piercing Nikon's heart. He realized that he was facing more than a mere dispute over interests. The Inuzuka clan's prowess represented a direct enhancement of their combat capabilities. Choza and Shikaku symbolized the enduring strength and tactical core of Konoha, and Kahii had elevated this matter to the level of the entire Konoha intelligence system. Beads of sweat began to form on Nikon's forehead. He finally understood that he had fallen into the pit dug by Danzo. If he persisted with this order, he would simultaneously offend both the Inuzuka and the boar, deer, and butterfly factions. The stability of Konoha would consequently face severe turmoil. Yet, retracting the order would undermine his authority as Hokage. He glanced at the imposing Inuzuka clan head and the seemingly languid but perceptive Nara Shikaku beside him. A wave of impotent fury surged within him. He felt cornered. Nikon took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and returned to his seat. He picked up his pipe, ignited it, and took a deep drag. "This matter was a result of my oversight." He slowly began to speak, his voice somewhat hoarse. "I had not anticipated that the output from the ranch had already formed such profound connections with various families. The order for the registration of ranch products would be temporarily shelved. I shall establish a dedicated investigative team to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the ranch's products before making a decision. Until then, everything shall remain as it is." This statement was tantamount to a public concession. Inuyama Tsum snorted coldly. Her objective had been achieved, and she could hardly be bothered to say more. "I hope that Lord Hokage will reflect upon those of us who toil tirelessly outside before making future decisions." With this remark, she turned and, accompanied by her clan, departed with great fervor. Nara Shikaku smiled at Nara Shikamaru. "Since it was a misunderstanding, we can now rest easy. Lord Hokage, you are busy. We shall not disturb you." After saying this, he leisurely exited with Inuzuka Kiba and Akimichi Choji. The office fell silent once more, leaving Sarutobi Hizashi alone, sitting with a darkened expression. He slammed his fist onto the table, causing the papers to leap. Danzo, the Guachen Ranch. When Kakashi and Guy returned, the aroma of lunch wafted from the wooden cabin. The two recounted everything that had transpired in front of the Hokage building to Gouenshi. Gouenshi listened quietly, his spatula never pausing. Only after they finished did he serve a plate of fragrant stir-fried bell peppers and pork. "Understood. Wash your hands. It's time to eat." His reaction was so subdued that it left Kakashi and Guy momentarily speechless. Just then, a prompt echoed in Gouenshi's mind. "Ding. Urgent mission. The Hokage's goodwill has been fulfilled. Mission evaluation. Perfect. You successfully leveraged the power of your allies, turning a crisis aimed at you into a challenge to the Hokage's authority, accomplishing your strategic goal without bloodshed. Mission reward. Chakra cultivation secret technique basic internal breath technique has been issued to the system backpack." A smile finally graced Gouenshi's face. With a thought, he opened the system backpack. An ancient tome lay quietly inside. Basic internal breath technique. He finally had the chance to address his greatest shortcoming. Dinner is served. He carried the dishes out of the kitchen. The wind and snow outside seemed to have lessened considerably. The atmosphere during lunch was vibrant. The dishes on the table were swiftly devoured, and Kakashi and Guy belched contentedly, while Shikamaru wore a rare expression of relaxation. Gouenshi ate sparingly. His thoughts had already drifted to the newly acquired system reward. After the meal, instead of tidying up as usual, he returned alone to his room. Closing the door, he eagerly immersed his consciousness in the system backpack. The tome named Basic Internal Breath Technique floated there quietly. He extended his consciousness and gently touched it. Instantly, the book transformed into a torrent of information, flooding into his mind. There are neither obscure meridian diagrams nor intricate hand seals. The essence of this secret art revolves around a singular concept that overturns all his prior understandings of chakra cultivation. It does not instruct individuals on how to refine chakra. Rather, it teaches them to expand the vessel that harbors chakra. The human body is likened to a pond. Conventional methods of cultivation aim to render the water within the pond clearer and more fluid. In contrast, the basic inner breathing technique aspires to excavate this pond into a vast lake or even an immeasurable ocean. Practicing this technique necessitates a profound integration with the skill of meditation. In a meditative state, the body transcends a closed loop and transforms into a colossal vortex of energy. It actively draws in two distinctly different types of energy from the external world. One is the natural energy that permeates the cosmos, while the other is the life energy stored within all living beings. Through meditation, these two energies are absorbed into the body and subsequently transformed by the unique method of the basic inner breathing technique, ultimately becoming the purest and most abundant personal chakra. The heart of the fiery temple began to race uncontrollably. In an instant, he comprehended the significance of this secret art for him. Natural energy is omnipresent. And as for life energy, does he lack it? His own, systematically enhanced vitality, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, is the pinnacle of life energy. The poultry and livestock in the pasture, nourished by system feed, harbor energy within their flesh that is also life energy. The dishes he prepares, the marinated eggs, wolf fawn potatoes, and sacred milk, are all embodiments of life energy's essence. This path is tailor-made for him. His culinary skills and his pasture form the cornerstone of his empowerment. The more he consumes, the better the quality of his sustenance, the more abundant the life energy stored in his body, leading to enhanced efficiency and swifter transformation into chakra. Suppressing his excitement, he seated himself cross-legged upon the bed and closed his eyes. He activated the meditation skill. The surroundings rapidly faded away as his consciousness sank into a tranquil abyss of darkness. Following the method that unfolded in his mind, he commenced the operation of the basic inner breathing technique. Initially, there was no response. However, as time progressed, an extraordinary sensation emerged. He perceived that every pore of his body began to expand. The air in the room, the earth beneath the floor, and the snowflakes drifting outside, all contained subtle energies that transformed into invisible currents, gently and continuously infiltrating his being. This is natural energy. Simultaneously, transformations occurred within his body. His vigorous vitality, far exceeding that of the average person, ignited like kindling tossed into a furnace. The remnants of his recently consumed lunch, the yet-to-be-digested essence of food, also morphed into warm currents, merging into this grand transformation. This is life energy. The two energies converged within him without conflict. Guided by the principles of the basic inner breathing technique into an esoteric process of transformation. Like a water wheel driving a millstone, grinding grains into flour, these disparate energies are decomposed, refined, and ultimately coalesce into a single, pristine droplet. This droplet embodies his own chakra. It merges into the meager pond residing within his abdomen. Then follows the second droplet, and the third, their influx accelerating. He can distinctly perceive the totality of his chakra steadily increasing at an unprecedented pace. Although each increment is minuscule, it represents a continual, unimpeded growth. As long as he breathes and meditates, this process shall not cease. Time became an indeterminate stretch, until a sudden wave of intense hunger roused him from his meditative state. How Yenji opened his eyes, acutely aware of the emptiness in his belly, feeling as if his front was pressing against his back. He sensed the chakra within him. After merely one session of cultivation, the total volume of his chakra had more than doubled. Though still modest, akin to that of a freshly graduated genin, the rate of increase was astonishing. Moreover, he sensed that as he honed his mastery of the fundamental inner breathing technique and consumed higher quality sustenance, this pace would continue to surge. In a few years, His chakra might indeed reach a formidable level, comparable to that of a tailed beast. This was no idle boast. A guttural growl from his stomach interrupted his reverie, prompting a wry smile and a shake of his head. This technique, for all its merits, was rather demanding on resources. He pushed open the door, and a savory aroma wafted toward him. There, he beheld Shuo Mao seated by the hearth in the living room, leisurely grilling skewers of beef. Upon noticing Hao Yinji, Shuo Mao offered him a skewer. Awake? It seems your meditation lasted longer than usual, he remarked. Hao Yinji accepted the skewer without hesitation, devouring it in a few hearty bites. A warm surge filled his belly, slightly alleviating his hunger. Uncle, I believe I have discovered a solution to my chakra dilemma. Shuo Mao paused, lifting his gaze to scrutinize Hao Yinji with newfound seriousness. After a brief moment, he nodded. Your aura does seem denser than before, he acknowledged, a genuine smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Excellent. Each individual must forge their own path. I am pleased you have begun to find yours. He refrained from probing further about the method. For him, the outcome was paramount. Are you hungry? There's more in the kitchen. Help yourself. All right. Hao Yinji replied with a smile as he made his way to the kitchen. Watching his nephew's retreating figure, Shuo Mao's gaze deepened with contemplation. He sensed that this nephew was maturing rapidly in ways he could scarcely comprehend. Perhaps, indeed, the future of the Hatake clan would be irrevocably transformed by him. Lowering his head, he continued to tend to the skewers in his hands, the firelight casting elongated shadows of his bright smile across his face. Within the semi-subterranean greenhouse, warmth enveloped the air like spring. Hao Yinji stood before neat rows of vegetable beds, his eyes gently closed, hands hovering above the earth. Within him, the chakra flowed as the basic inner breathing technique took effect, transforming into a gentle stream that gradually seeped from his palms into the earth beneath his feet. This marked his inaugural experience of utilizing his newly acquired chakra to nurture plant life. The sensation was entirely different. Previously, his chakra had struggled to coax even a handful of bean sprouts into existence. Now, it was rich and enduring, imbued with an invigorating vitality. He could distinctly sense the jubilant excitement radiating from each seed nestled in the soil below. The freshly sprouted tomato seedlings, cucumber vines, and leafy greens were visibly stretching their limbs, greedily absorbing this life-giving essence. The verdant energy flowed back through the plant's roots, returning to him, merging with the natural energies, creating a flawless cycle. Remarkably, his chakra did not diminish in this process. Instead, it gradually expanded, akin to a perpetual motion machine. As Hoyin Temple opened his eyes and beheld the flourishing greenery before him, he felt a profound sense of gratitude. With this greenhouse, coupled with chakra-enhanced cultivation, the supply of vegetables for the ranch would no longer pose a challenge. Just then, excited barks erupted from outside the greenhouse, mingled with the sounds of unfamiliar canine voices. Stepping out, Hoyin Temple spotted Kakashi approaching with several companions, at the forefront of whom was Inuzuka Tsum. Following closely were Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi. Hoyin Temple, we heard you have delectable treats. Mind if we join you for a meal? Tsum called out, her voice as loud and unabashed as ever. Not at all. It would be my honor to have you all here, Hoyin Temple replied with a warm smile. He noticed the neendogs Tsum had brought were curiously inspecting Xiaomu, who stood proudly, exuding an air of territorial confidence. In the distance, children from the orphanage played merrily in the snow, their laughter ringing clear and bright. A few brave souls had ventured close, cautiously petting the seemingly fierce neendogs, who offered no resistance, instead lazily wagging their tails. Come in and make yourselves comfortable. Dinner will be ready shortly. Hoyin Temple invited them into the cozy wooden cabin. Shuo had already prepared steaming tea. Inoichi, is there something specific that brings you here today? Hoyin Temple inquired while bustling about in the kitchen. Inoichi set down his teacup, his expression turning serious. Indeed, during our last meeting at the Hokage's office, you mentioned foods that can enhance mental acuity. On behalf of the Yamanaka clan, I hope to establish a long-term collaboration with you. This is of paramount importance for our sensory unit ninjas. From a jar, Hoyin Temple retrieved several glistening strips of spicy delicacy. Here, you may try these. An assertive aroma of spice and flavor wafted through the air. Shikaku, Choza, and Inoichi's attention was immediately captivated. What is this? Shikaku asked, uncertainty lacing his tone. Secret spicy strips. Without hesitation, Inoichi picked one up and placed it in his mouth. The intense flavor exploded in his mouth, followed swiftly by a warm surge coursing through him. He felt a refreshing lift in his previously fatigued spirit. This is excellent. The stimulation of the spirit by this delicacy surpasses my expectations. Hachiya's eyes sparkled. Haoyan Temple, we of the Mountain Clan shall claim this spicy treat. No objections. We shall discuss in detail after dinner. Haoyan Temple smiled, distributing the spicy strips among the group before turning back to the kitchen. Tonight, he would showcase his true culinary prowess. An hour later, a sumptuous dinner was laid out on the table. A large pot of beef stew with potatoes. The meat tender and succulent, its rich broth exuding an inviting aroma. A plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, lush and vibrant, released a fresh fragrance. There was also a generous serving of golden scrambled eggs with tomatoes, alongside a bowl of enticing wolf-tooth potatoes. I eagerly dug in. Akadu Ding was the first to grasp his chopsticks, purposefully reaching for the beef stew. He picked up a hefty piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth. The meat melted instantly, its robust flavor mingling with the sweetness of the vegetables, instantly captivating his palate. A warm, substantial energy surged from his stomach, swiftly spreading throughout his body. Ding let out a contented hum, feeling the fatigue from the day's training dissipate with each bite of meat. He ceased speaking, engrossed in an all-out assault on the pot of stew. Inuzuka Zutsu had a particular fondness for the wolf-tooth potatoes. She picked up a piece. The potato strips were crisp, and the spice flavor struck her senses. The exhilarating spiciness made her blood race. Delightful. If only she could have a serving of this before a battle. It would surely amplify the thrill. She devoured her meal, exclaiming incoherently between bites. Nara Shikaku savored the stir-fried vegetables leisurely, the fresh sweetness easing the furrow of his brow. Then, he picked up a piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The golden eggs enveloped in tangy tomato juice melted smoothly on his tongue. In that moment, an indescribable warmth surged within him. Shikaku froze, his mind drifting back to a sunlit afternoon many years ago. His young mother busied herself in the kitchen, and the air was filled with that familiar aroma. It was the simplest yet warmest happiness from his childhood memories. The perpetual weariness in Shikaku's eyes gradually welled with tears. He lowered his head, fiddling with his rice to mask his emotion. The troublesome woman's cooking remains as delightful as ever, he murmured softly, where only he could hear. Hachiya, attuned to the emotional currents as a sensory ninja, noticed Shikaku's unusual demeanor. He sensed a peculiar energy emanating from the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It had the power to soothe the heart and awaken the softest memories within. Hachiya took a bite. As the sweet and tangy flavor unfolded in his mouth, his tightly wound nerves miraculously relaxed. Years spent in intelligence work had burdened him with immense psychological pressure. Yet, in this moment, it felt as if a gentle hand had smoothed away those burdens. Gazing at the seemingly ordinary plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, Hachiya's eyes were filled with astonishment. The value of this substance is beyond measure. If it could be offered to those warriors returning from the battlefield, suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, it would be a life-saving remedy. He gazed at Hyanji, his eyes ablaze with intensity. This young man, in his hands, possessed not merely an ordinary food item. It was a treasure capable of altering the entire landscape of Konohagakure. The dinner was a resounding success, leaving both hosts and guests in high spirits. Akimichi Dingzu patted his round belly, utterly satisfied. Inuzuka Zua savored the last sip of meat broth, wiping his mouth with a flourish. Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Ino fell into a contemplative silence, yet their eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. After the meal, they bid farewell to the guests, who lingered with a sense of unfulfilled desire. Hyanji stood at the door of the wooden cabin, watching the children and ninja dogs frolicking in the snow, a smile gracing his face. This evening, he had not only secured orders from the Yamanaka clan, but, more importantly, allowed the elite families of Konoha to experience firsthand the true value of Gouenshi Ranch. This was neither a threat nor a mere transaction, but rather a force of warmth that they could not refuse, one they would even strive to protect. His fortress had gained yet another layer of solid fortification. As night deepened and the snowflakes fell heavier, a group of individuals walked silently along the path from Gouenshi Ranch to Konoha, leaving behind a trail of varying footprints in the snow. Inuzuka Zua and Akimichi Dingzu led the way, relishing the flavors of the dinner. That beef was so tender. I must indulge in 2 bowls next time, Dingzu said, rubbing his belly with satisfaction. Those wolf-teeth potatoes were invigorating. The spiciness was delightful. Zua laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the quiet, snowy night. Trailing behind, Nara Shikoku and Yamanaka Ino were unusually quiet. When they had distanced themselves sufficiently from the ranch, Shikoku finally paused, exhaling a cloud of white breath. Ino, what are your thoughts? Yamanaka Ino's expression grew serious as he glanced back at the warm lights emanating from the ranch. That tomato and scrambled egg dish was no ordinary food. Its value far exceeds our imaginations, by a considerable margin. Shikoku extracted a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one as the ember flickered in the darkness. To awaken memories and soothe wounds. What this means for ninjas, especially those who have endured the horrors of war, is something you understand better than I. Ino nodded vigorously. It is a redemption, a treasure that could elevate Konoha's combat capabilities on a psychological level. He clenched his fist. I can even sense that the energy is remarkably pure. With regular consumption, it could undoubtedly eradicate many latent injuries caused by excessive use of mental power among sensory ninjas. Shikoku took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly. This troublesome individual has concocted a troublesome dish, leading to an even more troublesome situation. He looked at Ino. Do you think Danzo will simply let this go? The Hokage lost face today. He will not be content. Ino's face darkened. No. They will only become more fervent in their quest to uncover Huyanji's secrets and claim them for themselves. Precisely, Shikoku replied, discarding the cigarette but onto the snow and extinguishing it with his foot. Therefore, our relationship with him has transcended mere collaboration. He has become our ally, an ally whose reliability is beyond question. I understood the implications of Rukyu's words. Upon my return, I shall arrange for the clan's elite to establish a clandestine perceptual barrier around the ranch. Any malevolent chakra that approaches will be detected at the earliest opportunity. Rukyu resumed his stride. I will address matters with Dingzwa. The defensive prowess of the Akimichi clan serves as the finest shield, though Inuzuka's may be boisterous. She possesses a keen sense of discretion. The meal we shared today, orchestrated by that lad, Gouenshi, was not merely to satiate our hunger. Rukyu's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable weight. He has bound our four clans together with an invisible tether. Henceforth, the affairs of the Guachin ranch shall be the shared concern of the Inuzuka and the trio of the boar, deer, and butterfly clans. I kept pace with him, remaining silent. Under the snowy night, an unspoken pact was thus forged. In the underground base of Konohagakure, devoid of windows, the air was thick with a sense of decay. Despite the bright lights, Shimura Danzo leaned upon his cane, listening intently to the report from the kneeling root ninja before him. Nara, Rukyu, and Yamanaka had engaged in an extensive discussion prior to their departure. Inuzuka Zwa and Akimichi Dingzwa were exuberant, holding the Guachin ranch in high regard. According to reports from members embedded within the Hokage Tower, the Hokage was in a foul mood today, having shattered his favorite teacup. As the report concluded, the root ninja bowed his head, awaiting further orders. Danzo remained silent, his uncovered eye fixed on the expansive map of Konoha adorning the wall, his gaze profound. The failure of Sarutobi had been anticipated, yet he had not foreseen the extent and swiftness of that defeat. Even more surprising was the capability of that lad, Gouenshi, to host both the next generation leaders of the boar, deer, and butterfly clans and the Inuzuka clan as his honored guests within a single day. That meal was anything but ordinary. As for food, he had encountered numerous substances that could enhance power, military rations, secret medicines, which were plentiful within root. Yet, those items all bore side effects and tasted no better than refuse. The food that could satisfy Akimichi Dingzwa, elicit praise from Inuzuka Zwa, and even touch the hearts of Nara, Rukyu, and Yamanaka, must conceal some technique or secret unknown to him. Was it a unique bloodline limit? Or perhaps a long-lost secret art? Danzo turned, his cane tapping rhythmically against the ground. He could no longer rely on Sarutobi. This matter would be handled by us. Sir, please issue your command. I wish to ascertain the distinctions of every blade of grass, every parcel of land, and every chicken within the Guachin ranch. I must know what that lad, Gouenshi, does daily, whom he meets, and what discussions he engages in. Particularly, I am interested in his kitchen, his recipes, and his methods of handling ingredients. The voice of Danzo was calm, yet it emanated an undeniable will that brooked no dissent. Send A and B. Let them take turns monitoring for 24 hours, leaving no detail overlooked. Remember, until I give the order, do not act, do not expose yourselves. What I require is intelligence, thorough and detailed intelligence. Understood. The root ninja swiftly vanished into the shadows. Danzo's gaze returned to the map, fixating on the small dot adjacent to the memorial, a location known as Gouenshi Ranch. Honji. In his singular eye, a glimmer of greed and curiosity flickered. Inside the wooden cabin, the warmth of dinner still lingered. Honji meticulously cleaned the last of the dishes, wiping the table with care. Shomo sat by the hearth, diligently tending to his short white blade with precision. Kakashi and Guy had already retired to their rooms, leaving the space filled only with the crackling sounds of burning firewood. Uncle. Honji poured 2 cups of hot tea, offering one to Shomo. Shomo looked up. Tonight's meal signifies the launching of our venture, Honji remarked softly. Gazing out at the swirling snow, Shomo sipped his tea in silence, fully aware of Honji's implication. The dinner was not merely a gathering. It represented a successful display and a strategic binding of alliances. From this moment onward, Gouenshi Ranch would no longer be an isolated farm, but rather a nexus of intersecting powers. The Yamanaka clan sought spicy strips, the Inuzuka clan desired Wolf Fang potatoes, and the Akimichi clan showed interest not only in braised eggs, but also in stewed meat. I intend to draft a supply list tailored for them, Honji declared, retrieving a new ledger from the drawer. Furthermore, I plan to categorize the dishes. Items like Wolf Fang potatoes and braised eggs can be regular supplies, while dishes that influence spirit and emotion, such as tomato scrambled eggs, must be limited. I shall designate these as special provisions, reserved for our most essential allies. And they will need to offer something in exchange. Shomo set down his blade, listening intently. Honji's thoughts were remarkably clear, far beyond those typical of a mere teenager. What shall they offer in return? Intelligence, resources, or protection at critical moments? Honji replied, locking eyes with Shomo. I am but a cook, a farmer. There are many things beyond my reach. Yet, I can provide them with the finest logistics, ensuring they have no worries. A faint smile finally graced Shomo's face. Your considerations are thorough. To give a man a fish is not as valuable as teaching him to fish. What you provide them is not merely fish, but a net that can continuously catch them. He stood, patting Honji on the shoulder. Pursue your endeavors. At home, I shall support you. This simple statement, though light, imbued Honji with immense reassurance. He nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. As night enveloped the world in silence, Honji refrained from resting immediately. He entered the semi-subterranean greenhouse once more. Here lay the source of his strength. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and activated the basic inner breathing technique. The surrounding natural energies and the life force emitted by the plants flowed like gentle streams into his body. His chakra reservoir expanded steadily and resolutely, embracing the nourishment of the earth. He could sense himself growing stronger day by day. Yet, he was acutely aware that, lurking in the shadows, countless eyes might be fixated upon his modest pasture. The road ahead remained long and arduous. Perched atop a grand tree several hundred meters from the perimeter of the farm, a figure melded seamlessly with the night. Adorned with a featureless white mask, devoid of any chakra fluctuations, his gaze penetrated through the wind and snow, fixated unwaveringly on the dimly lit greenhouse. A new game had commenced. Inside the greenhouse, Haoyan Temple sat cross-legged, his breaths deep and measured. The surrounding life energy flowed like a gentle stream, gradually merging into his being, nourishing his still fragile chakra reservoir. Just as he immersed himself in this tranquil meditation, a mechanical notification echoed in his mind. System notification. The farm has reached an initial scale. Operations are on track, and upgrade conditions are met. System upgrade initiating. In the next moment, Haoyan Temple felt the very earth tremble subtly beneath him. The plants within the greenhouse emitted a soft green glow, enveloping him completely. He found himself immobilized, passively surrendering to the unfolding events. The radiance was not blinding. Rather, it exuded a warm vitality. He could see the light spreading from the greenhouse, casting a luminous veil over the entire pasture. The humble wooden cabin, the small chicken coop, the rudimentary barn, and the guest rooms occupied by the orphanage children, all began to flourish in an astonishing manner under this radiant embrace. Wood elongated, bricks reconfigured. This transformation endured for approximately 10 minutes. When the light receded and the tremors ceased, Haoyan Temple discovered he stood outside the greenhouse. As he looked up, he was momentarily struck dumb by the sight before him, familiar yet foreign. The once single-story main house had metamorphosed into an exquisite 2-story wooden edifice. complete with a quaint gabled window atop its roof. The kitchen had significantly expanded, now featuring an independent storage room. The neighboring guest room was no longer a simple wooden shack, but had transformed into a charming, separate guest house with a corridor. In the distance, the chicken coop and barn had more than doubled in size, their structures now sturdier and more scientifically designed. He hurried towards the semi-subterranean greenhouse, discovering that the entrance had widened, and the internal space was now 3 to 4 times larger, with neatly plotted fields awaiting cultivation. Haoyan Temple swiftly activated the system panel. The interface had undergone a complete overhaul, now boasting a new store tab. Upon inspecting it, he was greeted with a plethora of enticing products. Beginner crop seed pack contains turnip, potato, and cucumber seeds. Price, 1,000 taels. Intermediate crop seed pack contains tomato, corn, and strawberry seeds. Price, 5,000 taels. Rare crop seed, spirit tomato seed, single. Price, 20,000 taels. Description, infused with pure life energy, an excellent material for crafting specialty dishes. In the poultry and livestock section, new options had also emerged. High-yield chick, price, 1,500 taels. Description, capable of producing high-quality eggs at an accelerated rate. The robust calf is priced at 8,000 taels, with a description stating that the milk produced is exceptionally nutritious. Everything in this realm requires monetary expenditure. While he was investigating the new shop, yet another system notification emerged. Main quest released, Trial of Winter. Quest objective, elevate the host's strength to the level of a chunin before the end of this winter. Quest reward, unlock the recipe for tranquil tea and acquire a C-grade taijutsu skill scroll, Steel Bones. Honji felt an immense pressure upon reading the quest objective. The strength of a chunin seemed a distant aspiration for him at present. Yet the reward ignited a fervor within his heart. The following morning, before dawn had fully arrived, a raucous cry shattered the tranquility of the ranch. What on earth is happening? Kai's exuberant voice pierced the stillness. Bare-chested and clad only in shorts, he stood on the porch of the new guest house, utterly astounded by the scene before him. Have our houses grown? Kakashi, stifling a yawn as he emerged from his room, was instantly awakened by the sight outside. Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed multiple times that he was not dreaming. Shomu also emerged from the main house, gazing at the newly erected 2-story building, then at the revitalized barn and chicken coop in the distance, his expression frozen in disbelief. His gaze eventually settled on Honji, standing in the center of the courtyard, his eyes brimming with questions. Honji scratched his head, resorting to a premeditated explanation. This could be considered a secret technique of our family. It requires the accumulation of sufficient energy to activate, allowing the structures to grow alongside the land. The explanation was absurd, yet in the world of ninjas, absurd techniques were plentiful. Shomu regarded him with a penetrating look but refrained from further inquiry, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Was the commotion significant? He inquired. Not particularly, just a bit of light, Honji answered vaguely. Kakashi approached, circling the new main house with a face full of curiosity. Can this technique be used again? Can it make the house taller? The accumulation of energy requires considerable time, Honji hurriedly interjected, stifling those thoughts. Over the course of a single night, Gouenshi Ranch underwent a profound transformation. This silent upheaval was meticulously documented by a pair of concealed eyes lurking in the distance. Root base. What did you say? Repeat that. Danzo rose, leaning on his cane, a terrifying light blazing in his singular eye. The kneeling root ninja, codenamed A, recited the information in an unwavering tone. Indeed, last night at the hour of the rat, Gouenshi Ranch was enveloped in a green light, and subsequently, all structures expanded and grew spontaneously. The entire process lasted approximately 10 minutes. We have confirmed it is not an illusion. Danzo's breath quickened. Spontaneously growing? Buildings? This is essentially an amplified version of the first Hokage's would release 4-pillar house technique. And by the sound of the description, the scale is larger. The effect more perfect. The power of the first Hokage. This kid, Honji, is undoubtedly connected to the first Hokage. He may even have inherited the first's legacy. If I can acquire this secret, Danzo's heart races with anticipation. Not merely the position of Hokage, but even the unification of the entire ninja realm seems within reach. The avarice in his eyes is almost palpable. Continue surveillance. No, we require the highest level of scrutiny. I must know his every breath, each hand sign, every morsel he consumes. Every detail must be meticulously recorded. This secret shall belong to me. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffs on his pipe, his countenance dark and brooding. The humiliation faced at the ranch yesterday still lingers in his chest. A knock at the door interrupts his thoughts, and Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza enter. Hokage-sama, the trio bows in unison. Take a seat, Sarutobi Hiruzen responds somewhat coolly. Shikaku, undeterred, cuts to the chase. Hokage-sama, we are here regarding the matter of the Guechin ranch. Oh, what are your thoughts? Shikaku gathers his thoughts. Inoichi has confirmed that the tomato scrambled eggs made by Gouenshi have remarkable effects on healing the psychological scars left on ninjas by war. Choza-S and Inuzuka Kiba-S reactions further affirm that his culinary creations significantly enhance the ninja's condition. Hokage-sama, you must understand what this implies, Shikaku continues. Sarutobi Hiruzen remains silent, fully aware of the implications. Although Konoha appears robust, the scars of 2 ninja world wars have left many elite ninjas with lingering wounds, particularly on a psychological level. If this food can be mass-produced, Inoichi interjects, we, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, have decided to wholeheartedly support Guechin Ranch. We hope the village can reconsider its stance. Rather than coercing with force, it would be wiser to entice with kindness. That child Gouenshi responds better to gentleness than to aggression. Choza nods in agreement. Indeed, Hokage-sama. The beef there is truly delectable. We should foster a good relationship with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen observes the 3 clan heirs before him, their intentions unmistakably clear. Should he persist in his obstinacy, he would effectively alienate these pivotal families of Konoha. He exhales a long plume of smoke. I understand. This matter was a lapse in my judgment. He rises and walks to the window, gazing at the thriving Konoha village. Convey my orders to designate Guechin Ranch as an A-ranked important protection area. Additionally, prepare a generous gift. In a few days, I shall visit personally. It is better to cultivate alliances than to confront adversaries. He now fervently hopes that this decision is not too late. The morning sun bathes the revitalized ranch in a warm glow, the snow reflecting a gentle light. Gouenshi stands at the window of the main house on the 2nd floor, surveying his domain. The expanded greenhouse sparkles like a massive crystal in the morning light, while the chicken coop and barn appear particularly sturdy. Everything is in perfect order, brimming with vitality. He opens the system panel, yet his gaze lingers on the 2 lines of cold text. Main quest, the trial of winter. Quest objective, by the end of this winter, the host's strength must be elevated to Chunin level. Chunin. This signifies that he must achieve a qualitative leap in both his chakra capacity and combat skills within a mere few months. He cast his gaze upon the store interface. Spirit tomato seeds, 20,000 Rio. High yield chick, 1,500 Rio. Robust calf, 8,000 Rio. Each of these options, which could expedite his growth, bore a hefty price tag. Although he currently possessed 300,000 Rio, it appeared substantial, yet it was insufficient for a comprehensive upgrade of the ranch. Both money and strength were in short supply. Brother Hoyen, someone is here. A shout from Hayabusa echoed from downstairs. A spark of interest ignited within Huyanji as he descended the stairs. There stood Shikomo at the entrance, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Kakashi and Guy also stood behind him, their expressions cautious. 2 figures donned in animal masks silently appeared outside the ranch gate's fence. They were members of the Umbu. One Umbu knelt on one knee, his voice devoid of inflection. Kikuki Huyanji, the Hokage is about to visit. Please prepare accordingly. After delivering this message, the 2 figures vanished without a trace. Shikomo released his grip from the sword's hilt and exchanged a glance with Huyanji. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. Huyanji nodded, his demeanor tranquil. Uncle, there is no need for concern. Our guests have arrived. We shall host them well. He turned and entered the kitchen, beginning to boil water for tea. Regardless of whether their intentions were benevolent or malevolent, as the host on his own territory, he must not lose his composure. Half an hour later, a group appeared along the path leading to the ranch. At the forefront was Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robes. He removed his hat, a gentle smile gracing his face, resembling an amiable grandfather from the neighborhood. Behind him trailed 2 unmasked guards, their presence exuding an air of quiet confidence. Clearly elite among elites. Honorable Hokage, your presence graces us. I apologize for the inadequate reception. Huyanji and Shikomo stepped forward to welcome him. Sakumo merely nodded slightly. A gesture of respect. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze lingered momentarily on Sakumo, noting the absence of lifelessness in his eyes, replaced by a serene sharpness, which prompted a silent reflection. His eyes then swept across the entire ranch. The brand new 2-story wooden building, the separate guest quarters, the grand greenhouse and sheds, all matched the descriptions in the intelligence reports. What a magnificent Gouenshi ranch, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with genuine admiration. I have heard of the Kikuki clan's secret technique that allows buildings to grow, witnessing it firsthand today. It truly lives up to its reputation. Comparable to the methods of the first Hokage. Pianji chuckled softly. A mere ancestral trick, not worthy of such regard. Honorable Hokage. It is chilly outside. Please, come in and enjoy a cup of hot tea. He invited the group into the main house's parlor. The parlor was equally spacious. A warm fire crackling in the hearth. Once seated, Sarutobi Hiruzen was presented with a scroll by one of the guards. Pianji, regarding the previous matter. The village has been remiss in consideration. This is a personal token of compensation from me, as well as an apology from the village. Pianji accepted the scroll and opened it. Inside was a formal document, adorned with the Hokage's seal. The Gouenshi Ranch is hereby designated as a Class A protected unit of Konoha, effective immediately. No organization or individual may trespass or disturb this site without the permission of the Hokage's office. Beneath this notice lay a silver note bearing a figure that made Honji's heart skip a beat, 1 million ryo. This was no mere generous gift, it was a substantial fortune. Lord Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and accepted the warm tea offered by Honji. This is rightfully yours. Your produce holds immense value for the village. This sum serves as a deposit from the village. Honji grasped the implication. This was both an alliance and a transaction. He carefully stored the scroll and adopted a solemn demeanor. I comprehend your intentions, Lord Hokage. It is my honor that Gouenshi Ranch can contribute to the village. However, it is merely a small farm with limited output. Might I inquire what exactly you require? Sarutobi sipped his tea, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. The young man was neither obsequious nor arrogant, promptly addressing the matter at hand. I require 2 items. First, foods such as Wolf Fang potatoes and specially crafted spicy strips that can swiftly enhance a ninja's state. The village requires a long-term, substantial supply for equipping the Umbu and regular forces. You may set the price. Honji nodded in agreement. This is feasible, though the raw material consumption is considerable, and the price will not be inexpensive. Sarutobi chuckled softly. Konoha is not short of funds. Honji internally scoffed. What a boast. Konoha is indeed lacking in funds. The second item is the tomato scrambled eggs you served to Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. His expression turned serious. Haichi has already reported to me. Such food, which can soothe mental trauma and awaken warm memories, serves as true salvation for those ninjas returning from the battlefield. I require this as a special supply exclusively for the Psychological Rehabilitation Department of Konoha Hospital, as well as for some distinguished jonin who have suffered inner scars. Its value transcends monetary measurement. Thus you may present your terms. Here it was. The true negotiation had begun. Honji did not respond immediately. He glanced at the silent Shomu beside him. Shomu offered him a reassuring look. Taking a deep breath, Honji raised his gaze to meet that of the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, I can provide the special supply, but I have 2 conditions. Speak. Firstly, the ingredients for this special supply are exceedingly rare, and the cultivation process demands a significant amount of my energy, even chakra. Therefore, I can provide a maximum of 10 portions per month. Sarutobi furrowed his brow slightly, but nodded in understanding. Agreed. Rarity dictates value. I comprehend. Secondly, Honji's voice grew weighty. I require the village to ensure the absolute safety and autonomy of Gouenshi Ranch. I do not wish for any roots to encroach upon my fields. He stated this plainly, without a hint of ambiguity. The atmosphere in the living room instantly grew tense. The 2 guards instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, and Shomu's gaze sharpened. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment, his wrinkled visage betraying no emotion. He set down his teacup, producing a soft clink. Some trees, deeply rooted, indeed require a degree of pruning. I assure you, from this day forth, no lurking rodents shall dare to intrude upon your tranquility. This is a promise. A promise from the Hokage. Honji rose, bowing slightly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thank you, esteemed Hokage. The transaction is complete. After escorting the third Hokage away, the ranch returned to its serene state. Kakashi and Guy gathered around the million Rio banknote, their eyes wide as saucers. With 1 million, how many new shuriken can we procure? Guy exclaimed, eagerly calculating. Fool, we ought to invest in the latest ninja tool set. Kakashi retorted. Honji paid them no mind, turning instead to Shoma. Uncle, do you think I acted rightly? Shoma patted his shoulder, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. You performed admirably, surpassing my expectations. You maintained your principles while securing the utmost benefit and breathing space for us. With Shoma's affirmation, Honji felt a profound sense of relief. Returning to his chamber, he immediately accessed the system store. Without hesitation, he spent 20,000 Rio to purchase a spiritual tomato seed. Ding! Purchase successful. A seed, glistening as if sculpted from red agate, appeared in the palm of his hand. He could sense the vast life energy contained within, far exceeding that of an ordinary tomato seed. Cradling the seed, he made his way to the newly expanded greenhouse. At its core, he designated a special spiritual field. He carefully buried the seed in the soil, then seated himself cross-legged, activating the basic inner breath technique. Chakra gradually infused the earth, resonating with the life energy within the seed. He could see the seed unfurling in the soil, emanating a faint glow. He understood that from this moment forth, both his strength and the future of the ranch would embark upon a new chapter. Winter had yet to conclude. His trials were only just beginning. Upon returning indoors, the first thing Honji did was seclude himself in his room and open the system panel. Funds. 1,280,000 Rio. The string of zeros induced an almost surreal dizziness. However, he quickly regained his composure, his gaze sharp as it scanned the store interface. What he now lacked was a means to convert his wealth into strength. High-yield chickens, X20, costing 30,000 Rio. Robust calves, X2, costing 16,000 Rio. The existing flock of chickens and the cattle barn could no longer keep pace with the ranch's demands. An upgrade was imperative. Next came the seeds. Intermediate crop seed pack, X10, costing 50,000 Rio. Tomatoes, corn, strawberries. These are the foundation for crafting high-quality cuisine. Beginner crop seed pack, X20, costing 20,000 Rio. Turnips, potatoes, cucumbers. These are essential for ensuring daily consumption and providing the necessary supplies for the boar, deer, and butterfly. He gazed at the remaining funds and, with a resolute determination, resumed his search within the shop. Soon, he stumbled upon a newly unveiled category he had previously overlooked: facility upgrades. Chicken coop upgrade component, priced at 100,000 taels. Description: equipped with an automatic feeding and cleaning system, enhancing the chicken's mood and egg production. Barn upgrade component, priced at 200,000 taels. Description: optimizes ventilation and lighting, increases hay storage capacity, and slightly enhances milk quality. Greenhouse automatic irrigation system, priced at 300,000 taels. Description: connects to a water source, programmable for daily automatic irrigation, significantly reducing labor and chakra consumption. A glimmer of excitement ignited in Haoyan Temple's eyes. These items were the true keys to liberating productivity. Without hesitation, he purchased them all. In a matter of minutes, a staggering sum of 1,280,000 taels dwindled down to a mere 564,000 taels. The money transformed into a collection of radiant components and seed packets within the system's storage. Yet, Haoyan Temple felt an unprecedented sense of solidity. The following morning, the ranch convened its inaugural meeting. When Haoyan Temple announced the new divisions of labor and construction plans, everyone was taken aback by his grand vision. Hayato, you and Subaru, along with a few older children, are in charge of the new chicken coop and barn. Here are the blueprints and upgrade components. Installation is quite straightforward. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Nanami, I entrust the greenhouse to you. This is the automatic irrigation system, which will save us considerable effort. The precious tomato seed will also require your diligent care. Kakashi and Guy, you bear the heaviest responsibilities. Haoyan Temple turned his gaze towards the two, his expression grave. From this day forth, aside from meals and rest, you shall dedicate all your time to the guidance of Uncle Shomo. Kakashi and Guy exchanged glances, each reflecting the seriousness and excitement in the other's eyes. As for me, Haoyan Temple inhaled deeply. I shall enter a period of seclusion for training. Life on the ranch entered an entirely new and accelerated rhythm. Under Hayato's leadership, the children busily installed the new chicken coop and barn, the shimmering components seamlessly integrating with the existing structures, the entire process unfolding with astonishing smoothness. Nanami, accompanied by a few gentle girls, meticulously planned the new planting areas within the warm greenhouse. Once the automatic irrigation system was installed, a simple program setup would ensure that crystal-clear stream water was precisely delivered to every inch of soil. Meanwhile, the mountains behind the ranch became a veritable hell for Kakashi and Guy. Shomo imparted no new ninjutsu. Instead, day after day, he relentlessly subjected them to the most basic of physical and sword techniques, mercilessly overwhelming them. Too slow. Your speed with the blade can improve. Your evasive maneuvers are excessive. Evade mortal strikes with the slightest movements. Your chakra utilization is far too crude. Why can't it be attached to your feet for lighter movement? Each day, Kakashi and Guy returned to the wooden cabin, their bodies marred with wounds and dirt, too weary to utter a word. Yet, their gazes grew brighter with each passing day, their presence increasingly formidable. Meanwhile, Haoyan Temple secluded himself deep within the expanded greenhouse. Every day, he engages in but 3 activities: consuming sustenance, practicing the fundamental inner breath technique, and then indulging in another meal. He discovers that as he cultivates his technique, his efficiency in absorbing the life energy embedded within food is astonishingly high. A bowl of porridge cooked with sacred milk sustains him for a full 3 hours of practice. The surging life energy circulates within him, intertwining with the natural energies of the outside world, subsequently transformed by the fundamental inner breath technique into pure droplets of chakra, which coalesce in the pond of his dantian. The total amount of his chakra visibly increases at an alarming rate. By evening, he engages in swordsmanship drills with Sabaku. The guidance from White Tooth is incisive. Your strength is adequate, but your killing intent is lacking. Your blade is for slicing vegetables, not for taking lives. From tomorrow onward, practice wielding your sword 1,000 times each day. Only when you can concentrate chakra upon the edge of your blade shall you truly have made progress. Honji does not complain. He diligently notes every crucial point and doubles his practice the following day. The entire Gouenshi ranch resembles a tightly wound war machine, with each individual fervently amassing strength in their respective roles. Beyond the ranch, unseen guardians have silently unfurled their watch. At a cliff overlooking the ranch, Hai forms hand seals with closed eyes. His chakra transforms into invisible threads, radiating outward from his center, creating a vast perceptual barrier. This barrier is non-aggressive and does not issue warnings. It merely lies there quietly, absorbing any fluctuations in chakra that enter, creating ripples in his mind akin to stones cast upon a lake. Nara Shikako lounges nearby, lazily smoking. Hi, is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Hasn't Lord Hokage already issued a protective decree? Hai opens his eyes, his expression grave. Do you genuinely trust that old man? His orders may hold weight for others, but for those wretched beings in the root, they are mere scraps of paper. Danzo, that venomous serpent, will never let this slide. He is merely lying in wait for the opportune moment. Shikako exhales a smoke ring, sighing. What a nuisance. We are now irrevocably bound to that troublesome chef. Isn't that precisely what you desired? Hai glances at him. Do not presume I am unaware. You have already instructed the clan's strategists to devise new tactical plans based on the food characteristics provided by Gouenshi Ranch. Shikako chuckles, not denying it. With such splendid resources, why not take advantage? I can already envision the ferocity of the Konoha ninjas armed with spicy snacks and marinated eggs on future battlefields. His gaze drifts toward the ranch in the distance. This investment will yield great returns. At the root base, in a dimly lit chamber illuminated by a solitary lamp, Shimura Danzo quietly listens to the report from Ko. The Gouenshi Ranch is undergoing extensive expansion, suspected to be utilizing new construction materials. Sabaku has commenced high-intensity combat training for Kakashi and Might Dai. The target is Kakashi Hatake, whose recent activities are confined to the greenhouse, seemingly engaged in some form of cultivation. Our operatives cannot approach within 500 meters of the ranch, as Hachiya has set up a sensory barrier within the mountains. The voice of Joe is calm and unperturbed. Danzo's single eye glimmers with an eerie light. The protective decree of Saratobi Hizashi, along with Hachiya's barrier, falls well within his expectations. With his uninjured hand, he gently taps the surface of the table. Does Saratobi believe this will shield him? Such naivety. If a frontal assault proves futile, then a lateral approach shall suffice. He gazes at Joe. Have you uncovered the information I requested? Yes. Joe produces a scroll from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. According to the intelligence, Kakashi's parents perished during the Second Shinobi World War, victim to a joint raid by Sunagakure and Awagakure. However, upon deeper investigation, we unearthed some discrepancies. The Leaf team assigned to escort them appears to have been betrayed regarding their location. Danzo takes the scroll, slowly unfurling it. A sly smile creeps across his face. Excellent. Since we cannot strike at the ranch itself, we shall target his heart. A pawn driven by vengeance is far more valuable than a farmer content with mere cultivation. A month later, the winter sun filters through the glass roof of the greenhouse, casting its warm rays upon the verdant plants. Yano is carefully tending to a unique spirit tomato plant with several girls, meticulously pruning its branches. The vine is remarkably robust, having borne over a dozen fist-sized green fruits, each glistening and radiating a soft glow. In the expanded chicken coop, 20 high-yield chicks have matured, pecking at feed mixed with spiritual grass under the guidance of an automatic feeder, producing nearly 30 high-quality eggs daily. In the barn, 2 sturdy calves leisurely ruminate, basking in the warm sunlight. Their milk yield is stable and of exceptional quality, and the milk pudding crafted from their milk has become the most anticipated daily dessert for the ranch children. The entire ranch operates at a swift yet orderly pace. In the back mountains, a loud shout echoes as Kai's body leaves a fleeting shadow in the snow, delivering a fierce leaf whirlwind aimed at Kakashi's lower body. Kakashi does not even draw his sword. He merely shifts slightly to the side, effortlessly evading the attack. With a flick of his wrist, he precisely taps the end of his sheath against Kai's armpit. Kai's movements suddenly freeze, his strength dissipating entirely. Meanwhile, Kakashi's figure appears like a specter behind Kakashi, his short blade silently aiming for his back. Without turning his head, Kakashi counters adeptly. Clang! A crisp sound of impact resonates. Kakashi feels a tremendous force travel through the blade, his grip numbing as he is uncontrollably pushed backward. Not bad. Kakashi retracts his sheath, observing the 2 panting youths. Compared to a month ago, your progress is remarkable. You have learned to coordinate and understand how to apply chakra in every facet of offense and defense. The expressions on Kakashi and Kai's faces reveal no joy, only solemnity. They are acutely aware of what they have experienced over the past month. Rising before dawn each day, they engage in extreme physical training. During daylight, they learn the art of survival under the relentless assaults of Shomao. From their initial state of utter defenselessness, they have evolved to barely manage a few minutes of evasive maneuvers. The scars upon their bodies serve as badges of their growth. Their gazes have long since shed the naivete typical of their peers, now imbued with a calm and introspective depth. Shomao's attention shifts towards the greenhouse. That young lad should emerge soon. Deep within the greenhouse, Hyanji slowly opens his eyes, exhaling a long, murky breath that forms a lingering white mist in the air. He distinctly senses that the chakra pool within his dantian has expanded several fold since a month ago. What was once a trickling stream has now coalesced into a small lake. Rising to his feet, he strides to the adjacent practice area and retrieves the short blade gifted by Shomao. With a focused thought, chakra surges down his arm and into the blade. The short blade emits a soft hum as a faint blue chakra aura flickers along its edge. Success! After a month of arduous training and abundant nourishment, he has finally accomplished what Shomao described, condensing chakra upon the blade. He exits the greenhouse, squinting slightly against the midday sun. Shomao, Kakashi, and Guy await him outside. Uncle, I have emerged, he announces. Shomao examines him from head to toe and nods in approval. Your breath is much steadier. Come, let me witness the fruits of your labor this past month. Hyanji, undeterred, draws his short blade and assumes the initial stance of the Konoha sword technique. Please guide me, uncle. No sooner had the words left his lips than he propelled himself forward with a surge of power. His chakra-infused blade slicing through the air aimed directly at Shomao's throat. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Shomao's eyes. This strike, its speed, angle, and force, was impeccable. More importantly, it carried an unwavering momentum. No longer was this merely a chef's knife. It had transformed into a ninja's weapon. He unsheathed his own short blade and effortlessly blocked the attack. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in rapid exchanges in the snowy terrain, their blades flashing and stirring up gusts of cold wind. Hyanji's assaults quickened as he pushed the basic internal breathing technique to its utmost limit, chakra replenishing his energy without respite. He relinquished all unnecessary defenses, pouring his entire focus into the offense. Shomao, adopting a purely defensive stance, moved with steady footing. Each block executed with precision, neutralizing Hyanji's every advance. "Your blade has finally acquired a murderous intent," Shomao remarked amid the parries. "But it is still insufficient. Your killing intent is cultivated, not born from true bloodshed. It lacks the genuine essence of brutality." As Hyanji prepared to change tactics yet again, Shomao's blade suddenly transformed. The seemingly ordinary short blade erupted in a blinding flash of ferocity. Hyanji perceived a fleeting blur before an overwhelming sense of mortality enveloped him. Instinctively, he raised his blade horizontally across his chest. Clang! An irresistible force struck, causing Hyanji's short blade to slip from his grasp, spinning away to embed itself in the distant snow. The tip of Mao's blade halted just shy of his throat, less than an inch away. The chilling aura of the steel sent goosebumps rippling across his skin. Hyanji, with a wry smile, raised his hands in surrender. "I concede." Mao sheathed his knife, revealing a satisfied grin. "To endure 5 minutes beneath my blade places you above the vast majority of Chunin. You may now, with some reluctance, be considered a competent ninja." As the ranch basked in the joy of harvest and growth, a sinister plot aimed at the human heart quietly unfolded. That afternoon, Hayato patrolled the perimeter of the ranch with several children, clearing the accumulated snow. Beneath a great tree, approximately 300 meters from the ranch's fence, he discovered a scroll half buried in the snow. The scroll was sealed with wax, devoid of any markings, suggesting it had been lost in this place. Hayato picked up the scroll, but refrained from opening it hastily. He was aware of the ranch's rules. Anything of unknown origin must be reported immediately. He handed the scroll to Hyanji. Hyanji examined the unmarked scroll, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He instructed everyone to step back and cautiously unfurled the scroll. There were no traps within, merely an antiquated mission report. The title caused his pupils to constrict sharply. Report on the complete annihilation of the team, led by Konoha's Jonin Hatake Kensuke and Uzumaki Miya. Ambushed at the border of the land of grass. Hatake Kensuke, Uzumaki Miya. These were the names of the original parents of this body he inhabited. His hands trembled slightly as he continued to read. The report meticulously detailed the mission's contents, route, and the entire ambush sequence. The assailants were a joint force of Sunagakure and Awagakure, outnumbering them 3-1. The team fought valiantly, yet ultimately perished. All of this aligned with what he had gleaned from the Hatake family's records. However, at the report's conclusion, there was a handwritten note, the scrawl resembling that of a casual observer. The team's movements were too conspicuous. Based on intercepted Sand Village intelligence, it appears the enemy had set a trap at the designated ambush point a full day in advance. Our team stumbled in, as if by their own volition. The border of the land of grass has always been under our jurisdiction. How could that team's information have been compromised? The note bore only a single signature, Root. Hyanji stood motionless, clutching the scroll. Mao noticed his unusual demeanor and approached him. "What is it?" Hyanji remained silent, merely extending the scroll toward him. Mao took the scroll, rapidly scanning its contents. Upon reaching the final note, his expression darkened instantly. "Danzo," he uttered, the name laced with a chilling resonance. Hyanji slowly raised his gaze, his face devoid of expression, yet his eyes held a terrifying depth. "Uncle, tell me, is this true?" In the wintry afternoon, the sunlight had lost its warmth. The courtyard lay in eerie silence, broken only by the soft rustle of snow stirred by the wind. Shuma's words struck like a hammer, shattering the facade of false peace and revealing the turbulent currents of reality beneath. Hyanji stood motionless, clutching the scroll, as a surge of anger erupted from his chest. Yet this fire was not akin to the blood-soaked vendettas he had imagined. As a transmigrator, he harbored no genuine feelings or memories for the parents of this body. The names inscribed on that report were mere unfamiliar symbols to him. What truly ignited his fury was the insidious message lurking behind the scroll. He recalled the greedy visage of the Root Ninja when he first appeared in the ranch, the grotesque scar marring Uncle Shima's arm, and the seemingly amiable, yet increasingly coercive dealings during the Hokage's visit. What had he endeavored for, employing alliances, gifting, and upgrading the ranch? Was it not to ensure a stable life for these children, to cultivate the land, to prepare meals, and to witness Kakashi and Guy grow up healthy? ultimately transforming the ranch into a paradise. Yet that old wretch, Danzo, buzzed around like a fly hiding in the muck, persistently attempting to mar his meticulously prepared feast with foul taints. This time, he even dared to target his deceased parents, seeking to provoke him, to witness him lose control, wishing to turn him into yet another pawn on his chessboard. Unacceptable, Huyanzi muttered under his breath. It felt akin to laboriously cultivating a vegetable garden, watering and fertilizing it daily, only to have a wild boar constantly attempt to root through the soil. One intrusion could be tolerated, two could be guarded against. But when the trespasses became incessant, it was no longer a matter of shooing the boar away. It was time to seriously contemplate erecting a sturdy wall and raising dogs capable of breaking the boar's legs. Shoma observed the shifting expressions on Huyanzi's face and assumed he was blinded by rage. He spoke softly, urging, "Huyanzi, calm down. Anger will not resolve the issue." "Uncle, I am quite composed," Huyanzi replied, raising his head. The flames of fury in his eyes had subsided, replaced by the irritation of a businessman whose revenue had been abruptly severed. "I am merely contemplating how to resolve this predicament once and for all, to spare myself from his incessant meddling in my farming." Shoma was taken aback. He had envisioned various reactions from Huyanzi, grief, fury, but never this strangely pragmatic agitation. Once and for all, indeed. Huyanzi tossed the scroll aside, as if discarding a piece of scrap paper. "He seeks to treat me as a pawn because he perceives me as weak, easily manipulated. Therefore, I shall become strong enough that he regards me as an immovable boulder, a steel plate that would shatter his teeth upon contact. At that point, he will undoubtedly lose interest in troubling me." Shoma gazed at him, suddenly smiling. In that smile, there was both solace and relief. This child, after all, was different from him. His sword was wielded in defense of the dining table and the garden. "What do you intend to do?" Shoma inquired. Professional matters should be entrusted to those with expertise. Huyanzi dusted off his hands and turned towards the kitchen. "I am a chef, a farmer. Engaging in battles is not my forte. However, nurturing individuals into skilled fighters is where my true capabilities lie." Instead of retreating to the back mountain to practice swordsmanship, Huyanzi plunged directly into the kitchen, which served as his battlefield. He paid no heed to the intricate webs of hatred and power struggles. Instead, he activated the system panel, swiftly scanning the culinary compendium. His thoughts were remarkably clear. The threat posed by Danzo was fundamentally one of brute force. To counter such force, one must possess even greater strength. Currently, the most formidable potential forces at the ranch were Kakashi, Guy, and the rapidly maturing war orphans. His mission was to utilize the ingredients provided by the system to extract their potential to the utmost. Guy's physical techniques demanded an abundance of protein and energy to support muscle growth and repair. His gaze landed on the recipe for exquisite braised pork. Permanent boost, Constitution 0. 5. This is splendid. Coupled with beef stew with potatoes, it would ensure a stable supply of energy, enabling him to double his training regimen daily. Kakashi, specializing in swordsmanship and lightning techniques, required exceptional reflexes and mental acuity. His fingers glided over sweet and sour shredded pork and spicy and sour shredded potatoes. Sweet and sour shredded pork increases nerve reaction speed by 10 within 1 hour. Spicy and sour shredded potatoes, slight enhancement of mental capacity within 30 minutes. Alternating these dishes would yield remarkable training results. As for Hayato and his team, they needed comprehensive development, so they would receive a limited daily supply of secret braised eggs, easy to carry and quickly restorative. Additionally, winter melon and pork rib soup would gently nourish, laying a solid foundation for their health. His fingers moved rapidly across the system panel, combining familiar home-cooked dish names and their corresponding effects in his mind, forming a complete advanced training menu. This was his strategy to counter Danzo. "While you employ deceitful schemes, I shall wield the art of culinary delights. You attempt to sow seeds of hatred. I choose to plant more potatoes and tomatoes. Let us see in the end whose machinations will topple Konoha, and whose agricultural endeavors will flourish throughout the shinobi world." That evening, the atmosphere at the dinner table was distinctly special. Huyanzi personally presented several home-cooked dishes, their aromas more commanding than ever before. One dish was a vibrant, glistening braised pork. Another was the delectably sweet and sour ribs, accompanied by a large pot of steaming beef stew with potatoes. From this day forth, the ranch's security system would undergo a comprehensive upgrade. Huyanzi rapped on the table and declared, "Kakashi, Guy, your training loads are to be doubled. Your daily meals will primarily consist of braised pork and beef stew with potatoes, and you must finish every bite. Failure to do so will result in no sleep. Hayato, you and your team are responsible for perimeter security. Your daily rations will include the secret braised eggs and winter melon and pork rib soup. He looked at everyone, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. My task is to ensure you eat well and grow stronger than anyone else. Your task is to drive away all the wild dogs that come to disrupt our ranch. Each of you has your own responsibilities. Do you understand? Yes. The children responded in unison, their voices resonant. Hao Yenji nodded in satisfaction and picked up his chopsticks. All right, no more meetings. It's time to eat. He selected the largest, most exquisite piece of braised pork and placed it in Shuo Mao's bowl. Uncle, please eat more. The security consultant of the ranch must not be worn out. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, but Gouenshi ranch was already awake. In the training field, Kai was running laps around the ranch, adorned with specially designed weighted iron blocks. His speed was not remarkable, yet each step resonated with a thud against the earth. Sweat trickled down his forehead, quickly freezing into ice shards in the brisk air, yet his expression was one of immense exhilaration. Last night's meal of potato stew with beef had invigorated him with boundless energy. Meanwhile, Kakashi was sparring with Shuo Mao. The clash of wooden swords echoed like the sound of raindrops. Kakashi's attacks were swift, each strike aimed at a vital point. Shuo Mao, wielding his sword with one hand, effortlessly parried, occasionally countering with a strike that left Kakashi in disarray. A calm mind steadies the blade. Shuo Mao's voice remained tranquil. Your techniques are quick, yet your killing intent is too heavy, leaving many openings. Yes. Kakashi gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on the sword. Not far away, on an open patch of ground, Hayato was leading his team in coordinated combat training. The children moved with agility and harmony, clearly having ingrained teamwork into their very essence. The entire ranch buzzed with an atmosphere of fervor. The source of this energy resided within the greenhouse. Hao Yenji stood before rows of neatly arranged vegetable beds, hands forming seals, channeling his chakra through the specialized technique of inner breath, gradually and evenly infusing the soil beneath his feet. Before the naked eye, the vibrant green sprouts were growing and unfurling at an unnatural pace. After a busy morning, gazing at the towering piles of various vegetables, Hao Yenji wiped the sweat from his brow, his face glowing with the joy of harvest. Yet, this joy was soon tinged with a hint of concern. There was plenty of vegetables, but not enough meat. The increase in the children's training intensity had sharply escalated their demand for meat. Relying solely on the energy provided by vegetables was becoming insufficient. The 50 chickens originally on the ranch were descendants of braised and poached breeds, serving as the main source of eggs, which were of exceptionally high quality and could not be easily slaughtered. It seemed that the development of livestock farming must be prioritized. Hao Yenji murmured to himself as he opened the system marketplace. The account balance stood at 584,002. He contemplated that while this sum appeared substantial, constructing a true fortified stronghold required every penny to be spent judiciously. Pigs, cattle, and sheep were necessities, capable of providing abundant meat and byproducts. Ordinary piglets, 5,000 for 2. Ordinary calves, 8,000 for 2. Ordinary lambs, 4,000 for 2. Broiler chicks, 500 for 2, 10 pigs, cows, and sheep each. Additionally, 100 chickens specifically for meat. Ding. Expenditure of 220,000 taels, purchase successful. Relevant offspring have been allocated to the vacant area of the ranch. The host is advised to construct livestock shelters and prepare feed promptly. Accompanied by the system's notification, a lively group of squeaking piglets and bleating lambs appeared in the vast expanse of land behind the ranch. As Honji glanced at his account balance, which had plummeted to 364,000 taels, a pang of pain struck his heart, yet it was overshadowed by anticipation for the future. Yano, he called towards the storage area. Soon, Yano, donned in an apron, rushed over with Hayato and Subaru, along with several older children. Mr. Honji, what can I do for you? Yano inquired. Look. Honji gestured towards the new additions. The ranch will depend on you all from now on. These newly arrived pigs, cows, sheep, and those little chicks will be your responsibility. I will expedite the construction of a livestock shelter and prepare the feed ratios. From now on, you shall be the caretakers of our ranch. Yano observed the lively little beings and the gleam of excitement in the children's eyes, nodding vigorously. Leave it to us, Mr. Honji. We will ensure they grow plump and healthy. Honji nodded with a smile, ready to plan the land when a gentle voice interrupted from behind. Excuse me, are you Mr. Honji? Turning around, Honji was met with a young man in a Konoha Jonin uniform, his sun-kissed blonde hair and warm smile radiating charm. His sudden appearance caught Honji off guard, as he had sensed no chakra fluctuations. Is it him? Honji's heart raced. That distinctive blonde hair, gentle demeanor, and stealthy entrance, Minato Namikaze. The future fourth Hokage, the golden flash of Konoha. What brings him here? Honji's mind was tumultuous, yet he maintained a calm facade, feigning ignorance. And you are? Hello, my name is Minato Namikaze. The young man politely introduced himself. I have been sent by Lord Hokage to retrieve today's provisions. Oh, a mere errand boy. Honji understood, realizing that the Hokage was using this means to showcase Konoha's elite capabilities and sincerity. Oh, so you are from the Hokage, he responded. The provisions are ready in the kitchen. Feel free to take them. He gestured towards the cabin. Thank you, Minato replied with a nod as he entered the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged carrying several large, insulated food containers wrapped in special runes. Though they appeared heavy, he handled them with ease. Is this sealing technique? Honji feigned surprise. Yes, just a rather rudimentary technique, Minato humbly smiled. Rudimentary? You are being rather modest, Honji thought to himself, as a brilliant idea swiftly materialized. Isn't this the quintessential top-tier courier, born for the task? Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique for deliveries, there exists no other like it in the entire ninja realm. Minato, as a seasoned jonin, may I request your assistance in a matter? Honji rubbed his hands together, a merchant's fervent smile gracing his face. Please, do go on. You see, I also supply dishes to the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. I find myself quite occupied, and would it trouble you to deliver these items to them along your route? Honji said, presenting 3 neatly packed lunchboxes from the kitchen, containing freshly made braised eggs, wolf-tooth potatoes, and scrambled tomatoes with eggs. Of course, I cannot let you run this errand for free. Here is your remuneration. He pulled out a thick stack of bills from his pocket, approximately 10,000 ryo, and handed it over. Minato glanced at the money, then at the lunchboxes in Honji's hands, and with a smile, waved his hand dismissively. No need for compensation. Riku, Hachichi, and Tenzo are my friends. I would be delighted to bring them some delicious food. He readily accepted the lunchboxes. If you require assistance in the future, feel free to visit me at the Hokage building, or have the Hokage inform me. With that, he smiled again at Honji, and with a flicker, vanished without a trace. Honji stood rooted in place, staring at the spot where Minato had disappeared, eventually coming back to his senses. What a genuinely good person. He sighed, then looked down at the half-planned land, and glanced towards the lively new members in the distance. His motivation rekindled. The security upgrade plan for the ranch now boasted a formidable instructor, a high-protein menu, and now, a golden courier. Everything was progressing towards a brighter future. The morning sun had just risen above the horizon. The ranch had awakened from a night of tranquility, with the air filled with the fragrance of earth and the vitality of livestock. Yona was leading a group of children, replenishing grains for the braised and boiled dishes. While in the newly constructed barn, the lively calls of pigs, cows, and sheep echoed. Everything appeared so peaceful and full of hope. Honji stood in the center of the training ground, clapping his hands to gather everyone. Sakumo, Kakashi, Guy, and the newly returned Hayabusa team all focused their attention on him. Good morning, everyone. Honji cleared his throat, his expression serious. From today onwards, we shall officially commence the comprehensive security upgrade plan for our ranch. Guy immediately straightened his posture, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. Kakashi crossed his arms, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Honji continued, our tranquility is hard-won, yet external threats persist. Relying solely on Uncle Sakumo is far from sufficient. We must possess the strength to protect ourselves. He cast a determined glance at Kakashi and Guy. Thus, the first step of the plan is to double your training regimen. Starting today? Double? Guy's eyes sparkled like twin suns, and rather than fear, he clenched his fists in excitement. This is fantastic. This is what youth is all about. Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly, yet his gaze was resolute, emanating a palpable sense of eager combativeness. Certainly, with a sudden shift in tone, Gao Yenji revealed a mysterious smile, asserting that rigorous training necessitates exceptional logistical support. To that end, he had tailored an advanced combat training menu specifically for them. He produced a menu from his pocket and proclaimed it aloud. This menu offered only 2 limited main courses each day. The first dish, exquisite braised pork, was crafted from specially selected black pig belly, prepared with a unique secret method over 90 minutes. Consuming it would significantly enhance the eater's physical stamina and muscle strength, laying the most solid foundation for extreme physical prowess. Kai's mouth watered almost instantaneously, as if he could already savor the rich, melt-in-the-mouth aroma of the braised pork. The second dish, perfectly quality fish-flavored shredded pork, showcased exceptional knife skills and perfect timing, harmonizing the 5 flavors of sour, sweet, spicy, salty, and umami. The consumer would experience a remarkable increase in reaction speed and fine control of chakra. Kakashi's eyes sparkled as well. Being the prodigy of the Hatake family, he understood the importance of reaction and control for a ninja. Observing the eager expressions on their faces, Gouenshi contentedly announced the final rule. There would only be 1 serving of each main dish daily. This meant that between the two, the one with the highest overall training performance would have the privilege of choosing first. With a resounding boom, as his words hung in the air, Kai seemed to ignite with a green flame of determination. For the braised pork, for youth. Kakashi, I accept your challenge, he declared, pointing a finger directly at Kakashi while striking a classic bodybuilding pose. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at him, letting out a soft grunt of derision. Fool. Yet, despite his words, his body subtly lowered as he grasped the hilt of his short blade, emanating a fierce aura. I will not lose. Standing to the side, Shuomo watched as these 2 spirited youths ignited their competitive fervor, then glanced at Gouenshi, whose typically stoic demeanor revealed a rare hint of a faint smile. Using gourmet food to motivate training, this lad's idea was always so unexpectedly brilliant. Now, for today's first event, Gouenshi raised his hand high, weighted laps around the ranch. 20 circuits. Commence. Oh, Kai charged forth like a frenzied bull, the first to dash away. Kakashi, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly followed suit. Thus began a long and joyous competition fueled by the allure of delectable cuisine. As evening fell, when Kakashi and Kai returned to the dining hall, their legs felt as though they were laden with lead, both utterly exhausted as if they had just emerged from a watery abyss. Today's training had been of infernal caliber: weighted running, swordplay drills, hand-to-hand combat, tree climbing, and water stepping. Gouenshi had incorporated every conceivable activity, effectively doubling their training load. Ultimately, Kakashi triumphed over Kai by a narrow margin in the final swordsmanship duel, securing the privilege of choice for the day. When Gouenshi presented 2 steaming, aromatic dishes at the table, the entire dining hall fell into a hushed silence. The dish of exquisite braised pork presented itself with an alluring caramel hue, its surface slightly wrinkled. The fatty portions glistened with a translucent sheen, while the lean meat absorbed a deep, savory color, filling the air with an irresistible aroma of meat that dominated everyone's senses. In contrast, the plate of perfectly crafted fish-flavored shredded pork displayed distinct strands of meat, evenly coated in a vibrant red sauce, accompanied by crisp wood ear mushrooms and sweet bamboo shoots. The tantalizing balance of sour, sweet, and mildly spicy scents made one's mouth water in anticipation. I choose the fish-flavored shredded pork, Kakashi declared, panting slightly, without a moment's hesitation. Excellent. The braised pork is mine, Kai exclaimed, jubilantly seizing his chopsticks and charging toward the dish. Kakashi observed Kai devouring the food voraciously and, without hesitation, picked up his chopsticks to savor a mouthful of fish-flavored shredded pork. The tender meat offered a rich tapestry of flavors, and a delightful warmth surged through his body. He could distinctly feel his dulled nerves, a result of rigorous training, rapidly regaining their vitality. Meanwhile, Kai stuffed a generous piece of braised pork into his mouth, his eyes narrowing in bliss. Rich yet not greasy, it melted in his mouth, unleashing a surge of energy that rapidly replenished his exhausted strength, even making his muscles feel as if they were rejoicing. Shumo sat nearby, sipping the winter melon and pork rib soup specially prepared for him by Hoyanzi. The broth was rich and warming, soothing the hidden injuries from his earlier battles. He glanced at the 2 boys devouring their meals with reckless abandon and then at Hoyanzi, who wore a satisfied expression, feeling an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Perhaps this is the essence of what a home should embody: steaming, bustling, filled with the aroma of food and the essence of life. As dinner progressed, a sudden flash of yellow light appeared outside the ranch. The figure of Minato Namikaze emerged at the door, his signature sunny smile tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "Excuse me, Mr. Hoyanzi, I apologize for the intrusion." Hoyanzi, who was serving soup to the children, turned in surprise. "Minato? What brings you here at such a late hour?" Minato scratched his golden hair, his expression a tad sheepish. "I sincerely apologize. You see, the dishes you asked me to deliver to the Inuzuka family had a slight mishap." "Mishap?" Hoyanzi inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Yes," Minato's voice softened. "The tomato scrambled eggs were meant for Hayashi. However, when I brought them home, my girlfriend caught a whiff of the aroma and couldn't resist." He trailed off. But everyone present understood the implication. Kai, his mouth full, mumbled, "So it was eaten?" Minato nodded, his face flushed. The restaurant fell silent for a moment before erupting in hearty laughter. Even the usually stoic Kakashi couldn't help but shake with mirth. Hoyanzi chuckled, easily envisioning the scene. The Ninetales host, the fiery red pepper of Konoha, declaring ownership of the delectable dish upon catching a whiff. "Therefore, I am here to apologize. Here is some money. Could I trouble you to prepare another portion?" Minato earnestly extended the money from his pocket. "No need for the money." Hoyanzi waved his hand, gently pushing the money back. "It is merely a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a trivial matter." He chuckled heartily. "The next time you crave it, do not go through such trouble. Simply bring your girlfriend over for dinner. At the ranch, we may lack in variety, but we certainly do not fall short in quantity." Watergate was momentarily taken aback. Then his face broke into a sincere expression of gratitude. "Thank you so much. Just wait a moment." Gouenshi turned and entered the kitchen. Soon, the sound of sizzling oil filled the air, accompanied by the rich aroma of tomatoes and eggs. Within a few minutes, Gouenshi emerged, holding 2 packaged meal boxes. "Here you go, 2 portions, take them both. One for Dingswa, and the other for your girlfriend as a late-night snack." Watergate gazed at the warm meal boxes in his hands, momentarily at a loss for words. "Gouenshi, enough, don't be overly sentimental. Hurry back, or it will get cold and unappetizing." Gouenshi waved dismissively. Watergate solemnly bowed to Gouenshi. Then his figure transformed into a streak of yellow light, vanishing into the night. Gouenshi watched the direction in which he disappeared, feeling quite pleased. Swapping 2 portions of scrambled eggs with tomatoes for the goodwill of the future Hokage couple was a transaction that could not be deemed anything but advantageous. The following evening, the training ground at the ranch was still bustling with energy. Kakashi and Guy were engaged in their final showdown for the privilege of choosing the main dish for the night. Both were drenched in sweat, their chakra nearly depleted, relying solely on sheer willpower to persevere. A circle of children surrounded them, cheering loudly for their support. At that moment, a flash of yellow light appeared in the open area at the entrance of the ranch. The figure of Minato Namikaze emerged, this time accompanied by a strikingly radiant young woman with red hair. She was clad in a thick winter coat, her face slightly flushed from the cold wind, and her deep blue eyes curiously surveyed the lively ranch. In her hand, she held a paper box adorned with the emblem of the most renowned dessert shop in Konoha. "Wow, is this the ranch you mentioned, Watergate? It's so lively." The voice of Kushina Uzumaki rang clear and vibrant, brimming with an irresistible energy. Her arrival instantly captivated everyone's attention, causing the duel in the training ground to come to a halt. "Kushina, we are guests here." Watergate looked at her with a hint of exasperation, though his eyes were filled with affection. "That is not right. We are all comrades from Konoha," Kushina declared emphatically, puffing out her chest as she strode confidently towards Gouenshi. "You must be Gouenshi, right? Quickly tell me, what did you do to the tomatoes? Why are your scrambled eggs with tomatoes so delicious?" She approached Gouenshi like a fireball, thrusting the 3-colored dumplings into his embrace, hands on her hips, earnestly demanding an explanation. "I have loathed tomatoes since childhood. They are mushy and sour, yet after eating the ones you prepared last night, I found them surprisingly delightful. This is utterly astonishing." Gouenshi regarded the future Jinchuriki of the Ninetales before him with amusement. "Perhaps it is because the tomatoes I used were homegrown." "Homegrown?" Kushina's eyes widened in astonishment. "Indeed. There are even more delectable treats. Would you care to sample them?" Gouenshi responded with a smile. "Absolutely. Of course." Kushina nodded without hesitation, suddenly recalling something. She turned and retrieved a box of snacks from Gouenshi's embrace, dashing towards the children. "Little ones, your sister has brought you 3-colored dumplings. Come, let us all enjoy together." Her innate charm quickly endeared her to the children, and she soon mingled effortlessly with them. Nanoyu also approached, engaging her in cheerful conversation. One radiated a gentle warmth, while the other exuded fiery enthusiasm, creating an unexpectedly harmonious exchange, as if they had endless topics to discuss. Minato observed this scene, a warm smile gracing his face. He stepped closer to Hiroenji and, with a hint of apology, spoke. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Hiroenji. Kushina's personality is just like that. I hope she has not caused you any trouble." "Not at all." Hiroenji waved his hand dismissively. "She is quite delightful. The children adore her. A ranch should indeed be this lively." He paused, his gaze shifting to Kakashi and Guy, who were diligently recuperating nearby. "Minato, I have a humble request. Please, go on. Would you be so kind as to provide some guidance to these two young men?" Hiroenji's tone was earnest. "Their skills are advancing rapidly, yet they remain somewhat insular in their training. I am eager to discover how they measure up against true elite ninjas." Minato followed his gaze, spotting one with white hair and the other with a spiky hairstyle, one exuding a restrained aura, the other brimming with combat spirit. He chuckled. "Of course, I would be curious to see what children trained by Shomo are truly capable of." As the news of Minato's agreement to offer guidance spread, the atmosphere of the training ground ignited with excitement. Kakashi's gaze turned unusually serious as he tightened his grip on the short blade at his waist, while Guy exuberantly leaped 3 feet into the air. "Now, you two, let us see what you can do together." Minato stood in the center of the arena, maintaining his gentle and humble demeanor, as if he had come for a stroll rather than a battle. "I look forward to your instruction." Kakashi and Guy exchanged a knowing glance, instantly reaching a silent agreement, and charged forward, one to the left, the other to the right. Guy's speed was astonishing, executing a leaf hurricane aimed directly at Minato's face, generating a formidable gust of wind. Kakashi, more cunning, lowered his body mid-sprint, his white fang short blade gleaming as it aimed for Minato's lower body. However, just as their attacks were about to connect, Minato's figure vanished. So fast. Kakashi's pupils constricted. Above us, Guy, relying on his instinct, looked up sharply. Minato had somehow appeared in midair, smiling down at them. Unbeknownst to them, he had acquired a specially crafted shuriken, which he casually tossed downward. The instant the shuriken struck the ground, Minato's figure vanished once more, reappearing at the shuriken's location, narrowly evading Kakashi's retaliatory slash. "Is this the Flying Thunder God technique?" Shomo remarked softly from the sidelines. The ensuing battle transformed into a dazzling display of individual prowess. The Water Gate danced like an artist upon the edge of a blade, effortlessly evading all assaults from Kakashi and Guy with the slightest of movements at the most improbable moments. He refrained from striking, instead continuously shifting, employing an elusive speed that thoroughly disrupted the stamina and rhythm of his two opponents. Kakashi, increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed, realized that all his calculations became mere jest in the face of his adversary's absolute swiftness. Guy, on the other hand, grew ever more exhilarated, disregarding all caution as he amplified his speed and strength to their zenith, launching every punch and kick with unreserved ferocity towards the golden apparition. Honji observed quietly from the sidelines, discerning the deeper intent behind Watergate's movements. He recognized that the master was not merely toying with them, but rather guiding them in his own unique manner. Each evasion perfectly aligned with the blind spots of Kakashi's attacks, compelling him to contemplate more refined paths for assault. Each appearance coincided precisely with the moment before Guy would exhaust himself, providing him with a clear target for his strikes, thereby teaching him to manage his energy. This was no mere skirmish. It was an exquisite private lesson of the highest caliber. As he watched the three completely engrossed in their engagement, alongside Kushina and Noarayu, who were sharing laughter with the children, Honji discreetly withdrew from the crowd. He made his way to the newly constructed pig pen, where a lively group of adorable black pigs were rooting about. They would serve as the future mainstay of the ranch's meat supply, each one flourishing under the nourishment from the remnants of the spiritual tomatoes. Honji's gaze settled on one piglet, modest in size yet robust in appearance. "You're the one," he declared, skillfully extracting the little creature. The piglet squirmed momentarily in his grasp before settling down. Tonight's guests included the future 4th Hokage and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Thus, the highest standards of hospitality must be upheld. A roasted piglet was in order, given Kushina's fiery red hair and the traits of the Uzumaki clan. A selection of robustly spiced dishes would also be essential. With the piglet in hand, Honji made his way to the kitchen, his face adorned with the satisfied smile that only a chef encounters when presented with top-tier ingredients. After a grand battle, a sumptuous feast was requisite to honor the victors. In the kitchen, Honji commenced his task. The cleaned piglet was placed neatly upon the cutting board, its flesh tender and the subcutaneous fat evenly distributed. He retrieved a large bowl and began to concoct a secret marinade. The sweet fragrance of honey, the savory essence of soy sauce, the complex aroma of 5-spice powder, and several spices he had exchanged from the system, none of which existed in this world, blended together to create an unusual and delightful scent. He meticulously applied this marinade within the piglet's cavity, ensuring each inch of meat was thoroughly imbued. Next, he brushed a mixture of vinegar, maltose, and water onto the skin of the piglet repeatedly. This step would prove crucial to achieving a crispy exterior. Outside, a rudimentary charcoal grill had been ignited. Honji positioned the piglet, skewered and ready, upon the grill and began to turn it patiently. The temperature of the charcoal is not excessively high. The fat slowly seeps from the pig's skin, dripping onto the blazing coals and sizzling with a hiss, releasing waves of fragrant blue smoke. Hao-Yinshi wields a long-handled oil brush, frequently applying the rendered lard back onto the pig's skin. This is a process that demands immense patience. The color of the pig's skin undergoes a visible transformation, shifting from a pale flesh hue to a light yellow, gradually evolving into an enticing golden shade, and finally, through repeated applications of oil and roasting, morphing into a deep, glossy chestnut red. A thin, hard, and crisp shell, covered in fine bubbles, resembles a perfect glass armor encasing the pig. Once the pig reaches a stable roasting phase, Hao-Yinshi turns back to the kitchen to prepare a special surprise for Kushina. On the cutting board, a small mountain of dried chilies and plump Sichuan peppercorns is piled high. He deftly chops tender chicken thighs into small cubes, quickly marinating them with cooking wine and salt. Then, with a hot pan and sizzling oil, he unhesitatingly tosses in a generous amount of chilies and peppercorns. The fiercely spicy aroma, mingling with the fragrance of the hot oil, erupts into the air. The intensity of the scent is overwhelming, like a powerful punch directly striking the nostrils, even causing Shuo Mao, who is observing from outside, to glance towards the kitchen. The chicken cubes are quickly stir-fried, then tossed with the crispy chilies and peppercorns, resulting in a vibrant and aromatic plate of spicy chicken. Following this, he employs the same technique to create a bowl of meat slices submerged in bubbling red oil. As the final dish of stir-fried vegetables is prepared, the training session concludes. Kakashi and Guy collapse onto the ground, their chests heaving, utterly exhausted. In stark contrast, Minato remains composed, his attire unwrinkled. Dinner is served. Hao-Yinshi's voice resonates like the trumpet of a savior. As everyone, weary or exhilarated, enters the dining hall, all attention is immediately drawn to the centerpiece of the table, a whole roasted pig. It rests quietly in a colossal platter, its body a deep chestnut red, glistening with oil. The skin adorned with fine bubbles, and an indescribable aroma of crispiness mingled with the scent of meat boldly invades every nostril, instantly awakening their primal appetites. Beside it are two radiant dishes. One is a plate of spicy chicken, nearly obscured by a blanket of dried chilies, while the other features meat slices swimming in a thick layer of red oil, garnished with vibrant green vegetable leaves that accentuate the brilliance of the oil. Perfect quality Cantonese roasted suckling pig, quality. Perfect ingredients, specially sourced suckling pig, honey, secret spices cooking method. The secret marinade is filled into the pig's belly. The skin is repeatedly brushed with crisping liquid, and it is slowly roasted over charcoal until the skin becomes crisp and the color is vibrant. Effect description: increases all attributes slightly within 1 hour. Defense break buff after consumption. The next attack within 30 minutes has a 30 chance to ignore part of the opponent's defense. The crispy texture brings unparalleled mental delight. Permanent enhancement. Constitution 001 point remark. A prestigious dish that is complex in preparation and demands precise control of heat. Its crisp outer layer and tender meat provide diners with an unparalleled experience. Quality boiled pork slices. Quality. Excellent ingredients. Pork tenderloin, yellow bean sprouts, dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns. Dabanjiang, bean paste. Cooking method. The pork slices are coated and cooked until tender, layered over a bed of yellow bean sprouts, and drizzled with hot oil infused with dabanjiang, chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns. Effect description: within 30 minutes, Pain perception decreases by 5. Blood-burning buff. Slight enhancement in chakra circulation speed, resulting in more explosive moves. Remark: a classic Sichuan dish, known for its numbing, spicy, fresh, and aromatic characteristics, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of diners. "Oh my goodness! What is this?" Kushina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She alternated her gaze between the whole roasted pig and the enticing plates of fiery dishes, nearly drooling in anticipation. Honji grasped a sharp knife, and in the eager gaze of the crowd, he gently sliced through the pig's skin. Crisp, 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 an exhilarating sound rang out as the deep red, crackling skin shattered, revealing beneath its succulent, tender, and juicy pork. A richer meaty aroma wafted through the air, enveloped in steam. "I'll go first." Kai burst forth with an unexpected surge of energy, leaping up and snatching a piece of the crackling pork with his chopsticks, heedless of the heat, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. His eyes widened in amazement. The skin was as crisp as the finest senbei, shattering with a delightful crunch at the mere touch of his teeth. Then came the thin layer of fat beneath, which melted almost instantly on his tongue, transforming into an indescribable wave of sweetness. At the bottom lay the tender and juicy lean meat, intermingled with the complex fragrance of the marinade, exploding in his mouth. "This is it," Kai exclaimed, tears of joy welling up in his eyes, his words barely coherent. Kakashi too picked up a piece, silently savoring it as he chewed slowly and meticulously, while his chopsticks moved with surprising speed toward the dish. His gaze was imbued with a depth and focus that belied his age, as if he were tasting the most precious treasure in the world. Kushina, unable to resist the allure of the spicy dishes, unabashedly dove into the spicy chicken. She picked up a piece coated in chili flakes and boldly tossed it into her mouth. "Delicious." She nodded in satisfaction, but the next moment, her face flushed bright red, resembling a ripe tomato. "Spicy. So spicy," she exclaimed, fanning herself frantically, tears of physiological response brimming in her eyes. Minato quickly offered her a glass of water. Yet, after gulping it down, she immediately reached for her chopsticks again, this time targeting the plate of boiled pork slices. The pork was tender, the broth spicy and fragrant, and though tears streamed down her face from the heat, her expression radiated pure bliss. "Absolutely delightful. One more bite." Observing her face flushed from the spiciness, her lips slightly swollen, yet utterly unable to cease her indulgence, the entire restaurant was permeated with an atmosphere of exuberance. After a moment of merriment, Kushina finally directed her gaze towards the roasted piglet. With utmost care, she picked up a piece, the crisp sound eliciting a spark in her eyes. Rather than tasting it herself, she turned around, holding the chopsticks aloft, presenting the morsel to Minato's lips. Minato, momentarily taken aback, soon broke into a gentle smile that radiated warmth. He naturally opened his mouth, savoring the piece of roasted piglet, his eyes brimming with affection. "Delicious," he remarked softly. Looking at Kushina, as Gouenshi served himself some soup, he paused at this scene. These two, in such a public setting, truly he silently averted his gaze, feeling as though he had been inundated with an abundance of romantic gestures before even finishing his meal. After tasting the roasted piglet, Minato closed his eyes, relishing the warmth that spread within him, swiftly rejuvenating the minor exhaustion from the recent skirmish. When he opened his eyes again, his expression bore a newfound seriousness. "Mr. Gouenshi, this place is truly remarkable," he expressed sincerely. "Not only does it offer training that enhances one's strength rapidly, but it also provides culinary delights that heal all weariness and worries. Moreover, there exists this lively, albeit noisy, yet utterly genuine and endearing group of people." Gouenshi, witnessing the bustling scene before him, simply smiled, taking a piece of roasted piglet for himself. "Indeed, the flavor is quite delightful. Life on the ranch is becoming increasingly interesting." As night deepened, the clamor of the ranch subsided with the departure of the patrons. Gouenshi bid farewell to the thoroughly satisfied Minato and Kushina. Before leaving, Kushina turned back repeatedly, eagerly glancing towards the kitchen, murmuring her desire to try other spicy dishes next time. Minato, with a serious demeanor, expressed his gratitude to Gouenshi, not only for finding food that delighted Kushina, but also for providing him a place to unwind completely. As the golden light faded into the night, Gouenshi stretched lazily and turned back towards the house. Following the grand feast, the dining area, though in disarray, was filled with smiles of contentment. In the Hokage's office, brilliantly illuminated, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a mountain of paperwork, puffing on his pipe, the smoke swirling to obscure his expression. A knock echoed at the door. "Enter." Minato stepped inside, his gentle smile replaced by a solemn demeanor. "Hokage-sama, I have the mission report." Sarutobi set down his pipe, leaning slightly forward. "Please, take a seat, Minato. What are your thoughts on the Gouenshi ranch?" Minato, however, did not take a seat. He stood before the desk, his tone unusually grave. "Hokage-sama, I request that you elevate the protection level of Gouenshi ranch to the highest tier." Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. "And the reason?" "An A-level protection unit is already the highest standard the village can offer, because it has surpassed the realm of logistical units." Minato organized his thoughts and spoke in a low voice. "Today, I provided practical guidance to Kakashi Hatake and Might Dai. Though merely 6 years old, their physical prowess and combat intuition are already approaching the level of special jonin. What they lack is merely a corresponding system of ninjutsu and genuine battlefield experience." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. This assessment exceeded his expectations. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Minato continued, emphasizing their remarkable recovery abilities. After being completely drained of stamina and chakra, they returned to peak condition in the span of just one dinner. Such a recovery rate is unprecedented. He paused before revealing his most critical discovery. "I sampled their main dish this evening, a delicacy known as roasted suckling pig. The moment I consumed it, I felt a warm current merge with my body, not only restoring my depletion, but also endowing my subsequent attack with an indescribable penetrating force." Gouenshi referred to it as a breakthrough effect. Hiruzen's pupils slightly contracted. He exhaled a thick plume of smoke, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Food can confer enhancement effects. He had known this from the very beginning. But hearing it articulated by Minato, with such gravitas, imbued it with an entirely different weight. Minato, a prospective Hokage and the future pillar of the village, would not err in his judgment. Permanent enhancement of physique, temporary augmentation of offensive characteristics, and exceedingly rapid recovery. Hiruzen muttered to himself, finally grasping why the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans so staunchly aligned themselves with Gouenshi. This transcended mere cuisine. It was a strategic resource. A base that continuously produces such strategic resources is invaluable. "I understand now." Hiruzen extinguished his pipe, stood up, and approached the window, gazing at the village's nighttime scenery. "Minato, starting tomorrow, you will serve as the Hokage's direct liaison, fully responsible for all coordination with the Gouenshi ranch. No department or individual may engage with Gouenshi ranch without my personal approval." "Understood." Minato felt a sense of relief. This was the command he yearned to hear. "Moreover, I shall instruct the Umbu to establish 2 additional layers of covert security around the ranch, ensuring that no unwarranted disturbances disrupt its tranquility." Hiruzen's tone was calm, yet Minato could perceive the weight behind it. This was tantamount to declaring to all that Gouenshi ranch is personally under the protection of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Just then, the office door was knocked upon once more. An Umbu clad in a mask appeared at the entrance. "Hokage-sama, Orochimaru-sama requests an audience." Hiruzen and Minato exchanged glances. "Let him in." Moments later, a tall, pale-faced man stepped inside. With jet-black hair and golden, elongated pupils shimmering with an unusual glint under the light. It was none other than one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. "Teacher, Minato-kun." Orochimaru's voice was somewhat hoarse as he slightly bowed in greeting. He cast a scrutinizing gaze towards Minato, tinged with a subtle intensity. "Orochimaru, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired as he settled back into his chair. "I have encountered some obstacles in the development of a new medical ninjutsu and would like to discuss a few ideas with you," Orochimaru responded, his pretext sounding impeccable, devoid of any detectable flaws. Sarutobi glanced at the darkening sky and said to Minato, "You should return home and rest. You have worked hard today." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Minato replied with a bow before nodding to Orochimaru and turning to leave the office. As Minato passed by, Orochimaru's nostrils twitched slightly, detecting an intriguing aroma. It was neither perfume nor the scent of ordinary meals. Rather, it was a unique blend of the charred essence of grilled meat and the fresh fragrance of an unusual plant, intertwined with an underlying vitality that piqued his interest. He watched Minato's departing silhouette, a flicker of contemplation crossing his golden-slit pupils. In the office, only the master and apprentice remained. Their conversation was brief. revolving around publicly known research projects. Orochimaru subtly probed his mentor's views on the Hokage position, while Sarutobi remained inscrutable, merely encouraging him to apply his talents in righteous pursuits. Minutes later, Orochimaru took his leave, aware that he could extract nothing further from his teacher. As he walked through the deserted streets of Konoha under the night sky, Orochimaru's thoughts raced. Minato had appeared relaxed, yet bore the air of one who had just completed a demanding mission. When reporting to his mentor, his demeanor was notably serious. The immediate issuance of the highest level of confidentiality by Sarutobi only deepened Orochimaru's intrigue, compounded by that distinct aroma. What could be so significant as to warrant such attention from the fourth Hokage and prompt the leader to personally seal the information? Orochimaru licked his lips, feeling increasingly agitated by his recent research. That old coot Danzo had lured him in with the prospect of using the first Hokage cells as bait to assist in an arm transplant. The allure of the first's power was undeniable, yet the complexity of harnessing it was beyond expectation. That power was too domineering, requiring a host with equally formidable vitality and mental energy to subdue it. Otherwise, the host would face a grim fate of being consumed by the very cells, transforming into a tree. He had conducted several clandestine experiments on animals, all of which ended in failure. The subjects had either been overwhelmed by an immense surge of life energy or completely assimilated by would release life energy and mental force. Orochimaru halted, lifting his gaze towards the northern outskirts of the village. The vitality emanating from Minato was palpable. It was not something a ninja could attain merely through training. It resembled a high-purity energy drawn from the external world. If there existed a form of foreign life energy that could be gently absorbed, serving as a buffer and nutrient solution in his research, could it potentially resolve the rejection reaction of the first cells? A novel research perspective blossomed in Orochimaru's mind, igniting an unprecedented brilliance in his eyes. It is neither a yearning for power nor an obsession with slaughter, but rather the fervor of a scientist who has glimpsed a novel path to truth. He does not require the counsel of a mentor nor the guidance of any gatekeeper. For a true hunter, the mere scent of blood suffices. He will find his way to that place in his own manner and unveil all its secrets. At the Gouenshi ranch, Orochimaru uttered a name he had gleaned from the shadows, his form vanishing into the thick darkness of the night. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, yet the ranch had awakened from its slumber. The crowing of roosters echoed in chorus, while the newly arrived cattle and sheep expressed their restlessness, adding vibrant clamor to the tranquil valley. Honji stepped outside, inhaling deeply the crisp air. It was a medley of earthy aromas, the freshness of plants, and a hint of the unique scent of livestock manure. He paid no heed to it. Rather, he found it to be the very essence of ranch life. Yano was busy with several older children in the newly constructed barn and sheepfold. They followed Honji's teachings, laying hay on the ground and cleaning the troughs. Their movements were somewhat awkward, yet each face radiated excitement. For the outside world, these inconsequential livestock were merely animals. But for them, they represented the assurance and hope of a future. "Brother Honji, the chicks seem to love the new feed," a girl exclaimed, rushing over with a wooden basin containing the special chicken food Honji had crafted from cornmeal, bran, and chopped vegetables. "That is wonderful. Remember to provide them with fresh water every day," Honji replied, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair. Understood. Watching the children immerse themselves in their tasks, Honji felt a profound sense of serenity. He remained oblivious to the events that had transpired in the Hokage's office the previous day. Yet this did not hinder him from meticulously crafting this place into an impregnable fortress at his own pace. Meanwhile, the clamorous training ground had commenced. Sakumo stood at the sidelines, arms crossed. Before him, Kakashi and Guy engaged in an intense sparring match. The clash of wooden swords rang out like a torrential downpour, as the two small figures darted across the field, creating gusts of wind. After a night of rest and replenishment, their fatigue from the previous day had vanished, their energy even more fervent than before. "Too slow. Guy, your punches need to be heavier," Sakumo called out. "Kakashi, do not merely defend. Channel the vigor of your favorite dish into your attacks." His concise instructions always struck at the heart of the matter. This vibrant scene was observed from a distance of several kilometers by a pair of elongated golden eyes nestled within a dense thicket. Orochimaru, like a serpent, silently coiled upon the branch of a towering tree. He emitted no chakra, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Beneath him, An inconspicuous little snake flicked its tongue, relaying the sights and sounds of the distant ranch to his mind in real time. What an intriguing place. Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile as his tongue flickered out, gently moistening his lips. He had seen it all. The woman known as Yao Shiyinai was once an exceptional medical ninja from the root, yet now she resembles a farmer tending to cattle and sheep. The children, bearing the marks of Root's rigorous training, now compete for a mere handful of fodder. Most intriguing to him, however, was the silver-haired man, Hatake Sakumo. Known as Konoha's White Fang, he should have been despondent due to his failure in a mission, vilified by the entire village. Yet here he stood, his presence as solid as a mountain, devoid of any shadows in his eyes, exuding a sense of sternness and satisfaction befitting a teacher. His condition was far superior to what the rumors had suggested. Then there were the two youngsters, Hatake Kakashi and Might Dai. Their physical strength and reflexes transcended the capabilities of an ordinary 6-year-old, particularly after an exhausting morning. When lunch was delivered to the training ground, they devoured their meals with ravenous enthusiasm. In less than half an hour, their stamina visibly replenished. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed into fine slits. The issue lay with the food. The life energy that captivated him emanated from those seemingly ordinary dishes. He needed to obtain a sample. With a thought, a distant serpent altered its course, stealthily slinking towards the pasture's fields. There, a variety of vegetables thrived, and the air brimmed with life energy. The serpent moved with such grace that it barely made a sound, expertly using the grass and shrubs as cover, inching closer to the alluring tomato patch. Perched on a treetop at the edge of the pasture, Hayato was on alert with his two teammates. "Captain, do you feel that the insect sounds in the forest today seem a bit sparse?" One of the teammates whispered. Hayato closed his eyes, attuning his senses to the environment. The sounds of the wind, the rustling leaves, and the distant shouts of training were all normal. It might be due to the weather. He finally opened his eyes. Stay focused and maintain vigilance. Unbeknownst to them, a slender shadow had already crossed their perimeter. The serpent had successfully infiltrated the tomato patch. It flicked its tongue, sensing the life energy nearby, with its golden eyes reflecting the ripe, red fruits. As it opened its mouth, poised to bite into a tomato, an overwhelming aura descended from above, sending shivers through its being. With a low growl, the massive figure of Komori burst forth from the underbrush like a bolt of black lightning. The speed was too swift for the serpent to react. In an instant, sharp fangs clamped down on the serpent's vital spot. A sharp crack echoed, and the serpent's body went limp. Simultaneously, several kilometers away, Orochimaru shuddered slightly, receiving a fierce image of the colossal black dog through the visual link established by his summoning technique. He furrowed his brow. It was an elite ninja dog from the Inuzuka clan. Trouble. Komori, clutching the serpent's lifeless body, hurried back to the training ground, placing the carcass at Sakumo's feet. Emitting a sound akin to a triumphant growl, Kakashi and Guy, who were engaged in their training, paused to observe the lifeless serpent. Shumo crouched down to pick up the snake's carcass, scrutinizing it with meticulous attention. The serpent bore no traces of shinobi tools or seals. It was simply a common wild snake. However, a clan capable of nurturing elite ninja dogs would never allow their canines to hunt such an ordinary creature. Shumo's gaze sharpened as he stood up and addressed Kakashi and Guy. "Today's training concludes here. You may go have your meal and then rest." With that, he briskly headed towards the kitchen of the Gouenshi. Inside the kitchen, Gouenshi was busy preparing dough for the afternoon tea. "Uncle, what's the matter?" he inquired, noticing Shumo's serious demeanor. Shumo placed the snake's carcass on the cutting board. This was caught by Kamaki in the tomato field. Gouenshi glanced at the snake. While its species was quite ordinary, its eyes exhibited an unnaturally golden hue. "Is this a scout sent to assess our ingredients?" Gouenshi immediately grasped the implication. "Indeed," Shumo nodded. The ability to silently bypass the vigilance of the Hayabusa squad and accurately locate the tomato field was beyond the capability of an ordinary beast. The intruder was likely a sensory-type ninja, employing some secret technique for remote control. Gouenshi poked the snake's carcass with a pair of chopsticks, his brow furrowing. "It seems our security measures need to be expedited." He had initially believed that with the Hokage's A-rank protection decree, they would enjoy a period of tranquility. He hadn't anticipated that a reckless fly would come sniffing around so soon. "The adversary is cautious. This was merely a test," Shumo remarked. "He likely understands that our ranch houses the elite ninja dogs of the Inuzuka clan, along with myself. If he dares to approach knowing this, it indicates his confidence." Or perhaps the allure of what we possess here is irresistibly fatal to him. Gouenshi's expression turned cold. Nothing irked him more than someone coveting his garden. What are your plans? Shimo inquired. After a brief silence, Gouenshi pondered strategies swiftly in his mind. Passive defense was ultimately not a sustainable approach. They must make it clear that this territory was not one where he could run amok. Uncle, do you think our ranch could benefit from a few gardeners? Gouenshi proposed. Gardeners? Shimo asked, perplexed. Yes. Gouenshi grasped a kitchen knife, swiftly decapitating the serpent with precision. Gardeners tasked with clearing weeds and pests. His tone was calm, yet Shimo could detect a latent intent for violence beneath it. In the dense forest, Orochimaru's figure had vanished. Instead of feeling disheartened by his failed reconnaissance, he was invigorated. Shikuki Shimo, the elite ninja dogs of the Inuzuka clan, an ostensibly ordinary farm, yet safeguarded by a shadow-level powerhouse and a top-tier reconnaissance unit. Who exactly is that youth named Gouenshi? The life force he possessed was worth far more than Orochimaru had imagined. A direct assault would be futile. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with cunning calculation. If one could not act as a thief, then they must find a way to become a guest. In the kitchen, a faint metallic tang mingled with the pungent odor emanating from the severed serpent's body. Shuo Miao understood. This was a posture of proactive defense. You seek to recruit personnel and establish a force solely dedicated to the ranch. Indeed, Hao Yinji placed the tofu on the cutting board, slicing it into uniform pieces. But we do not require bloodied assassins. What I need is a different kind of individual. He cast his gaze toward the training grounds, where Kai's exuberant shouts, even from a distance, resonated with boundless energy. Kai, go fetch your father, Hao Yinji called towards the outside. On the training field, Kai, who was sparring with Kakashi, abruptly halted his movements. Did my brother Hao Yinji call for my father? He responded loudly, his muscles taut with excitement beneath his green bodysuit. Yes, I have something very important to discuss with him. Understood. I'm on my way. Without a moment's hesitation, Kai bowed to both Kakashi and Shuo Miao before darting out of the ranch like a green projectile, his speed astonishing as he stirred up a cloud of dust. Kakashi sheathed his wooden sword and approached the kitchen doorway, eyeing Hao Yinji. What do you need Mr. Dai for? To give him something to do. Hao Yinji replied with a smile, beginning to prepare the ingredients. Shuo Miao's eyes reflected a hint of curiosity. Might Dai, the village's renowned perpetual genin, though commendable in perseverance. His strength was hardly noteworthy. Why would he be the first gardener recruited by Hao Yinji? Within half an hour, Kai's vibrant voice echoed at the ranch entrance. Father, we're here. Soon, two figures donning matching green bodysuits appeared before everyone. Leading the way was Kai, exuberantly waving his hand. Following closely behind was a man with bushier eyebrows and a more exaggerated watermelon hairstyle, Might Dai. Dai appeared somewhat awkward, especially when his gaze met Shuo Miao's. After all, this was the legendary hero, Konoha's White Fang. Instinctively, he straightened his posture and clumsily bowed to Shuo Miao and Hao Yinji. Lord Hatake, Mr. Hao Yinji, greetings. Mr. Dai? No need for such formalities, Hao Yinji replied, setting aside his tasks. Please, come in. Upon entering the kitchen, Might Dai was captivated by the ingredients Hao Yinji was preparing. Vibrant red bean paste, finely minced ginger and garlic, and neatly arranged ground beef in a nearby bowl. Mr. Dai, I summoned you today for a matter of great importance that I wish to entrust to you, Hao Yinji stated straightforwardly. Entrust me? Might Dai was taken aback, shaking his hands in disbelief. Mr. Hao Yinji, you are too kind. Given how well you care for Kai, please feel free to ask me anything. He was aware that his son dined on the finest food and received top-tier guidance here, a favor he had always cherished in his heart. I hope you can become the first specially appointed instructor at our ranch. This declaration left everyone present in astonishment. Shuo Miao furrowed his brow, Kakashi's eyes widened, and Might Dai gaped, pointing at his own nose. Me? An instructor? Honji-kun, are you jesting? I am merely a lowly genin. What I require is neither a jonin nor a chunin. Honji's expression was grave as he articulated his need for a master of taijutsu, someone capable of unlocking the full potential of the human body. He paused, enunciating each word with conviction. I hope you can impart the 8 Gates technique to the children of the ranch. What? The exclamations of Might Dai and the hushed admonition from Shoma echoed simultaneously. Honji, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Shoma's tone turned stern. The 8 Gates is a forbidden technique. Its repercussions are far too severe, and those children could never withstand it. Father, I wish to learn as well, Kai exclaimed excitedly from the side, having long admired his father's legendary prowess in taijutsu. Might Dai's countenance grew solemn as he shook his head, resolutely denying the request. Absolutely not. Honji-kun, I appreciate your regard. But the 8 Gates is not to be trifled with. It severely drains one's life force. I cannot gamble with the future of these children. Though merely a genin, he held steadfast to his principles. The issue of side effects can be addressed. Honji's tone was calm yet firm. He gestured towards Kakashi and Kai, who were observing eagerly nearby. Uncle, look at these two. They engage in rigorous training far beyond that of their peers every day. Yet have their bodies ever sustained any injuries? Shoma was at a loss for words. He knew better than anyone how intense the training of these two youngsters was. Had they been ordinary children, they would have crumbled long ago. Yet, they not only remained unscathed, but seemed to grow more vigorous with each passing day. Our nourishment can optimally replenish the life energy expended during their training, healing any underlying injuries. Honji continued. Mr. Dai, I do not intend for them to open the 8th gate. I merely wish for them to build a solid foundation, so that in times of peril, they possess an additional safeguard for their lives. He looked earnestly at Might Dai. Just consider Kai. He possesses an enthusiasm and tenacity that rivals anyone. If his fervor were to be stifled due to physical limitations, it would be the greatest tragedy. Might Dai wavered. Honji's words resonated deeply within him. His greatest regret was his own limited talent, overflowing with passion, yet unable to advance further on the path of a ninja. He could not bear to see his son repeat that fate. Honji noticed his softening resolve and turned towards the stove. Let us converse over a meal. He heated oil in the pan, sautéing ground beef until fragrant, then added dabanjiang, fermented black beans, minced ginger and garlic, the rich aroma instantly permeating the kitchen. He then introduced blocks of tofu and added broth, allowing it to simmer gently. Might Dai's throat involuntarily swallowed. He recognized that flavor. He remembered the last time he had tasted it. The exhilarating sensation lingered in his memory. Soon, a vibrant, enticing plate of mapo tofu, adorned with green scallions, was served. Come, Mr. Dai, do give it a try. Honji ladled a generous bowl of rice, pouring the steaming mapo tofu atop it. Might Dai accepted the bowl, savoring the silky smoothness of the tofu, the savory aroma of the beef, and the piquant essence of the sauce, all harmonizing with the sweetness of the rice as they filled his mouth. A wave of warmth surged from his stomach, quickly radiating throughout his body. The exhaustion from training and the turmoil within seemed to dissipate in that moment. Delicious, he mumbled in delight, hungrily scooping rice into his mouth. Mr. Dai, I understand your concerns, Honji observed him. You believe yourself to be a lower-tier ninja, unworthy to teach others. You fear that your techniques are perilous and might endanger the children. But allow me to convey this. In my eyes, a ninja capable of creating a technique like the 8 Gates to protect their comrades is far more deserving of respect than any Kaga-level warrior. Your youth and fervor are not something to conceal. They represent a power, a transformative force that can inspire and change lives. Honji's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in Might Dai's ears. The children at the ranch, lacking noble lineage and bloodline limits, could rely solely on their bodies and willpower. And you, Mr. Dai, are the only one who can teach them how to hone these attributes to perfection. Might Dai paused in his eating. He lifted his gaze to meet Honji's eyes, which contained no pity or sympathy, only pure acknowledgement and trust. This was a form of respect he had never experienced. In the village, people spoke of him with mockery or sorrow. No one had ever told him that his perseverance held value. His eyes began to well with emotion. He glanced at his son, who looked at him with adoration, as if to say, Father, you are incredible. Finally, he turned to Kakashi Hatake, the legendary ninja, who now solemnly nodded in his direction. Might Dai understood. He was not being granted a position out of charity. He was needed. I understand, Might Dai exclaimed, springing to his feet with such fervor that he nearly toppled the bowl. He bowed deeply to Honji, his voice resonant. Honji-kun, thank you. I, Might Dai, am willing to ignite my youth to cultivate the strongest warriors for the ranch. Tears streamed down his face. Ding. Might Dai's affinity towards you has reached 50. Current affinity, 75. Close friends. The bond between the host and Might Dai has reached a critical point. The host has ignited the flame within Might Dai through sincerity and respect. Unlock conditions have been met. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the skill. Insights on the 8 Gates technique. A series of notifications echoed in Honji's mind. He smiled. The security strength of the ranch had finally acquired the most crucial piece of the puzzle. Observing the tearful Might Dai before him, he pushed forward another plate of freshly prepared mapo tofu. Commander Dai, don't just talk. Eat more. From now on, the children's meals will rely on you. Yes. Might Dai wiped away his tears, picked up his utensils, and eagerly resumed the battle with the delectable food, filled with determination. Within the Hokage's office, tendrils of smoke wafted from the pipe, creating a hazy atmosphere. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out at the nightscape of Konohagakure, his expression serene. Before him stood a tall man with pale skin, Orochimaru. Sensei, it appears you have taken a keen interest in the Gouenshi ranch. Orochimaru's voice was somewhat hoarse, his golden slit pupils shimmering with an unusual light in the dim illumination. Shikamaru is there. I cannot help but pay attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not turn, his response meticulously crafted. Is it merely because of Nara Shikamaru? Orochimaru chuckled softly. I have heard that the offspring of the Inuzuka clan and the Nara and Akimichi families have been closely associated with that place. Furthermore, the food that reportedly revitalizes one's spirit and enhances physical prowess is quite intriguing. He extended his long tongue to lick his lips. Such vitality, so exuberant. It resembles a little sun. Sensei, do you not wish to uncover the secrets that lie there? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused in silence for a moment. He turned around and took a deep draw from his pipe. Orochimaru, Konoha is a unified entity. Any potential threat to its stability must be thoroughly understood. Yet, Shikamaru is a hero of the village, and the child from the Howen family has also provided essential resources. His words were deliberately vague, expressing both the importance of the ranch and subtly indicating a desire for no coarse interference. Orochimaru understood. The teacher sought information but could not take direct action. It was a tacit acquiescence. I comprehend, Sensei. I shall investigate in my own manner. He bowed, his figure melting away like a shadow, quietly exiting the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the direction of his disappearance, sighed, and tapped the ashes from his pipe. I hope matters do not become overly complicated. Night enveloped the Gouenshi ranch. The newly arrived cattle and sheep had settled into spacious pens, peacefully slumbering under the care of Yakushi Nono and the children. The entire ranch was enveloped in stillness, save for the gentle rustling of the wind through the vegetable fields. However, on the training grounds, one figure remained utterly still, Might Dai. He had become the ranch's instructor, willingly taking on the role of the first line of defense during the night. For him, protecting this place that had granted him respect and recognition was a part of his youth. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to every subtle sound of the ranch, the whisper of the wind, the chirping of insects, and the occasional soft grunt of the distant kuro. Suddenly, his brows twitched. Something was amiss. A faint, unsettling scent of fish filled the air. He abruptly opened his eyes and turned towards the fence at the edge of the ranch. Several small, entirely black snakes were silently slithering through the gaps in the fence, heading towards the greenhouse and livestock barn. Who goes there? Sneaky intruders. Might Dai shouted, his voice booming like thunder. He propelled himself forward with great force, resembling a green bullet as he dashed out. His movements were exceptionally swift, before the snakes could react. He had stomped each one into a gruesome pulp, the foul juices splattering around. Without pausing, Might Dai scanned his surroundings with vigilance. Emerging from the shadows, a figure beckoned. Show yourself. A low chuckle resonated through the darkened woods. Heh, a lowly genin, yet surprisingly perceptive. A silhouette gradually stepped forth from behind the trees, bathed in moonlight. The pallid visage and golden slit pupils sent a shiver down Might Dai's spine. Orochimaru? He recognized the individual, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a supreme force within the village. What brings you here at this late hour? Might Dai assumed a combative stance, refusing to be intimidated by the esteemed name. Nothing of consequence, merely intrigued by some crops in this vicinity. I wish to pay a visit. Orochimaru's gaze drifted past Might Dai, fixating on the greenhouse behind him where the spirit-enhanced tomatoes thrived. This is private property. You are not welcome here. Please leave, Might Dai asserted resolutely. And what if I insist on entering? Orochimaru's neck elongated suddenly, resembling a venomous serpent as it slithered around Might Dai, aiming for the greenhouse. Hidden shadow snake hands. He hissed. Not a chance. Might Dai roared, his muscles tautening instantaneously. The 8 gates. First gate, open. Second gate, open. Third gate, open. A surge of chakra erupted from his being, enveloping him in a verdant steam that inflated his jumpsuit. Konoha's strong whirlwind. He spun at an incredible velocity, exuding an overwhelming force as he aimed a kick at Orochimaru's extended neck. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. Such speed, such strength. He had not anticipated that a mere genin could unleash such formidable power. He swiftly retracted his neck while forming hand seals. Earth release, earth wall. A robust earthen barrier erupted from the ground, shielding him from Might Dai's onslaught. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the wall crumbled beneath the force of Might Dai's kick, shards scattering in all directions. Undeterred, Might Dai pressed forward. Fourth gate open. Fifth gate open. The green energy surged with even greater ferocity. His skin flushed from the overwhelming power. To protect my comrades, to safeguard my youth. This is my ninja way. He unleashed a devastating punch, compressing the air before him, creating a thunderous sonic boom. For the first time, a change flickered across Orochimaru's countenance. He sensed the imminent threat of the incoming strike, swiftly forming hand seals. He opened his mouth, releasing a gleaming sword. Kusanagi, he proclaimed, wielding the blade to intercept the blow. The clash of fist and sword did not produce the expected metallic clang. Instead, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. A visible shockwave emanated from the two combatants, fracturing the ground beneath them and uprooting nearby trees. Orochimaru's arm, clutching the sword, erupted in pain as he was thrown back by the sheer force, crashing through several trees before finally halting. Gazing down, he beheld his sleeve reduced to ashes, his skin charred, and the Kusanagi bearing a fine crack along its blade. He turned his attention to the figure enveloped in green steam, a newfound gravity in his expression. What manner of taijutsu is this? Sacrificing one's life for power? How fascinating. He did not linger in battle. With a flicker of his form, he transformed into countless serpents, vanishing into the night. Wishing to pursue, Might Dai yearned to follow. Yet a surge of excruciating pain coursed through his body, compelling him to halt. Opening the 8 gates 5 times proved to be an excessive burden. He gasped for breath, releasing the state of the 8 gates, his muscles aching and trembling. At that moment, several figures hastily arrived. Gouenshi, Shumo, along with the startled Kakashi and Guy. Mr. Dai, are you all right? Gouenshi supported him. I am fine. Might Dai waved his hand, gesturing towards the direction where Orochimaru had vanished. It was Orochimaru. Shumo surveyed the scene of devastation, his expression grave. To have forced Orochimaru to retreat, you have done remarkably well, Dai. This was the first time he had addressed Might Dai in such a manner. Upon hearing this acknowledgement, Might Dai grinned widely, revealing his pearly white teeth. This is the testament of my youth. However, Gouenshi, witnessing this scene, felt no sense of relief. Orochimaru's probing indicated that they had already been marked, and by the most perilous serpent of Konoha. In a shadowy underground base, Shimura Danzo gazed at the wound on Orochimaru's arm, an unusual glimmer flashing in his solitary eye. You failed. It cannot be deemed a failure. Orochimaru tended to his wound with adeptness, merely having encountered a minor mishap. An intriguing genin. He briefly recounted the events that transpired at the ranch, emphasizing Might Dai's 8 gates. Burning one's life to gain powers that far exceed one's own. Danzo's breathing quickened. Such a technique, if applied to root. Not only that, Orochimaru interrupted him. The ranch is replete with oddities. The food that replenishes vitality, coupled with Kakashi's recovery. And now, the emergence of a genin capable of utilizing forbidden techniques. Do you not see that all these secrets point towards a singular individual? Danzo fell silent, fully aware of whom Orochimaru referred to, Hatake Gouenshi. Are you implying? You desire the secrets of the ranch to bolster root, while I seek the life energy within it for my research on immortality. Orochimaru raised his head, his golden slit pupils fixed on Danzo. Our objectives align in this regard. Let us join forces, Danzo. Your methods are too crude. They will only alarm the serpent. I can aid you in unearthing its most profound secrets. Danzo considered Orochimaru, weighing the pros and cons. He was keenly aware of Orochimaru's ambitions, yet the latter's talents were indisputable. Very well. Ultimately, he nodded. I need to know everything about that ranch. In the darkness, 2 of the most dangerous serpents forged an alliance. A greater storm was quietly brewing, its target aimed squarely at the seemingly tranquil ranch. The morning sun bathed the ranch, dispelling the shadows of the previous night. Might Dai, dragging his weary body, yet invigorated in spirit, practiced his punches in the training ground. Each strike cut through the air with a whistling sound. For him, the battle of the previous night had not instilled fear. Rather, It rekindled the long-dormant flame of his youth. In the kitchen, Gouenshi busied himself at the countertop. Today, he intended to prepare a grand feast to reward the ranch's first distinguished instructor. In a large pot, the blanched pork ribs were stewing together with chunks of winter melon, gradually transforming the broth into a milky white hue. Meanwhile, he sliced the pork tenderloin into fine shreds, combining it with rehydrated black fungus and strips of green and red bell peppers, preparing to create a dish of fish-flavored shredded pork. Brother Haoyan, what delicious food are we having today? Kai burst into the kitchen, sweat glistening on his brow, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. We're welcoming Instructor Dai? Haoyan replied without looking up, his hands moving deftly as he instructed Kai to summon him, readying for the meal. Before long, the long dining table was adorned with a lavish array of dishes. A large bowl of milky winter melon and pork rib soup, garnished with a few sprigs of vibrant green scallions, rose with steam. A plate of bright red fish-flavored shredded pork emitted an enticing aroma of sweet, sour, and spicy notes. Additionally, there was a pot of tender chicken stewed with mushrooms in a clay pot, the delectable flavors of the chicken mingling with the rich essence of the mushrooms, making one's mouth water. The children had already gathered around the table, their eyes fixed on the dishes, saliva almost escaping their lips. Mr. Dai, thank you for your hard work last night. Haoyan offered the seat of honor to Might Dai. Please, sit down and enjoy. This bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup is excellent for recovery. Might Dai felt a bit bashful, but settled into his seat under everyone's watchful gaze. Haoyan, you are too kind. Protecting the ranch is my duty as an instructor. He took a bowl and served himself some soup. As the warm broth flowed down, a wave of warmth spread throughout his body, easing the soreness in his muscles. Delicious, he exclaimed sincerely. Mr. Dai, I will entrust the children to you from now on. Haoyan served soup to Kakashi and Kai as well. Regarding the 8 Gates of Duanjia training, I believe we can commence today. He turned to Might Dai. Could you please explain to us, while we eat, what exactly the 8 Gates of Duanjia entails? Might Dai set down his bowl, his expression turning serious. Of course. He scanned the eager faces of the children and cleared his throat. The 8 Gates of Duanjia is not a technique of genius ninjutsu. It is a clumsy method created by someone like me, devoid of talent, in order to protect the most important things. His words were simple, yet everyone listened intently. Kakashi, who had been focused on the fish-flavored shredded pork, slowed his movements upon hearing this. Within our bodies, there are 8 gates that restrict the flow of chakra. These serve as protective mechanisms, preventing our bodies from collapsing due to overexertion. The 8 Gates of Duanjia involves forcibly opening these gates with immense willpower and physical strength, unleashing a momentary surge of power that transcends our limits. As Might Dai spoke, he gestured with his hands across his body. First gate, the opening gate. Second gate, the rest gate. With each gate he named, his aura intensified, and his voice grew increasingly resonant. The children watched, spellbound, mimicking his gestures on themselves. Father is so cool, Kai exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. However, Shuan Mao, sitting in the corner, furrowed his brow, holding his teacup without taking a sip. He could sense the ferocity and danger inherent in this forbidden technique. Thus, it was clear that in cultivating the 8 Gates of Duanjia, the most crucial aspect was not chakra, but rather the body itself. Might Dai concluded, you must possess a sufficiently resilient physique to withstand the tremendous impact of opening the gates. Otherwise, instead of vanquishing your foes, you will first bring ruin upon yourselves. He gestured towards the dishes on the table. The meals prepared by Kamanaram Kuin serve as your finest foundation. You must eat heartily, train relentlessly, and forge your bodies to be as strong as steel. Yes, Sir Guy? The children chorused in unison before they fervently attacked the food laid before them. Kamanaram smiled and served a large piece of tender, stewed chicken to Might Dai. Sir Guy, how do we address the physical strain after opening the gates? You opened 5 gates last night, yet you appear so vigorous today. Surely there is a secret. This was his foremost concern. Might Dai chewed on the chicken, mumbling. The secret lies in powerful recovery. After swallowing his food, he elaborated, each time you open a gate, it tears at your muscles and meridians. It is imperative to repair these injuries immediately after training. Otherwise, accumulated internal damage will lead to a swift decline in your health. In the past, I could only rely on sheer willpower to endure. However, he glanced at the bowl of rib soup and then at his energetic son, Kai. Now, with your nourishing food, my recovery rate has increased tenfold. I feel I could even attempt to breach the sixth gate. His eyes blazed with fervor. Kakashi listened quietly, slowly savoring his meal. Yet his ears remained attentive. He glanced at his father, Shoma, whose expression remained serious, but a hint of contemplation flickered in his gaze. Kakashi then turned his attention to the animated Might Dai, who passionately expounded with fervor. This man was indeed different from the village's elite shinobi. He was somewhat clumsy, even comical, but the fervent passion he exhibited for the sake of protection was genuine. Perhaps such unadulterated strength was not so bad after all. Thus, starting this afternoon, everyone's training regimen will double, Might Dai declared, slapping the table with resolute determination. Oh, the children cheered enthusiastically. Only Kakashi silently picked up a portion of sweet and sour pork, hastening his pace. He understood that the afternoon would present a formidable challenge. The meal concluded amid a lively and invigorating atmosphere. Might Dai, drenched in sweat, felt invigorated with boundless energy. The children, each with full bellies, were thoroughly satisfied. Kaminariman observed this scene with a sense of reassurance. He knew that the threat of Orochimaru had not receded, and the shadow of Danzo still loomed. However, within his domain, he now had the most reliable gardener, the most robust seedlings, and ample nourishment. As long as they stood united, there was nothing to fear. After the meal, Shoma sought out Kaminariman privately. Have you truly made this decision? His tone reflected concern about allowing the children to engage with such perilous techniques. Uncle, Orochimaru has already come to our doorstep, Kaminariman replied calmly as he tidied the dishes. We cannot remain in a state of passive defense. The children need strength, the power to protect themselves. The 8 Gates of Duinjia is perilous, yet it is also the most equitable of arts. With diligence and effort, one can reap the rewards. This philosophy resonates with them. Shuo Mao fell silent, recognizing the truth in Hao Yenji's words. In tumultuous times, lacking strength renders one vulnerable to exploitation. I will keep a close watch over them, he finally declared. With you around, I feel at ease. Hao Yenji replied with a smile. The kitchen stove blazed with fervor, much like the quiet hope igniting within this humble ranch. The sudden blizzard caught everyone off guard. Overnight, the entire Goei-chun ranch was blanketed in thick snow, transforming the world into a pristine white. The once vibrant vegetable patch lay under a shroud of snow, and icicles hung like crystal daggers from the eaves. The air was fresh, imbued with a sweet, crisp chill that filled their lungs. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by the resounding calls from the training ground. Youth. It is imperative to ignite oneself in the harshest of environments. Might Dai stood bare-chested, his bronze skin steaming in the contrast of the snow. He occupied the center of the training area, his voice booming enough to dislodge the snow from the branches above. Before him, a group of young trainees gritted their teeth, assuming horse stances in snow that reached their ankles. Kai and Kakashi stood at the forefront. Like his father, Kai wore nothing but a snug green suit, his face flushed with excitement and the biting cold. Kakashi, clad in thick training gear revealing only his eyes, bore a thin layer of frost upon his black mask. Behind them stood the orphans from the institute, Hayato, Saki, Yamashita, and others. Despite their youth, there was no trace of trepidation in their eyes. They all emulated Might Dai, striving to stand tall. Push-up position, 100 repetitions. Let your fervor melt the ice beneath your feet. Might Dai commanded. Yes, the children chorused, collapsing onto the ground. The frigid snow stung their palms. Yet not a single complaint escaped their lips. Hao Yenji was also among this cadre, donned in training attire similar to Kakashi's, meticulously executing each movement. He understood that the foundation of the 8 Gates of Duinjia lay in a robust physique. Having unlocked the secrets of his training, he recognized the necessity of experiencing this process firsthand. Sweat dripped from his forehead, creating small craters in the snow that quickly evaporated. Not far away, under the eaves, Shuo Mao, wrapped in a thick coat and holding a steaming cup of tea, observed quietly. Yano and a few younger children, such as Xiao Kuei and Mei Yu, busied themselves by the kitchen window, preparing ingredients for lunch while anxiously peering outside. 97, 98, 99, 100. With the completion of the final push-up, everyone lay in the snow, gasping for breath. Excellent. You all exhibit great spirit. Might Dai nodded in satisfaction. Next, we shall run 20 laps around the ranch. There are no shortcuts in youth, only relentless pursuit. Oh, Kai was the first to spring up, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline. The others struggled to rise, trailing behind him and leaving a medley of footprints in the snow. Honji ran in the midst of the team, acutely aware of every muscle in his body responding under extreme conditions. His lungs burned with sharp pain, and his legs felt as heavy as lead. Yet, a natural energy surged within him, actively circulating. With each breath, he could channel the immense energy derived from his nourishment throughout his body, mending fatigue and injury. He could even sense that with each heartbeat, his pulse grew stronger than the last. This sensation was extraordinary. After a morning of grueling training, everyone lay exhausted. Lunch consisted of steaming beef curry and pork bone soup. The children devoured their meals ravenously, as if attempting to replenish every ounce of energy expended during training. Once they finished eating and had a brief respite, Might Dai urged them back to the training ground. This afternoon, we shall delve into the essence of the 8 gates. He stood firm, inhaling deeply. The crux of the 8 gates lies in perceiving the gates within oneself. They resemble the sluice gates of a dam, regulating the flow of chakra. Your task is to locate them and then strike with your will. He closed his eyes and began to guide them. Relax your body and sense the flow of chakra from the soles of your feet to the crown of your head. At each point it traverses, there are particular nodes where chakra stagnates and becomes obstructed. There lie the gates. The children followed his example, sitting cross-legged in the snow with their eyes shut. Honji also settled down, immersing his consciousness within, thanks to his training in basic inner breathing techniques and meditation. His perception of chakra was far more acute than the others. He soon envisioned the ceaseless river of chakra flowing within him. At several crucial locations, his brain, heart, and spine, he indeed sensed subtle nodes. These nodes were not entirely blocked. They resembled filters with numerous tiny apertures, allowing chakra to pass slowly to safeguard the body. This is the gate. The first gate, open. It resides in our brain. It liberates our control over physical limits. Might Dai's voice echoed in his ears. Upon locating it, concentrate all your will. Envision yourself as an indomitable hammer, ready to smash it open. Following his instructions, Honji focused his willpower. Upon unlocking the insights of the 8 gates, a clear and direct path manifested in his mind. He could distinctly feel the intricate structure of the gate deep within his brain. He summoned a surge of chakra, coalescing it into a sharp stream, prepared to strike. However, just as he was about to unleash his force, an unexpected change occurred. The vast and formidable natural energy derived from his nourishment seemed to respond to an invisible call, merging with the chakra he was about to unleash. If the original chakra was but a trickling brook, then, infused with natural energy, it transformed instantaneously into a roaring river. This force was entirely beyond Honji's control. It neither smashed nor surged forward. Instead, with an overwhelming and ruthless force, he charged directly towards the door. Honji's mind buzzed. He felt as though he heard a crisp sound, akin to shattering glass. The sturdy door could not withstand even a second, as it was instantly crushed, torn apart, and consumed by this torrent. Boom! An indescribable immense power erupted from within him. He abruptly opened his eyes. A powerful wave of green energy radiated outward from him. The snow beneath him and within a 3-meter radius was instantly blown away, revealing the dark brown earth beneath. The air warped violently, emitting a buzzing resonance. The children, who were in a meditative state, were tossed about by the force of this energy. Wow! Hayato fell onto the ground. What on earth is happening? Tokiaki opened his eyes, astonished by the scene before him. Guy and Kakashi, standing closest, felt the intensity most acutely. Such formidable chakra. Guy's face flushed with excitement. Honji and I, you did it. Kakashi, however, was completely stunned. His mouth agape, the expression beneath his mask was truly remarkable. He could sense that the chakra erupting from Honji was pure, vast, and of an astonishing quality. Yet, the most astonished were 2 individuals. Might Dai? He stared at Honji, gazing at the cleared expanse of snow around him. His mouth agape, as if it could hold an egg. He murmured to himself, trembling. Did he succeed on the first try? Once. He had spent an entire year undergoing extreme physical training to unlock the first gate, followed by a month of attempts, only to achieve success amidst a life-and-death crisis. Yet Honji managed this on his very first attempt. What monstrous talent is this? Under the eaves, Shobu's teacup fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. Scalding tea splattered onto his pants, but he remained oblivious. He stared intently at Honji, his eyes, seasoned by countless storms, filled with astonishment. Unlike Might Dai, he perceived more clearly. This was not merely chakra. It was a transformative essence generated by the amalgamation of a higher form of life energy. This power even imparted a sense of pressure upon him. How could a child with mediocre chakra aptitude, a mere farmer who could only cook, possess such strength? Uncontrollably, a term from legends arose in Shobu's mind, senjutsu. Honji himself felt somewhat dazed. He looked down at his hands, sensing the relentless force within him, as if capable of shattering mountains. Is this the sensation of opening the gates? It doesn't seem so difficult after all. As he felt the surging power within, it was an unprecedented experience. Every cell in his body rejoiced, as if breaking free from invisible shackles. The constraints of his mind were lifted, elevating his control over his muscles and energy to an entirely new level. Yet, this power was too immense, too wild. The chakra, infused with the essence of nature, surged through his meridians like a ferocious beast unleashed. He felt akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. Honji. Sakumo's voice was laced with urgency as he instantaneously appeared by Honji's side, pressing his palm against his back in an attempt to help channel the rampaging energy. What a monster! This is the true essence of youth. Might Dai, beside them, exuberantly waved his fists, entirely oblivious to the inherent danger. Merely exhilarated by the marvel unfolding before him, Honji gritted his teeth, aware that he must find an outlet for this overwhelming power. Instinctively, his consciousness reached toward the earth beneath him, a realm he knew intimately. In that fleeting moment, the tumultuous energy found its direction. It no longer battered Honji's body but coursed down his legs, violently surging into the frozen ground below. The training ground began to tremble slightly. The snow blanketing the ground, centered around Honji, rapidly melted away, revealing the moist earth underneath. Sakumo was thrust back by a tremendous force, retreating 2 steps. Astonished as he gazed at the ground, the sound of cracking ice echoed, crack, crack, crack. Then, to the astonishment of all present, vibrant green shoots defiantly pierced through the dark brown soil and remnants of snow. These were no ordinary sprouts. They grew at a visibly rapid pace, stretching and rising. In 1 second, they transformed into knee-high shrubs. In 3 seconds, they evolved into saplings towering over 2 men. Within 10 seconds, an expansive grove, sprawling across dozens of square meters, appeared in the once barren training ground, lush and verdant. Each tree emanated a vibrant vitality, with resilient trunks and lush foliage, forming a striking contrast against the surrounding wintry landscape. After this miraculous transformation, the torrent of energy within Honji finally subsided. His vision blurred as his body swayed and then fell backward. Honji and Kai and Kakashi exclaimed, rushing forward to support him from either side. Sakumo and Might Dai also approached. Might Dai stared at the suddenly manifested grove, then at the exhausted Honji, his mouth agape, speechless for a moment. Meanwhile, Sakumo's expression shifted to one of grave concern. He crouched down, reaching out to touch the trunk of a small tree, sensing the pure, immense life energy within. Would release. There was no doubt. This was the power of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. This secret could no longer remain hidden. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed in Honji's mind. Ding! Energy explosion detected within the host. Significant enhancement in strength assessed. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest, Trial of Winter. Quest objective: elevate hostess strength to Chunin level before the end of this winter. Exceedingly accomplished. Quest rewards distributed. New area unlocked. Unknown underground mine. New structure unlocked. Forge workshop. Honji's awareness sharpened slightly. Observing the worried expressions of those around him and glancing at the grove that had sprung forth because of him, he understood that this incident had escalated significantly. He took a deep breath, struggling to stand upright, a smile forced upon his face as he hastily redirected everyone's attention. Everyone, please do not be so tense. He surveyed the room. Then with a grand flourish, he shouted with all his might, to celebrate my newfound strength, and to honor our instructor Dai's appointment. Today, we shall feast. A whole roasted cow. This proclamation instantly shattered the solemn atmosphere. A whole roasted cow? Wow, it's a whole roasted cow. The children's eyes sparkled with excitement, their fatigue and shock replaced by a fervent desire for the exquisite delicacies. Oh, let the banquet of youth ignite. Kai raised his arms, enthusiastically echoing the sentiment. Even Kakashi's eyes revealed a glimmer of anticipation. Shumo observed Huenji. who had effortlessly transformed a potentially panic-inducing event into a jubilant prelude with just a single sentence. His previously furrowed brow finally relaxed, revealing a bemused yet affectionate smile. This young man always possessed such a knack. Once the decision to roast a whole cow was made, the entire ranch sprang into action. It was indeed a monumental undertaking. Shimo personally took charge, wielding his formidable short knife, assuming the role of butcher. In a flurry of glistening steel, he expertly processed the plumpest cow, meticulously categorizing the skin, bones, meat, and entrails without a trace of waste. Yonai, meanwhile, led the children in the greenhouse to harvest the freshest vegetables. Hayato's team took on the responsibility of washing, while Mizuki and several girls lent their hands in chopping and preparing. Kakashi and Kai bore the heaviest burden, tasked with excavating a massive roasting pit beside the greenhouse, meticulously lining it with stones. After a brief respite and a hearty bowl of winter melon and spare rib soup, Gouenshi regained his vigor. He began concocting the secret marinade for the roasted beef. A plethora of spices, homemade soy sauce, and freshly picked chili peppers were blended in precise proportions, emanating an intoxicating aroma. The entire cow was generously coated with the marinade, its cavity filled with onions, garlic, and an array of herbs, then secured with a massive iron frame. As twilight descended, a fierce snowstorm approached. Outside, the wind howled with icy fury, yet within the warm and radiant greenhouse, a bustling scene unfolded. The enormous roasting pit glowed with vibrant coals. The whole cow was suspended over the flames, sizzling under the combined efforts of Kakashi and Kai as they rotated it. Golden drippings of beef fat fell onto the coals, releasing waves of tantalizing fragrance. In addition to the roasted cow, the long table was laden with 7 or 8 hearty dishes. Chicken stewed with mushrooms, fish-flavored shredded pork, braised pork, and potato beef stew. Each dish exuded steam and an enticing aroma. Can we start? It smells so good. I can hardly contain myself. The children circled the table, their eyes wide with anticipation, swallowing hard. Just as Gouenshi was about to declare the feast open, the greenhouse door swung open. A gust of cold wind swept in, swirling with snowflakes. Wow, what a delightful aroma. Did we arrive just in time? The newcomers were Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina's vibrant red hair shone brilliantly under the lights. Upon seeing the table of delectable food and the colossal roasted cow, stars seemed to twinkle in her eyes. Gouenshi, you are having a party without us. How inconsiderate. Just as he was about to send someone to invite you, Gouenshi greeted them with a smile. The arrival of Minato and Kushina heightened the festive atmosphere of the banquet. Shortly thereafter, the heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans made their entrance as well. We followed the delightful aroma here, Akimichi Chozo remarked, eyeing the roasted beef with barely contained drool. Nara Shikaku glanced at the out-of-place grove in the training ground and then at Gouenshi, his gaze inquisitive yet silent. As more guests arrived, the greenhouse filled with laughter and cheerful chatter. Gouenshi raised his glass, poised to say something when, for the third time, the door of the greenhouse swung open. This time, there was neither a biting wind nor falling snow. A figure clad in a Hokage hat and ceremonial robes quietly stood at the entrance. He bore no guards, resembling an ordinary elder out for a stroll. Yet, his mere presence silenced the entire greenhouse. Everyone rose to their feet and bowed respectfully. Lord Third, Sarutobi Hiruzen had arrived. He removed his hat, his gaze not lingering on the sumptuous feast nor on the prominent clan leaders present. Instead, his eyes traversed the assembly, peering through the greenhouse glass to the vibrant grove that stood resilient against the snow and wind outside. He gazed for a long while before slowly retracting his gaze to the host of the banquet, Gouenshi. His expression was a tapestry of emotions, shock, scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of deep-seated wariness. I have heard that this place is quite lively. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was calm, betraying no sign of joy or anger. I hope my uninvited presence does not disrupt your enjoyment. You flatter us, Lord Hokage, Gouenshi replied, stepping out from behind Sakamoto. He first bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, then straightened, his face adorned with a warm and welcoming smile. Your presence honors our humble gathering, just in time for the perfectly roasted beef. He gestured towards the golden, succulent whole roast and indicated an empty seat at the long table. Please, take your seat. The wind and snow are fierce outside. Come in and warm yourself. His demeanor was natural and cordial, as if the highest authority of the village were merely a neighbor passing by. This unexpected familiarity left Sarutobi Hiruzen at a loss for how to begin the barrage of questions he had prepared. He observed Gouenshi's clear eyes and scanned the room, noting the varied expressions of those present. The Inuzuka, the future fourth Hokage couple, and Sakamoto, with whom he had severed ties, all stood beside this young man. Very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, removing his hat and handing it to a member of the Umbu behind him as he stepped inside. He chose not to sit at the head of the table, but instead took a seat in a more modest position. The atmosphere in the greenhouse lightened slightly with his arrival, yet an invisible tension remained palpable. How delightful! Hokage-sama, you must try the roasted beef prepared by Gouenshi and I. It's incredibly delicious. Kushina, unable to hide her excitement, eagerly cut a generous piece of the tender, perfectly charred beef and placed it on Sarutobi Hiruzen's plate. Autumn Path Dingzu seized the opportunity to pile a mountain of meat onto his plate. With their lead, the children began to cheer quietly, and the atmosphere of the banquet finally began to flow once more. Honji took the initiative, expertly slicing the finest portions of roasted beef and distributing them to everyone present. When he handed a plate of meat to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the latter spoke up, inquiring about the trees outside. The question emerged once more. All actions ceased, and ears perked up. Honji scratched his head, wearing a somewhat puzzled, yet apprehensive expression. Lord Hokage, this is quite a lengthy tale. This afternoon, Instructor Dai taught us to practice body techniques. As I attempted to unleash my strength by striking the gates within my body, I inadvertently unleashed all my energy, perhaps due to having eaten too much. His explanation was vague, akin to a novice who, in their first brawl, accidentally tore down a neighbor's wall. By the time I realized what had happened, that grove had already sprouted outside. I was taken aback myself. This explanation sounded absurd and far-fetched. Yet, gazing at the verdant grove and then at Honji's earnest face, no one could muster a rebuttal. Sakumo interjected, Third Hokage. Honji's internal energy circulation differs from that of ordinary individuals. He previously could not even refine chakra. Perhaps this recent training in the 8 gates inadvertently awakened the latent power within his bloodline. Nara Shikaku raised his glass, speaking leisurely, Lord Hokage. The awakening of a bloodline limit is inherently filled with uncertainties. The first Hokage, in his time of pacifying turmoil, surely did not grasp that power overnight. His words deftly linked Honji's unforeseen incident with the first Hokage, elevating his status while subtly implying the reasonableness of the power's instability. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened in silence. He picked up his fork, spearing a piece of beef cut from Kushina and placing it in his mouth. The meat was tender, the sauce rich. A warm energy slid down his throat, instantly dispelling the chill brought on by the wind and snow. The fatigue of his body and the weariness of his spirit were swiftly replenished. The scrutiny in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by profound contemplation. With such food, combined with that legendary power, this young man was no longer merely described as having immense potential. He was a living treasure, capable of altering the course of war and determining the future of Konoha. Such a treasure must never fall into the hands of Danzo, nor should he ever become an enemy of Konoha. This tastes delightful, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, setting down his knife and fork. He turned his gaze towards Honji. Regarding your bloodline, from this day forth, it shall be classified as Konoha's highest level of secrecy. All present must not disclose a single word to outsiders. Violators will be treated as traitors to the village. His tone was not harsh, yet the weight of his words sent a chill through everyone present. Yes. They all replied in unison. Honji, he called again. Yes. Do not wield this power recklessly until you have fully mastered it. Sarutobi Hiruzen cautioned, it can bring you glory, but it can also unleash devastating calamities upon you and the entire ranch. I understand, Gouenshi solemnly nodded. Take good care of your ranch. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, stating, Konoha will be your strongest support. After uttering these words, he ceased to regard the gathering, donned his hat, and departed the greenhouse, his figure swiftly vanishing amidst the swirling snow. The oppressive aura he brought dissipated with his exit. Within the greenhouse, everyone exhaled a collective sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought Grandpa Hokage was going to take Gouenshi for research. Kushina exclaimed, dramatically patting her chest. Minato smiled wryly. Sakumo and the Inuzuka trio exchanged glances, all understanding that this matter was far from resolved. The protection of the third Hokage often entailed surveillance. Nevertheless, for the moment, the immediate crisis had been averted. All right. The crisis is averted. Let the banquet continue. Gouenshi proclaimed, raising a large cup of juice. To our survival and the ranch. Cheers. Oh, cheers. The revelry, having been stifled, erupted with even greater fervor. People devoured meat and laughed boisterously, while children frolicked and chased one another in the greenhouse. The glow of the charcoal fire illuminated each face. Warm and bright, the banquet persisted deep into the night. Guests departed satisfied, and Sakumo and Nanoyu led the weary children to rest. Alone, Gouenshi sat by the still warm roasting pit, gazing out at the heavy snowfall. He opened the system panel. Unknown underground mine, unlocked, located at the back of the ranch. Rich in copper, iron, silver, gold, and even chakra metal, essential for forging tools and equipment. Forging workshop unlocked. Can consume ores and chakra to craft agricultural tools, kitchenware, armor, and weapons. The enhancement of power brought a leap in productivity. Yet, he understood that from this day forth, this small ranch had truly become the epicenter of the ninja world's storm. He was no longer merely a farmer content with a corner of the world. Glancing at the moonlit forest and the training grounds, he clenched his fist. With no retreat possible, let this ranch grow the sharpest fangs to confront all forthcoming challenges. Morning sunlight filtered through the greenhouse's glass roof, illuminating the disheveled dining table. The previous night's revelries left a scattered array of cups and remnants of food. The air still infused with the lingering scent of grilled meats and wine. Gouenshi silently tidied up, sorting the leftovers and disposing of bones and kitchen scraps into designated bins, all of which would serve as excellent feed. Upon completing this task, he pushed open the door, greeted by a blast of cold air mixed with snowflakes. Not far away, the forest that had appeared out of nowhere swayed in the wind, its verdant leaves frosted, exuding an incongruous yet resilient vitality. The arrival of the third Hokage was akin to a boulder cast into the tranquil pond of the ranch. The ripples had already spread beneath the calm surface. Turbulent undercurrents surged. Gouenshi understood the weight of the word protection better than anyone. It signified importance, but it also implied scrutiny. From this day forth, the Gouenshi ranch shall no longer be a mere inconsequential corner on the map, but rather a pivotal strategic location of paramount interest to the Hokage's office. What are you pondering? Shuo Mao's voice resonated from behind. Unbeknownst to him, he had already taken his stance there, with a sprinkling of snowflakes adorning his shoulders. I'm contemplating the gravity of our predicament, replied Hao Yenji, maintaining a calm demeanor without turning back. Indeed, it is grave. Shuo Mao approached his side, both gazing toward the forest, where the name of would release itself represented the greatest trouble in the ninja world. He paused momentarily before continuing. The third Hokage's promise is genuine. He will safeguard this place, for the value of wood release to Konoha is immeasurable. Yet, he shall also dispatch individuals to monitor this site, ensuring that this power remains firmly within Konoha's grasp. Hao Yenji nodded in agreement. A golden cage. Precisely. Shuo Mao's eyes were profound, and moreover, Danzo would not relent easily. Previously, he merely coveted. Now, he would stop at nothing. Orochimaru too. To them, you are no longer an intriguing experiment, but rather the key to immortality and power. The air fell silent, save for the whisper of the wind. After a long while, Hao Yenji exhaled a breath of white mist. Then we have no choice. He turned to face Shuo Mao, his gaze devoid of the confusion from the previous night, replaced instead by a tranquil resolve. Since retreat is not an option, we shall build the walls higher and sharpen our blades. Uncle Shuo Mao, I require your assistance. Hao Yenji elaborated. My abilities have unlocked new avenues, a mine, as well as a workshop for crafting. Shuo Mao regarded the earnestness on Hao Yenji's face and understood. This youth had, overnight, embraced the transformation of his identity and immediately commenced strategizing for the future. Very well. Shuo Mao's response was succinct, yet it bore the weight of a mountain. As the children, still bleary-eyed, emerged from their chambers, Hao Yenji and Yenayu had already prepared a steaming breakfast, millet porridge, steamed sweet potatoes, and delicately scrambled eggs made with sacred milk. Come and eat. There's a new mission awaiting us after breakfast. Hao Yenji beckoned. The feast and fright of the previous night seemed but a fleeting dream. The ranch had returned to its warm, quotidian rhythm. After the meal, Hao Yenji refrained from mentioning anything regarding the Hokage or wood release, instead assigning tasks as per usual. Yenayu, please tally the quantity of ironware we require, farming tools, kitchen utensils, and reinforcements for defensive facilities. Prepare a list. Kakashi, Guy, Your training is to be doubled today. Instructor Dai, Uncle Shuan Mao, I appreciate your efforts. Hayato's team. You are responsible for clearing the site from yesterday, filling in the roasting pits. The rest, follow me. How Yenji led the remaining children, circumventing the training grounds, toward the back mountains of the ranch. The newly sprouted forest lay at the foot of the hill. Upon traversing the woods, he discovered the entrance to the mine marked on the system map. It was a cave partially concealed by vines and rubble, with a modest opening, emanating a chill as the wind blew within. Has there always been a cave here? A child inquired with curiosity. Indeed, it has always been here. We simply failed to notice it, How Yenji replied casually, being the first to step inside. The interior of the cave was drier than anticipated. After traversing a mere 10 meters, the space suddenly opened up, bathed in the faint light filtering through the cave entrance. One could discern the rock walls adorned with fragments of or shimmering with a metallic luster. Copper ore, the most fundamental of metallic materials. Iron ore, sturdier than copper and versatile in its applications. Wow, look at those glistening stones, exclaimed the children in awe. Indeed, our new task was to excavate these precious stones. Haoyan Temple retrieved several mining picks from the system's backpack, distributing them among the children. The system chimed repeatedly, indicating their progress. Ding. Extracted copper, or X1. Gained 1 point of mining experience. Ding. Extracted iron, or X1. Gained 2 points of mining experience. Haoyan Temple refrained from excessive manual labor, opting instead to guide the children on how to mine safely. This endeavor was not solely about resource acquisition. It was a lesson in the importance of creating everything within the ranch with their own hands. As the morning wore on, they amassed over 100 pieces of copper ore and dozens of iron ores. Upon returning to the ranch, Haoyan Temple chose a vacant plot beside the warehouse to construct a blacksmith workshop. Confirm construction of the blacksmith workshop here? He affirmed. In a flash of light, a structure composed of sturdy rock and red brick rose majestically. It featured a tall chimney and a robust wooden door, exuding an air of invincibility. Yano and Shomo, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, stood speechless before this suddenly erected edifice. This is another one of my abilities, Haoyan Temple succinctly explained before pushing open the workshop's grand door. A wave of heat greeted him, revealing a colossal furnace at the center, flanked by a forging table, quenching trough, and an array of tools, everything one could possibly need. Approaching the furnace, Haoyan Temple tossed in a piece of iron ore along with several chunks of charcoal. Mimicking the blacksmiths he had observed in his memories, he worked the bellows. The flames surged to life, radiating an orange glow that illuminated his focused visage. He did not rush to forge intricate weapons or armor. His initial creation would be a new kitchen knife. As the iron block glowed red-hot, he grasped it with tongs and placed it upon the forging table. Rather than wielding a hammer, he hovered his palm above the iron, channeling a trace of chakra that had just returned to him. The system panel illuminated, displaying the forging interface alongside a phantom image of a kitchen knife and its material composition. Initiate forging, ordinary quality kitchen knife. Infusing the iron with chakra, the forging table began to reshape the iron block autonomously, elongating and thinning it under his will, gradually forming the knife's silhouette. There were no thunderous clangs, only a subtle hum as the metal responded to the heat and energy. This was a task far more intricate than mere hammering. He remained utterly absorbed, meticulously controlling the chakra output to sculpt and sharpen the blade. At last, the knife blank took shape, and he immersed it in the quenching trough. A hissing sound erupted as steam rose. A brand new kitchen knife was complete. Haoyan Temple lifted it, the blade straight and gleaming with a tranquil cold light, superior to any he had purchased in town. Ding. Successfully forged a knife of exquisite quality. A superior quality kitchen knife. When handling ingredients, there is a 10 chance to enhance the quality of the ingredients. The efficiency of cutting is slightly improved. Acquired 20 points of forging experience. Holding the hefty kitchen knife, Huyanzi stepped out of the workshop. Outside, the sunlight was just right. Yanao was watering the plants in the greenhouse with the children, while Shua and Emo supervised Kakashi and Kai as they engaged in a grueling sparring session at the training ground. In the distance, the sounds of chickens clucking and cows mooing could be heard. The pristine white snow reflected the sunlight, causing Huyanzi to squint. A rumble of protest emanated from his stomach. What should I eat tonight? The dinner menu swirled in Huyanzi's mind. The newly acquired kitchen knife felt magnificent in hand, perfectly weighted, with a razor-sharp edge. Using it to prepare ingredients would undoubtedly be a pleasure. Perhaps he could whip up a sumptuous teppanyaki, sliced beef, pork belly, and an array of vegetables sizzling on a scorching hot griddle, brushed with a secret sauce, the aroma wafting for miles. Lost in thought, he noticed Yanao approaching him briskly with a list in hand. "Pianzi, I've prepared the list," she said, handing him the paper. The kitchen was in dire need of pots, pans, and other utensils, along with farming tools like hoes and sickles that required replenishing. Furthermore, if they were to construct defensive facilities, the quantity of iron materials needed was immeasurable. Pianzi glanced at the densely packed entries on the list. "Understood, Yanao. I will find a way to address this in the coming days." Yanao nodded, but with a hint of concern, she inquired, "Is it truly safe for the children to go to the mine?" "Rest assured, I will check it out." After reassuring Yanao, Pianzi stowed away the new knife and made his way towards the mountain mine. The afternoon sun was warm, and the snow had melted somewhat, revealing the damp black earth beneath. Before reaching the cave entrance, he could hear the children's tinkering sounds mingled with their laughter from within. As Pianzi entered the cave, the lighting was dim, with a few oil lamps he had prepared flickering against the rocky walls. The children were full of energy, their small faces and hands covered in dust, yet their eyes sparkled with the thrill of discovery. "Brother Pianzi, look! We've unearthed so many shiny stones." A little girl ran up to him, cradling a piece of copper ore as if presenting a treasure. "Impressive," Pianzi said, ruffling her hair. "Everyone, please be cautious. Do not venture too deep, stay around here." "Got it." After surveying the area and ensuring there were no dangers, he picked up a pickaxe, preparing to join in. The forging workshop was a bottomless pit, with an enormous demand for ore. Just then, a peculiar scratching sound echoed from the depths of the cave. The noise was faint yet distinctly clear. The children paused, their curiosity piqued as they gazed into the dark abyss. "What is that sound?" "I don't know. Something seems to be scratching the wall." Pianzi furrowed his brow and set down the pickaxe. He gestured for the children to be silent and took a few cautious steps toward the source of the sound. "Everyone, gather behind me," he whispered. Though the children were puzzled, they obediently clustered behind him. A faint rustle echoed, drawing closer this time. In the darkness, something was rapidly approaching. Suddenly, a section of the rock wall, a mere 10 meters away, abruptly bulged out, dislodging dirt and stones that cascaded down. Bang! A large hole was smashed into the rock, and a creature, enveloped in a grayish-white crystalline shell and armed with sharp claws, emerged. Its size was comparable to that of a medium-sized dog, bearing the head of a mole and a robust body. Its small eyes glowed with a sinister red light, fixating intently on the individuals in the cave. "Ah, a monster!" One child screamed in terror. "Ding! An unknown crystal-shelled mole, LV5, detected." Crystal-shelled mole, a low-level creature that dwells underground, feeding on ores. It has a volatile temperament and a strong sense of territory. Its shell is hard, capable of withstanding conventional physical attacks. "Stay still," Hiroenzu shouted. Positioning himself protectively in front of the children, his muscles tensed. The crystal-shelled mole emitted a sharp shriek, its hind legs propelling it forward with remarkable speed, claws glinting ominously in the air. Hiroenzu's heart raced as he prepared to sidestep and block the attack, but a white shadow moved even faster. Shaku, appearing silently between Hiroenzu and the mole, did not draw his sword. Instead, he merely extended 2 fingers, accurately tapping the creature atop its head. With a soft thud, the charging mole abruptly halted, collapsing to the ground, twitching a couple of times before lying still. The entire sequence unfolded in less than a second. The children, momentarily frozen in fear, were instantly awash with overwhelming admiration. "Uncle Shaku is amazing." He took it down in an instant, disregarding the children's cheers. Shaku crouched down to examine the mole's lifeless body, his brow furrowing slightly. This creature was unfamiliar. He had never encountered it near Konoha before. Hiroenzu approached, and the system panel automatically provided more detailed information. Crystal-shelled mole defeated X1. Items obtained: tender meat of crystal-shelled mole X2, hard crystal shell fragments X3, small crystal core X1. Tender meat of crystal-shelled mole, a special meat rich in minerals. It has a tough texture when consumed raw, with a slight toxin. However, after special culinary preparation, it can permanently enhance bone strength slightly. Hard crystal shell fragments, excellent forging material, usable for reinforcing armor or tools. Small crystal core, the energy core of the crystal-shelled mole, containing pure earth attribute energy, a precious material for advanced forging and formation research. Hiroenzu's eyes brightened. This was no mere monster. It was clearly a moving treasure trove and a pantry. He eagerly turned to Shaku. Uncle Shaku, the meat from this creature seems edible. And it's quite valuable. Shaka glanced at him with a hint of exasperation in his eyes. Is there anything besides food that you can think of? This mine harbors ninja beasts and is perilous. I am aware of the danger, Hiroenzu replied earnestly, but danger also signifies opportunity. We require ores and stronger power. These resources are presented to us on a silver platter. He recounted the information analyzed by the system in his own words. After listening, Shuo Mao fell into deep contemplation. He comprehended the implications of Hao Yenji's words. The ranch was currently in dire need of resources to rapidly enhance its strength. This mine, fraught with peril, was also a treasure trove capable of arming the ranch. What do you intend to do? Shuo Mao inquired. From today onward, this mine shall be designated a restricted area. No one is permitted to enter alone without your or my company, Hao Yenji decisively stated. I will swiftly forge a batch of weapons and armor. Subsequently, this will become our exclusive hunting ground and resource point. Shuo Mao nodded in agreement, acknowledging his plan. Children, this will be all for today. Hao Yenji turned to the still excited children. Return now and bring the mined ores with you. Remember, what you observed in the mine today must remain a secret. It is a confidential matter of our ranch. Yes, the children responded in unison, their faces alight with the thrill of being part of a grand secret. After sending the children away, Hao Yenji instructed Shuo Mao to guard the cave entrance while he retrieved the corpse of the crystalline mole, returning to the forge. With a newfound kitchen knife, he skillfully dismembered the mole. The flesh was meticulously excised, revealing a dark red hue glistening with metallic luster. The crystal shell was broken into pieces, placed alongside the small crystalline core. Once he had completed these tasks, the day had grown late. Hao Yenji returned to the kitchen, carrying 2 prime cuts of tender meat. He gazed at the peculiar pieces, and a bold idea began to form in his mind. This meat, rich in minerals and with a resilient texture, would not yield well to ordinary boiling or grilling methods. To unlock its toughness, one would require extreme heat and precise control over the cooking process. Perhaps he could attempt that dish, a culinary creation that existed only in the upper echelons of feasts in his previous life. Taking a deep breath, he had already envisioned the evening's menu. In the kitchen, Hao Yenji was intently preparing the 2 pieces of dark red mole meat. The newly acquired knife felt almost weightless in his hand. As the blade glided through, the meat was accurately divided into portions suitable for individual consumption. System, analyze the optimal cooking method for this meat, he silently commanded. Ding. Scanning complete. Crystalline mole tender meat. The meat fibers are extremely firm, rich in trace earth attribute chakra and mineral toxins. It is advisable to employ a method of prolonged, sealed, high-temperature braising. This approach can decompose the toxins and transform the mineral essence into beneficial energy for the body. Recommended recipe unlocked. Variant of the rock oven beggar's chicken, rock oven braised meat. Hao Yenji's hypothesis was confirmed. What he aimed to prepare was indeed this dish. He first rinsed the cut meat repeatedly with clean water before placing it into a large earthenware pot. Then, he retrieved various spices from the storeroom, garlic, ginger, and several sprigs of special herbs harvested from the greenhouse. He crushed the garlic and ginger, evenly applying them along with the herbs to every corner of the meat. He refrained from using salt, as the mineral meat inherently possessed a faint salty essence. Having accomplished this, he stepped out of the kitchen and approached the stream. The soil by the stream is moist and viscous, making it an ideal material for crafting the exterior of a rock kiln. He gathered a sufficient amount of earth and returned to the greenhouse, where he plucked several of the largest and most resilient leaves from the crops. With all preparations complete, Pianzi meticulously wrapped the marinated chunks of meat in the enormous leaves, ensuring every crevice was sealed. He then evenly spread the prepared wet clay over the exterior of the leaves, forming a robust, oval-shaped clay ball. He fashioned a total of 5 clay balls, varying in size to correspond with the appetites of several key figures at the ranch, with Shuo Mao and Instructor Dai being the main contributors, naturally receiving the largest portion. What delicious fare are you concocting, shrouded in such mystery? Kai's voice approached from a distance. He and Kakashi had just concluded a grueling day of training, drenched in sweat and preparing to take a shower. A delightful treat, Pianzi replied without lifting his gaze. cradling the clay balls as he made his way to the forge workshop. Kakashi followed closely behind, casting a glance at the grimy clay balls, his expression tinged with distaste. Can mud be eaten? You shall find out shortly. Huyanzi offered no further explanation. He carefully placed the clay balls into the remnants of the colossal furnace, where the temperature had cooled yet remained sufficiently hot for prolonged baking. Having secured the clay balls, he dusted off his hands and informed the two who had followed him. Dinner will be served in an hour. The news swiftly circulated throughout the ranch, igniting curiosity about the extraordinary delicacy Huyanzi was preparing this time. The hour passed swiftly in anticipation. When Huyanzi re-entered the forge workshop, Shuo Mao, Dai, Yena, and all the children had followed, their eyes wide with eagerness as they gazed at the steaming furnace. With a long iron tong, Huyanzi extracted the several clay balls, now hardened and reddened from the heat, placing them onto a nearby stone slab. So hot, a child exclaimed, unable to resist reaching out before quickly retracting. Huyanzi picked up a small hammer and gently tapped the largest clay ball. Crack! A fissure appeared on the surface of the clay shell. He continued to strike, the cracks rapidly spreading. With a resounding shatter, the hardened clay shell broke apart, revealing the leaves inside, slightly charred from the heat. An indescribably rich aroma burst forth from the opening. It was not merely the scent of meat, but a complex fragrance blending the earthiness of soil, the freshness of herbs, and a unique mineral essence. How fragrant! I can hardly contain my saliva. The children's stomachs gurgled in response. Even the typically composed Shuo Mao felt his throat involuntarily swallow. As Huyanzi peeled away the outer layer of leaves, the sight within left everyone wide-eyed. The dark red meat had transformed into an enticing caramel hue, glistening with a layer of succulent juices. A gentle prod with chopsticks revealed that the once tough meat had become exquisitely tender, easily yielding to a pull. Ding! Successfully crafted a perfect quality rock kiln braised crystal meat. Perfect quality rock oven simmered crystal meat. A culinary masterpiece that seamlessly combines the materials of the beast of endurance with ancient cooking methods. Consuming it grants a permanent increase of 1 point to bone strength and bestows a resilient state for 2 hours, slightly enhancing physical defense and impact resistance. Come, everyone. Take a taste. Hoyan Temple shared the first piece of meat with Shuangma and Dai. Shuangma picked up a small piece and placed it in his mouth. As soon as he bit into it, the meat melted away. The rich juices burst upon his palate, and the complex layers of flavor intoxicated him. He savored it slowly, feeling a gentle energy glide down his throat into his stomach, then radiating warmth throughout his bones, bringing a delightful tingling sensation. Ding! Hatake Shuangma has consumed the perfect quality rock oven simmered crystal meat, permanently increasing bone strength by 1 point, enhancing your culinary evaluation, and gaining 5 points of favorability. Meanwhile, Dai was devouring a large piece ravenously. Oh, is this the sensation of youthful power igniting within my bones? Delicious. Absolutely divine, he exclaimed, satisfaction etched across his face. Kakashi, initially hesitant, succumbed to the aroma and took a small piece. Upon tasting it, his usually listless eyes sparkled with surprise. The tender yet chewy texture, coupled with an extraordinarily exquisite flavor, exceeded all his expectations. He merely emitted a sound of approval, yet his rapid chewing betrayed his true sentiments. Ding! Hatake Kakashi has entered a state of culinary astonishment, permanently increasing bone strength by 1 point, gaining 10 points of favorability. Soon, everyone had received a portion. Yano Yu and the children were left with greasy mouths, their faces radiating joy. The dinner concluded in an atmosphere of warmth and satisfaction. Ding! Yao Shi Yano Yu favorability 5. Ding! Might Dai favorability 5. Ding! All members of the orphanage favorability 3. A series of system notifications served as the finest commendation for the meal. As night deepened, the children fell into a deep slumber. Hoyan Temple stood at the entrance of the forge workshop, gazing towards the mountain cave. The success of dinner had completely dispelled his last shred of doubt. That cave was no longer a mere threat, but rather a vast treasure trove awaiting discovery. He opened the system panel, his gaze landing on the forge workshop interface. Inside lay the hard crystal shell fragments, freshly obtained from the crystal shell mole, quietly resting in the materials section. To hunt more safely and efficiently, better equipment was necessary. Food could empower them, and he was determined to forge the strongest armor for their protection. Tomorrow, the fires of this workshop would blaze for their guardianship. The following morning, at the training ground, Kakashi and Guy were engaged in an intense sparring session. Xuanma and Dai stood nearby, observing with serious expressions. Guy executed a swift leaf whirlwind aimed at Kakashi's lower body, the gust of wind sharper than usual. Kakashi did not take it head-on. Instead, he gracefully leaped backward, landing steadily. He felt lighter than the day before, with a refreshing energy coursing through his joints and muscles. Again, Guy's fighting spirit soared. The two individuals once again engaged in a fierce struggle. The sound of their fists and feet colliding resonated with a heavier thud than usual. Their strength and resilience against blows had intensified slightly. A hint of astonishment gleamed in Dai's eyes. Shuoemo nodded, casting his gaze toward the distance where Honji was milking the cows. The rock oven braised meat from the previous night had yielded results far exceeding expectations. It was not merely a feast, but rather a potent enhancer of remarkable efficacy. By the end of their training session, both youths were drenched in sweat, yet possessed an invigorating spirit. Honji and I, the meat from yesterday was splendid. I feel an inexhaustible surge of energy, Kai exclaimed as he dashed toward Honji, giving a thumbs up. Kakashi, though silent, wore an expression of agreement, flexing his wrists to savor the subtle yet undeniable enhancement. Glad to hear it, Honji replied with a smile, handing each of them a cup of freshly squeezed divine milk to replenish their energy. Observing them gulping down the milk, Honji's resolve to develop the ninja beasts within the mind grew ever more steadfast. After ensuring the children were settled to assist in the greenhouse, Honji ventured alone into the forge workshop. The remnants of last night's barbecue still lingered in the air and warmth of the workshop. He approached the anvil, extracting the hard crystal shell fragments, along with some iron and copper ores collected the day before. The list provided by Yano was extensive, requiring replenishment of pots, pans, and farming tools. Yet, the most pressing concern was to prepare protective gear for the impending exploration of the mine. System, analyze these materials and design the most suitable protective gear, he commanded. Beep. Analyzing materials, hard crystal shell fragments, contain earth attribute energy, excellent physical defense. Iron ore, a versatile metal with high malleability. Copper ore, good conductivity. Combining existing materials, recommended forging blueprint, crystal shell blockade round shield. A design blueprint materialized on the system panel. It depicted a round shield approximately half a meter in diameter, primarily composed of steel, with irregular crystal shell fragments embedded on its surface, and reinforced edges made of copper, seemingly capable of inscribing unique patterns. Without hesitation, Honji threw the iron and copper ores into the furnace. The flames roared to life, swiftly transforming the ores into molten iron and copper. He first cast the steel body of the round shield using a mold, then meticulously embedded the crystal shell fragments into the still warm surface of the shield, following the designated positions from the blueprint. This was a meticulous task. He summoned his chakra, slowly infusing it into the shield. The chakra served as both an adhesive and a catalyst, ensuring a flawless fusion of the crystal shell with the steel. Finally, he poured the molten copper along the shield's edge, forming a robust border. A gentle hum emanated from the shield, and a faint earthy glow flickered across the embedded crystal shell fragments. Beep. Successfully forged a high-quality crystal shell blockade round shield. Crystal shell blockade round shield, formed from the fusion of crystal shell fragments and steel, possessing exceptional physical defense capabilities. Attributes: 15 reduction in physical damage, 5 resistance to earth attribute damage. Passive skill block. When successfully blocking a melee attack, there is a 10 chance to momentarily stun the attacker. At last, Honji picked up the shield, feeling its significant weight, yet solid grip. The back of the shield was equipped with a leather strap that could be securely fastened to his arm. As he exited the workshop, Shomo had just concluded his instruction of Kakashi and was approaching him. Uncle Shomo, come and give this a try, Honji offered the shield. Shomo took the shield and strapped it to his left arm. He weighed it in his hand and tapped the surface with his fingers, producing a dull thud. Is it made from crystal shell? Indeed, it incorporates iron and copper, along with some special materials. Shomo did not inquire further. Instead, he withdrew a kunai from his ninja tools pouch. I will use 50% of my strength. Pay close attention. Before he could finish, he flicked his wrist, and the kunai shot forth like a streak of black, precisely aimed at the center of the shield. Clang. The sharp sound of metal striking metal resonated. The kunai was deflected, spinning through the air several times before landing in the snow. The shield, however, bore nothing but a faint white, not even a scratch. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Shomo's eyes. The force behind his throw was capable of piercing through ordinary iron armor, yet this shield remained entirely unscathed. Let us try this. Shomo stepped back a few paces and formed a one-handed seal. Earth release, earth flow spear. From the ground, a sharp spear made of soil and rock emerged, aimed directly at the shield. Honji instinctively held his breath. Boom. The earth spear collided with the shield, producing an immense sound. Fragments of the crystal shell on the surface glowed a rich yellow. In the next moment, the hard earth spear shattered into countless pieces, scattering into the ground. Shomo's expression finally shifted. He approached the shield, examining it closely. It still bore not a single crack. Excellent craftsmanship, he remarked sincerely. Not only does it provide extraordinary physical defense, but it also demonstrates remarkable resistance against earth release techniques. With this, we can venture into the mine with much greater safety. With Shomo's affirmation, Honji felt a sense of assurance. I plan to forge a few more, and then we can proactively cleanse the mine of those moles. Sounds good. Shomo returned the shield to him. But we cannot rely solely on the shield. We will also need weapons. Their shells are too hard for ordinary blades to penetrate. I understand. Honji nodded, his gaze once again drifting towards the forge. In his mind, he began to conceive a new weapon, one that could harness the very hardness of the crystal shell to combat it. After dinner, Honji did not rest, but instead immersed himself back into the workshop. This time, he intended to challenge himself by crafting sharp arrowheads from the crystal shell fragments, accompanied by sturdy iron shafts. This task was far more intricate than creating shields. As night deepened, most of the ranch's inhabitants had succumbed to slumber. Only the chimney of the forge continued to emit wisps of smoke. The glow of the furnace cast warm and steadfast shadows upon the snow through the windows. When the first rays of dawn illuminated the forge, Honji finally set down his polishing tool. Before him lay 20 brand new arrows, neatly arranged. The arrow shafts were crafted from resilient ironwood, while the arrowheads were meticulously polished from shards of crystal shell, presenting a sharp, grayish-white texture. Each arrow's fletching was carefully weighted to ensure stable flight. The fruits of a long night's labor were not in vain. Gouenshi rubbed his tired eyes, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. He yawned, stowing away the newly crafted shield and arrows, ready to retreat to his quarters for a brief respite. As he pushed open the workshop door, a small figure stumbled towards him. Gouenshi Onaikin, something's wrong. A large wooden board has appeared at the entrance of our ranch. It was Aoi, her face a mixture of astonishment and slight unease. A wooden board has appeared? Gouenshi paused in surprise. Yes, it's massive, and there are words on it. By the time Gouenshi followed Aoi to the ranch entrance, a crowd had already gathered. There, beside the ranch's grand gate, stood an enormous wooden bulletin board, seemingly conjured from thin air. The timber was substantial and smooth, inscribed with several lines in an archaic script. When did this appear? The first to notice Gouenshi was Yano, who approached him with a questioning gaze. I have no idea, Gouenshi replied, shaking his head as he stepped closer to the bulletin board. Gouenshi Ranch Commission Bulletin Board, a prominent header announced the purpose of the board. Below it were several sliding wooden plaques, each representing a distinct task. Daily task, the joy of harvest. Content, harvest 50 ripe tomatoes from the greenhouse. Reward, 500 Rio. Contractor, none. Gathering task, iron-willed heart. Content, collect 20 iron ore pieces from the back mountain mine. Reward, 1,000 Rio. Contractor, none. Hunting task, the threat below. Content, hunt 3 crystal shell moles. Reward, 3,000 Rio, with a small chance of obtaining a fragment of earth burrowing hardening technique. Contractor, none. Long-term task, captive of cuisine. Content, have a Jonin-level expert evaluate your culinary skills as impeccable. Reward, 10,000 Rio, unlock special cooking tools, fire wheel. Contractor, none. Gouenshi understood. This was essentially a task panel issued by the system, materialized in a manner befitting this world. It transformed the ranch's needs into visual tasks, offering clear rewards. Wow, completing tasks can earn us money. A boy exclaimed, pointing at the joy of harvest task, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The rewards for the hunting tasks included ninjutsu. Kaya's focus was entirely different. He fixated on the small print, his breath quickening, earth burrowing hardening technique. It sounds formidable. Kakashi, with his hands tucked into his pockets, concealed his expression behind his mask, but his eyes shimmered with eager anticipation. Shlomo and Dai exchanged a meaningful glance, both recognizing the gravity of the moment. The emergence of this bulletin board signified a transformation in the lifestyle of the ranch. It would no longer adhere to the simple routine of rising with the sun and resting at dusk, but rather incorporate the concept of missions from the world of ninjas. Brother Hao Yenji, may we undertake the tomato-picking mission? Chizuru tugged at Hao Yenji's sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper. Of course, Hao Yenji responded with a smile, silently issuing a command to the system. He gently tapped the Joy of Harvest task plaque, which flipped to reveal that the contractor section now bore the name of Chizuru's team. Wow, it's changed. How marvelous. The children exclaimed in awe. Chizuru, take a few members of your team to fulfill this task. The earnings will serve as your team's activity funds, Hao Yenji instructed. Understood. Chizuru straightened her back, embodying the spirit of a true leader, and enthusiastically rallied several girls as they made their way to the greenhouse. The influence of a role model is boundless. Another boy, Hayato, promptly stepped forward. Brother Hao Yenji, we wish to take on a mission too. The one about gathering ore. Certainly, but that task carries risks and requires adult supervision. Hao Yenji cautioned. He assigned the mission to Hayato's team and turned to Nozomu, who was standing nearby. Nozomu, please escort them and ensure their safety. Of course. Nozomu replied with a smile, leading a group of young boys equipped with tools toward the mine. In the blink of an eye, only Hao Yenji and his elite team remained beneath the bulletin board. The remaining tasks are ours. Hao Yenji's gaze settled on the hunting mission. Kakashi and Kai could hardly contain their excitement. Leave this mission to us, Kai declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Hao Yenji shook his head. You are not yet ready. The defensive capabilities of the crystal shell mole are formidable. Ordinary attacks will prove ineffective. As he spoke, he returned to the forge and retrieved the equipment he had painstakingly crafted overnight. A crystal shell blocking shield and 20 crystal shell piercing arrows. Uncle Shlomo, Instructor Dai, these are prepared for you, he said, handing the shield and arrows to the two. Shlomo accepted the equipment, having witnessed the shield's power the previous day. Now, seeing the accompanying arrows, his eyes gleamed with admiration. Well done, young man. You have prepared thoroughly, Dai chuckled, weighing an arrow in his hand and feeling the strength it conveyed. Today's hunt will be spearheaded by Uncle Shlomo and Instructor Dai. Hao Yenji assigned the roles. Kakashi and Kai, you are to maintain perimeter vigilance and provide support without advancing into danger. Understood. Although the two felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, they recognized the wisdom of the arrangement. I shall also participate, Hao Yenji concluded, as I need to observe closely and gather further data. Shlomo glanced at him but voiced no objections. Thus, the ranch's first hunting squad was officially formed. Shlomo and Dai equipped themselves with the new weapons, while Kakashi and Kai donned their conventional ninja gear. Hao Yenji, on the other hand, slung an empty large backpack over his shoulders, prepared to collect the spoils of their endeavor. A line of 5 individuals, facing the morning sun, ventured towards the cavern brimming with peril and promise. The appearance of the announcement board acted as a switch, entirely invigorating the spirit of the ranch. Each person now possessed a clearer objective. Labor transformed from mere obligation into a challenge that promised rewards and a sense of achievement. Thus began a quiet competition centered around tasks, rewards, and personal growth at Gouenshi Ranch. The interior of the mine was dark and damp, the air thick with the scent of earth and the dust of rock. Hao Yenshi led the way, one hand grasping an oil lamp, the other wielding a newly crafted crystal shell shield. The dim light cast flickering shadows upon the uneven rock walls. Shuo Mao and Dai followed closely behind, one armed with a bow, the other securing a shield to his arm, their vigilant gazes sweeping the surrounding darkness. Kakashi and Kai brought up the rear, both taut with tension. A familiar scratching sound emanated from the depths, more intense than before. Stop, Shuo Mao whispered, raising a hand. The 5 halted immediately, their breaths barely a whisper. In the darkness ahead, pairs of crimson eyes ignited, quickly multiplying to at least 4 or 5 pairs, a considerable number. They're numerous, Dai remarked, assuming a poised stance. Hao Yenshi, use this, he instructed as Hao Yenshi handed over the shield. Dai grasped the shield, feeling its substantial weight. Hao Yenshi, you and the 2 younger ones fall back. Shuo Mao commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. He drew his white-toothed dagger with one hand while resting the other on his quiver. They're coming, Kakashi hissed. In the shadows, 3 gray forms charged forward in a formation. Their speed was astonishing, their sharp claws scraping ominously against the rocky floor. "Youth, face them head on," Dai roared, advancing rather than retreating as he raised the shield against the central crystal shell mole. With a resounding impact, Dai staggered slightly but held firm, while the crystal shell mole was pushed back momentarily, caught in a brief state of rigidity. "Now's your chance." Kai darted from Dai's side, executing a fierce leaf hurricane that struck the mole's soft underbelly. The mole let out a piercing scream, rolling away before quickly regaining its stance, its crystal shell unscathed. "So tough," Kai noted, feeling a tingle in his ankle. Meanwhile, the other two moles flanked Dai, lunging toward Hao Yinshi at the rear of the group. Kakashi, having anticipated their move, unleashed several shurikens that accurately struck the mole's eyes, effectively thwarting their assault. However, this action also incited their fury. In the midst of this chaos, Shuamao acted, ignoring the mole Dai was engaged with, and the two Kakashi and Kai were restraining. He vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared deeper within the mine, directly before those pairs of red eyes that had just ignited but had yet to attack. No one discerned his actions. Only a soft hiss echoed, akin to a blade slicing through fabric. In an instant, the pairs of red eyes extinguished. "Lightning release, lightning fang." Shua Mao's calm voice resonated within the cavern. In his grasp, the white-toothed dagger still pulsated with a flicker of electric energy. He had merely infused the blade with lightning chakra, executing a piercing strike at an astonishing speed. The destructive force of the lightning instantaneously obliterated the brains of several crystalline moles. It was speed perfected to its zenith, precision honed to its finest. This was the true prowess of Konoha's White Fang, the composure of a shadow-level powerhouse. Kakashi and Guy stood in stunned silence, still grappling with two moles while Shoma had silently dispatched a greater number of foes. "Focus!" Dai's thunderous command snapped them back to reality. He deflected the claws of the mole before him and shouted towards Shoma, "Shoma, your arrow." Without looking back, Shoma deftly drew a crystalline armor-piercing arrow from his quiver, flicking it forward without a glance. Whoosh! The arrow transformed into a gray streak, slicing through the air with a sound of rushing wind, arriving ahead of its time. The crystalline mole, entangled with Kakashi, seemed to sense the impending threat and curled its body, bracing its hardest crystalline back to withstand the blow. Clang! A sharp sound resonated. To everyone's astonishment, the crystalline armor-piercing arrow truly penetrated the mole's proud shell, embedding itself deep within. The mole emitted a mournful cry, struggling as it collapsed to the ground. Effective! A spark of realization lit up Dai's eyes. This moment decisively shifted the tide of battle. "Guy, left side." Kakashi seized the opportunity, calling out loudly. Guy understood instantly, darting to the side of the last mole, delivering a powerful kick that sent it off balance, exposing its underbelly. Shoma launched another arrow, striking the target with pinpoint accuracy. The battle concluded. From start to finish, it lasted a mere few seconds. While Dai was still locked in combat with the first mole, Shoma had already eliminated the rest. What a reliable comrade! Dai sighed in relief, lowering his shield. Guy immediately approached, beginning to collect the spoils of war. Defeated crystalline moles, X5. Items acquired. Tender meat of crystalline moles, X11. Fragments of hard crystalline shell, X16. Small crystal core, X4. He meticulously sorted the useful materials into his backpack. As he dealt with the last mole pierced by the arrow, an unusual object tumbled out from beneath its lifeless body. It was a scroll made from some beast's hide, emanating a faint, earthy glow. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a rare reward. Earth Release Hardening Technique Fragment. It truly dropped. Guy was the first to rush over, his eyes wide with astonishment. Kakashi also approached, curiously inspecting the ancient scroll. Earth Release Hardening Technique Fragment documents the training methods for the C-rank ninjutsu Earth Release Hardening Technique. The user can harden any part of their body, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities, with effects akin to donning a layer of rock armor. C-rank ninjutsu. Shoma glanced over, remarking, a highly practical defensive technique, ideal for body technique-oriented ninjas. His gaze turned to Guy. "This is for you." With a smile, Dai handed the scroll to Guy. "For me?" Guy was taken aback, somewhat at a loss. "In this endeavor, your contributions have been most significant, and you truly deserve the recognition." Pianji speaks the truth. Were it not for Kai's decisive kick, the battle would not have concluded so swiftly. However, there is no room for hesitation. Take this. Pianji thrust the scroll into his hand. For the safety of the ranch now rests upon your guardianship. I will surely double my efforts in training. I shall protect the ranch with my youth. Kai clutches the scroll tightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, overwhelmed with emotion and unable to articulate his thoughts. With the task completed and an abundance of spoils in tow, the group departed the cavern. Upon returning to the entrance of the ranch, Gouenshi approached the notice board and gently tapped the wooden sign for the hunting task. The sign flipped to reveal the words completed. Ding! The task threat beneath the surface has been accomplished. Reward earned, 3,000 Ryo. The system's prompt echoed in Gouenshi's mind, signaling a flawless conclusion to the entire mission. Observing Kai's exuberance from acquiring ninjutsu and Kakashi's contemplative demeanor, having witnessed elite combat prowess, Gouenshi realized that this notice board would serve as an exceptional catalyst for the growth of everyone at the ranch. The success of the hunt and the emergence of the ninjutsu scroll invigorated the entire community. At the breakfast table that morning, the atmosphere was particularly lively. Kai carefully unfolded the fragment of the earth release, hardening technique, repeatedly examining it while fervently muttering about how to use this technique to safeguard everyone. Meanwhile, the Chizuru team, having completed their tomato picking task, huddled together, diligently counting their first substantial earnings of 500 Ryo, their faces alight with pride and dreams for the future. The notice board's presence has allowed each individual at the ranch to find their place and value. Labor has transformed from monotonous repetition into a challenge filled with purpose and a sense of achievement. Days later, the last vestiges of winter's chill, which had lingered in the valley, were finally dispelled by the warming southern winds. The snow accumulated under the eaves melted into gentle streams, dripping rhythmically onto the stone steps. In the distance, the mountains and forests shed their wintry desolation, revealing hints of fresh greenery. The air was saturated with the scent of moist earth and budding flora. Winter had come to an end. Gouenshi stood upon the ridge, feeling the warm breeze brush against his cheeks. He understood that the ranch's busiest and most crucial season had arrived, spring planting. The population of the ranch had multiplied several times over compared to the previous year, and the meager yield from the greenhouse was barely sufficient for daily needs. To ensure that everyone was well fed and to fulfill the supply agreements with the boar, deer, butterfly, and the Hokage's office, it was imperative to significantly expand the cultivated area. He opened the system panel and scanned the crop catalog in the farm section. Turnip, a spring crop with a growth cycle of 15 days. Consuming it can slightly enhance recovery. Cucumber, a spring crop with a growth cycle of 20 days. Consuming it replenishes hydration and detoxifies. Strawberry, a spring crop with a growth cycle of 30 days. An excellent ingredient for desserts that can effectively uplift one's mood. Seeds were plentiful, readily available in the system store. What was lacking was land. Surrounding the ranch were vast stretches of barren land, yet after enduring a winter of frost, the soil had become hard and unyielding. The land was strewn with stones and old tree roots, making cultivation exceedingly arduous. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Hiroyama summoned everyone. With winter behind us, it was time to prepare for the spring plowing. He pointed towards a vast expanse of uncultivated land, his voice resonating clearly in every ear. Our goal was to clear that land within a week. Everyone gazed in the direction he indicated, the area being 5 to 6 times larger than our current farmland. Wow, so much land. A child marveled quietly. Fear not, there are many of us, Hiroyama chuckled. Starting today, everyone has a new task. He approached the bulletin board, which had been updated with new information. Collective task, Spring Pioneers. Objective, cultivate all available wastelands surrounding the ranch in preparation for spring plowing. Reward, 1,000 ranch contribution points and unlock the blueprint for a new building, large warehouse. This is a collective task with contribution points as rewards. In the future, these points can be exchanged for special dishes, custom equipment, or opportunities to learn ninjutsu, Hiroyama explained. Upon hearing about the potential for exchanges and learning, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. The pioneering endeavor officially commenced, and the entire ranch was engulfed in fervent cultivation efforts. Sakumo and Dai undoubtedly emerged as the main forces. Sakumo even managed to uproot massive tree roots buried deep in the ground with nothing but his hands. Dai applied his gentle fist technique to the rubble. With a single strike, half-human-sized rocks crumbled into a pile of debris. Kai, having acquired new ninjutsu, brimmed with energy and could hardly contain his eagerness to demonstrate his skills. Mimicking Dai, he formed hand seals. Earth release, hardening technique. His arms were cloaked in a subtle stone hue. With a mighty roar, he struck the ground with his stone fists, producing a series of resounding thuds. Although his efficiency was lacking, his enthusiasm was palpable. Kakashi displayed another facet of his genius. Rather than exerting brute strength, he organized the younger members of Team Falcon, ensuring that the adults' cleared stones and roots were sorted and transported with precision. Yano and Chizuru led the girls in the greenhouse, nurturing seedlings that were soon to be sown. Hiroyama remained industrious. He first entered the forge, feeding all the iron ore collected over the past few days into the furnace, crafting a new batch of farming tools, hoes, shovels, and even a specially designed heavy iron plow requiring several people to operate. After completing these tasks, he leisurely walked into the fields being cultivated. He strolled at the back of the line, hands in pockets, appearing to oversee the operation. Whenever he passed over a hard patch of soil, the earth beneath his feet softened slightly. Those deeply embedded, stubborn little stones would settle down on their own. He utilized the nurturing power of wood-release chakra in reverse, transforming it into a force for softening and decomposition. This subtle change went unnoticed by others, yet it significantly enhanced the efficiency of the entire cultivation effort. At midday, Yano prepared a simple lunch. Hiroyama brought out a large pot of steaming soup from the kitchen. Come, gather round for soup. Replenish your strength. It was a pot of broth simmered with the bones of the crystalline mole, enriched with generous amounts of turnips and sweet potatoes, exuding an inviting aroma and a milky white hue. Everyone, weary from toil, converged upon the source of the enticing fragrance. As each person consumed a bowl of the warm soup, a comforting wave spread throughout their bodies, relaxing their fatigued muscles and swiftly replenishing their spent energy. The announcement echoed, ding. The invigorating soup you crafted grants all members of the ranch a stamina recovery, medium, buff, enhancing labor efficiency by 20. After a brief respite, everyone eagerly returned to their industrious work. With new tools in hand, bolstered by the buff and the covert assistance of Honji, the progress of their land-clearing efforts surged. 3 days later, as the final patch of wasteland was turned by the iron plow, revealing the moist, fertile black soil beneath, everyone collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Though physically drained, each individual bore a satisfied smile upon witnessing the expanse of arable land, now multiplied several times in size. Ding! The collective task Spring Pioneers has been completed. Reward: 1,000 ranch contribution points. Large warehouse. Construction blueprint X1. The task status on the bulletin board updated, heralding the triumph of the first phase. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, Honji stood upon this land brimming with hope. He understood that when the first seeds were sown, this once barren valley would truly transform into a bountiful place. And this was merely the beginning. The elation of their successful pioneering continued to resonate throughout the ranch. The following day, Honji chose not to rush into planting, but instead announced a day of rest. Children frolicked joyfully on the rejuvenated land, while the adults gathered to sip tea and discuss their future plans, each enveloped in the profound satisfaction of having created their own home. Honji made his way to an open space at the heart of the ranch, connecting the farmhouse, greenhouse, and various sheds, serving as the central hub of transportation. He retrieved the large warehouse construction blueprint from his system backpack. System, construct here. Confirm construction of the large warehouse at this location. Confirm. Under the curious gaze of the onlookers, the ground began to tremble gently. The earth shifted and churned, stones and timber materializing from thin air, assembling at a speed that defied the laws of physics. The foundation sank, walls rose, and the roof came together. In less than 10 minutes, a colossal new structure emerged, occupying an area 3 times larger than the previous 2 warehouses combined. It was composed entirely of sturdy stone and heavy timber, with double doors wide enough for freight wagons to enter seamlessly. It's grown again, a child stammered, pointing at the new warehouse. The ranch's inhabitants, having transitioned from initial astonishment to a sense of familiarity with such miracles, gathered around the new warehouse, marveling at its grandeur and beginning to discuss where to store the newly harvested grains and ores. With this addition, there would finally be a place for this year's bounty. Yona looked at the towering warehouse, a reassuring smile gracing her face. However, the tranquility within the ranch did little to obscure the prying eyes that watched from afar. In the forest surrounding the valley, more than one pair of eyes silently observed the events unfolding here. In the underground base of the route, Within a dimly lit room illuminated only by a flickering oil lamp, Danzo sat upon a stone chair, his expression impassive as he scrutinized a scroll of intelligence in his hand. His right arm was devoid of its former limb, the scar at the severed end barely discernible in the subdued light. The information had been relayed to him by a hidden sentry he had placed near the ranch. Within 3 days, nearly 100 acres of wasteland had been cultivated, and a large warehouse constructed under the leadership of Shikomaru Nara and Might Dai, with formidable defenses and a remarkably high cohesion among its members, suspected to be under the influence of some form of mental technique. Each word sent a wave of displeasure across Danzo's countenance. He had initially perceived Shikamaru, having lost his position, as a toothless tiger, and the scion of the Nara clan merely a fortunate farmer who stumbled upon some serendipitous encounters. However, it now appeared that the place was rapidly transforming into a veritable fortress at a terrifying pace. What infuriated him further was the A-rank protection order issued by the third Hokage. This meant he could no longer employ the Rude's forces to seize power through direct force, as he had previously done. Orochimaru had also faltered, Danzo muttered to himself. The existence of Might Dai was an unforeseen variable, a taijutsu master capable of opening the 8 gates. His explosive power posed a threat to any who held the title of Hokage. A direct assault was no longer viable. Yet, surrender was out of the question. Would release the mysterious crops capable of mass-producing formidable warriors. Everything within the ranch tantalized him. Since a breach from the outside was impossible, he resolved to rot the foundation from within. Danzo retrieved a small scroll from his robe and unfurled it, revealing but a single name, Subaru. His greatest prowess lay in manipulating the hearts of men. Simultaneously, another piece of intelligence was delivered to Orochimaru's clandestine experimental base through an inconspicuous little serpent. The life energy was unusually dense. New structures had seemingly emerged from thin air, constructed in a manner beyond comprehension, suggesting the mastery of some advanced creative techniques. New varieties of ninja beasts had been discovered within the mines, their flesh capable of enhancing bone density. Orochimaru licked his lips, excitement flickering in his golden slit pupils. Would release could create immortality. His interest in power struggles was minimal, yet his obsession with the unknown and the essence of life bordered on madness. To his eyes, the Hone Temple was a living experimental subject. At the ranch, Subaru was playing by the creek with several boys of similar age, skipping stones across the water. Chiharu approached, carrying a plate of freshly made milk pudding. Everyone, come and enjoy the snack. It was just made by Sister Yano. Wow, pudding. The children rushed forward, each receiving a small bowl. Subaru also obtained a bowl, and as he scooped a bite with his small spoon and brought it to his mouth, the sweet, creamy pudding melted on his tongue, the rich dairy flavor and blissful taste causing him to happily squint his eyes. He had already fallen in love with this place. Here, there was an abundance of delicious food, warm beds, companions to play with, and the gentle touch of Sister Yano and Brother Honji. It was an entirely different world from the root, a realm filled only with darkness, obedience, and death. He had even begun to deliberately forget his original identity. At that moment, a unique bird call resonated from the distant woods, short and peculiar. Subarashi paused with the spoon suspended in midair, his expression suddenly paling. Subarashi, what's wrong? Aren't you eating? Hayato inquired curiously. And no, it's nothing, Subarashi stammered, regaining his composure as he consumed the remaining pudding in hurried bites. My stomach feels a bit off. I need to use the restroom. He set down the bowl, avoiding eye contact, and hastily made his way towards the depths of the forest. Beneath the designated large tree, he discovered a camouflaged hollow. From within, he retrieved a new mission scroll and a small black ceramic vial. As he unfurled the scroll, the words sent a shiver through him. Mission objective: introduce the root rot poison into the ranch's water supply. Root rot poison, colorless, odorless, chronic toxin. It does not cause immediate death but gradually damages the body's organs, leading to weakness, illness, and ultimately demise. It has a potent suppressive effect on chakra. At the scroll's conclusion, a line of fine print read, "Should the mission fail or your identity be exposed, your brother within the roots will be dealt with." A single tear fell onto the scroll, blurring the ink slightly. Subarashi clutched the black ceramic vial tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. On one side stood his family, who brought him warmth and hope. On the other lay his only remaining kin, trapped in a hellish existence. How was he to choose? He slowly turned around, And through the gaps in the trees, he could see the wisps of smoke rising from the ranch and hear the laughter of his friends playing in pursuit. That light was just within reach, yet the vial in his hand could cast it all back into darkness. The forest was enveloped in silence. Subarashi gripped the cold vial tightly, the chilling touch sending a jolt through him. Leaning against the rough bark of a tree, he gasped for breath, his heart racing. Instead of heading towards the stream, he turned and stumbled in the opposite direction, running toward the central warehouse of the ranch. Inside the warehouse, Gouenshi was sorting through the incoming seeds and tools. Gouenshi and I. Subarashi burst in, his voice thick with emotion as he slammed the scroll and vial onto a wooden crate. Gouenshi paused, his gaze shifting from the items to Subarashi. The boy's complexion was ashen, his eyes filled with dread. Gouenshi silently picked up the scroll, quickly scanning its contents. Upon reading about the root rot poison and the threat regarding Subarashi's brother, his expression hardened, though he maintained a calm demeanor. He extended his hand, gently resting it on Subarashi's trembling shoulder. "Do not fear, I am here." His voice was steady, imbued with a reassuring strength. "This is not a disaster. Rather, it is our opportunity." Gouenshi examined the black ceramic vial, his mind delving into the system. Ding! Detected an unknown high-risk toxin, commencing analysis. Name: root rot toxin, specially formulated for roots. Composition: a blend of various trace biological toxins that inhibit chakra conduction and gradually deteriorate organ function. Characteristics: colorless and odorless. With chronic onset, initial symptoms resemble excessive fatigue or cold-induced ailments. Detoxification plan analysis in progress, matching database. Ding! Optimal detoxification plan confirmed, sacred milk. Its pure life energy can perfectly decompose and neutralize the root rot toxin, transforming it into harmless substances while subtly enhancing cellular vitality. Indeed, as expected, Honji understood. He retrieved an equally sized, empty bottle, ventured into the kitchen, and poured half a bottle of dark brown soy sauce from the pickling jar, sealing it with a cork. He handed the bottle filled with soy sauce to Subaru. "Use this. Remember, you must appear just as fearful and struggle as you do now." Honji gazed into Subaru's eyes, articulating each word with precision. "From this moment forth, a grand performance is about to unfold, and you are one of the most crucial actors in this play." Ding! Sudden mission issued. Deception. Mission details: successfully stage a collective poisoning scenario, convincing Danzo that the root rot toxin has taken effect, and maintain the disguise for at least 1 week. Mission rewards: 5,000 ranch contribution points. Special blueprint: purification well, X1, intelligence lead on Subaru's brother X1. Observing the mission prompt that materialized on the system panel, Honji's lips curled into a subtle smile. He was not merely to act. He must do so convincingly enough to instill unwavering belief in Danzo. As dusk descended, Subaru ventured alone to the upstream source of the ranch's water. The boy glanced back thrice, tears streaking his face, filled with turmoil. Every movement of his was clearly visible to a hidden watcher donning a raccoon mask perched in the treetops. The watcher wore a disdainful smirk. To him, this was nothing but the absurdity of a child confronting orders with foolish compassion. Subaru knelt by the stream, trembling hands prying open the bottle's cork. A whiff of soy sauce wafted out, but was swiftly washed away by the flowing water. He closed his eyes, summoning all his strength, pouring the liquid from the bottle into the crystalline stream. The dark brown liquid was rapidly diluted and vanished without a trace. After completing this task, Subaru seemed utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground, burying his face in his knees, his shoulders shaking violently. The distant watcher nodded in satisfaction, his figure vanishing into the forest. The following morning, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the ranch. Cough, cough. At the dining table, several young children began to cough, their faces pale. "What's wrong? Have they caught a chill?" Yona gently felt the forehead of a girl named Aoi. It was not warm. However, the girl appeared listless, claiming her stomach hurt. Initially, the adults presumed it was merely a reaction to the changing weather, believing the children had caught a cold. Yet soon, the anomaly began to spread. At the training ground, "Drink up! Burn with passion! Youth!" Kai bellowed, anchoring himself to the ground, commencing his unwavering morning exercises. 48, 49, 50. Just as he completed 50 push-ups, his movements slowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his arms trembled uncontrollably. Kai let out a soft groan, collapsing onto the ground as he gasped for breath. What on earth is happening? He propped himself up, bewildered, gazing at his own hands. Why has my vitality waned? Not far away, Dai, who was instructing the children, suddenly stumbled. He steadied himself, his brow furrowing as he sensed the sluggish flow of chakra within him. Even teacher Dai could hardly keep his balance. Kai, unable to perform a single push-up, panic began to ripple through the crowd. An increasing number of people felt an unusual fatigue encumbering their bodies, experiencing dizziness, and even the flow of chakra became arduous. A somber atmosphere enveloped the entire ranch. Do not panic. Huyanzi's voice rang out just in time. Approaching from the creek with a water scoop in hand, his expression was grave. It's the water. Our water source has been tampered with. His words sparked a wave of realization, quickly followed by outrage. Who could be so malicious? How despicable. Everyone, return to your rooms and rest, Huyanzi reassured the crowd. I once came across a detoxifying remedy in my family's ancient texts. Perhaps we can give it a try. Yano, Chizuru, assist me. Before long, the rich aroma of milk wafted from the kitchen. Huyanzi poured 2 buckets of holy milk into a large pot, heating it gently, and added some calming herbal powder, concocting a large pot of milky detox soup. Come, gather around and drink the soup. 1 bowl each, and then have a good sleep. The warm milk soup was distributed to everyone. The sweet flavor slid down their throats, a wave of warmth spreading throughout their bodies. The overwhelming fatigue seemed to dissipate slightly. After finishing the soup, individuals gradually returned to their rooms for rest. The once boisterous ranch fell into an unusual silence during the day, save for the rustling of the wind through the treetops. In the underground base, Danzo set down the intelligence scroll he had been holding, a glint of cold light flashing in his single eye. The scroll had been presented by a shadow sentry returning from the ranch. The poisoning was successful. The ranch members exhibited widespread weakness, and their chakra was suppressed. Although Hatake Gouenshi had sensed something amiss, it was too late. The combat strength of the targets had significantly diminished, particularly that of Might Dai and Might Kai, rendering them no longer formidable. Excellent, Danzo murmured to himself, lightly tapping his fingers against the stone railing. A tiger stripped of its claws, surrounded by a pack of sickly cats. I wonder how you will protect that precious land. A ranch where even the strongest of combined techniques had fallen was, in his eyes, an unguarded treasure trove. He rose, the shadows elongating and distorting his figure. Send the order. Assemble the 3rd and 5th Special Operations teams. Prepare for action. Target, Gouenshi Ranch. As night fell like ink, enveloping Gouenshi Ranch, the once bustling site lay quiet, as if an invisible hand had pressed the mute button. The farmhouse windows glowed with a dim light, revealing sparse silhouettes within. Yano tucked the children lying on the shared bedding beneath blankets, softly humming a lullaby. The children, eyes closed and breathing shallow, displayed pallid faces, perfectly embodying the guise of poisoned and weakened patience. The smallest boy could not suppress a smile at the corner of his mouth, quickly covered by Chizuru, who deftly placed a blanket over half his face. Yano gazed at the scene before her, a fleeting smile gracing her features, soon overshadowed by an encroaching sense of dread. She turned her gaze towards the window, where genuine peril drew near. Might Dai lay sprawled on the ground, eyes rolled back, froth forming at his lips, his limbs twitching slightly. His performance was rife with fervor, resembling not that of one poisoned, but rather akin to engaging in a form of ecstatic martial arts training. Kakashi, seated cross-legged in the corner, quietly averted his gaze. Beneath the blanket, his hand methodically sharpened a shuriken against a whetstone. The tranquility of the ranch was reminiscent of the calm before a storm. In the depths of the newly constructed warehouse, Shikamaru leaned against a stack of fodder, eyes closed in repose, his short blade resting across his lap. Beside him, a quiver was neatly filled with 20 shimmering chakra-penetrating arrows. In contrast, Might Dai stood upright, repeatedly caressing a brand-new chakra-imbued shield. The weight of the shield was substantial, its texture robust. Mr. Shikamaru, Dai suddenly remarked. Honji is truly an extraordinary leader. Shikamaru did not open his eyes, merely responding with a faint, nonchalant hum. The notion of sending a group of children and brash individuals to deceive the leader of the Roots was one only he could conceive, and he possessed the uncanny ability to inspire everyone to willingly execute the plan. Dai's tone was imbued with admiration. Because this place is home. Shikamaru finally opened his eyes. For the sake of protecting home, everyone can become the finest of actors. 5 kilometers away in the forest, shadows glided like phantoms. At the forefront were 2 individuals, codenamed Alpha and Beta, both seasoned jonin. Intelligence confirmed. The targets are all poisoned. Might Dai and Might Dai are incapacitated, and Shikamaru's chakra is suppressed. They pose little threat. Alpha spoke silently. A group of farmers, even unpoisoned. What can they do? Beta's tone dripped with disdain. The adults worry too much. Do not be careless. The mission is to control Honji Shikamaru, eliminate all resistors, and take over the ranch. They must be alive. The team halted a kilometer from the ranch, dividing into 2 squads. 3 to the east. You lead, infiltrate from the front, and secure the main house. Alpha commanded. The remaining 9 follow me to the west, infiltrating from the back mountain, prioritizing Shikamaru and Might Dai. Understood. The 2 small teams, like daggers, advanced towards the sleeping ranch from divergent directions. Unbeknownst to them, every move they made had already fallen into an invisible snare. In the hidden chamber of the mountain clan in Konoha, Yama-Uhei suddenly opened his eyes, beads of sweat forming on his brow. They have come. Swiftly, he formed hand seals, sending a subtle wave of mental energy through secret channels. In the kitchen, Honji stared blankly at a pot of lukewarm water. Suddenly, an urgent voice echoed in his mind. 12 mice, split into 2 groups, have entered the net. 3 to the east, 9 to the west. Honji's expression remained unchanged as he picked up the pot and stepped outside. First, he approached the children's room, instructing Yanoyu to remain inside, regardless of what she might hear. Then, he entered the room of Kakashi and Guy. Enough of the act. No sooner had he spoken than Guy, who had been convulsing on the ground, sprang up with a sudden vigor, invigorated. Kakashi also set aside his shuriken and stood upright. In the east, 3 are entrusted to you. The voice of Hoyin Temple was notably subdued. Kai, temper your fervor. Kakashi, keep a close watch on him. What I require are 3 lifeless bodies that do not utter a word. Understood. Kai gave a thumbs up, but retreated under Kakashi's piercing gaze. Got it, Kakashi replied succinctly. Finally, Hoyin Temple stepped into the pitch-black warehouse. Uncle Shumo, Mr. Dai, our guests have arrived. Both Shumo and Dai rose simultaneously, their previously weak auras vanishing in an instant. To the west, 9 individuals serve as their main force. Hoyin Temple glanced towards the rear mountain. Mr. Dai, that small grove will be your stage. Confront them head-on. Leave it to me. Dai positioned his crystalline round shield in front of him, which emitted a dull thud. Uncle Shumo, Hoyin Temple turned to Shumo. The cliff above the mine is the optimal sniping point. Those armor-piercing arrows were prepared specifically for them. Shumo nodded, retrieving his quiver, and blended into the darkness. The curtain officially rises. The 9 members of the Roots Western Squad executed their maneuvers with remarkable ease. They vaulted over the fence and advanced directly into the training ground behind. Captain A observed the lush grove in the distance with a furrowed brow. In a place rumored to be riddled with poison, this grove appeared particularly sinister. Bing, ding, you 2, go in and scout ahead, I gestured. The 2 root ninjas infiltrated the grove. The air within was fresh, and the vibrant life energy set off alarm bells in their minds. It was eerily quiet. Just as they ventured 10 meters in, an unexpected transformation occurred. The grass and soil beneath them morphed into countless resilient wooden arms, entwining around their ankles and necks. Wood release, silent killing technique. Oh no, one of them barely managed to utter before a massive wooden hand covered his mouth, dragging him into the earth. Enemy attack. Captain A's pupils constricted in shock. But it was too late. Boom. A resounding crash emanated from the mine's entrance. A towering figure, wielding a massive crystalline round shield, stepped forward with deliberate strides. He slammed the shield down forcefully, generating a shockwave. Your youthins here. Might Dai lifted his head, revealing a menacing grin. Simultaneously, a chilling intent descended from above. A startled A looked up to see a silver-haired figure standing silently on the edge of the cliff above the mine. He slowly drew back his longbow, an iridescent arrow shimmering with a lethal glint, its tip firmly aimed at A's brow. Without warning or words, the bowstring twanged. The crystalline armor-piercing arrow shot forth like a streak of light, tearing through the night sky, arriving in an instant. Too fast. A's pupils contracted, and his extensive combat experience instinctively prompted him to sidestep. Thwack! The arrow grazed his cheek, drawing blood, and struck a root ninja behind him squarely in the chest. The force of the impact sent the ninja flying, impaled against a large tree. He did not even have time to scream before life slipped away. A touched his cheek, feeling a deep wound that exposed bone, blood flowing freely. A chill enveloped his heart. The intelligence had been entirely erroneous. Kakashi Hatake has not only evaded the suppression of chakra, but has instead acquired a terrifying long-range offensive capability. Scatter. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Commanded Yamato, his hands swiftly forming seals. The remaining root ninjas reacted with remarkable speed, immediately dispersing to seek cover. Two of them simultaneously formed seals, and two massive earthen walls erupted from the ground, shielding their comrades. Thud! The heavy footsteps resonated like war drums. Might Dai was on the move. He raised his crystalline round shield, charging forward like an uncontrollable heavy truck, directly colliding with the two earthen barriers. Boom! To the incredulous gazes of the root ninjas, the walls, capable of withstanding B-rank ninjutsu, crumbled as if made of paper, shattered instantly by the crystalline shield. Without pausing, Might Dai surged into the enemy ranks. The first gate of the 8 gates opened. Green energy erupted from within him, his aura soaring once more. A root ninja attempted a sneak attack from the side. His short blade aimed at Guy's neck. Without even looking, Guy swung his left arm, the massive shield sweeping forth with a whoosh. Bang! The ninja was struck directly by the edge of the shield, sent flying like a ruptured sack, his body twisting grotesquely midair. Meanwhile, in the direction of the ranch house, the operative known as B and his two subordinates silently approached the exterior of Kakashi's dwelling. B signaled, and the trio formed a triangle, simultaneously crashing through the window. Inside, darkness enveloped them. What greeted them was a blinding flash of white light. The Hatake sword technique flashed. Kakashi emerged from the shadows, his White Fang short blade tracing a cold arc through the darkness. The first root ninja to enter saw nothing but a glimmer of steel before feeling a chill at his neck, consciousness slipping into eternal darkness. Simultaneously, through another window, a vigorous green figure blasted in like a cannonball. Leaf Hurricane. Might Dai's leg technique was as swift as lightning, striking with unmatched ferocity at another root ninja's temple. The ninja had no time to react. His head tilted, and his body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. He was struck with fear. He did not anticipate such rapid responses from his foes, nor their precise ambush. Just as he considered retreat, a silver-haired youth appeared before him like a specter. "Your opponent is me." Kakashi's voice was devoid of emotion. On the battlefield in the rear mountains, the conflict had devolved into a one-sided massacre. Whoosh! Another crystalline arrow shot down from the cliff, piercing the hand of a root ninja mid-seal, pinning him to the ground. Might Dai, like a tiger among sheep, wielded his massive shield with every swing and collision, ensuring that a root ninja would suffer broken bones and loss of combat capability. He required no complex techniques. Merely combining the shield's resilience with his own immense strength formed the simplest, yet most insurmountable form of domination. Yamato watched as his subordinates fell one after another, his eyes ablaze with despair. Their pride in assassination techniques and teamwork seemed utterly ridiculous in the face of overwhelming power and pinpoint accuracy. "Retreat! All personnel retreat!" Yamato screamed in desperation. He understood that if he did not leave soon, everyone would perish in this place. Yet, how could Dai allow them to escape? "Want to leave? Have you consulted my shield?" Dai bellowed, forcefully slamming the shield onto the ground. Earth-style, hardening technique. He infused chakra into the shield, which transmitted through it to the earth beneath. Instantly, the ground within a 10-meter radius of the shield hardened, becoming as unyielding as steel. The root ninjas who were preparing to use the earth style to flee were horrified to discover that their prized technique had failed. In the next moment, the massive shield came crashing down. In less than 2 minutes, only Captain A remained standing from the 9-man squad of the western route. Injured and terrified, he gazed at the advancing Might Dai and the grim figure on the cliff, drawing back an arrow. This was not a pasture. It was a meticulously prepared slaughterhouse for them. "Lord Danzo," a dry sound escaped A's throat, his eyes filled with regret and unwillingness. In response, the final arrow sliced through the air. The night wind swept across the silent rear mountains. The battle ended as abruptly as it began. On the cliff, Kakashi Hatake sheathed his longbow. He did not glance at the corpses below. Instead, his gaze pierced the darkness toward the direction of the ranch owner's house, which was brightly lit, starkly contrasting with the scene of carnage. A's body remained frozen in terror, a crystal arrow embedded in his forehead, pinning him to the ground. His eyes were wide open, seemingly unable to comprehend the complete and utter defeat he had suffered. Might Dai released the 8 gates. A wave of intense fatigue and soreness washed over him. He leaned against the enormous crystal shield, gasping for breath, the mist of his exhalations lingering in the air. He surveyed the wreckage around him and glanced at the figure on the cliff, breaking into a grin. Mr. Sakumo's arrows were still remarkably swift. Meanwhile, the battle at the main house had also concluded. He collapsed to the ground, a line of blood slowly expanding at his neck. Behind him, Kakashi flicked the droplets of blood from his blade and returned the White Fang short sword to its sheath. Guy dragged the last unconscious root ninja to the corner with decisive movements. Is it over? Guy asked Kakashi softly. It is over, Kakashi replied, his voice a bit hoarse. This was the first time he had killed to protect others. The feeling was unsettling, yet when he saw the concerned faces of the children peeking from the adjacent room, his resolve solidified. Gouenshi emerged from the warehouse, unarmed except for an oil lamp in one hand and a shovel slung over his shoulder. He calmly surveyed the 3 corpses on the ground before turning his attention to Kakashi and Guy. You too, go assist Mr. Dai in dealing with the people in the rear mountains. Remember to keep your hands clean. Yes, Guy responded loudly, pulling a somewhat dazed Kakashi along as they rushed outside. Gouenshi crouched down, beginning to examine the bodies on the ground with professional precision and practiced movements. He quickly discovered several blank scrolls, some specially made soldier pills, and a few test tubes containing unknown liquids. Acquired items: Root Special Military Ration X5, Muscle Paralysis Toxin X2. Root Special Military Ration significantly enhances potential for a brief period, but the side effect is a severe drain on vitality. Muscle Paralysis Toxin, effective upon skin contact, it can swiftly incapacitate the target. Such valuable items. Gouenshi carefully stored the spoils. These unsightly possessions may prove invaluable at certain junctures. On the back mountain, upon Kakashi and Guy's arrival, Might Dai had already gathered all the root ninjas in one place. A total of 9 individuals, none of whom survived. Some had perished from Shumo's arrows, while others had their bones shattered by Dai's shield. The scene was rather gruesome. Guy remained unfazed, merely believing these individuals deserved their fate. However, Kakashi's complexion paled. He had witnessed death before, yet witnessing such efficient slaughter at such proximity was a first. Is this the true strength of my father? Is this the power Mr. Dai can unleash while protecting his comrades? Stop dawdling, lads. Shumo leapt down from the cliff, his voice jolting Kakashi from his shock. Dispose of them. Then, erase all traces of our presence here. His tone was remarkably calm, as if addressing a mundane matter. Understood. The trio set to work. They dug a deep pit, casting all the bodies into it, then utilized earth release to restore the surface to its original state. By the time they completed their task, the horizon was tinged with the first light of dawn. When the 4, their bodies smeared with mud and the scent of blood, returned to the wooden cabin, a rich aroma of kanji wafted toward them. Gouenshi stood by the fire, gently stirring a pot filled with a savory porridge made from sacred milk and minced meat. Back already? He inquired without raising his head. Go wash up and change your clothes. Then come eat. Half an hour later, everyone was gathered around the dining table. There were no lavish dishes, just a large pot of steaming milk meat kanji and several plates of refreshing side dishes. Each person ate in silence, no one speaking a word. Yet the warm kanji slid into their bellies, dispelling the morning chill and cleansing the blood from their bodies and minds. Ding! The emergency mission crossing the sea under false pretenses has been completed. Mission evaluation, perfect. Not only did you successfully mislead the enemy, but you also utilized this opportunity for a flawless practical exercise, showcasing the fangs of the ranch to all. Mission rewards, 5,000 ranch contribution points. Special blueprint, Purification Well, X1, information on Subao's brother X1 has been distributed. Listening to the notification in his mind, Gouenshi smiled. He glanced at Subao, who sat opposite him, sipping his kanji with small bites. The boy's expression was calm, yet his gaze bore an unprecedented resolve. After breakfast, Gouenshi opened the dossier regarding Subao's brother. Information: target codename C, currently 7 years old, detained at the Route S 3rd training base. Responsible for the preliminary screening and testing of potions. The words potion testing caused Gouenshi's eyes to grow cold. He carefully stored the intelligence and approached Subaru, affectionately ruffling his hair. Rest assured, I shall bring him back shortly. Subaru nodded vigorously, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Gouenshi then turned his attention to Sakumo and Dai. Last night's battle revealed numerous issues, he stated candidly. The children's combat experience is still insufficient. Although Mr. Dai possesses formidable martial arts skills. He lacks effective ranged attack capabilities. Moreover, our defenses are overly reliant on manpower. He placed the blueprint of the purification well on the table. What is this? Dai inquired with curiosity. Our new water source, Gouenshi elucidated. With it, we need not fear poisoning in our water supply any longer. He paused for a moment before continuing. From today onward, we must revise our training regimen. In addition to fundamental training, the children will engage in practical combat exercises every afternoon. Those who lose shall forfeit their meat rations for the evening. Mr. Dai, I hope you can teach Kai the hardening technique to make him our most resilient shield. Uncle Sakumo, I require your assistance in training a true archery team. His gaze settled on Hayato, Shizaki, and a few other children who exhibited the quickest reflexes and the most composed expressions. With arrows crafted by our own hands, we shall defend our home. Sakumo regarded him with complete trust. Very well. The victory from the ambush did not lead to complacency at the ranch. Rather, it became a catalyst for personal growth, inspiring each individual to hone their skills in preparation for the next potentially fiercer storm. The lingering chill of winter melted away in the spring rains. Gouenshi Ranch seemed to have been cleansed, the air filled with the fragrant amalgam of moist earth and fresh grass. The thawed stream joyfully flowed once more, sunlight cascading down to illuminate the freshly turned soil in a warm golden hue. The supplies stacked in the warehouse provided everyone with ample confidence, while the decisive night battle infused that confidence with a sense of assurance. Daily life at the ranch re-established order in the gentle spring breeze, becoming even more efficient and purposeful than before. At dawn, the first task Gouenshi undertook was to retrieve the blueprint of the purification well from the clearing in front of the main house. System: commence construction. Confirming the construction of the purification well at this location? Confirm. As the children watched with curious eyes, a familiar white light flashed once more. The ground silently subsided, and bluestone, bricks, and gleaming metallic components materialized out of thin air, assembling themselves automatically. A quaint stone well rose majestically, complete with a wooden crank and a roof. Wow! Does this mean we no longer have to fetch water from the stream? Hayato exclaimed, rushing over to grasp the crank and enthusiastically shake it. Clear underground water was gradually drawn up and poured into a bucket, the surface glistening with an otherworldly sheen under the sunlight. Purification well, construction complete. Daily output, 500 liters of purified water. Honji approached and cupped a handful of water, its sweetness invigorating as a warm energy cascaded down his throat and into his belly, refreshing his spirit. A delightful discovery indeed. He nodded in satisfaction. With this, the lifeblood of the ranch was firmly within his grasp. Having resolved the water source dilemma, a new training regimen was set to unfold in its entirety. The training grounds at the back mountain were meticulously restructured. Might Dai's physical training classes remained fervent. Yet the focus shifted from mere strength and endurance to a more refined mastery of bodily control. The foundation of the 8 Gates of Duanjia lies in the command of one's body. Guy's voice resonated powerfully, urging them to perceive the exertion of each muscle and the flow of every chakra. Kai, your punches are too forceful. Learn to harness your energy in the moment of explosion. Hayato, your horse stance lacks stability. Your lower body strength must root into the earth like tree roots. Meanwhile, in a newly established shooting range, Kakashi Haruno stood with his hands behind his back, observing a select group of children. Shizuki, along with 2 other boys with steady gazes and elongated arms, each held a simple wooden bow, striving to maintain their archery stances. For archers, stability is paramount. Kakashi's voice, devoid of fervor yet crystal clear, reached each ear. Your hands must be steady, your hearts tranquil. Your target is not the bullseye, but the rings of that tree behind it. His teaching style contrasted sharply with Guy's. Devoid of passionate slogans, it emphasized precision and stringent expectations. Shizuki's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, her fingers trembling slightly on the bowstring, yet her gaze remained intensely focused. Kakashi approached her, lightly tapping her elbow with his finger. Elevate your arms slightly, relax your shoulders, and draw the bow using your back as strength rather than your arms. Following his guidance, Shizuki adjusted her stance, feeling a wave of relief as the previously quivering bow steadied. Kakashi, however, refrained from engaging in the foundational training. He stood alone at the far end of the range, practicing his shuriken throws. His targets were not fixed bullseyes, but rather leaves Kakashi casually tossed into the air. The leaves danced unpredictably in the wind. Yet Kakashi's gaze was sharp, locking onto them with fierce intensity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shuriken flew in a precise formation, carving 3 arcs through the air, shattering the small leaf almost simultaneously. He was honing his dynamic vision and throwing accuracy in his own unique way. The entire ranch operated at a brisk pace, every individual diligently contributing to the collective momentum. Lunchtime was the most anticipated moment for everyone. The rigorous training demanded a substantial replenishment of energy. In the kitchen, Honji was preparing a springtime soup. Freshly harvested bamboo shoots were sliced thin and blanched in boiling water to remove their bitterness, then combined with fresh pork bones in a large ceramic pot, simmering gently with slices of ginger. As time passed, the richness of the bone broth melded with the fragrant bamboo shoots, filling the kitchen with an enticing aroma. He also utilized purified water from the new well to wash the fresh rice delivered by the Nara family, steaming a large pot of rice. As the training concluded and everyone returned to the dining hall, their weary bodies in tow, a delightful lunch awaited them on the table. A large pot of creamy spring bamboo shoot and rib soup was steaming, accompanied by several dishes of fresh vegetables sautéed from the greenhouse. I eagerly dug in. Kato was the first to ladle a generous bowl of soup, slurping it down with gusto. The warm broth flowed into me, instantly sending a wave of delicious warmth throughout my body. The ribs were tender, falling off the bone, while the bamboo shoots offered a crisp and refreshing crunch, tinged with a hint of sweetness. It was divine. I felt as though all the fatigue within me had been washed away. Ding! The spring bamboo shoot revitalizing soup you crafted grants the entire ranch staff a small mental recovery and fatigue-dispelling buff, enhancing afternoon training and labor efficiency by 15. Kakashi quietly savored his soup. He could sense that invigorating energy replenishing his overexerted spirit, clearing his mind. After lunch, Gouenshi retained Sakumo and Dai for a discussion. "Uncle, Mr. Dai, I have a matter to discuss with you." Gouenshi's expression was grave. He placed a dossier concerning Subaru on the table. Upon reviewing it, both Sakumo and Dai's faces darkened. The roots reagent testing, Sakumo's voice carried a chill, is not a test. It is a selection process. Out of 100 children, if one survives, that is deemed a success. How cruel. Dai slammed his fist on the table. How could they do such a thing to a child? Therefore, we must rescue him, Gouenshi asserted. Subaru has already proven his loyalty. We cannot let him down. What do you propose? Sakumo asked. The defenses at the root base are formidable. A direct assault is impossible. I do not intend to launch a direct assault, Gouenshi replied, shaking his head, his fingers gently tapping on the table's surface. Danzo is currently under the watchful eye of the Hokage and dares not make any bold moves. However, his surveillance over us will undoubtedly remain vigilant. Orochimaru's snake will also be lurking in the shadows, seeking opportunities. Any unusual activity on our part could easily be detected. Thus, this operation must be swift, discreet, and require a flawless alibi. He turned to Sakumo and Dai. I need your assistance in staging a performance. Sakumo and Dai exchanged glances, each seeing confusion reflected in the other's eyes. A performance? Indeed. A knowing smile danced on Gouenshi's lips. A grand and lively spectacle, capable of capturing everyone's attention. He produced a pre-drawn sketch from his pocket and spread it across the table. Spring has arrived, and life awakens. I believe it is time for our ranch to host its inaugural spring festival. Sakumo and Dai stared at the sketch adorned with phrases like goldfish scooping, candied apples, and fireworks displays, momentarily stunned. They struggled to grasp Gouenshi's line of thought. One aspect involved a ruthless infiltration and rescue, while the other was a bustling village festival. How could these two seemingly unrelated events be intertwined? The festival is the perfect cover. Gouenshi's finger pointed to an inconspicuous corner of the sketch, where a grand firework display was illustrated, bursting into the night sky. When all eyes are captivated by the most resplendent fireworks in the sky, it is the perfect moment for the blade to be drawn from the darkness.